The Saga of Fistilion the Monde, Book 3, Man Among Myrmidons, by Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013. All rights reserved. Chapter 1, Race Against Eagles. Fistilion mercilessly slashed at his imperishable enemy for the umpteenth thousandth time. The pine resin he had smeared onto the leather-bound hilts of his swords gave him a sure grip despite generous sweating and growing exhaustion. His adversary was a massive log he had planted into the earth like an uncarved totem pole. The countless blows from his daily weapons practice had stripped off great patches of the bark and splintered the hardwood timber. His swords were not the polished Arabian scimitars of Wootz steel his stepfather had gifted to him. Those flawless swords were too precious for mere exercise. Wootz steel could flex like the limbs of a bow and still hold an edge sharp enough to cleave through iron mail without dulling. Fistilion practiced with crude wrought iron replicas that he had forged to be similar to the originals in both weight and balance. Each time one of his dull blades impacted into the pole, it made a sound like he beat upon a drum. Twisted Feathers' Micmac village had already accepted Fistilion as a member of their tribe, so they stoically endured his long daily periods of exercise with all its accompanying drumming. As annoying as the sound could be, no one ever complained. His raucous noise served as a fitting reminder that they should also prepare for war against their ancient enemy, the red-painted Beothuk. The day neared noon, but there was no excess of heat. Fistilion sweat purely from the strenuousness of his training. 2 months had passed since his wedding to Raining Sunshine, and so the coolness of fall was already in the air. The encroachment of winter was no reason for the Micmac people to hope that the Beothuk would delay their attack until spring. The Beothuk were a nomadic northern people who were no strangers to harsh winter conditions. Ice and snow would not make the Beothuk postpone their campaign of war. Fistilion had learned his ritual of daily martial exercise from the visions he had during his ceremony of manhood. His mother's people had lived as an armed camp where they continuously sought to attain perfection in the arts of war. By imitating and improvising on their exercises, Fistilion sought to reap those same benefits. The Micmac had never before seen anyone rehearsing combat skills so methodically. Fistilion relentlessly beat upon a log. It lacked any of the familiar aspects of religion, sport, or function that was natural for Micmac sensibilities. The Micmac used hunting and games to teach the use of spears and archery. Their boys wrestled to learn how to fight. They made a sport of throwing their knives and tomahawks. Fistilion took training for war to a new level of unembellished dedication. The Micmac men paid attention because they wanted to see what else they could learn from his example. The Micmac villagers had immediately discerned a change in Fistilion after his ceremony of manhood. His boyhood shiftlessness had died with his adolescence. The next morning he had begun his new rigorous regiment of conditioning. When he was not running, swimming, or practicing with his weapons, he carried huge timbers, barrels of water, or performed other strenuous chores that could tax the limits of his growing strength and endurance. Fistilion's marriage to Raining Sunshine had done nothing to change his single-minded pursuit of warcraft. They lived with Raining Sunshine's father in his home along with their Beothuk bond-servant Silvertree. Hunting with his bow was Fistilion's only pretense of working as a provider for his new wife. Between himself and Twisted Feathers, they harvested enough game that their home always had a charitable excess of food. They contributed even more meat to the communal smokehouses, which added to the village's winter stores. Fistilion showed no intention of building his own home. When his family needed anything, he always had enough iron or silver to just pay for it outright. More than just the Micmac villagers had a surreptitious interest in watching Fistilion exercise that day. 3 young Iroquois braves hid in the bushes at the edge of the forest, and they too paid attention to his peculiar behavior. The fledgling warriors concealed themselves because the Micmac did not appreciate deceptive visitors who skulked about in the vicinity of their village. The Iroquois were a people of the north. Their Algonquin name meant rattlesnakes, and the Micmac hadn't given it to them out of love. The Iroquois called themselves the people of the Longhouse and those who smoke. The names referred to their style of homes and the tobacco they cultivated. They were not a single tribe or even a single people. A diverse host of tribes spoke the Iroquoian tongue. Relations between the Algonquin-speaking Micmac and the Iroquois had not been openly hostile for many years, but violence was always a potential danger. Both nations had a tradition of torturing captured warriors to death to make lasting examples of what could happen to those who did not show proper respect. The 3 Iroquois warriors were from the Mohawk Nation. In their own tongue, they called themselves the People of the Flint. Even for their nation of legendarily fierce warriors, they demonstrated great courage by getting so close to the strongest Algonquin village in the whole region. Even more audacious was the fact that they had only one weapon among them. It was a feather-adorned stick that was not even heavy enough to serve as an effective bludgeon. The feathers were not the large eagle feathers that all the tribes used as honor medals. They were smaller decorative feathers like boys used when they played warrior. Two of the youths were ready to move on. They had spied a wigwam at the edge of the forest that they wanted to raid. The birch bark shelter had many shamanistic symbols upon it. They took it as a sure sign that something valuable was inside. The third Mohawk was not enthusiastic about their plan. Stealing wasn't the kind of minor coup he had come for. He snatched the stick away from one of the others. "I'll wait for you two to get in and out," he promised. "Then I'll show them what the Mohawk consider real courage." The two braves bent on pilfering crept off toward the wigwam. No one came or went from the shelter, nor did any sounds come from within. Using their flint knives, they swiftly cut through the birch bark at the back of the wigwam and then forced their way inside. The smoky interior was nearly barren. The only contents were two medicine pouches that dangled from opposite ends of a pole that crossed through the center of the room. Beneath each pouch were sand drawings of wheels that contained geometric patterns and unrecognizable symbols. At the center of each wheel was a clay incense burner that held smoldering hardwoods, tobacco, and herbs. The streams of rising smoke seemed to outline invisible spheres that radiated from the pouches. It was as though the smoke imprisoned them or was trying to penetrate some intangible barrier. It was obvious to the two braves that some sort of magic was at work. They had no idea whether the rituals were supposed to empower the pouches or restrain their existing potency. The young men brazenly stepped into the sand paintings and each of them seized a pouch. The medicine bags were undoubtedly of significant value to the Micmac, thus they made for a suitable trophy to gain the young men some respect as men of action among their own people. None of the Micmac were the wiser as the two braves exited the wigwam, then returned to where their third companion still waited and watched the village. They proudly displayed the pouches they had stolen and then slipped away into the forest. The brave with the stick watched his two companions disappear into the trees before he then advanced toward the village. While he waited, he had selected a Micmac warrior worthy of his attention. The man wore 3 golden eagle feathers in his hair. Each plume had the dots and slashes of paint that indicated they were badges for his numerous acts of valor. The Micmac warrior also had a steel tomahawk in a sheath at the small of his back. In total, his accoutrements were sure signs that the man was of considerable esteem and fighting expertise. As the Mohawk crept forward, he stayed behind cover for as long as he could. Once he stepped out into the sunshine, he rushed toward the unsuspecting warrior he had chosen as his victim. One of the village's dogs began to bark, but it was already too late to make any difference. The young Mohawk could run as swiftly as any man in the land. That proficiency was but one of the things that he was out to prove. The chosen Micmac had his arms full of firewood. He was slow to turn around and see what the dog barked about. When he did glance back, he saw the young Mohawk coming for him. The Micmac warrior flung his entire load of firewood into the youth's face and then reached back to draw his tomahawk. The agile Mohawk dove under the flying logs, tucked, then tumbled over the ground. As he rolled back onto his feet, he was close enough to make a slash with his stick. A whistling swipe broke the quills off the Micmac's headdress. The blow knocked the feathers right off the man's head. The Micmac warrior was aghast at the severity of his injury. A blow from a counting coup stick did not rend human flesh. It cut deep into a warrior's honor instead. The Micmac could not redress the affront to his dignity in just any way. As much as he would have liked to strike the Mohawk dead with a blow from his tomahawk, tradition demanded that he redeem himself by capturing the counting coup stick that had successfully marked him. An even better outcome would be for him to also apprehend the man who had used the coup stick against him. To fail at both reprisals would mean for him to become the object of a scornful tale that would last for all of his days. The daring Iroquois was fully aware of all the relevant traditions. He taunted the Micmac warrior by waving the stick in his face and dancing about comically. It was all meant to make sure that the Micmac knew he was not enough of a threat to prompt the need for a hasty retreat. Just to intensify the situation, the brave added a high-pitched whooping call so that everyone in the village would know that a Mohawk warrior was among them. The Micmac warrior lunged to grab the counting coup stick as his Mohawk adversary nimbly dodged away. Another whooping call ended in mocking laughter as the youth sprinted away with the easy athletic grace of a distinguished runner. The disgraced Micmac warrior chased after him, but he was not nearly young or swift enough to run down his quarry. The younger man casually outdistanced his pursuer. When they ask, he taunted, tell them that Black Eagle of the Bear Clan was the one who shamed you. He could have easily plunged into the forest before anyone could come close to catching him, except that he did not want to go that way. Running directly into the woods would lead his pursuers toward where his two companions had departed from. To avoid exposing their trail, the Mohawk brave skirted along the edge of the forest instead. It was a direction that took him toward Twisted Feather's roundhouse. Black Eagle's battle cries caught Fastillion's attention and interrupted his training. Fastillion forgot his exercises, then headed in the proper direction to investigate the commotion. Worries of war were in the hearts of all, so no one was in the mood to take any mayhem in the village casually. Raining Sunshine was in her father's roundhouse at that moment. As an adult, she followed in the footsteps of her mother by studying with the village's matrons to become a midwife. Several old women were visiting at that time to give her lessons. Silver Tree was close by her mistress to attend to all the daily chores that might otherwise be a distraction to her lady. When Raining Sunshine heard the first shout of Black Eagle, her response was to hastily grab Fastillion's weapon belt that bore his two Arabian scimitars in their scabbards. She rushed the swords outside to give them to her husband. Silver Tree was right behind her mistress as she came out through the door flap, then ran up the few stone steps to ground level. To their right, Fastillion fast approached them. The Mohawk also ran toward them from the opposite direction. The fleet-footed Black Eagle reached the women first. He recognized that Raining Sunshine carried a pair of Norseman steel blades. They were a priceless treasure in a land where the people barely understood metallurgy at all. Stealing the prized weapons of a rival warrior would be a fine addition to his coup of touching a powerful enemy with a counting coup stick and then escaping unharmed. It was too good an opportunity for Black Eagle to pass up. Raining Sunshine faced toward her husband, so she failed to realize that the Mohawk intruder was right behind her. Black Eagle came up, then seized the weapon belt to pull the whole thing away from her. Raining Sunshine refused to let go, which made Black Eagle pull her along after him. Black Eagle did not have time to quarrel over the weapon, so he swung his counting coup stick to rap her over the head and make her let go. Silver Tree still wore the iron shackles on her ankles. It was a mandate from the Micmac elders that ensured she could not run away with an in-depth knowledge of their affairs. While so restrained, she was incapable of running, but she could still leap. Silver Tree sprang to the defense of her mistress by interposing herself between Raining Sunshine and Black Eagle. Unlike a man, she cared nothing for rituals of warrior's honor. She had her small steel knife in hand and used it to slash at the Mohawk's face to kill him if she was able. The feathered stick missed Raining Sunshine to strike Silver Tree instead, hitting her arm, which deflected the knife away. With Fastillion nearly upon him, Black Eagle had no choice other than to abandon the swords as a lost cause. He let go of the belt and at the same time gave Silver Tree a solid kick in the abdomen to curtail her aggression. The blow knocked Silver Tree back into Raining Sunshine, then the two fell into the stairwell to tumble down through the door flap into the roundhouse. Fastillion still had his blunt iron scimitars in his hands and was about to use one of them to remove the Mohawk's head. When he saw the counting coup stick in Black Eagle's hand, he had to restrain himself. Because the brave had come to count coup and was otherwise unarmed, Fastillion couldn't remain an honorable man if he struck him down with a weapon. The Micmac warrior who chased Black Eagle ran up fast and furious. "Grab him, Fastillion!" he shouted. "The little smoker has a hard lesson coming to him." Black Eagle was about Fastillion's age, but that was where their similarities ended. The Mohawk was 3 hands shorter and gave up a great deal in weight besides. His smaller build gave him an advantage when it came to being spry. Fastillion let his iron swords fall from his grasp to immediately free his hands and then be able to grab the cocky interloper. Black Eagle tried to slip away, only Fastillion caught him by the shoulder. The Mohawk had oiled his skin as a defensive measure common to marksman wrestlers. Not even the resin on Fastillion's hands was enough to let him maintain his grip. Fastillion's other hand managed to seize the counting coup stick, and that hold proved sure. Black Eagle dashed away, hoping to use his momentum to pull the stick free. Fastillion was no less determined to keep the stick, so he yanked back with all his might. When Black Eagle hit the limit of their mutual reach, Fastillion jerked the Mohawk right off his feet. Black Eagle came down to crash in the dirt like a running dog that had run out of tether. The hot-tempered Micmac warrior saw his opportunity, so he dove at Black Eagle to pin him to the ground. "Now I have you, boy!" he cried in excitement. "You've earned yourself a thrashing." Black Eagle twisted on the ground like an infuriated snake. From flat on his back, he shot up his foot to stomp a moccasin into the Micmac warrior's snarling face. "Keep trying, old man," Black Eagle jeered as he scrambled to his feet. No one could move as fast as the Black Eagle. The kick to his face was enough to send the twice humbled Micmac warrior careening into Fistilian. Their collision was enough of a distraction that it let Black Eagle wrench away the counting coup stick and run off toward the woods. As he loped away, he laughed and waved the stick over his head in a taunting victory celebration against them both. Another dozen Micmac warriors came up in time to see Black Eagle getting away. They promptly set off in pursuit. Fistilian and the first Micmac warrior joined them in the chase. Even after spending all morning strenuously training, Fistilian was still stalwart enough to race. He felt determined to make Black Eagle pay for attacking his wife, if nothing else. It was unlikely that what happened had seriously injured either of the women. Fistilian was going to make sure the Mohawks suffered for his insolence all the same. All the Micmac who came late to join the fight had brought their weapons. They soon realized that the fleeing Mohawk was more of a prankster than a homicidal adversary. They kept their arms since they still had concerns that a Mohawk ambush awaited them somewhere ahead in the forest. Black Eagle swiftly pulled away from his pursuers. Most of the Micmac had to discard their weapons just so they could run fast enough to keep up. Those few who kept their armaments promptly fell behind. Black Eagle had thoroughly planned his raid. He had taken his time approaching the village so he would be fresh for his run back out. The walk had given him the time to properly scout the route of his escape. From the onset, Black Eagle set a brutal pace. Not even the fastest Micmac warrior could overtake him. The race wove along forest paths for an entire league before the Micmac warriors began succumbing to inevitable exhaustion. One by one they trailed off, then Black Eagle left them far behind. The disgraced Micmac veteran continued to run until he literally collapsed to the ground, dry heaving. His failure left only Fistilian to carry on the pursuit. "Give up already," Black Eagle called back to Fistilian in a passable trade-speak of Toltec and Algonquin. The Mohawk still had full use of his voice, and it proved he was not even feeling significantly winded. "I can run till sundown if I need to, only I won't have to because my friends are waiting for me up ahead in a glade. We'll both receive a warm welcome." Fistilian had a momentary pang of self-doubt. He wondered how much longer he could keep running and whether or not he could put up a fight if they did encounter a war party of Iroquois. His reservations vanished when he thought of his biological father's legendary determination and the extraordinary gifts of his mother's people. The blood of heroes flowed in his veins. If anyone in the world could persevere, it was the son of Bjorn and Kitsan. "Run to the Huron Lakes if you must," Fistilian replied with breath that came even easier than Black Eagle's had. "If you thought you were man enough to fight me, you'd stop right now since we are already alone. You struck my woman back in the village, so I'll have my retribution." Black Eagle ran on. "You'll have to catch me first." The two Mohawk braves that had stolen the medicine pouches from the wigwam in the Micmac village were already on their way back to the north when Black Eagle began his counting coup. The three young warriors had made a prior agreement to rendezvous in a certain glade deep in the forest. They could not run as fast as Black Eagle, but his other business and indirect route would give them time enough to reach the glade before him. The two braves arrived at the forest clearing feeling winded and elated with pride. When they got home and showed the proof of their bravery, the elders of the Mohawk nation would heap respect upon them. The younger of the two men rested bent over with his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. His companion did not feel quite so winded. He stood tall as he admired his captured pouch, which he held before his eyes for examination as though it was a precious jewel. The medicine bag was old, brain-tanned caribou scrotum. Stout stitches of sinew that kept the pouch's mysterious contents securely contained appeared quite new. The pouch enthralled the Mohawk deeply. It had a sinister power within it that so fascinated the young man that it poisoned his vulnerable mind. "It seems warm to me," the warrior mentioned absently. "Surely the medicine of some legendary shaman is in this bag." He untied the binding, then poured a stream of purple and red maize kernels from the pouch into the palm of his hand. His initial disappointment changed to delight when he discovered a cruciform figurine that was a fang-headed man. Without the enchanted medicine pouch and its ceremonial kernels to restrain the talisman's dark power, the figurine immediately seized the young warrior with its influence. The eager Mohawk strung the leather thong through the head of the talisman, then hung it around his neck. As soon as the evil object fell against his chest, the Mohawk's eyes rolled back into his head, and then he fainted over backward. The young warrior's sudden collapse startled the winded brave. His first instinct was to throw down his own captured medicine pouch because he feared that its companion had just struck his friend dead. The alarmed Mohawk rushed to his partner to determine if he was still breathing. As he reached down to tear the talisman from around the stricken brave's neck, the unconscious youth came back to life, then seized his rescuer's wrist to stop him. "Leave it be," the youth said in a strong, healthy voice. "I'm fine now." He sat up, then surveyed the glade as though he saw it for the first time. "I must have run harder than I realized." The second Mohawk accepted the explanation, since it mollified his embarrassment over their hasty journey, taxing his own strength so heavily. "I hope Black Eagle gets here soon so we can start for home." He faced south and listened for any sign of their tardy comrade's approach. "I'm hungry." While the impatient brave listened, the other Mohawk got to his feet, then picked up a heavy branch that lay on the ground beside him. "I know exactly what you mean," he said in complete agreement about being hungry. The young warrior stepped up behind his friend, then bashed in the back of his head. Black Eagle sprang over hedges like a buck to enter the designated clearing in the forest. A lightning strike had burned the area the year before. The clearing was large enough that the center of it was always open to the sky. New growth made the glade lush with flowering plants and tall grasses. Black Eagle dashed through the grass on his way to the center of the open ground, but then he stopped, frozen in alarm, when he came to where fresh blood stained all the grass in a broad circle. Counting Coup was not about death. His game against Festilian would have to wait because something more serious had become the primary concern. Festilian immediately overtook Black Eagle. Instead of attacking him, he just drew up beside him. In a shared glance, they expressed the same silent message. They had come upon a potentially deadly foe that superseded their contest of honor. Festilian sniffed the air and smelled a butchered man. He remembered the scent from the battle at the Beathuk shrine. The victim's intestines remained unbroken, though. It was not the horrible stench of perforated gut. It was one of a much milder sort that was still unmistakable. Black Eagle laid two spread fingers on his palm as the hand sign for a dead man. It was his explanation for the source of all the blood. Festilian silently agreed with the assessment. As they stalked forward together, they kept their breath quiet even after their run. After a few strides, they came upon a butchered human body. The man's face was intact, and Black Eagle recognized it instantly. "This is Red Fox," he growled, wanting revenge. The Iroquois had a serviceable grasp of Algonquin. Even while filled with rage, he kept his voice low, not to draw attention to them, since the murderer was probably still close by. "He was my brother." The body had its chest split open and the major organs removed. Each of the fleshy parts remained intact and carefully arranged beside the body. The only thing missing was the genitals. Festilian had seen such mutilations before. The Beathuk's twisted Wendigo shamans performed such horrors. Then he recalled that the Micmac did as well. So did Norsemen and Iroquois. Mutilation and torture was a part of all their cultures. It was the Marklanders who believed that taking the genitals of a foe would rob him of their use in his afterlife. Festilian trusted that no Micmac or Norseman had committed the murder. That meant that the killer had to be Beathuk. The blood-stained grass covered a wide radius around the body. Festilian used the tracking skills that Twisted Feathers had taught him to see if he could find any clues. It didn't take him long to discover the discarded medicine pouch and the scattering of maize kernels that must have been related to the mystery. Festilian glanced up at Black Eagle to see if he had any prior knowledge of the items, which he did not to any degree worthy of relating. Further examination located a trail of crushed grass that led away from the corpse. The blood had not yet congealed, so the killer could not have gotten far, and his moccasins left a trail of blood from having walked in it. Festilian pointed the way, then they headed that direction in pursuit. As to joining forces with Black Eagle, Festilian was already at war with the Beathuk. He and the Mohawk shared a common hatred that fueled their mutual purpose. The Redskins were the sworn enemies of his Norse people and his Micmac tribe. Even the warlord spirits from Festilian's visions had told him to never hesitate to take action against the Beathuk. The Beathuk had a destiny to wound him deeper than he could ever revenge. More simply, he had an obligation to kill any Beathuk who dared to come so close to the village. The Redskins could begin or postpone an invasion by the omen that came from the outcome of any such intrusion. They didn't go far before they found the malefactor that had slain Red Fox. Black Eagle came up short, totally aghast at what he saw. It was his friend, the third member of his Counting Coup party that had slain his brother. The young warrior had painted his body with the fresh blood. In his bloody hands was the missing bit of Red Fox's flesh. The deranged Mohawk warrior was busily wolfing it down. "Storm Owl!" Black Eagle raged. "You have slain my brother." "I don't know you," Storm Owl answered Black Eagle disinterestedly. He swallowed the last bite of his gory feast and then stared hard on Festilian. "I do know you, little woman." Festilian didn't recognize the man, but he did know the words, and he readily recognized the talisman that hung around the Mohawk's neck. Both belonged to the Beothuk shaman with the buffalo headdress that Festilian had killed at the Battle of Table Rock Shrine. The black shaman's immortal spirit had come back by taking possession of a new body. "I killed you once," Festilian boasted. "I'm going to do it again." "This body is not as robust as my last one," Buffalo Man complained. "The flesh that I have devoured will be enough to ensure that I escape you. In good time we will meet again, only on my terms." He raised a hand to show that he held the second Beothuk medicine pouch that contained Antler Man's talisman. "I will not be the only one seeking revenge. We must remove his talisman if we are to kill him," Festilian advised Black Eagle. "There is no other way." Black Eagle charged with a battle cry, and Festilian joined him so that together they went forward to slay the cannibalistic shaman that possessed the body of Stormow. Buffalo Man stood his ground unconcerned. When Black Eagle reached him first, the body-stealing shaman casually scooped up Black Eagle, lifted him high over his head, and then slammed him down hard enough to knock the breath out of him. For Festilian's part, he drop-kicked both feet into the shaman's chest. The impact knocked Buffalo Man back several paces to land prone in the grass. Black Eagle scrambled back to his feet, then leaped onto Buffalo Man to hold him down. Festilian jumped on him too, so that their combined body weight might pin the shaman to the earth for long enough that they could remove the talisman. Buffalo Man exerted his superhuman strength as he threw them both off. He laughed, genuinely amused. "You cannot defeat me without weapons." He chortled. "I can easily kill you both with my bare hands and then feast on your tender bits." Festilian found a fist-sized stone as he rolled up to his feet. Black Eagle went at Buffalo Man again and kicked his shaman in the abdomen to no effect. Buffalo Man snatched Black Eagle by the neck, then began strangling him with both hands. That was when Festilian jumped in to smash the shaman in his jaw with the stone. The blow knocked out teeth and sent Buffalo Man reeling. Black Eagle fell to the ground gagging. The choking he endured left him unable to fight. Festilian rapped Buffalo Man again using the stone. The shaman staggered back from the hit, then promptly recovered. As Festilian came at him, the shaman kicked him in the stomach and then backhanded him in the jaw. Such was the shaman's strength that Festilian went dazed and toppled senseless to the ground. Both Festilian and Black Eagle were slow to recover their feet. Buffalo Man had hurt them, and they felt weak from exhaustion. The same human weaknesses did not hinder the Wendigo shaman. While the spirit of his victim Soma fueled him, he was beyond exhaustion, death, or any frailty of the flesh. "We will finish this fight another day," Buffalo Man told them, then turned away and fled at speed. Festilian and Black Eagle tried to chase the fleeing shaman. Perhaps if they had been fresh, they might have been swift enough runners to catch him. As spent as they were after their grueling duel and the fighting, Buffalo Man easily pulled ahead of them. The shaman sprinted north into the forest, heading back to his own people. Before long, the shaman was too far ahead for them to see or hear him. Black Eagle finally succumbed to the exertion as they had been running as hard and fast as they could. No mortal man could ever sustain such a pace for long. The shaman could, and so he escaped. They stopped together, then panted for breath. "I will not rest until my brother is avenged," Black Eagle vowed. "What did you mean that you killed him once before?" Festilian would need time to tell the story, so he let that wait. "Your friend is now enslaved by the spirit of a Wendigo shaman. I know that one is my dire enemy. It was I that slew him and another of his kind. That is how I earned my ceremony of manhood." "You're Festilian, the adopted son of Alvido the White Father," Black Eagle said. "Your father was the wise man who brought us the doctrine of peace that ended the tribal wars of the Great Island nations. Your husband to the daughter of the mighty Micmac warrior Twisted Feathers. I know all about you. Your deeds have reached our ears as well." Black Eagle paused to study Festilian. He was so tall and powerful that in the fullness of time he would be a giant of a man. Festilian could run like a hero of legendary tales and also fight like one. Surely there was no one else like him anywhere in all of Markland. Festilian noted Black Eagle's strange expression. "What?" "I was told about you by my great-grandmother," Black Eagle divulged. "She's very wise in the ways of things that cannot be seen in this world. It was she who told me to go to your village. She said that I would find the Peacebringer's son, and through you I would realize my own place in life. Now here you are. My brother is dead, and my friend is a prisoner within his own walking body. Your enemy was the one who took them. It cannot be mere coincidence. I am destined to be your blood brother." "I too know something of visions," Festilian confessed. "It is my fate to wage war in the Beothuk, and that in time they would drive me from my home. Gods and the spirits of ancient warrior kings watch over me. I cannot die in this war, so I need fear nothing. Those around me have no such assurance of survival. You would be wise to go your own way." My people have a saying, Black Eagle began to quote the adage, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend so long as my enemy draws breath." We must fight this war together. Not even the gods can ask one man to face a whole nation alone. Then let us be allies in this vendetta, Fistilian offered. I do need warriors for my war against the Wendigo shamans. Let's join forces to fight them. He offered Black Eagle his arm so that they might seal an alliance with the Clinch. Black Eagle took his arm, and Fistilian answered it by punching the Mohawk in the heart. He hit him so hard that he dropped Black Eagle onto his back, where he gagged trying to catch his breath. When he recovered, he found Fistilian offering his hand again. Black Eagle gasped. What was that for? That was for coming into my village and striking my women. If I get home and find one of them has been seriously hurt, I'm going to skin you like a buck. Black Eagle respected Fistilian's attitude and took his hand, which pulled him to his feet. He explained, I am far from home and must take Red Fox back to our longhouse. Will you help me craft a sled so that I may drag him? Afterward I will return and we may set off on our warpath. Fistilian was willing, but he had a better plan. My village is much closer. Let's take him there, and then I will take you home by sea. It will be much faster. We cannot win this war on our own any more than I could do it by myself. We will gather warriors from among those we can trust to form a proper war band. Black Eagle accepted the wise plan. My name is Black Eagle, son of Smokes Long, warrior of the Bear Clan. We are warriors second to none in the world. I will follow you to my death if need be. I won't be surprised if it does kill you, Fistilian replied honestly, but we shall see. Chapter 2. Jade and Water. Fistilian and Black Eagle bound woven branches with stripped saplings to fashion a simple drag sledge they could use to take Red Fox's body back to the Micmac village. Black Eagle showed his mettle by restraining his emotions while he had to gather his brother's organs and place them back inside the body. While they pulled the sledge, Fistilian told Black Eagle about his previous battles with the Beothuk and their Wendigo shamans. When they finally arrived at the Micmac community, they found the village up in arms. Every warrior carried his weapons. Many wore their war paint in the event there was a battle. If they were going to die, they wanted to do it in their full colors. Hostile men surrounded them as Fistilian and Black Eagle entered from the forest. Old women hurled curses at Black Eagle. Some of the warriors were eager to kill him, such was the tension in the village. As a tattoo-faced elder approached, everyone fell silent out of respect. He was Autumn Raven, the head man of the entire village. He was the senior man of all the elders in their great council. With one glance at Red Fox's body, he had the confirmation he most feared. So they are free, was his simple statement. Fistilian nodded solemnly. The Horned Shaman has taken possession of a Mohawk warrior. He has the other medicine pouch as well. I assume it contains the talisman of the Antlered Shaman. We tried to stop him, but he was too strong and escaped. Autumn Raven stared hard on Black Eagle. These young fools broke the bindings we placed to keep the evil contained. They stole the pouches and suffered accordingly. Raining Sunshine ran up in distress. When she saw that Fistilian was in good health, she felt greatly relieved. She kept her distance, as was her place as a woman when the elder addressed men. I'm fine, Fistilian assured his wife before he returned to Autumn Raven. We're going to get the talismans back. I'll gather warriors from here, Lace Buter, and from among the Mohawk. We must destroy the Wendigo shamans. The Micmac warrior that Black Eagle had bested stepped forward. His anger toward Black Eagle was second to no one's. This fool has endangered us all, the man complained. He must die to pay for his transgression. Autumn Raven shot the warrior a contemptuous gaze. I am the elder here. I did not ask for my station. I earned it through many great coups in my youth. We will not shame ourselves with his death because of your weakness. The humiliated warrior grumbled. So you are going to do nothing? Autumn Raven showed disgust with the man's whining. When I need the advice of a dishonored warrior, you can be sure that it is you that I shall call for. The man stepped back and then remained silent. Take those warriors who would follow so young a war captain as you, Autumn Raven told Fistilian. If you recover their talismans, do not wear them, gaze upon them, or try to destroy them. Just bring them back here to me, and I shall do what needs to be done. He did not wait for any reply, but turned away to give orders to other men who gathered about. Wrap and bind the body, then take it to Fistilian's longboat. Warriors obediently came forward to do the elder's bidding. There was no question that they would show respect for the body, for to do otherwise would be shameful to them, since he was not an enemy. Raining Sunshine ran to Fistilian, then embraced him. Your intentions are madness. How can you hope to defeat the Beothuk and their devilish shamans in their own lands? Have no fear, woman, he told her as he brushed loose hair from her face. Have you forgotten? The spirits of great warlords promised me that no Beothuk could ever strike me down. My only worry is for those I take in my company. They have no such assurance of survival. That is why you will remain here, safe in your father's custody." She was too strong to grieve over the danger he leaped into so brazenly. Raining Sunshine took his hand to lead him home. "If you are to leave me, I will send you away with proper ceremony." After a few paces, she paused to summon Black Eagle with a gesture. "Come along. My maid will see to you while you're a guest in our village." Silvertree waited just inside the doorway of the roundhouse with a bota of wine for Fistilion. He and she were the only ones in the entire village who casually imbibed a fermented drink. Unlike Fistilion, she was proud of her differences from the Micmac and relished the privilege of sharing wine with her master. Fistilion refreshed himself with a draught as Black Eagle entered. Silvertree would have gladly set upon him with her knife if such a display were appropriate. Raining Sunshine spoke up to help her servant remember her place. "They will be leaving soon. Prepare food and make our guest comfortable." "Leaving?" she asked in a worried tone. "Going where?" "They are going to make war on the Dark Shamans." Raining Sunshine shooed her to get about her work. "That is all you need to know." The destination appalled Silvertree. "That is too dangerous." Her concern moved Fistilion. "I will come home victorious. Don't worry yourself about that." "You should take me with you," Silvertree suggested. "I can aid you. I know their language fluently and their customs like they were my own." "I'm not going to debate with them over a fire and smoke tobacco," he replied. "I want those talismans back. There is no place for a woman where we're going. Your job is to look after my wife until I return. While I am away, you will keep Raining Sunshine safe and happy. I do not want her dwelling on my absence to the point of sorrow." Raining Sunshine pulled at Fistilion. "Come with me. I have much to do before I let you part from me. Your visions are well and good, but I need greater certainty of your safety." Fistilion followed his wife from the roundhouse. She carried a pair of lidded jars with her, which she had collected from a niche in the wall. Her path went down to the river, then along the bank away from the village. Not far upriver was a tributary stream. The waters were sacred to the women of the village, and tradition forbade men from drinking, bathing, or exploring the water's course. Raining Sunshine escorted him along a narrow path that paralleled the stream. It was a pristine place of smooth, mossy stones, lush undergrowth, and late-blooming flowers. "Jade Skirt is the goddess of love and running waters," Raining Sunshine told him of her religion. "Her husband, White Feather Garland, is the god of the rain. Without him there could be no flowing streams. The water that he issues gathers in her body, and she gives birth to the streams and rivers. Water is life, and so all the green of the world comes into being. This stream is a shrine to Jade Skirt. By coming here, we are the embodiment of White Feather Garland and Jade Skirt." Fistilion couldn't see how the goddess of love was going to aid him in war. The Wendigo shamans have a power that does not need faith to see or feel. He told her, "To help me against them, I need something just as potent. I prefer to trust in muscle and steel." Upstream they came to a waterfall. They crashed into a deep pool at the base of a cliff. Such was the beauty of the place that it was suitable as the shrine of a goddess of love and flowering waters. "The Wendigo is a demon that perverts the natural order," she explained. "His is the lesser power. There is no renewable cycle to his influence. Only through continuous consumption can his shamans maintain their strength. What I have for you is the true power. It is an ever-flowing spring that can never run dry. The rain is strong, but nothing compared to the power of the mighty river that always has its way. I will gather your rain in my body, and there I shall transform it into a raging river of love that will empower you to wash away the foulness of the Wendigo." She paused beside the pool at the base of the waterfall, then stripped off her doeskins to reveal that she wore a belt of beads and creamy green jade, along with her necklace of panther claws and gold. After she removed her necklace and set it aside, she removed Fistilion's buckskins, took up her 2 jars, and then led him up a path that scaled the rock face. The trail delivered them onto a ledge behind the waterfall. Soft lichen blanketed the shelter, and glistening mist draped everything in jewels of water droplets. While Fistilion marveled at their destination, Raining Sunshine set aside 1 jar and then opened the other to reveal that it contained fresh honey. She leaned her head back, then poured the thick amber fluid down her exposed throat to flow down her upper chest and over her breasts. "I am your mate," she intoned. "I am more than the keeper of your home and partner to your bed. I am the human embodiment of the earth. I am the flower of creation, and you are my hummingbird. Through me you can defy time itself. You can defy even death and live eternally through our offspring and theirs in turn. More still, I am the wellspring of your masculinity. I am your sustenance. Devour me. Feast on me. You can do me no wrong. Like a wolf on a fawn, my delicate flesh is yours to ravish. She stood tall, then spread her arms as a sacrifice to his lust. Fistolian loved her more than life itself. He could not bring himself to treat her harshly. His touch could be nothing but delicate and generous. His hesitation was not the response she desired. It is your spiritual emptiness that keeps you from taking what is already yours. I am here to unleash a man, a great warrior, but you still act like a nervous boy. If you cannot reveal your strength to your own woman, what hope do you have of being a potent instrument of wrath against the servants of the Wendigo? They do not know such effeminate hesitations. Honey dripped from her breast as her chest expanded with impassioned breathing. I am your vessel, your rain-catcher. Fill me with your rain, drench me, quench my thirst till I can drink and no more. He reached out, then slid his fingers into her long ebony hair at the back of her head. You are the river of my life, he pledged. It is for you that I came here. It is for you that I go to fight. Without you, I would have no reason to exist at all. I have loved you for all of my life. Fistolian pulled her close and tasted the honey on her throat. She gasped as he feasted on her flawless skin. By the time he had cleaned her of honey, she was in a tantric trance of impending ecstasy. Over the centuries, falling water had worn the stones in the crevice to be as smooth as her body. The bedding of lichen made them nearly as soft. Fistolian reclined in a natural formation that was akin to a throne, then lifted her onto his lap to face him. She moved in a sensual dance and murmured as though invoking spiritual powers. Raining Sunshine was one with her husband. Flowing water engulfed and permeated her. When Fistolian finally fell back to take a moment to relax and relish the moment, she took the second jar from the stone beside her, then removed the lid. Inside was a body paint of an emerald green hue. She loaded the fingers of both hands and began adorning him with his war paint. It would also mask his pale skin as a camouflage for stalking the forest as a hunter of men. She brushed her lips over his skin before adorning an area with the pigment. Fistolian could not relax for long as she luxuriously anointed his body. Time and again he rained love upon her until she was drenched in the veritable monsoon. She knelt before him as she placed the final touches of his decoration, then satisfied her thirst for him with a final downpour of his affection. The ritual was near completion. Raining Sunshine removed her jade belt and then cast it into the waterfall to descend into the pool below as an offering to her goddess. We are one, she told him lovingly. When you need strength, mine will come to you. When you hurt, I will bear your pain. You will not go alone because I am always with you. Be swift and strong. Your enemies will lay slain at your feet. When you come home again, we shall make love until I give us a child. He lifted her off her feet and kissed her as though already saying his goodbye. Just one? I was thinking three. After a long silent embrace, they scaled back down to the pool, redressed, and then walked back to the village holding hands. They arrived at Twisted Feather's longhouse to find her father waiting for them. He stood near the door, sharing a clay pipe of tobacco with Black Eagle. I cannot join you on this adventure, Twisted Feathers told Fistolian with some regret in his voice. This is your war party, and I am a war captain in my own right. I cannot follow a man less proven than myself. I know. Fistolian acknowledged the reasoning and his mentor's unmatched accomplishments of coup. You train me well. I go as your emissary and will bring you trophies to honor you as my Micmac father. There are many young braves who would join you in this, Twisted Feathers advised him. Choose your warriors wisely. I can think of few seasoned warriors I would trust on so bold a venture. Eager boys blinded by hopes of glory can get you all killed. He glanced at Black Eagle, thinking how his two companions destroyed themselves with their excessive ambition. You know of what I speak. Fistolian understood the problem, but not the solution. I am no gauge of men, as are you. Advise me in this. I will take no Micmac without your recommendation. That is just what Twisted Feathers wanted to hear from him. I can think of two who are trustworthy and cunning enough to survive this and be of aid to you. Take Sleeping Wolf and watch his sky. They're skilled hunters and don't backtalk their fathers. You have preparations to make. I'll summon them for you. Fistolian went inside to collect his weapons and some supplies. He entered to find that Silvertree had already done just that. All his weapons were laying out for his inspection. Silvertree was packing him a basket with jerky, dried fish, and fresh maize cakes that she had baked with a crust that would preserve them. There was cheese, wine, and honeycomb as well. She worked swiftly despite her rabbit fur-lined iron manacles. When she was ready, Silvertree said, I wish you had studied harder. You don't speak Beothuk nearly well enough yet. I have an ear for languages, he answered in rough Beothuk, well enough for what I have planned. Fistolian took his bow, his Norse father's knife, and his scimitars. He also selected his steel tomahawk, which he kept strapped to his arrow quiver. She respectfully stood aside with her hands folded as he dressed in his armament. "While I'm gone," he suggested, "you should stay close to Raining Sunshine at all times. I don't want anything happening to her while I'm away." The thought perked up Silvertree's spirits. "I'll keep her warm at night," she promised gratefully. "You won't come home to find her ill with loneliness or chilled to the sniffles." Fistilion caressed her cheek affectionately. "I know you can keep her content for as long as I will be away. Do not let her dwell on any worries." After placing a kiss on Silvertree's forehead, he departed for war. While Fistilion prepped his yawl for departure, Twisted Feathers arrived with 2 armed braves. Fistilion knew them both as former suitors of Raining Sunshine. They had been sorely disappointed when he bought her. Sleeping Wolf was massively muscular and nearly as tall as Fistilion. He rarely spoke, and only to the point when he did. His reputation was for being the finest wrestler of the young men in the village. Fistilion had only thrown him off his feet one time and had lost to him on countless other occasions. They had wrestled since they were both young boys. Watch's Sky was renowned for his skill at archery. His arrows took birds in flight. Fistilion had no doubt he would be a valuable addition to their war party. Fistilion disembarked to join them on the riverbank. "I would have come and asked you myself, but time is short. Twisted Feathers told me you're the best. This is a chance for you to both prove it." Watch's Sky inquired, "What are you planning on doing? How many Beathuk can you hope to kill with so few men?" "I came to your village alone with no weapons," Black Eagle called down from the Elysian Fortitude, "and I made it out alive. One man can do much if he has the courage to dare." "We're not going to kill the Beathuk," Fistilion explained his intentions. "My fight is with their shamans. They are the serpent's head. If we kill the head, the whole body will die." Sleeping Wolf nodded to demonstrate his commitment to the venture. "You can count on us." Watch's Sky spoke for them both. "We're with you." "Get on board then," Fistilion ordered. "We have a long way to go." Chapter 3. Stygian Bath. Fistilion and his 3 warrior companions sailed to Lace Buter in his yawl, the Elysian Fortitude. Black Eagle was silent and contemplative as a grim honor guard for his brother's corpse. His hunger for vengeance only grew as he watched blood saturate the blanket that bound up the body. The 2 Micmac double-checked their weapons. Watch's Sky put final touches, straightening his arrows with an antler tool. Sleeping Wolf had a long spear with a wrought iron ox-tongue head and a traditional flint tomahawk. He focused his attention on sharpening his steel knife on a whetstone. The sun sank behind them as they dashed over the Vinland Sea. If the weather held, it would be a clear night with a bright moon. They had the Elysian Fortitude furled and anchored at the Dross beach of Lacebuter just after sunset. 3 armored Norse guards carrying broadswords met them there. They knew Fistilion's yaw as surely as they would recognize their own mothers. "Hail, Fistilion," the leader called. He was Ulrich, the son of Oric. One day he would be the chieftain of his clan and perhaps a jarl as well. Few Norsemen ever attained the status of a regional lord as had his father. His companions wore thick leather jerkins for their armor. Ulrich had one as well, but with an additional byrnie of mail over the top of it. One of the leather-donned Norsemen snickered at Fistilion's green war paint in that he had the appearance of a Skraeling instead of a Vinlander as they knew him. "You look like a drunken whore," he joked, "one who tried to paint her face in the dark." Ulrich turned, then punched the man in his nose, and it dropped the warrior to the ground with blood gushing from his nostrils. "He avenged the death of my kinsman," Ulrich scolded the man. He kicked the man in his guts as an added measure. "What have you ever done worthy of a tale, you scurrilous dog?" The man felt duly chastised and realized he had made a mistake. "I meant no offense," he said, meaning it. The man got up without wiping his face, as though he didn't notice he was bleeding. He offered Fistilion an apologetic nod. Fistilion let the matter pass as forgotten. He sprang to the beach with a sheathed scimitar in hand. It was Bull Tamer, his named blade. "The Beathuk have come onto Micmac lands," he informed them. "They have killed one man and took another as hostage when they made their escape." He gestured back to his yawl. "These men have the courage to join me in a retaliatory strike against them. I have come here seeking valiant sons who thirst for glory. We sail on before you could burn half a candle. Pass the word while I go seek the counsel of my father." Ulrich embraced Fistilion forearm to forearm before saying, "The blade of Ulrich has been dry too long. My clan is in your debt. For this fight I will stand by you. More than that, I will call you my captain." Fistilion grinned with an approval born of already knowing he could count on Ulrich. "It was for the likes of you that I came here. I knew you would be angry if I denied you a chance to go a Viking." Ulrich laughed loud and deep as though facing death was an occasion for mirth. As a true Norseman, for him it was. "It's good to hurry into battle. Valhalla grows more crowded each day. I would not have some lesser man take my place." The 3 Markland warriors said nothing as they followed Fistilion up to the village's palisade. They spoke the Micmac language but understood nothing of Fistilion's conversation in Norse. The men of the village had completely refurbished the stockade that surrounded Leifsputer. It had many new poles, lintels, and iron fittings. All the gates stood closed and locked with alert men guarding them. The riverside portal opened smoothly on greased hinges when the guards on the other side drew back the bar and then pulled it wide. The guards were eager for news or gossip. Fistilian left them sorely disappointed because he had no time to entertain or inform them. Bright lanterns lit Alvido's church, hall, and foundry. The ringing sound of hammers and workmen were an industrial symphony that came from the smithy. The church's doors stood open as many of the faithful gathered there seeking peace and comfort. The looming atmosphere of war and uncertainty had swelled the house of God to an all-time high. Fistilian chose the foundry over the church. His stepfather would be doing his God's work through diligent effort and not honeyed words. The furnace was at full production, and the men hammered iron blooms to purify them. The open hearth turned out wrought iron ingots that would become weapons and armor. Alvido had so many local men employed in his service that the foundry was crowded with the dirty, sweaty craftsmen, so that they barely had enough room to see to their individual tasks. His father had enlarged the foundry to accommodate a whole new forge, furnace, and an annealing vat of salted sheep's fat. The dozen men who worked it were all from the Magnuson clan of Stromsfjord. They were the finest steelsmiths west of Europe. The Magnuson clan had been forging Alvido's best steel for more than a decade. At the moment he paid them handsomely to work for him, crafting steel weapons, shields, and armor at a rapid pace. As Fistilian entered, Alvido put aside his shovel, then joined him at the door. He asked, "What has happened, my son? I would rejoice and welcome you, but I can see by your paint that you're on the way to a battle. Tell me what is wrong and how I may aid you." While they walked back together to Alvido's hall, Fistilian recounted what had happened and his plan to strike against the Wendigo shamans. Alvido asked, "How many men are going with you? Do you have enough soldiers to accomplish so bold a task as this?" "I must go, and so I take the best men that I can," Fistilian answered. "Since our numbers will be few, I will count on our skill and speed. They won't expect me, so I will have the advantage of surprise." Alvido opened the door to his hall so his son and guests could enter. Only Black Eagle refused to cross the threshold. He waited until Alvido sought his problem, then bowed his head. "This is the first time I have seen you, White Father, but you are known to me. You brought the words of peace that unified the warring nations of my homeland. You gave us the iron axes to fell the grandfather trees. Your ceremonies of the earth taught us how to keep the soil potent so that our crops of the Three Sisters are ever bountiful and do not diminish a little more each year. I am not worthy to enter your lodge. I am an unproven warrior without the feathers of Ku suitable to be in your company. I shall wait here." Alvido put his hand on the young man's shoulder. "You are the emissary of a proud people," he told Black Eagle in fluent Iroquoian as the Mohawk people used. "You may be inexperienced, but you have the words of an elder. You honor me and must accept my hospitality. What would your longhouse think if you refused?" Black Eagle joined Fistilian and his other companions at the table. There was food and drink aplenty. The eyes of the three Marklanders danced over the wealth and treasures that adorned Alvido's home. The priest's hall contained enough ivory, furs, and worked gold to put any Markland chief to shame. His stock of finely crafted iron goods was an even greater fortune. "Please eat up," Alvido told his guests. "You'll need your strength in the days ahead. If there is anything you need that you don't see, feel free to ask." When everyone was comfortable, Alvido sat across the table to speak with Fistilian. "I don't doubt your audacity or your skill, and both will serve you well, but I fear you have given too little thought to your enemy. To venture deep into their lands without so much as a scout who knows the lay of their land is foolhardy. They may not know you are coming, but do you know where they are going?" Fistilian didn't understand what his stepfather hinted at, and his expression demonstrated that confusion. "This war began with the Beathok executing a cunning deception," Alvido explained. "If not for Twisted Feathers seeing through their scheme, the Micmac and Vinland would have become enemies to the detriment of both. That is not the planning of a fool. Surely they must have other objectives as well." The advice became clearer to Fistilian. He had underestimated the Beathok and their Wendigo shamans. It was foolish for him to assume he would find them sitting in their lodges swapping tales over a fire. They had been ingenious and aggressive in the past. He had to assume they would continue in that trend. "So," Fistilian said as he filled a cup with his stepfather's best wine, "what do you think they will be planning now?" Alvido made a steeple of his splayed fingers. "Let me ask you this. What do we have that they do not? What is that one resource that both Micmac and Norsemen believe gives them an unbeatable advantage? What is the one supply they could hope to interrupt that would put an end to our best preparations?" The conversation was in Micmac so the Marklanders could follow it. Sleeping Wolf ate with his steel knife. He laid it on the table with a thump. "The Paleskins make this, the war metal, the hard silver." The idea came to Fistilian in perfect clarity. We have iron and they don't. If I was them, I would destroy the foundry. Alvido asked him going further, and if they could not destroy the foundry without first taking this village, then they would have to stop it at the source, Fistilian reasoned. They would strike at the mine, kill the workers, and collapse the tunnels. We could never reopen them so long as the war raged on. There are not enough men to spare to the task. Alvido agreed with his son's final deduction. I'm surprised the ore has kept coming for this long. I figure that it's only because the Micmac have lent every available man to the venture. For the Beathuk to take the mine would require an army of warriors. Like you were, they would be counting on complete surprise. Since we could not know their plans, they wouldn't expect anyone to be ready to stop them, not if they arrived in force. That is why I have kept the foundry running day and night, to stock as great a supply of iron as I am able. You're right, of course, Fistilian admitted readily. That is why I came for your counsel. I can't afford to leave anything to chance. I let my own ambitions cloud the greater situation. The mine is too important to us for them to ignore. That is where we will set our trap. I have some things for you to take with you, Alvido divulged as he got up. I wrote down some thoughts on things I have read, ideas that may be of use to us. I want you to take them with you. I also have weapons, armor, and supplies for you to take to the mine. With them, you can prepare the men there to defend themselves. Father Alvido took a leather-bound journal down from a shelf, then offered it to his son. Fistilian flipped the book open to somewhere near its center. There he found an illustration his stepfather had drawn and annotated in Greek. The picture was a regimented formation of ancient Greek soldiers in heavy armor known as hoplites. They carried spears and shields in their tight phalanx formation. Beneath the drawing was a second sketch that was a more contemporary version of the hoplites. Heavily armored Norse warriors stood as the spearmen with Micmac archers formed at their center. The military formation was a level of sophistication in war that was unheard of in Markland. The Beathuk would have no hope of expecting such foreign generalship. They had no weapons or tactics that could unseat a phalanx of hoplites on their first encounter. Fistilian knew the text required his diligent study. The three Marklanders feasted on mutton and honeyed maize cakes. They drank water instead of wine as they ate with their fingers and knives. Alvido took down a lantern, then gestured for Fistilian to follow him. Leave them here to eat. We can talk while we get men to load your boat. Fistilian followed his stepfather out of the hall over to the foundry. At the rear of the building was a cellar that normally held ore that waited for the furnace. No such excess of ore was available to fill the storage space. When Alvido flipped open the shutters, his lantern light flickered over a trove of polished steel. In the center was a wooden mannequin that wore a suit of magnificent armor. It was a sleeved chainmail hauberk dressed over a thick doeskin tunic. The riveted rings of the mail were smaller and lighter than any such suit of armor that Fistilian had seen before. A second suit of armor reinforced the first. Polished steel vambraces shielded the forearms. Greaves provided similar protection for the lower legs. Gracefully overlapping steel plates guarded the shoulders, chest, and back. The segmented breastplate had an embossed diorama. It was a stumbling Greek soldier that gazed back over his shoulder. An arrow pierced him at his heel. Achilles, Fistilian named the soldier of Greek legend. He was impervious to all harm, but the Trojans killed him anyway. It meant something to Fistilian. His manhood ceremony vision had promised him the same invulnerability in battle. It was a reminder that he too may have an Achilles heel. Fate slew Achilles, Alvido clarified. I only recently assembled all of the pieces. It took some time to make so much crucible steel, and the Magnuson men have less experience making armor. I did some of the forging myself and did all of the design. You'll find that it moves much more freely than it would appear at a glance. I don't know why I named it Achilles. Maybe I want to remind you to always watch your back. Fistilian descended the stairs and touched the cold armor. He admired the intricate work that had produced the gauntlets and helmet. The gauntlets were flexible steel gloves of the highest craftsmanship. The helmet was in the ancient style of the Thessalian Greeks like Achilles and his Myrmidon hoplites would have worn. The helm fully covered the head, far more than any Norse helmet. A plunging nasal tang parted the almond-shaped openings for the eyes. The sides of the helmet swept down like wings to cover the cheeks and nearly meet before the mouth. A thick band of red-dyed feathers ran down the crest of the helmet like a shark's pectoral fin. A circular shield and a long spear leaned against the armor. The shield had a body of oak, its steel bound, braced, and capped at the center. The spear had a long, wickedly edged point. Fistilian asked in awe, how much of this is Wootz? Alvido had mentioned his crucibles, and they only treated the Wootz steel. The Hearst steel did not receive the same processing. Every last ring and rivet, Alvido answered proudly. Only the swords I gave you would have any chance of cutting through Achilles. I brought the Magnuson men here and enlarged the foundry just to build this for you. Everything was going so well I kept them on. He gestured around the armor. This is only a small portion of what we have made. The cellar also contained bundles of spears with steel heads. There were iron-bound oak shields, new tomahawks, and arrows by the score. Norse helmets stood in stacks like bowls. There were even 3 byrnies with elegant rings of hearth steel. The latter armor alone was treasure worthy of Jarls. I want you to take everything, Alvido told his son. I have more for you if you find you need it. I have jarred food and lamp fuel too. That reminds me, I have something else here that I know the Beathuk will find to be the most unpleasant of surprises. He pulled aside a blanket to uncover a stack of small casks and boxes of clayware amphora. The priest unplugged a cask and carefully poured a clear fluid into one of the ceramic bottles. I improvised using fermented maize mash to create a recipe devised by Muslim apothecaries. They call it alcohol. Fistolian was not familiar with its use. What do I do with it? I have pine pitch that you will mix into it, Alvido explained as he plugged the mouth of the bottle with a strip of rag and then handed it to his son. For now, this will be sufficient for a simple demonstration. Hold this for a moment. Once we are outside, I'll show you. They left the cellar, then went to the front of the foundry. Alvido called to his laborers. Go to the open ore cellar and load everything there into Fistolian's boat. Be careful not to break anything. As some of the men put aside their tools and went to fulfill the task, Alvido led Fistolian into the yard between the halls. He opened his lantern, then used its flame to set fire to the cloth in the bottle he had Fistolian carry. Once it was burning, he hurled the bottle at a huge heap of dross that waited to be scattered on the beach. The amphora shattered on the hard slag, then exploded into a sheet of leaping flames. The alcohol burned more readily than lamp oil at the price of consuming it quickly. It would make for a fine weapon that would be sure to throw an enemy into chaos. The ingenuity impressed Fistolian. It's good that the Beathuk have no weapons such as this. They would burn down the halls and all the ships too. That is why you must make sure that it never falls into their hands, Alvido cautioned him. It will be a simple matter to set it all afire if you must leave it behind. It would be best of all if none of them ever lived to even tell what they had seen. That way it will keep on surprising them. You're a cunning man, Father, Fistolian praised him, and wise as well. The world is lucky you chose to become a priest and not a villain. Alvido suppressed any reaction because he preferred to distance himself from that comparison. I just want to make sure that you come back to me. Though you were not born of my blood, I have always loved you as my own son. He hugged Fistolian, knowing it may be the very last time. I'm proud of you. You've become a good man. My mother could not have found a better man than you to raise me, Fistolian replied. It was your guidance that made me so. I'll never forget that. One day, when I find Kitsan, she will learn that it was you and Twisted Feathers who made me the man that I am. Alvido was surprised to hear the name since he had never uttered it to his son. Kitsan, Twisted Feathers told you much that I have kept secret for your own protection. I left it all in my journal so you could know when the time was right. You have enough to trouble you without having to right the wrongs of history besides. It was not Twisted Feathers who told me, Fistolian explained. He has never betrayed your confidence. It was in a vision that I saw these things. I was hesitant to tell you, fearing it would offend you. Alvido is not offended by Micmac mysticism. The Lord works in mysterious ways, my son. I know you have never been enthused about giving yourself to Jesus. Neither was I until I had seen the world and finally realized the greater truth of things. One day I believe that you too will hear a calling, then seek the guidance that does not come from this world, but speaks to us from the next. Either way, Fistolian continued, I have seen the potency of your works. I'll honor your ways. You spent your life shielding me from the greed of the Valborgsons. They would have murdered us both if they had known the truth that I am the true inheritor of all that they have stolen. I cannot let my proud ancestry be something that stays hidden, nor can I let their treachery go unavenged. That must wait until I have dealt with the Beathuk shamans. I have something I want you to take to the Mohawk for me, Alvido said in a change of subject. I made axes for each of their great council chiefs. Tell them they are gifts from Vinland to honor our wise and powerful friends to the north. With the war on, it was prudent to remind the Mohawk that they were a people in good favor to Vinland. Fistolian saw the cunning within the generosity. I hear they think highly of you. Alvido was nonchalant about his fame. I spent some time there years ago when I was prospecting, and shared the pipe of wisdom with their great chiefs at their council fire. They appreciated my thoughts and experience on various matters. Before long, the workmen had loaded the Elysian Fortitude with the weapons and other supplies. Fistolian packed his Achilles armor into a leather chest, which he loaded himself. When Alvido returned to his home, Black Eagle, Sleeping Wolf, and Watch's Sky were just finishing their meal. Fistolian awaits you at his yawl, the priest told them. The men got up from the table to depart. One moment, Alvido said. I have some things to help you. He opened a small chest in the corner of the hall, then began removing weapons. He gave Black Eagle a new steel tomahawk and a steel knife. To Sleeping Wolf he gave a steel short sword and another of the steel tomahawks. For Watch's Sky he had a pouch of steel arrowheads, a new steel knife, and a pair of small steel tomahawks made especially for throwing. The men thanked the priest for his great generosity and then headed down to the river. Ulrich joined the men down at the wharf. He had his impressive military equipment, provisions, and a bedroll. 2 other Norsemen from Leysputer were with him. One was his cousin Valdar, who was tall, lean, and about the same age as Fistilion. The other was Orlo, a middle-aged churl from their clan. A lifetime of hard work had seasoned the older man, and he was still in good health. While not an accomplished warrior, he was a talented whaler and hunter. He was best known for his skill as a skinner and butcher. His talent with a knife was a local legend. Ulrich noted some skeptical expressions as he led Orlo to the boat. "I know what some of you are thinking," he addressed the issue frankly. "These are the men I want with me when stepping on the jaws of wolves. Valdar is ready to make his first bones. Orlo has more to be said for him than 5 feasts would allow for." Fistilion invited them aboard with a magnanimous wave. "I know many tales of Orlo the bearskinner. A berserk whale once pulled him alone in a boat until he eventually wore the behemoth down after 2 days. After everyone had boarded the yawl, stored their gear, and found their places, Fistilion set sail for Black Eagle's village in the north." Chapter 4. Eagle in Winter. While Fistilion and his companions sailed north from Vinland, winter was arriving early in Iceland 2,000 miles away to his northeast. The populous Norse community of Skalholt clung steadfastly to Iceland's windy southern coast. It had a frosty sea on its doorstep that intensified the seasonal chill. 4 acolytes with shaved heads busily dressed the Bishop of Skalholt in his regal bedchamber. They added a heavy purple cape over the bishop's armor to keep him warm. Firm knocks landed on the door into the opulent chamber. They continued until one of the acolytes opened it. At the portal was the captain of the bishop's guard. Behind him were a dozen of his best soldiers. All of them wore heavy chain burnies and carried round shields with their broadswords. "Everything is ready, your grace," the captain announced. "The archbishop's envoy awaits your order in the cavalry yard." The bishop's confident stride on his way to the door made his sword rattle against his chainmail. He asked, "What of our informants?" "Rolf and his men are still taking rooms at the Red Wench," the captain verified. The bishop scowled in disgust. "You would think that even men as perverse as these Vikings would eventually grow satiated with whores and mead." The captain led the way to the cavalry yard where their mounts awaited them. The garrison followed behind. "This is the right time to act, your grace," the captain advised. "They will be drunk and slow from heavy meals. We may even catch many of them sleeping. I don't expect there to be much of a fight." The bishop's keep had a central courtyard of paved stone. 25 saddled horses and 10 men waited there. 9 of the men were armored bodyguards for the archbishop's special envoy. The man was a portly clergyman who dressed in white and scarlet. "We have the Lord's justice to implement," the scarlet clergyman shouted to the bishop while he reined in his spirited horse. "I did not sail all the way from Italy to fail." "The Pope didn't send you all this way from Rome because he expected you to survive," the bishop grumbled too inaudibly for the man to overhear. "You bumbling fat fool." The pages threw back the gates and the riders galloped forth into the night. None of them ever gazed back at the keep as they descended on the town below. If they had, they might have noticed one of the chambermaids signal with a lantern from a high window. Fistilion's grandfather Rolf slept as his enemies approached. He did not sleep soundly. In his dream he heard the hooves of horses galloping down on him. "My Valkyries are coming for you, Rolf," said the baritone voice of Odin. "Are you ready?" "No," Rolf shouted back. "I have not yet retaken my hall, killed my enemies, or found a worthy heir for my grandfather's sword. I cannot die in my bed. I must fall in battle as all true men do." Odin boomed, "You shall have all of those things. If you make the proper sacrifices to me, all those things shall be yours, and a choice seat in Valhalla besides." "Anything," Rolf pledged. "What do you want? Name it, and you shall have it tenfold." "Give me Christian priests," Odin demanded. "Give them all to me, every one you see. Do that and you shall attain your every worldly desire." The door to Rolf's chamber slammed open against the wall as one of his sea captains came in through the doorway. He held a sword and a lantern. "The signal is lit," the captain warned. "They're coming." Rolf sat upright. His beard was nearly white, as was his skin, aside from his tanned hands and face. He was still large and robust beyond what was natural for his age. His sleepy young bedwench squealed when he gave her a cruel pinch at the small of her back. "Get me my armor, slut," he told her. "Be quick about it. You may get paid for last night with more than just a slap." The Icelandic girl nakedly dashed about the room as she gathered his leathers and armor to dress him. The captain waited for his orders. "Assemble the other captains and have them rally their crews," Rolf commanded. "We're going to lure the bishop and his men inside and then massacre them. Half of them will be pissing themselves at the first sight of blood." After a moment's thought, he added, "Tell the men to kill the ones who are not pissing themselves first." The captain made a decisive nod as he acknowledged the orders. "Will we be taking prisoners for ransom?" Rolf shook his head in an equally decisive no. "We kill them all, and then we're leaving. Just as soon as we have put the bishop and his papal bounty hunter to the sword, you'll get the longboats loaded. There is no justifying this bloody business to the Althing. We'll have to get the hell out of here and make for Greenland." Rolf's men followed his orders. They were all sober professional killers. By the time the bishop assembled his men down the street, Rolf's Vikings had all dressed in their armor and were ready to receive the unwelcome guests. The bishop halted his men far enough from the Red Wench that the sound of their arrival and dismounting wouldn't alert anyone inside. The bishop and the envoy selected the best of their men to accompany them through the front door. The remaining lesser garrison went around back to secure the Red Wench's rear servants' entrance. The bishop's guard captain pushed open the front door, then rushed into the Red Wench inn with his men close behind him. Some of them carried lanterns so that they had no chance of becoming lost in the dark. The hall was huge and easily accommodated the arriving men. They gathered in a defensive ring with their backs around the central fire pit as the guard captain gazed about to take stock of the situation. One of Rolf's sailors hid up in the rafters near the smoke hole in the roof. Balanced on the beam beside him was an open-topped keg of lamp oil. To taunt the soldiers, the man asked in his thick Gaelic accent, "You wouldn't be looking for me, would you now?" The bishop's soldiers turned in unison as they cast their gazes upward in time to watch the sailor tip the barrel over to dump its contents into the fire pit. Much of the oil splashed off the stone rim to splatter over men's cloaks. The rest of the flammable fluid went directly into the fire. The flames flared up into such a fearsome blaze that it burned away men's hair and beards in the instant. The man up in the rafters caught such a fearsome belch of heat that he leaped away to crash through a rickety table that served to break his fall. As the scorched guardsmen scattered away from the roaring fire, Rolf's Nordic buccaneers poured in on them from all sides. The gang of seafaring cutthroats brought shields and broadswords to bloody business. All of Rolf's men were seasoned veterans and particularly bloodthirsty even for murderous criminals. The bishop and the envoy walked in just in time to see their flaming soldiers screaming and dashing about in complete disorder. Burly Vikings hacked them down with brutal glee. The few soldiers with the wits about them to fight found themselves facing 3 and 4 opponents at once. The guard captain's cloak was ablaze, but he ignored it. His attention was on his sword and the men that came at him. He deflected a broadsword slash with his shield and then a second attack with his sword before he hacked a Viking's arm off in retaliation. 2 of the maimed man's vicious friends already struck at the captain. They plunged their rusty swords into the guard captain's bowels and so dispatched him. The garrison of soldiers at the rear entrance heard the horrific screams of their comrades, so they charged in to help. Rolf's pirates met them head-on and overmatched them. They easily hacked them into pieces without quarter. The bishop just stood frozen with terror, as did the corpulent envoy. By the time they found the courage to even run, Rolf and 3 of his best warriors had come up behind them outside the door and had them trapped. Rolf drove them inside with the point of his sword so they could witness his pirates executing the last of the wounded soldiers. Their savagery had spilled so much blood that the stone floor had broad, shimmering pools of it. Their boots tracked it everywhere in a nightmarish collage of prints. "You wanted to see me," Rolf reminded his prisoners. "Well, here I am." The envoy fumbled with his ivory rosary beads as he tried to harness enough courage to speak. "I have a special warrant from His Holiness the Pope in Rome," he stuttered with fear. "You are a wanted outlaw who must answer for many crimes." Rolf considered that. "I have raped, looted, and murdered more than my fair share, that's true. Every man in my 3 crews is wanted for something like that somewhere." He shouted to his men throughout the hall, "What do you say, boys? Is it time to break from tradition and turn ourselves over for burning or worse?" The pirates howled with evil laughter, then shouted a unanimous no. Many offered suggestions on gruesome ways the 2 priests should die. "Well, the crew has spoken," Rolf explained. "I'm inclined toward giving you a choice. You can fight each other with knives and the winner gets a quick death with my sword, or we can just have some sport with you both." The bishop was all too eager to dispatch his ignorant ally, so he reached for his dagger. The envoy responded by falling to his knees and blubbering tears. "I can't fight. I'm a man of peace and learning. You have to let me go. The Pope will pay you my weight in gold for my safe return." Rolf scratched at his beard as though he considered the offer. "Let me think about that." He gestured to a pair of his sailors. "Sit him on the rim of the fire and warm his feet while I ponder his proposal." The envoy pissed himself and made high-pitched screams as two huge Vikings grabbed him, then dragged him over to the fire pit. They easily lifted him off his feet, then sat him down on the searing hot stone rim with his booted feet fully in the enriched flames of the fire. Rolf listened to the envoy shriek for a moment before he turned his attention to the bishop. "I want you to deliver a message to the other bishops for me. Can you do that?" The offer tempted the bishop, since he might yet get out alive, and anything seemed preferable to a seat beside the envoy. "Yes," he agreed. "I'll take it all the way to Rome if I have to." "That won't be necessary." Rolf made a small gesture for 4 of his men to seize the bishop. "Tie him for a blood eagle," he ordered. "Let's be quick about it. It's going to be a long message." The Vikings seized the bishop, then stripped him of all his armor and elegant finery. They tied him between 2 posts in a standing spread eagle. "This is not necessary," the bishop cried. "I have gold, lots of gold. Let me go and you can have all of it." Rolf stepped around so he and the bishop could see face to face. "You wound me," Rolf complained. "Admittedly, gold means as much to you as it does to any Viking, but this is not about money. This is about faith." "I don't understand," the bishop blubbered. "Don't be a fool. Take my ransom." "Your one god wants to stamp out the many gods," Rolf reminded him. "Odin asked me to send a message to the followers of your one god on behalf of our many. You will be that message." Rolf drew his long knife to punctuate his point. The bishop howled in terror. "Save me, Lord!" "Now you understand," Rolf said as he prepared to make the first of many cuts into the bishop's flesh. "We shall see which of us has the more powerful god. You call to your god of peace, while I call to mine of death." With cruel precision, Rolf began to cut into the bishop's back. Rolf carved until he had transformed the bishop into a blood eagle. The bishop was a robust man. He lived until his lungs hung out of his back like a pair of hideous angelic wings. After that, he slowly asphyxiated to death. With his work done, Rolf cleaned his knife and his hands with a tavern wench's rag. "Time to go, boys," he told his men. "We'll be fighting this whole damn town if they find us here like this." "The men are ready," the first captain answered. Rolf led the way out the door. He and his men were about to sail for Greenland. Chapter 5. 10th Arrow. Fistilion had gone off to war on the Beathuk. It was late that same night that he had departed when Raining Sunshine awoke from a dream. She had dreamt that her husband had come to her in their bed, and he had been touching her, whispering sweet words and seducing her. The glorious climax to their union shocked her to consciousness. Silvertree had her nose snuggled into Raining Sunshine's ribs. She had one arm draped over her mistress with her fingers nestled in the new conjugal tresses. The warmth of her body and soft breathing made them snug under their blankets. The bed was a raised wooden platform that they padded with layers of pelts and blankets. A canopy of caribou pelts covered the platform to create a small bed chamber that was considerably warmer than the rest of the roundhouse where the fire had burned down to coals. They didn't waste firewood when it wasn't truly needed. Knowing she was awake, Raining Sunshine whispered to her servant, "Are you asleep?" If she were, Silvertree had to be only pretending, because she had taken such a practiced hand at manipulating the subject matter of her mistress's dreams. The girl made a sultry, purring sound from her naturally Beathuk mannerisms. "Did you think Black Eagle was handsome and brave?" By her tone, she obviously did. Raining Sunshine had been impressed. Black Eagle had come alone to her village armed with just a taunting stick. Only her husband had been man enough to stop him. She repositioned to get more warmth and pressure. They squirmed together over the romantic heroism of it all. "Black Eagle is going to be a great chief one day," Silvertree prophesied. "I see that in him. He will need a good woman, don't you think?" "You wanted him to just grab you and take you," Raining Sunshine whispered. "I saw it in your eyes." "It has been such a very long time," Silvertree whimpered. "I know it's just a foolish hope. I am happy now as I am serving you." An attentive husband had spoiled Raining Sunshine. It was their first night apart since they had married, and it was already painful. She empathized with Silvertree's plight. To comfort her lonely servant, Raining Sunshine played the hands of Black Eagle while they made candidly poetic praise of the Mohawk's gushing virility. After Silvertree was beyond the capacity for further flustering, Raining Sunshine went back to sleep, already on her way to repeating her earlier dream. As was her usual custom, Silvertree was up well before dawn. She built up the fire, then cooked a morning meal for everyone in the roundhouse. Because she couldn't go outside without a blindfold or gaze out the uncovered windows, Silvertree spent most of her time listening. She knew the time by the sounds of the animals nearby, and she listened to people talk as they walked close enough for her to hear. 3 elderly matrons gathered outside near the door, and Silvertree clearly overheard them speaking. He appointed himself as the banisher of the Wendigo, one said in defense of some earlier point. "We are simply arming him with the means to accomplish that feat." If we thrust out our wills so provocatively, a second softly spoken matron commented, who will suffer that terrible recoil when it all comes back home? No one ever has to pay, claimed the third woman. We shall make 9 arrows. Each of the 9 will bear only part of the complete incantations. So long as the 9th arrow is never cast or broken, no consequences will ever come from the other 8. They were in sufficient agreement to drop the matter, then approach the door. Slave girl, the first matron hissed through the drape of the doorway. Wake your mistress and tell her we wish to speak with her. Silvertree did just that. She threw open the caribou skin canopy and then yanked off Raining Sunshine's covers. 3 matrons are here to see you. It's cold and they're waiting outside. Raining Sunshine sat up, then took a moment to wrestle her way out of a pleasant sleep. Bring them in and offer them refreshment. I'll be right there. The old women came inside, then stood near the fire to warm themselves. Silvertree served them hot root tea, which was a refined delicacy they much appreciated. They also consumed some poached turkey eggs and buns of maize bread they slathered with honeyed sheep's butter. Raining Sunshine appeared promptly in a doe-skin robe. The 3 elderly women, the time and their moods, told her that they were going to tell her something that she would not like to hear. The outspoken matron asked her hostess, "Where is your father? We need him." Raining Sunshine honestly didn't know where he was. He has many friends. He must be visiting with one of them. The matron instructed, "Tell him to abandon anything else he is doing. He must craft for us 9 perfect arrows. They must have wooden points and fly as straight as sun rays. He must afford them the utmost ritual. The assembled matrons will do the rest once he is done. We'll want you to be there to help us," the third woman added. "We will take the arrows on dream walks and there bind them to moments to come when they will be needed. In that chosen moment they shall never fail to kill their appointed foe." Raining Sunshine agreed. "I'll tell my father your instructions and no one else." The first matron asked, "What about your Beathuk Longhouse harlot? Could she be trusted to keep this a secret?" "I make Silvertree privy to my most intimate confidences," Raining Sunshine replied coolly. The woman hated all things Beathuk and Silvertree especially. "Do you trust her that much?" Raining Sunshine answered without reservation. "I trust her sleeping against my husband with her knife concealed in the pelts. I absolutely trust her to respect her obligations to me." The matrons felt sufficiently satisfied to drop the matter. They thanked Raining Sunshine for her hospitality and then departed. Silvertree sat Raining Sunshine down and served her a meal while she detailed everything she had heard them say outside. After weighing it all, Raining Sunshine spoke her thoughts. "The matrons want to wield their considerable arts against the Wendigo, but they're too timid to accept the consequences, so they will present their arrows as a gift for my husband." Silvertree didn't like the sound of it at all. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to tell my father to make 10 arrows instead of 9. That's what you heard them say. 10. She didn't understand the reasoning. "Why give them 10? 1 is for me," Raining Sunshine explained. "Fastilian will never even see the real 9th arrow. I will replace it with my fake one, then keep the real one safe. The 9th arrow need not work for him since they never intended it to be used anyway. If they're lying and they do mean him to sacrifice himself with it, then I will have saved him." "Ah." Silvertree approved of the cunning scheme. "He would try and use them all too, even after you told him not to." She liked the flaw that ran so deep in her headstrong master. "He can be so moose-headed." Raining Sunshine could only agree. It was in Fastilian's nature to disregard caution and use the last arrow regardless of any potential consequences. She was not going to allow him to fall into that trap. Just to break the silence, she eventually asked, "Where is my father anyway?" Silvertree thought back on the details of her day. "He told me to put all the meat on the smoking rack into baskets because he was taking it to Widow Three Flowers and her 2 sisters. There's no telling when he will be home then," Raining Sunshine realized. "We'll go out ourselves to collect the materials he will need. The shafts and fletching must be freshly harvested. He needs a new bow," Silvertree suggested. "Like that one that broke." The broken bow still leaned against the wall as a reminder. Fastilian had built it to test his fullest strength. The upper limb had snapped on the first trial. With better wood, the design might have been his masterpiece. "We'll craft him a new bow too," Raining Sunshine pledged. "I know just the wood to use." Chapter 6. People of the Longhouse. While Fastilian sailed north through the night, none of them slept and everyone was typically silent. Black Eagle was from one of many Iroquois tribes who lived upon a vast island. Alvido had encountered them while he prospected for iron ore. During his stay many years earlier, he had told them stories of ancient Greece, republics, and Christian doctrine. In the time since, his foreign ideas had spread to their natural fruition. The Council of Great Chiefs governed the whole island under a unifying alliance. They had made a pact of mutual nonviolence and guaranteed military assistance. The new system had made everyone prosper handsomely. Under Black Eagle's guidance, they sailed up a river by morning sunlight and tied off the boat on the forested bank. They had too much cargo to transport through the forest in a single trip. They selected the weapons, alcohol, and Red Fox's body to take with them immediately. The village was a league inland on the highest hill over the river. Never before had a village occupied the site. The trees had been too massive for them to safely remove. Rather than being shelter, such trees were magnets for lightning and produced deadly falling missiles when their mighty branches fell from stormy winds or the weight of wintry ice. New steel axes had changed that. An epic longhouse crowned the deforested hill, and 2 tall palisades ringed it further down the slope. The longhouse was 200 paces long, 20 paces wide, and 3 stories tall. Huge sheets of bark the Mohawk had peeled from gigantic trees covered the longhouse's elegant curve. 3 smaller longhouses stood around the larger lodge. They were puny beside the Mohawk castle. As they climbed the hill, they passed among the community's gardens. More rings of posts held back earth into level terraces. The whole hill was plump with late summer crops of maize, beans, and squash. More bark formed gutters among the crops and a simple but effective network of irrigation. When they reached the gateway to the outermost palisade, 20 Mohawk warriors stepped out to confront them. The warriors carried flint-pointed spears and some bows with like-fashioned arrows. Tall bands of spiked hair ran down the center of their heads in a sweeping crest like Fistillion's new helmet. Tradition reserved the fashion for their men who had proved themselves in battle. To them it was a mandatory style for any great warrior. Black Eagle spoke to the men in their tongue, since they knew him as a kinsman and heard him out. They readily accepted his explanation, then the warriors relaxed their hostility, yet remained cautious. The warriors escorted them the rest of the way to the great longhouse. Many hunting dogs patrolled their inner compound. They frenziedly sniffed at all the visitors. If the need ever came, the pack could find them no matter where they ran or how fast. Word spread quickly that Red Fox was dead and that a Beothuk shaman had possessed Stormow. Many of the women wailed with grief, and warriors swore oath to avenge them both. The head man of the longhouse came outside to meet the visitors. He was a mature warrior in a jacket of quilted porcupine quills. Tied feathers kept his stripe of hair up straight and made it considerably taller as well. He carried a wrought iron planking axe with its broad offset blade suitable for shaving timbers. The headman asked Fistilion and Micmac Algonquin, "Tell me why I should not take everything you own, then have my dogs chase you off our island." "My name is Fistilion. I come as the emissary of my father, Alvido in Vinland. He sends gifts for your great chiefs and has respect for your courageous people. He named you as men of wisdom." The name of Alvido softened the headman's posture. "The White Father is a wise teacher, and we are good pupils, but we are warriors too. You come here uninvited with the corpse of one of my kinsmen and expect hospitality. What have you, son of the White Father, ever done for the people of the Bear Clan Longhouse?" Fistilion reached in his sea bag, then pulled out his father's journal on waging war. "I bring this. It is a record of my father's wisdom on war. I bring his secrets and special weapons to arm men willing to follow me against the Beothuk." The headman asked, "What makes you think that the Bear Clan is at war with the Beothuk?" Fistilion gestured to the mutilated dead man. "Besides him, I would mention that they're eating people." Yes, the headman admitted to having heard that story before, and he remained skeptical. "We're quite familiar with the Micmac tradition for spreading vile names for their neighbors. They call us man-eaters too down in the south. That does not make it so." Fistilion said, "Black Eagle was there as a witness for your people. When you unwrap his brother's body, you're going to find that he's not all there." The headman made his decision promptly and without ceremony. "You will be welcomed as is fitting for the son of the White Father. The other great council chiefs are already on their way here. They will arrive in 3 days, and I will host a feast that will last for days. You can give them the gifts from your father. Then as a council we will debate the merits of your advice and your war." He extended Fistilion his arm. "I am Shakes Rattle. You will be my guest until this business has been resolved." Fistilion heartily accepted, and they sealed their new relationship with a locking of forearms. "I have a lot more baggage down in my boat. We'll need to go back for it." "I'll lend you as many women as you need to haul it for you," Shakes Rattle offered casually. "They're getting lazier every day. They could use the exercise." The 2 Norsemen and the 2 Micmac volunteered to return with the boarders for the rest of their baggage. Shakes Rattle led Fistilion into the longhouse. Like the palisades, it had a small entryway they specially built so low that people had to duck their heads to enter. It made them more defensible in times of conflict. A grand central corridor bisected the great hall. It had 30 circular stone fire pits spaced out evenly along its length. The corridor passed between massive wooden piles that supported hip-high plank decks. Stout walls of woven saplings and bark panels divided each deck into 30 private chambers. Equally solid wooden ceilings covered each living space and also created a second-story deck. The front of each apartment had stitched caribou skin curtains which they could seal or remove completely depending on the season. Each fire pit served the two family rooms on the opposing sides of it. Various possessions, firewood, and food stores occupied the spaces beneath the platforms. The huge Mohawk clan filled the vast lodge to its full capacity. Most of the chambers held two families. They were a proud, wealthy, and prospering people. Your great longhouse impresses me beyond words. Fistilian praised the Mohawk and his people's skill for lofty construction. It must surely be the largest hall in all the world. Our next longhouse will be even larger, Shakes Rattle boasted. We're already clearing the hill and setting the piles for it. My people have grown too numerous for even this mighty longhouse. Shakes Rattle's room was the last one on the right side. Across from him was his wife's family. You will eat at my fire and have one of the small longhouses to sleep in, the headman offered. I mean you no disrespect, Shakes Rattle, Fistilian began, but I did not come here to wait for councils to make decisions. I came to bring you the body of Red Fox and take with me those Mohawk warriors interested in avenging their kinsman. The voice of an old hag spoke up from behind Fistilian. How long has it been since you have slept, Matsulan? Rest now and later you can speak of plans. Hardly anyone knew Fistilian's secret name given to him by his mother. He saw that the old woman was ancient. She was a century old or more. You know that name? And much more, she bragged with a gapped smile. First you rest, then you can talk. The old crone waved forward a trio of young Mohawk maids. They were unmarried beauties of the chief's line. My many great-granddaughters will attend to you while you are staying with us. The depth of the old woman's hospitality appalled Shakes Rattle. You are sending my three precious daughters to a stranger's bed? The crone waved off his worries as though they were nothing. You should only be so lucky to have your daughters catch the rain that falls from the likes of him. She directed her orders at her thrice great-granddaughters. Do whatever he asks of you. When she sensed some complaint rising in them, she headed it off with a threat. If he beats you for not listening, so much the better. Now show him his longhouse. Fistilian's companions unloaded his boat's cargo, then brought it to the village where they placed it in their guest longhouse for safekeeping. Ulrich stomped in, then dropped a heavy bundle of shields. He found Fistilian sitting naked on a simple wooden bench that straddled the drainage trench that divided the longhouse's floor. Round river stones lined the trench, which was not any sort of latrine. The chief's daughters worked together serving him. One held a book open for him and turned the pages on command. The second served him wine and fed him with her fingers from an assortment of local dishes the chief had sent over from his personal stores. The third washed his body with water and strong soap that Fistilian had brought with him from Vinland. The washing girl had finished soaping his body, then busied herself shaving off the stubble of his hair using Fistilian's wood steel tomahawk as a quite serviceable razor. The book was Alvido's war commentaries. Fistilian studied how the Romans and Greeks had waged war. The formations of their legions and the tactics of their maneuvering were the issues he pondered when the crew staggered in with their burdens. As he took a heavy seat at the table with the food, Ulrich asked, "So what happens next?" He already had his knife in hand to begin feasting. "Food and sleep," Fistilian declared. "Tonight we will practice some maneuvers with the new equipment. I want to see what I can expect from people." Fistilian smoked from a tobacco pipe a girl handed him, drank some wine, and then returned to Ulrich. "You're now my infantry commander. It will be your job to get the spearmen working in unison." The others in the room perked up with interest into what they were going to be doing. Fistilian caught the attention of Watch's Sky. "You're my archery commander. The two of you will be enough to get us started." Once Fistilian had eaten his fill, he felt exhausted. He went to a bed and therein slept for the whole of the day. The three maids watched over Fistilian, but he never made any further demands of them. At sunset they all feasted together. When that finished, Fistilian summoned them to follow him. For now, every man needs a shield and a spear. He had one of the maids bring his book along in case he needed to refresh some idea. His 6 men gathered in the yard so prepared. Fistilian marshaled them in a line. In only a brief time he explained the simple list of maneuvers he wanted them to execute on his command. They could form a single line or stand 2 deep. Spears went up and spears went down. They moved forward and back. They could raise their spears, turn around, and then lower them again for a swift reverse of direction. Last of all, he taught them to form a shield fence by lining up their shields and horizontal spears all locked together in a wall that more ranks of spearmen and archers could attack through from safety. A great audience of Mohawk gathered to watch the men practice their new form of warfare. It was because Fistilian's men were all such superb warriors and already familiar with spears that he got them to comprehend his intentions so quickly. Fistilian got his bow for the full demonstration to the Mohawk tribe. He followed behind his crew as they formed a line with shields touching abreast and spears poised for thrusting. "This is how we will face the Beothuk and destroy them," Fistilian decreed. "We will not fight them man to man, but as a cooperative force." Shake's rattle was impressed. "I want to see this with more men. Can you do this?" "We have many more shields and spears," Fistilian answered affirmatively. The Mohawk chief summoned up all his best young athletes, then sent them out to join Fistilian's phalanx. The warriors took spears and shields from the guest longhouse. Since they had already seen the maneuvers performed, they had little difficulty taking instruction in them. The men lacked synchronicity, but their potential was already apparent. When ranked 3 deep, their formation was an impenetrable barricade that could advance swiftly as a dense thicket of steel lances. Near to Shake's rattle was the chief's youngest brother, Flint Snake. He was envious of the way Fistilian marshaled such enthusiasm from the warriors of his longhouse. His ambition to have the position for himself knew no bounds. As he made his way to open ground between the spearmen and the audience, Flint Snake bellowed, "I should lead this war party. This Fistilian is little more than a boy. He can be my chief lieutenant and learn about real war from a Mohawk." Fistilian pushed through his phalanx to face Flint Snake. "I don't need your help. The spears and shields are mine. If I cannot find willing men here, I will get them elsewhere." "We can take your spears and your shields," Flint Snake boasted. "In times of impending war, such extreme acts are called for." "If I ever come to think that you intend to rob me," Fistilian warned, "you will be the first to know it because I'll be cutting your throat." Flint Snake hoped for an excuse to eliminate Fistilian completely. "I questioned your worth as a man. You defile my nieces. You walk around our village like you are some sort of visiting chief. I think you're a dog and a coward." "You can test me with any weapon you think you know how to use," Fistilian replied in kind. "I have nothing to fear. The gods have promised me that I will live to see the end of my war. To them you must already be dead." Fistilian's relaxed attitude and prophesizing of God-spoken destiny infuriated Flint Snake. He wanted to choke Fistilian to death with his bare hands. Flint Snake was both shorter and less athletic, so he promptly thought better of that first hasty solution. Because Flint Snake knew that Fistilian would have his fabulous swords and perhaps fine armor as well, he wanted to avoid those if he could. "Just tomahawks," Flint Snake hissed, "right now." It was the one thing that he felt he had the clear advantage in over Fistilian. Orlo ran into the longhouse to get Fistilian's tomahawk that the women had used to shave his head during his bath. He came back then armed Fistilian with it. In that time, some secondary had armed Flint Snake in kind. His tomahawk had a flint blade of unsurpassed sharpness and superb balance for a stone weapon. Everyone cleared the center ground for the duel. No one stood behind the combatants either. Flying tomahawks might accidentally strike someone who stood there. "You're not a man of any consequence," Fistilian told Flint Snake. "I won't drag this out with your flowery speeches. Show me something. I want to see the Flint Snake bite." Flint Snake closed on Fistilian in a low simian run. His posture was an awkward compromise between running and being ready to effectively hurl his tomahawk. Fistilian feinted throwing his tomahawk, which startled Flint Snake into a cringing preparation to dodge the throw. The ruse shamed the Mohawk and further enraged him. He tried to embarrass Fistilian with a feint of his own. Fistilian made no response, which was so intolerable to Flint Snake that he threw his tomahawk for real. In the moment of that attack, Fistilian started to see everything in serene slow motion. It stretched all sounds into a droning. If a hummingbird were to have happened by, Fistilian could have admired the individual strokes of its wings. He watched Flint Snake's tomahawk twirl as it approached. Fistilian had only to lean back and then turn to his side as he watched the weapon harmlessly pass by the tip of his nose. As Fistilian straightened up, he already gathered momentum for throwing his own tomahawk. Just as the axe left Fistilian's fingertips, his perceptions reverted back to their humble norm, where his axe traveled too fast for him to see as more than a blur. Flint Snake staggered back as the tomahawk buried itself in his sternum. He wobbled, lost his legs, and then spilled into a heap. The axe had cut into his heart, and so his death came swift and certain. Ulrich stepped up, then slapped Fistilian on his back. "Well done, Captain. Just when I thought he had killed you, you slipped out of the way, then dropped him dead. It will make it that much easier for us to get the spearmen and archers we need," Fistilian said in Norse so their host could not overhear. "We can practice maneuvering while we wait for their great chiefs to have their council." Men carried off Flint Snake's body. The Mohawks considered the matter settled. They gave Fistilian his tomahawk and Flint Snake's also. Fistilian gave the flint tomahawk to Sleeping Wolf, since the Micmac found it far more appealing than Fistilian did. After Fistilian's demonstration, Mohawk men volunteered until all 25 sets of shield and spear were in use. Another 20 Mohawk men joined the phalanx using spears and shields of their local manufacture. Another dozen brought bows to form up the archery element. They practiced maneuvering in unison until late in the night. Fistilian didn't want to drill them during the day when some Beothuk spy might be able to see what they were doing from afar. By midnight, Ulrich directed the training of the spearmen as their commander. He introduced sidestepping and wedge formations. His favorite phalanx formation was 10 men abreast. The front rank had the best shields but the weakest spears. The second, third, and fourth ranks had the steel spears. While the men up front concentrated solely on fending off frontal attacks, the men of deeper ranks would do the real killing. The phalanx diminished the concept of a personal opponent. The easiest man to spear was one who fought against someone else. The best way to kill the man in front of a warrior was for that man to get him to expose himself to the thrusting spears of the men to either side. When they had finished, Fistilian found that the ancient woman was with his 3 servant girls in his longhouse. The crone seated herself on a thick pile of pelts that the girls had set up for her. He had just killed a man in a duel and then been forming up a competent army, so Fistilian was too exhausted to treat the old woman with anything but casual familiarity. With gestures, he got the 3 girls to perform the tasks he had taught them earlier. As though that might be the reason for her visit, Fistilian asked, "Are you angry that I killed Flint Snake?" He was a treacherous and greedy fool, the old woman admitted without regret for the man. "We're better off without him. He was asking to be chief of the smaller longhouse when the clan divided. Now we know he was unfit for such a considerable duty." Fistilian asked, "And my name?" The youngest servant undressed him, then sat him on his seat for his bath. Another gave him a drink of wine. The third left the book aside. Instead, she held a pipe of Fistilian's preferred mixture of tobacco and other potent herbs. "The White Father told me about this meeting with your mother," the old woman explained. "I dream in visions as well, and I have seen your spirit guide. He is the Cat Lord, the Prince of Panthers. I saw the one-eyed god of Vinland with his handsome son, who is as beautiful as the secret folk who hide in deepest woods. I saw the feathered god, who is the supreme majesty of the golden south." She paused to smell the smoke that wafted from his pipe. "And I saw you, Matzalan. Your stepfather calls you Fistilian, but I call you Caller of Crows." Fistilian had never been called by the name Caller of Crows. It did remind him of something he had kept in the back of his mind. There were 2 crows at the end of his vision. One was splendidly handsome and the other haggard and crooked. They answered his questions as would an oracle. Fistilian had never seen them since and never pondered the act of calling them when he needed them. "Call them for me now," the old woman requested. "Have your crows answer a question for me. I will reward you lavishly in return." Fistilian only needed to be certain that he wanted them to appear, then the 2 crows flew in through the smoke hole and then landed on the overhead rafter. The prim crow was strong and graceful. Its ugly counterpart made excessively noisy flapping to finally get stationary on its perch. "I have lived a very long time, Matzalan," the old woman explained, "but I have not even come close to seeing enough. I want to know what becomes of my people. If I could live to be 1,000 years old, would I see that my Mohawk people were still the builders of the tallest longhouses in all the lands?" The crows did nothing and said nothing. Fistilian spoke to them. "Well, what say you of the future 10 centuries from today? Will the Mohawk people still be the craftsmen of the tallest lodges?" The handsome crow fell from his perch in a graceful spiral. After landing on the floor, it danced in a circle, bowing and extending its wings ceremoniously. At the end, it called 3 times in a powerful voice and then returned to its aerial roost. The old crone had tears of joy in her eyes. Her body might die that day, but she would not mind because her spirit would go on soaring forever. "Thank you, Calls Crows. I feared time would wash away all memory of my nation. Now I know we not only endure, we also remain proud and worthy of distinction. And now you shall have your reward that I promised. My grandson was in the area of your Micmac village that year your mother came. All about the village was a new breed of puppies with light golden pelts. He saw the value in them right away and purchased them all at considerable expense. My family has bred those dogs over the years, ever refining the blood. I see you have no dog, as every great warrior should. I will give you one of them." 2 young girls not half their age to marriage led in a pack of golden-haired dogs. 4 puppies bounced along after 3 fully grown adults. One of the adults was a brawny male. All were magnificent specimens, unlike any dogs in all the nations. Fistilian recognized the animals as being the same breed as those that belonged to his mother's people. Her war dogs had sired pups during their brief visit to the north. Clever Mohawk breeding had captured their essence. Fistilian knew he had to have one. "Come here, dog," Fistilian said to summon the male, using the Mohawk word for dog while he also patted his leg. "Let me have a closer look at you." The dog responded by sitting down and licking his scrotum. "If you want to see me up close," the dog spoke in a way that only Fistilian heard, "then get down here and lick this for me." The dog snorted in a guffaw of indignant disgust, as if I would grovel to some half-wit puppy boy who is not even stud enough to take the 3 fine 2-legged bitches the old woman provided for him. You disgust me. If I were you, all 3 would be birthing litters by next spring. The voice in his head dumbfounded Fistilian. He wondered if it was some fantasy concocted by his drinking and smoking. Then he recalled that during his vision he had seen that the dogs of his mother's people were unnaturally intelligent and capable. As a descendant of that ancient blood, Fistilian had the gift of hearing the dog's secret voice. I am no puppy boy, Fistilian told the dog with confidence. If you knew the woman that awaited me at home, you would understand why these 3 do not interest me in that way. It was the dog's turn to experience surprise. He had never had anyone hear his diatribes. He made an attentive scenting of Fistilian. It revealed that he did have the lingering scent of some gratified female all over him. You certainly are big enough, the dog admitted appreciatively. You have access to knowledge I will never learn by staying here. I'm sure I could make something of you, and you are obviously in desperate need of someone to advise you. You will always have plenty to eat, Fistilian pledged, and you can sleep by the fire. We can finalize the negotiations once I've seen the rest of what I've got to work with, the dog replied as he approached Fistilian. He lay across Fistilian's moccasin so that his new human could scratch his neck. Just remember, I don't wear a leash, I don't work, and I definitely don't pull sleds. This is the dog for me, Fistilian told the old woman. There is a bond between us like there was between his ancestors and mine. The old woman wanted to go tell her village what she had learned of her people's glorious future. The servant girls helped her up, then gathered her pelts. I'm glad you're pleased, she told him as she hobbled out. We both are. Fistilian filled a platter with meat and set it on the floor for his dog. He decided the word dog in Mohawk was suitable for a name. Eat up, dog. There is plenty more if you want it. Fistilian sat on his bed to drink some wine, then noticed that the 2 crows still waited overhead, prepared to answer another question for him. He asked the crows, Are the Wendigo shamans planning to attack the iron mine? The handsome crow made a single call to answer yes. Fistilian asked, Will I get there before they do? The appealing crow repeated his loud affirmation a second time. He asked, Will we win the battle? The crow answered yes a third time, then both his birds flapped up and away out the smoke hole. You should have consulted with me first, Dog told him. It would have been better to ask if you win the war. I already know I don't win the war, Fistilian commented somewhat sourly. I want to hurt them as much as I can before they finally get the better of me. Chapter 7 Hoplites of the West. All the great chiefs of the Mohawk arrived on the same morning. Each chief brought a score of his best warriors as a personal escort, which befitted their station as a leader of a tribe. For them to bring more of their men would have endangered the defense of their home villages. The great chiefs assembled their council at the Mohawk Bear Clan chief's fire. After they had deliberated and passed the tobacco pipe around several times, they sent for Fistilian to come and speak for his stepfather, their friend Alvido the White Father. Black Eagle brought the summons to Fistilian. Because Alvido had specified that the axes he sent were gifts from the Isle of Vinland, Fistilian thought it appropriate for Ulrich and Valdar to accompany him, to if nothing else carry the 6 steel axes. Fistilian had Orlo help him dress in his new armor. Orlo cleverly reasoned out the nature of the many straps and fasteners so that Fistilian's armor was in perfect adjustment. The great Mohawk feather crest on the helmet was a prophetically imposing symbol for the Mohawk warrior caste. The 3 men marched over to the great longhouse. A dozen burly Mohawk warriors escorted them inside. All the great chiefs were older men with heavy coup bonnets. They were not all Mohawk, as Shakes Rattle was. The others were leaders of distant related nations who shared the common Iroquois ancestry, which included living on that same vast island. Come and deliver your message, Shakes Rattle invited Fistilian. Sit among us and share our pipe. The emanations of many wise men are carried by its smoke. Fistilian stepped forward, and as the firelight illuminated his armor, the chieftains were in awe. He was their vision of an avatar for some Mohawk god of battle, like of the Greek god Mars. The Mohawk crest of his helmet was a heroic inspiration. The impenetrability of his woot steel skin was no less than a display of the most powerful magic. One of the chiefs asked Fistilian, Where did you get your metal skin? Alvido crafted it for me, Fistilian replied, with help from men from the village of Stromfjord. When they heard that Alvido was behind it, the whole council nodded knowingly in belief that he was the sort of man who could craft something so amazing. The people of Vinland have sent gifts for the chiefs of the Great Council, Fistilian announced. The people of Vinland wish to show their respect and appreciation for the friendship of your wise and powerful nations. The great chief of the Cayuga tribes responded to the flattery. The Vinlanders hunt whales and seals on the traditional hunting grounds of the nations we represent with his council. It is not enough that there are plenty of walrus for us all. There is a matter of respect to be paid. Each year they leave us axes, knives, and cooking kettles. This is good. So long as they do not forget that this tribute is due us and not just a courtesy, I see our friendship growing. Allow me to present the gifts the men of Vinland have sent for you." Fistilion began handing the axes out one at a time. He began with Shake's rattle because it was his longhouse. Then he continued around to that chief's left so as to not offend any of the others. The chief seated at Shake's rattle's right hand obviously was in special enough favor already, so he did not mind being last. The axes were all identical. They were heavy work tools of polished steel. They had long, broad blades that would withstand many visits to a whetstone. The Council of Great Chiefs was more than pleased with their lavish presents. "The axe is sacred to us," Shake's rattle said for them all. "With an axe such as this," he held his up to reflect the firelight, "no tree is too large for us to fell. Each of these axes is like the gift of a mighty longhouse, even greater than the one that shelters us now. These gifts from the people of Vinland are generous. They are a clear expression of respect and friendship. No one who gazes upon them could deny that they are splendid beyond measure. I speak for this council as I call the Vinlanders our friends. Come sit with us, Fistilion, son of the White Father, and share our council pipe and partake in words of wisdom." Fistilion set his helmet aside, then sat at their fire. He smoked from their pipe and spoke of his plans to defend the mine and to ambush the Beothuk forces that would come to destroy it. "You are asking our men to risk their lives to protect resources belonging to Vinland and the Micmac," one of the chiefs said. "While that may be wisdom to your ears, it is not nearly so reasonable to mine. Your compensation will be that all the men you send with me will be allowed to keep any equipment I provide them with," Fistilion offered. "You will also gain men who will be skilled to fight in the way I am teaching them. The Beothuk will come against you sooner or later. Would it not be best if they pissed their loincloths at the thought of seeing another Mohawk crest? Putting aside old differences and working together is the fast path to friendship," the Cayuga chief said wisely. "If we are the heroes of the Vinland-Micmac War, I think we would be favorably treated with gifts and trade." The council sent Fistilion away so they could reach their final decision in privacy. Fistilion went back to his longhouse with Ulrich and Valdar. The three maids fawned over Fistilion when he returned because they had grown enamored of him. He was young, handsome, and already a great warrior. Each of them dreamed of having a husband the likes of him. To appease their need to show him their willing affections, Fistilion sat for a bath and some time to study Elvido's commentaries. The book stressed using what Elvido called integrated forces. Instead of one kind of soldier, he recommended a mixture of types that supported one another. Hoplites were supposed to be a phalanx of heavy infantry. Heavy infantry meant heavy armor. Fistilion summoned Orlo. "What do you know of making armor?" The man scratched his beard. "For more than 20 men, and right quick, I take it? The best you could hope to get is walrus skin, caribou leather, or something like that." Fistilion took his intentions to Black Eagle, who then went to see if the Mohawk chief would supply those materials. While Black Eagle was away on that mission, Fistilion had Orlo open the chest that contained the 3 steel-ringed burnies Elvido had provided. Ulrich had his own suit of armor already, so he advised Fistilion, "Sleeping Wolf needs one of them. Valdar needs one as well. They'll both be standing with me at the center of the first rank. As my lieutenants, they will each command 1/3 of the spearmen. Each of us will have," he counted off on his fingers, "about 3 hands count of men apiece." He was uncertain about the last one. "What about this third suit? Should Black Eagle have it?" "No," Fistilion answered. "I have other plans for him. He is on the cavalry squad." He considered questioning why Ulrich would make Valdar a leader of men, but then he realized that Valdar would understand his commands in the heat of battle, whereas the Mohawk came with inherent difficulties for clear communication. Valdar asked in confusion, "Cavalry? We don't have any horses. I've never even seen one." Sleeping Wolf added to the question in one of his rare utterances, "Horses? They're animals that cavalry warriors ride into battle," Fistilion explained. "They're like giant deer with no antlers that would carry men that sat upon their backs. But that is not important right now. In Markland, it is speed of foot that matters. I will use running instead of horses. The runners rush out to make quick strikes and then lead the enemy back into the spears and arrows of everyone else. My father calls them skirmishers." Ulrich asked, "Who else is in this cavalry?" "Just him at the moment," Fistilion replied with his attention on his book as he searched for something he had seen earlier. "Sounds more like the rabbit to me," Ulrich laughed. "I can see why he would not want to be wearing a heavy hauberk while they chased him. Where are you going to be in all this?" Fistilion told him, "According to my father, as the commander, I could stay in the rear and direct my men from where I can observe the whole battle. Since I don't have any battle standards, drums, or horns, I would have no way of sending orders. I don't have that many men anyway. Under these conditions, he recommends something more Julius Caesar. I'll dress in my armor and lead from wherever the action is heaviest." The tobacco girl whispered into Fistilion's ear as she offered him the pipe, "Take me for a walk in the gardens. No one needs to know I tended to you." Perhaps later, Fistilian lied in an effort to not hurt her feelings. Betting all three of them was the Norse thing to do. Even the Micmac in him was inclined toward that, but Raining Sunshine was whom he longed for. Black Eagle returned with Shake's rattle in his company. The chief approached Fistilian and had to swallow to restrain his reaction over seeing his daughters tending to him. "The Great Council has agreed to side with you," he announced. "I will support you for now, and if you're successful, the nations will unite their forces to form a great army like this land has never seen before. For now I will lend you the men you have been training with the spears and another 14 skilled with the bow." The news pleased Fistilian. "And the hides we need to make them armor?" The chief promised. "You will have that as well, all that you need." Fistilian asked, "Can you have your people bring it to me right away? We're in a hurry." "I'll do it now," Shake's rattle assured him. "Is there anything else?" Fistilian had other requests. These men need food to sustain them, war canoes to travel in, and perhaps other things as well. "I'll provide all that they'll require." Shake's rattle committed himself to the war effort. "I shall rely on you to do all the rest. When will you be leaving?" "I'm not sure yet," Fistilian admitted. "We need time to fashion the armor. When that is complete, we'll be on our way." "Our women are skilled in cutting hides." Shake's rattle offered their services. "I'll send some of them to you to help with the work. That axe you gave me is worth more to us than all the skins and provisions we have. Where the lives of my men are concerned, I would leave nothing to chance. Just be sure that you don't get them all killed." Fistilian already knew he would be victorious. "Your men will return to you with many coups to tell about at your fires. I will lead them, but the honors will come from Mohawk courage." Shake's rattle departed to fulfill his promises. As soon as he was gone, Ulrich spoke out. "How did their chief get such a cradle name as Shake's rattle?" "It is no reverence to a baby's toy," Black Eagle answered. "He earned that name as a boy. While climbing a cliff, he killed a pair of rattlesnakes with one bare hand and his teeth." A small army of Mohawk women delivered the hides to Fistilian and his men. They worked under the directions of Orlo in cutting the slab-thick skins into armor. Orlo took measurements of the men with a string and then scribed the designs with a piece of charcoal. The women used wooden mallets along with steel blades that Fistilian and his men provided. They swiftly made the patterns into effective armor. Leather thongs became the fasteners and bindings. When they had completed the work, each spearman had armor from his elbows to his knees in the exceptionally heavy skin of walrus. Everyone ate, then slept, before they gathered at dawn to depart. Shake's rattle provided massive war canoes and loads of provisions. Porters helped transport everything down to Fistilian's yawl, where they loaded the vessels and set the seating arrangements. The 3 lateen sails on Fistilian's yawl made it especially well suited for harnessing winds even from the most unfavorable of directions. He towed the canoes in a string by a heavy hemp line. Even with the extra drag, they made faster progress than the canoes could do by paddles alone. They all headed down the river and then out to sea. After they successfully reached the mainland, Fistilian followed the coast south until they entered a great bay fed by a sluggish river. The incoming fresh water was brown with rich sediment that washed away from the tributaries in the high country. The Elysian Fortitude forced its way in against the current. Fistilian tuned his 3 fully unfurled sails to capture every last zephyr of wind until he had them tight. It took all of a day for a voyage from the land of the Iroquois to the anchorage near the iron mine. The mine was not on the river, nor was its location in any way obvious. Fistilian sailed off the river when he came to a fen-filled, stagnant arm of water. A change in the river's course had left a horseshoe lake of which the lower end still attached to the river. The water turned shallow, and water plants choked it from shore to shore. Fistilian had sailed his father back and forth from the mine many times. He knew the narrow course that led through the inhospitable marsh with its clouds of biting insects. They tied off at a pier on the north side at the back of the arm. It was a solid structure that could support the weight of many men as they carried heavy burdens. Ulrich got the men to work unloading the longboat and canoes while Fistilian furled his sails. Valdar was a skilled sailor, so he helped Fistilian. "How do you know the Beathuk are not going to come here then burn the boat while we're at the mine?" Dog sat nearby listening, then spoke in that way only Fistilian could hear. "The boat will be safe here. They're coming on foot from the west." "The boat will be safe," Fistilian repeated for Valdar. "They're not coming in canoes. They will hike in from the west." The Norseman asked, "How can you be sure?" Fistilian actually wasn't sure, so he turned to Dog for confirmation. "How sure are you that they're not going to come this way?" "I know what I know," was Dog's cryptic answer. "I've never been wrong before. You don't even have the sense to mount fine Mohawk bitches." "He's sure of it," Fistilian confirmed for Valdar. The young Norseman laughed since Fistilian had asked his dogs, so it had to be a joke. A hard-packed trail led from the pier to the mine. Fistilian and his men carried heavy burdens as they marched. They reached the mine before they needed to stop for rest. Such was their endurance and the modest distance involved. Miners had carved a small valley into a hillside in their determined quest for iron ore. When the ore deposit descended into the hill, the miners had stopped strip mining and then tunneled after it. A bark-roofed lodge covered the uppermost end of the valley. It was the shelter for the miners and also kept rain from flooding their subterranean excavations. The miners' dogs began to bark when Fistillion's group approached the camp. When lookouts saw a large force of Mohawk warriors advancing toward them, they immediately assumed the worst. The miners scrambled for their weapons so they could defend themselves against what they thought was a band of Iroquois raiders. Watch's Sky and Sleeping Wolf went forward, then called out to reassure the miners that all was well because allies were at hand. The miners knew both Micmac men and Fistillion as well. The three Norsemen stood out as further proof that the approaching warriors were of a friendly alliance. 16 miners came out from the shelter. 12 of them had iron picks or massive mattocks. 4 of them carried bows, and they had arrows nocked just in case their visitors had tricked them into coming out so that they could attack them. "We're here to defend the mine," Fistillion spoke as the leader of his men. "The Beothuk may be coming. If they do show up, they will never leave." Fistillion knew for certain that the Beothuk were on their way. He saw that no good could come from telling the miners, since fear was not one of his allies. Chapter 8. Young Roots. Raining Sunshine went out that next morning with the blindfolded Silvertree in tow. Once they were deep in the forest, she removed the blindfold. They made their way to the remains of what was once a great-grandfather ash. The tree had formerly been the height of 25 men, but then a stroke of lightning had toppled it. The awesome power of its living roots had reasserted themselves into creating a new trunk. That tree reborn was of a modest size, but it was robust in proportion to its ancient roots. Raining Sunshine used a tomahawk to remove a seasoned limb from the toppled wooden titan. The staff she selected would be ideal for her construction of a new bow. She harvested more wood for the new arrows. Silvertree stood guard while Raining Sunshine clambered about in the boughs of the fallen tree. Just as soon as Raining Sunshine had what she came for, they walked back home. They had many other chores still ahead of them to keep them busy that day. Fistillion's failed archetype bow was the model Raining Sunshine used when she began carving its replacement from the bough she had taken. The grain of the wood was integral to the design of the longbow. The outer edge of the heartwood made the forward spine, while the springier pulp formed the interior of the limbs. The longbow needed to flex evenly along its entire length. Fistillion had carefully measured its dimensions to accommodate his personal length of draw. He had also built a custom bowmaker's bench to aid him in the construction. Silvertree busied herself cooking a special banquet that would distract Twisted Feathers when he got home. Raining Sunshine wanted him pliable when she mentioned to him that he needed to make the arrows for the village matrons as they had requested. If he became too curious, then asked the wrong questions, her scheme to discreetly get 10 arrows rather than the original 9 might unravel. While Silvertree cooked, Raining Sunshine went down to the turkey pens by the river. She took her time selecting feathers for the fletching on the 10 arrows. She chose only the most flawless feathers of exactly the right size. Twisted Feathers came home just after dark. He had hunted all that morning and then again in the afternoon, so he was hungry and tired. The long walks back and forth to the hunting grounds explained why women did so much of the work at home. Hunting was an exhaustive endeavor even on younger men. Upon first entering his home, the sense of the ready feast had him greatly distracted. "It smells delicious," he said pleasantly. "What is the special occasion?" "Nothing special," Raining Sunshine said as she brought him a cup of root tea. Twisted Feathers took his seat, then Silvertree brought him a dish of food. He eagerly began to eat with his fingers, then asked between mouthfuls, "So what have you two been up to today?" "I'm making Fistillion a new bow," Raining Sunshine informed him. "I want to try and make one like the one he broke." He just nodded to show he paid attention to her. "Is anything else going on?" "Oh, there is," she answered. "Now that you mention it, some of the matrons came by earlier looking for you. They asked me to tell you that they would like you to make 10 special arrows with wooden points for a ceremony they're planning. I already collected the wood and the feathers." Special ceremonial arrows. He mused over the idea. What else? Raining Sunshine did her best to make the issue seem irrelevant to her. "They did mention that they would like you to keep it a secret. When you're done, you can give the arrows to me, then I'll make sure that they get them." "Very well," was his simple commitment to the task. Twisted Feathers remained far more interested in his dinner. Silvertree and Raining Sunshine shared a secret smile because their plan had worked perfectly. Chapter 9. Wendigo's Bride. The most sacred site of the Beothuk people was the Cave of the Spirit Ancestors. It was a vast limestone complex of underground passages that rugged forested hills secluded into secrecy. For centuries it had been a tranquil and virgin region, but that had changed. A great army of warriors formed a camp around the entrance to the caves. The men cut down trees, depleted the local game to keep themselves fed, and trampled acres of ground to leave an ugly scar on the land. The many nomadic tribes of the Beothuk nation had grown numerous while they lived in hiding. Their lands were inhospitable wild country. The hard conditions had made them fierce and strong. They were not a domesticated people of farmers and herdsmen with permanent villages. The Beothuk lived by the old ways, the ways of the hunter and the warrior. The army contained other peoples who had fallen under the sway of the Wendigo shamans. Mercenaries from all the regional nations had joined the army. Most of the tribal foreigners were those who had gotten themselves banished by their own peoples so that they had to live as outlaws. Some just had a thirst for brutality. The army numbered well over 1,000, and all were eager to fight. Their weapons were ready. All that they lacked was the order to strike. The army did not wait idly. They formed war bands that patrolled the region. They ambushed and kidnapped anyone misfortunate enough to cross their paths. After they had tortured those victims for information, they turned them over to the cannibal shamans for other darker purposes. One such fighting band returned from a successful raid. A dozen warriors approached the wide cave entrance with 3 prisoners in tow. The captives were from the Huron of the Lakes. The warriors had beaten on the 2 young men such that they showed large bruises. Their 3rd prisoner was a teenage girl who remained unmarked. Thus far, only terror had ravaged her. 2 Wendigo shamans emerged from the darkness of the cave to meet the men who approached the entrance, then take charge of the 3 prisoners. One of the shamans was Buffalo Man, whose spirit inhabited the body of Stormowl. The young Mohawk warrior was helpless to resist Buffalo Man's black magic possession. The shaman spirit not only pervaded him mentally, he also transformed Stormowl physically. The young man's body was growing in both stature and musculature. Buffalo Man had no horns with which he could fashion himself his distinctive headdress. He had managed to paint himself in red ochre according to Beothuk custom. Antler Man was in a new body as well. His new form was a vigorous warrior that had come to the caves as a captive for human sacrifice to the Wendigo demon. Leather thong bindings secured the wrists of the prisoners behind their backs. A line leashed them together by their necks so that one of the Beothuk warriors could lead them like domesticated animals. Buffalo Man seized the line, then jerked the captives toward him. "Our master will be pleased with these." He congratulated the warriors as his eyes slithered licentiously over the lovely girl's body. Antler Man held a sputtering torch as he led the way down into the cavern. At times he gazed back at their captives, and they saw his eyes reflecting back in points of light as would those of a wild beast. Paintings of animals and red handprints covered the walls of the cave, and they seemed to move in the unsteady torchlight. A heavy, sweet smell of rot filled the air. The aroma was that of an unnatural animal's den. It was the unwholesome odor that befitted only something truly vile. The passage ended at a heavy wooden gate that a bar locked from their side. Buffalo Man removed the beam one-handed, then shoved the portal open with his foot. The chamber beyond was too vast for the torch to effectively illuminate. More of the impressive paintings covered the walls. In times past, the chamber had been a shaman's temple. The Wendigo demon had transformed a place of reverence and mystery into a vault of horror. A small campfire burned in the distance. Hunched over it was the ravenous incarnation of famine's gluttony. The Wendigo demon was taller than any man, even while he squatted naked and hairless. His body bulged with veins and sinew over Herculean muscle. The enormous hands ended in long, curving claws. The mouth in his massive head opened from ear to ear. Immature rows of small triangular teeth lined his lipless jaws, from where in time they would progression upward into the mouth to replace established teeth worn out by constant use. The demon's bite would be equal to that of a shark. The interlocking rows of his larger triangular working teeth gleamed in the firelight. The demon did not respond to his visitors. He just stared passively into the fire as though in a trance or vision. Antler Man used his torch to ignite other torches along the walls. As light spread about the cavern, it revealed 2 other passages that also had wooden barriers that locked them closed. 6 other captives were already in the cave. 4 men sat along the walls as far from each other and the demon as the space allowed for. 2 women huddled together midway between the demon and the least savage of the 4 men. Buffalo Man cut the restraints off his 3 captives, then grabbed the girl by her hair to throw her toward the wall, where she stumbled over a heap of firewood. After she was on the floor, he ruthlessly demanded, "Take more wood to the master's fire, slave." The jagged firewood had scraped her to bleeding in many places, but fear so numbed her that she did not feel it. She gathered firewood into her arms, then obediently crept toward the demon and his withering flame. The Wendigo never moved aside from his steady breathing. Without thinking and in haste, she tossed the wood all at once into the center of the fire, hoping to then run away. A cloud of hot sparks blew into the Wendigo's face, which disturbed him from his meditations. With the speed of a praying mantis, the Wendigo's long arms snatched out, then seized the girl. His strength was beyond that of any mortal being. The demon easily held her before him like she was a doll. Saliva dripped from his shearing maw, and a thick tongue quivered with anticipation. Such terror surged through the girl that she could only shriek and thrash about in a hopeless attempt to escape being eaten. Upon seeing that the demon had already chosen his next victim, the 4 resident males left their alcoves to search the floor for bits of edible garbage. One of the men dashed over to the 2 women. After beating them into submission with his fists, he began to rape the smaller of the 2. The demonic imprisonment and impending hideous deaths had reduced the men into vulgar beasts with no remaining sense of humanity. The Wendigo ignored the men as he put the girl on the ground, then pinned her there with his foot. Using his bear-like claws, he ripped into her chest, pried open her rib cage, and then tore out her still-beating heart. The girl screamed in utmost agony as the demon mutilated her. Her screams did not die off when he tore her heart out. Such was the Wendigo's demonic power that the girl continued to wail and writhe despite the fatal injury. The demon ate living flesh. His dark magics infused her butchered form with enduring life to keep her fresh. The Wendigo kept her pinned underfoot while he squeezed her bloody heart in his hand. After a few moments, her bodiless organ began to shed an inky smoke as it rapidly reduced in size down to a hard black nugget. The demon took up a scrap of human hide from the floor that he nimbly tied into a pouch around the crusty seed that had been a young woman's heart. When finished, the Wendigo fastened the pouch around her throat with a length of human sinew. The ragged cavity in the woman's chest quickly regenerated, the bone and flesh knitted back together without so much as scar tissue. All the while she continued to scream and writhe in terror. The demon grasped her head between his huge hands and brutally violated her mouth with his equally massive and grotesque phallus until she gagged on his demonic ejaculation. With a snip of his bite, he removed a piece of bloody flesh from his own arm. The demon forced her to ingest that part of him as well. After those hideous abuses, the Wendigo no longer needed to restrain his captive. The girl's will had already broken along with her mind. She was in no condition to attempt further escape. The other captives realized too late that the Wendigo had no intention of eating the girl. They learned of their error when the hungry demon suddenly sprang up, then dashed over to the unsuspecting man who raped the woman. The Wendigo snatched him up in his talons as an eagle would take a rabbit. The man shrieked wildly with high-pitched noises as the demon carried him back to the fire. Like parting a roasted chicken, the Wendigo ripped the man in half. He plucked the beating heart from the bloody carcass and dropped it into the girl's trembling hands. With his perverse parental concern for her at an end, the Wendigo squatted down and began greedily devouring the ghastly remains, bone and all. The girl did not hesitate to lift the bloody heart to her lips. She began to slurp at its leaking blood. Her strength and appetite grew swiftly until she had nibbled away all the flesh and even licked her fingers clean too. In that moment when she should have died, she had made a silent oath that committed herself wholly to doing anything that would allow her to live, no matter how desperate or perverse that avenue of escape might be. The demon had seen that submission in her, then answered the selfish prayer with an infusion of his unholy power. Consuming human flesh to preserve her life and increase her power came all too easily. When the girl got up on her feet, she still felt famished despite her meal. After a quick survey of her potential prey, she grabbed a jagged rock from near the fire, then fell upon the 2 women who cowered nearby. In a killing frenzy, she smashed in the skull of the freshly raped woman, then ripped her apart. She devoured her organs and drenched herself in the hot blood. The flesh made her grow stronger, faster, and more confident than any mere mortal could possibly imagine. Neither Antler Man nor Buffalo Man felt enthused about her transformation into one of Wendigo's chosen emissaries. Their hearts were aged and thoroughly evil. They were powerful shamans steeped in the blackest arcane rituals. In their estimation, she didn't deserve the bestowment. The girl was unconcerned about the thoughts of her fellow shamans. Having satiated herself on the brains and ovaries of her victim, she proceeded to a great pile of garments that attested to the many prisoners who had already lost their lives. She dressed in a comely doeskin tunic. When she finally spoke to the shamans, her tone was as though she gave orders to lackeys. Go and tell the army the omen for war has come. Antlerman scoffed. Who are you to tell us these things? You know nothing of strategy. I am the one who remembers what the two of you have forgotten through all your failures. She lifted her pouch in the palm of her hand. I know how to follow my heart. Assemble the war captains. I'll explain their roles in our master's plan to them personally. Chapter 10. Lesson in War. Dog sounded a little annoyed as he assured Festilian. The Beothuk army is still several days away. You have all the time that you need to make yourself ready. Actually, I'm quite amazed that you ever came up with the idea of ambushing them here in the first place. It seems well beyond you to ever come up with a clever insight. Yes, well, Festilian confessed. I didn't actually come up with the idea myself. It was my father who suggested that they would turn up here sooner rather than later. To his own defense, he added, I had the foresight to listen to him. That should count for something. Anyway, he wasn't entirely confident in the accuracy of Dog's predictions. Maybe they have sent out scouts who will arrive here sooner than you expect. I want to have surprise on our side. I'll also warn you before any scouts show up, Dog added. In return for being the watchdog around here, there is something that you can do for me. I want you to teach me about the ink marks that you are always looking at. It was enough to make Festilian laugh. You want me to teach my dog how to read and count numbers. Everyone already thinks I am daft for talking to you at all. If they catch me giving you schooling lessons, they won't follow me. People would think I was sick with madness. Dog just nibbled at an itch unconcerned. Everyone realized how stupid you are when you passed up the opportunity to mount those 3 young Mohawk bitches. If you want me to do for you, I expect a little gratitude in return. Festilian grudgingly agreed. I will teach you, but it isn't going to happen overnight. It took me a long time to learn. You're not very bright, Dog reminded him. Let's not assume that I share all your obvious shortcomings. Since he had every confidence that he had sufficient time to prepare for the Beothuk attack, Festilian took out his father's book of war commentaries to study how he would arrange his fortifications. Come and look at this, Festilian told his dog. We can start with the basics. When the book had shown him what to do, Festilian assembled the miners and he had them bring their tools. The men had iron hammers, picks, and mattocks for working their mine. They also had axes, shovels, and mallets. Marklanders rarely subjected themselves to routine hard labor intense as mining. Swinging their heavy tools and moving the iron ore without the help of any beasts of burden had made the miners especially hardy and muscular fellows. Festilian had the miners cut hundreds of wooden stakes and dig trenches across the approaches to their lodge. They planted the long sharpened poles so that the points of the skewers angled out over their trenches with the excavated soil heaped at their bases to reinforce them. The fixed lances would impale anyone who tried to leap across the ditches. Any Beothuk that went down into the trench would find a fence of sharp stakes at face level. The barricades would not keep out the prolonged efforts of a determined enemy, but they would effectively control their free avenues of attack. The miners planted hundreds of additional stakes to defend the slopes of their valley. The only way a large force of men could attack the mine was from the direction Festilian prepared for them. Ulrich took to his duties with Norse dedication. He was from a warrior culture where fighting was his religion and his occupation. Ulrich mercilessly drilled his spearmen into hoplites. They rehearsed every maneuver Alvido wrote in his book. The Mohawks shared Ulrich's single-minded vision of destroying their Beothuk enemy. Aside from being great hunters and warriors, the Mohawk were fanatical lacrosse players. Even with all their training, they still found the time to play their game. All the Margland nations were familiar with the sport, but the Mohawk were especially devoted to it. The men had their long-handled rackets with leather scoops at the ends with which they could catch or bat. Their game ball was a hard sphere of stitched leather. Festilian watched them play their sport, and it inspired him to a cunning new plan. To test his idea, he carved a crude wooden replica of a wine amphora. When it was ready, he invited the lacrosse players to juggle it back and forth with their throwing and catching. They found the bottle difficult to catch, but when it was already in their racket's pouch, they could hurl it accurately over a great distance with leverage similar in principle to the atlatl launching a javelin. It was the throwing aspect of his idea that interested Festilian anyway. They could do that well enough that he got a real wine amphora that he half filled with his father's war weapon of pine pitch dissolved in pure alcohol. After lighting its wick, Festilian placed the amphora in the catching pouch of a warrior's racket. See if you can hit that. He pointed to a pile of ore tailings that was twice the distance away that any man could have thrown the bottle by hand. The Mohawk dangerously tested the weight of the bottle by flipping it into the air and then catching it again. If he had dropped it, the amphora might have broken at his feet and then exploded into a fireball. With a complete spin of his body, he swung his racket to launch the bottle like a flaming dart. It struck on target to burst into energetic flames. The new weapon amazed everyone and raised the men's confidence to new heights. They optimistically celebrated their impending victory. Fistilion needed 3 days to build the new fortifications and thoroughly train his men. The warriors perfected maneuvering while they carried spears and shields as hoplites in a phalanx. Watch as Sky led the archers as they practiced their craft and ranged the approaches to the mine. Fistilion recruited the 4 best lacrosse throwers to form an artillery brigade that would launch fire bottles. Dog went about the mine in the pre-dawn of the 4th day. He nipped warriors, barked, and bounced about in a clear state of alarm. Most of the men were busily donning their armor and preparing their weapons by the time Dog got to Fistilion. The Beothuk will be here at first light, Dog told him. It's a strong pack. He lacked sufficient understanding of numbers to be more specific. Fistilion knew the frustration of being the only one able to count above 20. He did quick calculations in his head. His stepfather had written that a proper defense allowed 1 man to fend off 10. Fistilion had more than 60 men. He was confident that they could easily destroy 300. As he started to dress in his armor, Fistilion spoke to Dog with irritation. "Why didn't you wake me first?" Dog found Fistilion's ignorant assumptions to be typically annoying. "As soon as I knew the Beothuk were getting close, I woke those who would be longest in the waking. You will still be ready before they are." Once he had his armor on, Fistilion gathered his weapons. The hoplites adjusted the fit of their new walrus hide armors. The miners stood aside, unsure of what they should do. Fistilion had a plan for everyone, but that would have to wait until he had ascertained what was about to befall them. He walked outside the lodge into the cool night air. The overcast sky obscured what would have otherwise been ample moon and starlight. "Come and counsel me," Fistilion called out to his 2 magical crows. The birds flapped in from the outer darkness to alight upon the lodge's roof. "My war has come," he told them as he gazed up at their perch. "Will the plans I have laid bring me victory?" The crooked crow made its ugly call to indicate that his answer was a decisive no. It wasn't the reply that Fistilion wanted or expected. He was at a loss as to the nature of the flaw in his designs. After some consideration, it occurred to him that it was not his plan that was at fault, but rather his assumptions. With his gaze upward toward his crows, Fistilion also had a splendid view of the lodge's roof. It was sheets of dry bark that, while excellent for shedding rain, would also inferno at the first lick of open flame. Fistilion chuckled to himself as his weakness became clear. If he were in charge of the Beothuk, he would fire the building, then slaughter the defenders as they tried to flee or battle the flames. The fire alone would put an end to the mining for quite some time. His men could not hope to fight effectively with the lodge burning down at their backs. Fistilion's ambition to defeat the Beothuk had clouded his responsibility to protect the mine itself. He could not claim victory if he lost the mine while he won the battle. Fistilion asked his crows to see if he was right. "If I don't make moves to prevent it, will the Beothuk put flame to the lodge?" The handsome crow confirmed his suspicion with a loud call. It was good news, since Fistilion knew how to protect the lodge and avoid the impending disaster. "Begone," he told them with a dismissive wave. "I have no more need of you." As the crows took to their wings, then flapped off toward the forest, they squawked in their repellent voices to intone nature's dirge. Fistilion returned to the interior of the lodge, where the miners nervously waited to hear what duty he would assign them. "Get your water jars and ladders," Fistilion ordered them with a tone of urgency. "The roof is dry as tinder. You must soak it well, or we will be fighting the Beothuk out front and a fire at our rear. Make haste, but be thorough." The miners exchanged nervous glances as they didn't move even a step. "Now!" Fistilion shouted to snap them out of their fears. "When you're finished, gather your tools, then make noise in the mine as though you're still working. I want the Beothuk to think that they've taken the mine by surprise. The new defenses will increase their caution. Make them believe we're inattentive to them." The miners were happy to avoid open combat, but they were still eager to participate in their own defense as men should. Once they were off to their task, Fistilion had Ulrich assemble the warriors. Thanks to his prophecy and his crows, Fistilion felt wholly confident that he was destined to crush the Beothuk wherever he met them. His countenance was nothing short of epic. Fistilion's size, his impenetrable Achilles armor, and his Woot's weapons made him the deadliest man who walked the continent, or so he believed. "The Redskins will be here soon, and we are ready for them," Fistilion told his warriors. "It's not enough that we stand against them. We must motivate them to anger so that it rules them. Like a wave, they will shatter against our rocky shore. Their blood will be as the foam of the sea that drenches our moccasins. We can only attain the victory I see before us by the boldest of valor. Men must go for it to badger the bear, then bring him charging into our trap." Black Eagle asked, "Is this your call for your cavalry?" Do you want me to run out there, then get them to chase me all the way back to your door? I wouldn't ask any of you to do anything I wouldn't do myself, Fistilian offered as incentive for them to undertake the dangerous mission. Help me get this armor off and I'll go with you. The Mohawk warriors were opposed to Fistilian shedding his armor then leaving them. He was the focal point of their confidence in attaining a victory. Just the intimidation factor of his armored appearance was priceless to them. Watch's Sky listened closely to the developments. He knew the capabilities of his 14 archers and volunteered them into service. I will go with Black Eagle along with my fastest archers. The other bowmen will cover our retreat. If we surprise the Beothuk, we should each be able to kill at least one. It was exactly what Fistilian needed. Dog, he called to his new friend who waited at the door of the lodge. Can you go with Black Eagle and show them where the Beothuk are rallying? Of course, Dog agreed. I've had some practice explaining things to humans. Dog marched over to Black Eagle, then stood beside him. It was a striking gesture for the warriors because they had heard Fistilian asking his dog to obey. Dog's display of understanding was quite unnatural for any animal as they knew of them. Dog will lead you to the Beothuk, then back again, Fistilian assured them. When you return with them chasing you, the rest of us will be ready to greet them. You won't go inside the lodge, just position yourselves out front to the sides of the doorway. Black Eagle, Watch's Sky, and 14 Mohawk archers followed Dog as he led them out through the barricades then into the pre-dawn forest beyond. Their departure was like a flame put to the fuse of one of Alvito's alcohol bottles. It instilled urgency to act in an anticipation of imminent conflagration. The slower half of the archers waited near the barricades to cover the retreat while the rest disappeared into the forest behind Dog's lead. For the moment, the rest of Fistilian's force concealed themselves inside the lodge. The Beothuk would not become aware of their true danger until they had already committed themselves to action. Ulrich felt inflamed with violent emotion such that he couldn't control the smile on his face. The Marklanders read him as showing false bravado. They understood fearlessness, but they couldn't relate to a Norseman's religious zealotry for plunging into thickest battle. It was Ulrich's culture, his life, and his death that all coalesced into an epic moment that was a man's fleeting existence on Midgard. Odin is watching, Ulrich said aloud for those who spoke Norse. His one eye is hard upon us at this very moment. He sees us here at the edge of the world, putting a demon's minions to the sword. What could be better entertainment for the Allfather of Bloodsport? For my part, I will avenge the deaths of my kinsmen. The wrong the Beothuk have done my clan has now become the hate that gathers at the tip of my spear. When their gazes met, Fistilian knew from Ulrich's expression that he had seen Fistilian's crows, then heard him speak to them. He believed he had seen magic in the form of Odin's two ravens, and so took it as a sign that the war gods were with him for the battle and had promised him glorious victory. Fistilian clasped Ulrich's shoulder. I'm counting on you to be the best out there. The whole phalanx trusts in you to lead them. You must fight as one, not leave them behind as you go berserk. Ulrich shouted an order. Form 2 columns. You're going to show me how well you can get out this door. The lodge had a huge entry that could accommodate all the iron ore baskets that the miners routinely carried in and out. As the men assembled into 2 columns, Valdar vocally rehearsed the words of Mohawk he had memorized. He could name all the phalanx maneuvers and give other basic directions as well. Ulrich had drilled them incessantly. All his hoplites could file out the door and get the phalanx into formation with the long spears and shields ready. They rehearsed a final time, and it was their fastest performance ever. The Mohawk hoplites reassembled inside the hall ready for battle. Fistilian offered them an observation from his father's book on war to boost their confidence. The Beothuk had to travel at speed over a great distance to get here. They're already tired and hungry. We are fresh and ready. Everyone waited deathly quiet as they strained their ears to hear the slightest sound of combat that might come up from the forest where their archers had gone to badger the enemy. 300 of Antlerman's best warriors surrounded the war shaman as he stood in a shallow ravine deep in the woods. The hollow amplified his voice like an amphitheater. His audience were all fighting men who stood anxious and drenched in their red ochre body paint. Your faith in the power of the Wendigo is about to grant you great wealth and fame, Antlerman pledged. Burn the treacherous Micmac out of their lodge, take their iron weapons as your own, kill anyone who resists you. The captives will march back to be sacrifices to our living God to fuel his ever-growing majesty and your own. Less than a third of the Beothuk warriors were true war veterans. Those men wore eagle feathers in their hair in numbers that reflected their personal coups. By virtue of their status, the veterans would lead the attack and thus have first opportunity to seize treasures and glory. When Antlerman waved them on with his tomahawk, they set forth into battle. Dog led Black Eagle and Watch's Sky into the path of their advancing enemies. Since he could not speak to any of them, Dog had to paw at the ground to indicate where he wanted them to take cover. The place was a row of brush that overlooked a dry creek bed. The 100-strong Beothuk elite force silently stalked along the creek toward the mine. They had the distance of a hard run still ahead of them. The warriors were completely unaware of the hidden archers as they passed directly below their hiding place. Watch's Sky cast the first arrow, and it was a flint-tipped shaft. Alvido had provided him with steel arrowheads, but the Micmac considered them far too precious to fling about casually or unnecessarily. His chosen target was a proudly festooned Beothuk who seemed to be a man of considerable experience. Watch's Sky deliberately put his arrow into the man's belly where the wound would prove fatal only after days of excruciating agony. The attack had Watch's Sky's desired effect. The wounded Beothuk fell to the creek's rounded stones where he shrieked pitifully in pain and terror. If the best of their warriors could taste death in a helpless instant, the rest of them had good reason to fear for their lives. The womanly scream spread rage and disorder among the Beothuk host. Timid hearts froze in hesitation while the outraged warriors abandoned reason in favor of furious action. A Beothuk veteran had seen the source of the incoming arrow, so he tried to hurl his tomahawk at Watch's Sky. Black Eagle stopped him by throwing his spear to skewer the warrior just below the right collarbone. That Beothuk collapsed to his knees in the creek where he croaked in hideous sounds as he drowned in his own blood. Many of the Beothuk warriors carried bows and arrows. Those redskins who proved quickest at mastering their fears and then readying their weapons also attracted the next arrows cast by the ambushing Mohawk archers. 8 Beothuk fell in the opening barrage of arrows without making any successful attacks in return. The elite Beothuk vanguard scattered in all directions since they understood that the creek bed was a hopeless murder hole. The high bank of the creek with its thick undergrowth impeded their ability to pursue the Mohawks directly. Some of the less intelligent Beothuk tried to climb up the slope of the creek bed, while most sought a path around it. The hurried movements of 100 men shook the ground. It was all the more terrifying combined with the way the Beothuk hunters seemed to disappear into the woodland scenery. They were woodsmen of preeminent skill who could move quickly while still remaining unseen. Watch's Sky led his men in another volley of arrows that swept the Beothuk climbers from the edge of the creek. Some Beothuk sent arrows whistling back, only the thick defensive cover prevented any of the missiles from striking a man. "Retreat back to the lodge," Watch's Sky called out to his men. Black Eagle and he would wait till last to cover the escape. Only Antler Man had the superhuman strength and speed necessary for quickly reaching the high ground over the creek. After he made a short run, he sprang up the great height to land in the brush directly in front of Watch's Sky, where he hacked at the Micmac with a flint tomahawk. Watch's Sky reached for a new arrow at the moment that Antler Man appeared in front of him. There wasn't any opportunity for the Micmac to prepare another weapon. All he could do was put up his empty bow to block the incoming attack. The descending blade of the tomahawk snapped the Micmac's bow in half as the price of saving his life. Antler Man's second strike was about to crush in Watch's Sky's head when Black Eagle made a timely intervention. The Mohawk leaped into the fight, then stabbed his steel knife into Antler Man's neck. The shaman only flinched over the wicked injury, even though blood gushed freely from the deadly wound. The moment of hesitation before Antler Man struck again gave Watch's Sky the opportunity to ram his shoulder into the shaman's chest. With his impressive strength born of desperation, the impact caused Antler Man to lose his footing and then plummet out of control down the embankment through the brambles back into the creek bed. His bone-crunching landing on the stones was nearly as injurious as Black Eagle's knife wound. The uncontrolled fall that cracked open his head would have slain any mortal warrior just as the knife wound to his neck should have done. None of the injuries did anything more than make Antler Man angrier and bleed. The shaman got back to his feet without so much as favoring his newly broken ankle. He screamed a potent war cry so that everyone would know his fury and frustration. Watch's Sky cast down his broken bow, then drew one of his throwing tomahawks that Alvido had given to him. "Come on," he called for Black Eagle. "Let's get out of here." He had his eyes fixed on Antler Man because the shaman's inhuman invincibility intimidated him in ways no mundane warrior could. So great was the number of Beothuk that ran through the woods that they were an angry swarm. The ambushing archers fled before them along paths they knew far better than their enemies. The stumbling Beothuk had to force their way through the brambles of unfamiliar forest by the dim light of first dawn. None of them was able to overtake their fleeing adversaries. One Beothuk veteran who carried a spear managed to make his way around in time to chase after Watch's Sky. The moment approached when he would get close enough to take a throw at the Micmac's back. Black Eagle ran through the forest parallel to Watch's Sky, and he was a far faster sprinter than the Micmac. When he saw the Beothuk spearmen moving into position, Black Eagle veered to intercept the seasoned redskin warrior so he could protect Watch's Sky's back. The Beothuk saw Black Eagle coming for him, so he redirected to meet the charge with his spear. "So," the Beothuk shouted, "the Mohawk are now brothers to the Micmac. Your people will share in their extermination." Black Eagle had already thrown his own spear back at the creek, leaving him with only his knife to attack with. It was a poor weapon to use against a man armed with a long fighting spear. "Kill me then," the Mohawk brave challenged without slowing his pace as he closed into knife range. "Miss me, then I'll cut a new smile in your face." The Beothuk warrior laughed because he realized that he had every advantage as he drew back his spear to throw it into Black Eagle's chest from close range. The Mohawk would take advantage of his speed by attempting a deceptive slide in the loose leaf litter that would take him under the thrown spear. A moment before he attempted it, a whirling tomahawk flew in to slam upside the Beothuk's head. The impacted blade slew the warrior outright. It never had the opportunity to spoil his aim because the spear fell uselessly unthrown from his limp dead hand. Black Eagle dashed right up to the corpse, where he recovered Watch's Sky's tomahawk as a show of appreciation for the timely rescue. The Mohawk and the Micmac ran together back toward the miners' lodge. The other 14 archers awaited them at the front of the hall, where they took cover behind a barricade of iron ore baskets and cords of firewood. The cover would serve to protect them from Beothuk arrows until the phalanx got into position and provided cover with their shields. The Beothuk army had little in the way of military discipline. They warred as a mob that saw battle as a chaotic mass of warriors who fought man-to-man for personal coup. They shouted their battle cries as they ran forward with their weapons brandished. Their rage did not form words, only whooping cries and undulating high-pitched howls. The Beothuk host converged on the lodge. Those that carried bows held back to use them. The warriors with melee weapons surged forward to overrun the lodge with their overwhelming numerical advantage. Fistilian watched from the doorway as the Beothuk made their charge. He held his men in check until the Redskins were too close to break off from a fight. His warriors had never seen so many enemies set against them all at once. The ferocity of the Beothuk intimidated them. All false bravado melted away, and each man knew his own measure of true courage. Many of the men were afraid to run out and face a hostile enemy that was many times their own numbers. Some of the Beothuk archers had smoldering tinder moss with them. They used the gleaming coals to ignite incendiary arrows, then lobbed those flaming missiles onto the roof of the lodge. The miners had already soaked the bark with a deluge of water, so it didn't catch fire, and even began to snuff out the burning arrows with its abundant moisture. The rest of the Redskin bowmen launched stone-tipped shafts at the archers who defended the building. Those men stayed safely crouched behind their barricade that effectively soaked up the many incoming arrows. Watch's Sky took up his extra bow from near the door, then joined his men in repelling the Beothuk horde. His archery skill was so great that every arrow he cast was to the death of a Beothuk aggressor. Enough of the Beothuk had shields of wood and animal hide to give them confidence as they charged up to assault the lodge. Only when it was already too late did they discover that many of the Mohawk archers had steel-tipped arrows available to them. The defenders used those superior arrowheads against their enemies with shields. The sharp metal points easily punched through the flimsy barriers to then strike down the Beothuk warriors behind them. Despite the mounting losses from incoming arrows, the Beothuk army pressed forward through the breach between the two spiked trenches. They poured into the lodge's front yard, then bore down on the doorway. Once they were close enough to strike with their tomahawks, spears, and maces, the Mohawk archers would have no more opportunity to use their bows at all. Antler Man pushed through his army's front rank to be first to the door. He was berserk with rage and intent on personally destroying his enemies. The Beothuk method for war had little use for leadership aside from heroic example. The military tradition of Markland was to fight at the doorway of a lodge until the defenders collapsed completely exhausted. With a Wendigo shaman to lead that intrusion, the Beothuk believed they would succeed. "Now!" Fistilian shouted as he kicked open the lodge's heavy door, then stepped out of the way. The hoplites marched out in a double column. Ulrich was first on the left out the doorway with Valdar flanking him. They had their steel spears leveled toward the enemy and their iron-bound shields touching to form a continuous barrier between them. More Fistilian's hoplites poured out behind their leaders, then took their positions alongside them. When the line stretched the width of the yard, the men formed a double rank behind them, and then a third. That heavily armored and rigidly disciplined army of spearmen gave the Beothuk an unwelcome surprise. The Redskins had never imagined, even in their most pessimistic appraisals, that they might encounter such a determined resistance. Fistilian exited the lodge last, then shouted to Antler Man, "Do you remember me, Shaman? I defeated you at the Battle of Table Rock." He didn't recognize the shaman's new body, but the man's antler headdress and talisman were unmistakable as the accoutrements of the black spirit who lived in that cursed amulet. Antler Man certainly remembered Fistilian and wanted nothing more than to take revenge for his prior humiliation when his last host died during their previous encounter. "I'll have you," the shaman promised as he dashed forward with his tomahawk in one hand and his flint knife in the other. The Wendigo shaman led a human wave of redskin warriors who were about to crash against the breaker Fistillion's phalanx. If the hoplites' discipline collapsed under their charge, the battle would be lost within moments. The defending archers climbed onto their barricades so that they could pop up to launch arrows over the heads of their hoplite companions. They sent a punishing barrage of missiles into the front of the Beothuk line. The redskin warriors had packed themselves in so tightly between the spiked trenches that they had no room left to evade the incoming arrows. If a missile happened to miss one of them, it invariably struck into one of the others. The Beothuk army just trampled over their own men as they fell wounded. Their committed advance had them locked together without any option to retreat. The overconfident invaders would realize too late that their enemy had corralled them into a well-prepared trap. The Beothuk at the rear could not see what happened up front, even as their enthusiastic charge pushed the warriors ahead of them onto the spears of the phalanx. The warriors in the front already realized that they were about to die, but there was nothing they could do to prevent it. The hopelessness of their circumstances demanded that they adopt their only recourse, which was the desperate, violent frenzy of cornered animals. The redskins screamed bloodthirsty battle cries as they rushed ahead. Their only hope was to live long enough to slay at least some of the defenders. Even if the Beothuk were to win the battle that morning, the lives of many warriors would have to purchase that victory. Ulrich used a booming voice to keep his men marching forward in unison so that they could capture as much of the field as possible, denying the space to their crowded enemies. His hoplites advanced 3 ranks deep as a bristling shield wall of spears. Every lance reached out far enough to be ahead of the first rank of shields. Antlerman might have been able to withdraw most of his men before the final committal to unbreakable action. His rage blinded him from even being aware of such an option. His faith in his demon-granted strength was as unshakable as his contempt for the lives of his own warriors. Antlerman understood that he had no chance of fighting his way through the thicket of thrusting spearheads. Since he couldn't make it through the phalanx, he opted to leap over them. None of the hoplites raised their spear in time to lance Antlerman out of the air. The shaman had undertaken his unexpected avenue of assault much too swiftly for them to properly react, contrary to their practice of staying forward as a unit. Antlerman verily flew as he gracefully cleared the entire formation, then came down in a pounce directly on Fistilion. It was such an impressive display of leaping prowess that Fistilion never had a chance to raise his spear to his defense. It was instinct alone that brought up his round shield in time to catch Antlerman's tomahawk against its wootz steel rim, which made the hatchet shatter on impact. Antlerman still landed on Fistilion anyway, and it knocked him to the ground. Even before he had Fistilion down on his back, the shaman slashed at him with his flint knife, hoping to cut him in the face or the throat. The sweeping coverage of Fistilion's steel helm deflected the searching point of the shaman's blade away. Antlerman continued to attack with his knife, but the impenetrable wootz armor turned away each stroke. Fistilion had to abandon his spear since it was useless to him. Instead, he drew forth his father's wrought iron knife. The sight of Fistilion going down under the ferocity of Antlerman as he leaped behind the hoplites' line served double duty. It disheartened many of the Mohawk archers, while at the same time it motivated the Beothuk as they sprinted forward to close the final paces that separated the two armies. Ulrich did not abandon his own fight to help Fistilion. He understood that the first Beothuk charge had to falter at any cost. Momentum was all the redskins had left. Ulrich remained steadfast, determined to take it away from them. To keep his hoplites from buckling on impact, Ulrich shouted, "Stand firm! We fight here!" A moment later, 100 Beothuk crashed into his men, shoulder to shoulder across the whole line. "Now!" Valdar cried as he drove his spear through a redskin's chest. Beothuk blood sprayed in a shower as the phalanx impaled 20 red-painted men at the same moment. Sleeping Wolf thrust his spear clean through a man and then into the next warrior that pressed up behind his victim. The Beothuk warriors proved to be easy prey for the phalanx's massive lances because they barely had room amongst them to fall dead to the ground, much less fight to their own defense. Such was the fervor of Fistilion's warriors that their unrestrained thrusts skewered their victims like haunches on spits. The hoplites were inexperienced using their steel weapons in actual battle. Steel spearheads had such devastating penetration through human flesh that the hoplites could not easily withdraw their spears from the corpses. Beothuk dead quickly choked their lances to stall the offense. It made an opening for fresh Beothuk warriors to push through the death, then retaliate. If not for the Achilles armor, Antlerman would have surely slain Fistilion already. As it was, his flint knife was all but useless. Fistilion had no such difficulty using his own knife. He plunged the blade into the shaman's right side, slashing through bowels, liver, and kidney with each successive stab. Blood poured from the wounds, and yet it did nothing to drain Antlerman's awesome strength or his will to keep fighting. Orlo happened to be in a position that left him standing over the lethal struggle between Fistilian and Antler Man. He chose to drop his spear, then rely on the weapon he knew best. Orlo drew his skinning knife. After he seized the shaman by an antler, he commenced a carving Antler Man like a side of venison. Orlo sliced into the shaman with uncanny grace. Every laceration was to some vital point like an artery or tendon. His skill using a knife as a butcher was as masterfully orchestrated as any wizard who ever waved a wand. Antler Man's determination fled him on the instant when Orlo cut his throat along with the sinew that held his Wendigo talisman. The shaman forgot all about Fistilian as he grasped the pendant in his fist and frantically scrambled away. His antler headdress came off in Orlo's hand as the shaman crawled away across the bloody yard that had been dusty, dry gravel before the battle. His spilled blood made his grease-painted body especially slippery and doubly crimson. Fistilian unsuccessfully tried to keep Antler Man from getting away by grasping at his ankle. When that proved futile, he sprang back up onto his feet despite the burden of his heavy armor and shield. The shaman already made a staggering run for the steep valley slope to get away from the battle. Fistilian's fallen spear was near at hand, so he snatched it up to hurl after his fleeing adversary. The bulk of the Beothuk army had arrived by then, and those reinforcements began to push the hoplite formation back so that it might even crumple before them. Antler Man became a luxury secondary to necessity. Fistilian rushed into a vulnerable gap in the phalanx to help them hold their line. Ulrich had lost his spear when it became trapped through the shield and ribcage of a dead Beothuk warrior. He wielded his Norse broadsword instead as he continued to sow glorious carnage. An explosion of flame arose at the rear of the Beothuk army, then a second, third, and fourth eruption followed it. The lacrosse players lobbed their flaming amphora of pine tar alcohol into the mass of their enemy. The screams of burning men added to the already deafening cries of the battle-crazed, the wounded, and the dying. The bombardment spread panic as well as flames among the Beothuk warriors at the back of their horde. Some of them wore cloaks of fire, and the agony drove them into madness. To escape the fire, the Beothuk warriors stampeded in random directions out of utter desperation. The chaos paralyzed their forces. The rush to move away from the pools of fire created a pressure that crushed men in the middle and forced those at the sides to fall onto the wooden stakes that lined the approaches. The Beothuk at the front continued to die on the hoplite steel spears. As more bottles of flame flew overhead, the disorder among the Beothuk reached a critical point that their assault lost its morale. The Redskin warriors wanted to flee more than they wanted to fight. Many discarded their weapons in the hope it would give them more freedom of movement. That was the moment that Fistilian discarded his spear in favor of his scimitar bull-tamer. The elegant curved shape of his Woot's blade made it perfect for hacking and slashing in close quarters. The shattered Beothuk confidence inflamed Fistilian's warriors as well. They knew that victory was theirs if they only seized upon it. The hoplites surged forward as a single body to spear the Redskins in their backs as they stumbled over their own dead, hoping to escape the fate of joining them. The Beothuk soon realized that flames, spears, and wooden stakes blocked every avenue of escape. The disordered Redskin fighters scrambled every which way, only to find themselves trapped behind their own comrades, who were no less desperate or confused. The Mohawk Myrmidons showed them no mercy as they slaughtered the Beothuk like penned sheep. Fistilian and Ulrich led the formation as they waded into the enemy rabble. Their swords reeked limbs and heads, spilled entrails, and splashed Redskin blood up to their knees. The Beothuk had no shield or armor that could turn away a steel edge, and no worthy commander to bring them back to order so that they might at least fight to their own defense. Watchesky and his archers concentrated their arrows on those Beothuk warriors who leaped through the flames that saturated the alley between the trenches. They made celebratory cries with every kill so that as a chorus they were a song of slaughter. Fistilian's Myrmidons utterly massacred the Beothuk army. Of more than 300 men, less than a dozen escaped the trap by fleeing into the forest. The blood from hundreds of slaughtered men drenched the yard before the lodge. Their corpses were knee-deep and trampled into the filthy mud. The interwoven carnage of human body parts covered the ground like a mass grave. Only 10 of the hoplites had injuries serious enough to demand Orlo's special gift for suturing wounds. The heavy walrus hide armor they all wore had protected them well. Black Eagle, Fistilian called for his fastest warrior. Go after them. He gestured with his bloody sword toward the Beothuk survivors. Take the men you need and hunt them down. Bring me back some prisoners if you are able. I want to question them. Black Eagle selected Watchesky and another dozen good men, then sprinted off to chase the escaping Beothuk. The defeated Redskin warriors were a long way from any safe haven. Most of them had dropped their weapons and bled from battlefield wounds. They would leave clear blood trails while being too weak to run very fast, far, or long. Fistilion popped the buckles on his armor to strip it off. "I'm going after the shaman," he announced. "He can't have gotten far. Someone get me my bow." Orlo brought Fistilion his archery equipment. "You want me to go with you?" "No need," Fistilion replied as he put on the arrow quiver. "You saved me from him once, and that was enough. I'll take him down myself." Dog already sniffed at Antler Man's trail. "Come on, puppy boy," he called for Fistilion. "The shaman ran off this way." Fistilion ran after Dog to hunt down the Wendigo shaman. The trail led directly up the steep embankment of the valley, then over the summit to the pathless forest beyond. Dog unerringly pursued Antler Man all the way to the stream bed where the archers had first ambushed the Beothuk war party. Fistilion stalked to the edge that overlooked the creek where his archers had attacked from in successful ambush. Down below he saw those first Beothuk corpses of their failed raid against the iron mine. Fistilion remained quiet and observant because Dog did the same. The sound of shifting stones alerted them to movement. Antler Man crawled out from the brush, then pulled his broken body over the stones. Like a sluggish reptile, he advanced toward one of the dead men so that he could feed on that nearest corpse and thus restore his fiendish strength. Fistilion bent his bow, then sent a steel arrowhead on its course. The twang of the bowstring alerted Antler Man enough that the shaman turned his head in time to have the arrow smash through his cannibal teeth and plunge down his throat. The evil shaman briefly flopped in agony over what should have been a lethal strike. He grasped the afflicting shaft at both ends, snapped it in two, and then yanked out the pieces. The quiver Fistilion wore had a full arsenal of fine arrows. He launched another that struck the shaman through the chest. A third quickly followed that pierced him again through the neck. The fourth struck Antler Man in the side of his head, where it transfixed him through his brain. The final arrow put the shaman into a fit of seizures that seemingly incapacitated him at last. Fistilion took that opportunity to scramble down the hill so that he could reach Antler Man before the trickster could manage some kind of escape. Even though many deadly injuries riddled his body, Antler Man still became alert once more and remained as ever desperate to get away. He began to crawl toward the cover of the forest. As he sprang down the embankment, Fistilion sent a fifth arrow that pinned the shaman's ankle to a massive log that had drifted down the stream bed during a heavy rain. After that, Antler Man could no longer crawl away and his strength waned. Only a feast of fresh human flesh could have healed his many wounds and restored his inhuman vigor. While the shaman struggled to free his ankle and pluck the killing shafts from his ravaged body, Fistilion reached the stream bed, then rushed to his enemy. The shaman grasped the arrow that protruded from his head, then ripped it out. The broad steel barb shredded his brains even further, but it proved to be of no real consequence. "I've looked forward to killing you again," Fistilion said as he drew Bull Tamer from its scabbard, then advanced on the crippled shaman. "I cannot die," the shaman gurgled after he pulled the arrow from his throat. "I am forever. While you are impermanent, I'll devour your spirit along with your flesh. I change bodies as you would change moccasins. I will return." "Your soul-swallowing days are over," Fistilion assured him as he stepped on the shaman's head to pin it down for chopping off. "I'm here to finish you for the final time." "I'll drink your blood and eat your liver," the shaman threatened. "I cannot die. I never pass away. I am beyond blood, bone, or flesh." Fistilion raised Bull Tamer. "You just keep telling yourself that." With one clean stroke, he removed the shaman's head. Antler Man's body continued to thrash and struggle. His head's eyes stared ahead in shock while the mouth snapped up and down, biting at the air. Fistilion hacked off the hand that held the shaman's medicine charm. The figurine tumbled from the severed hand, and then the shaman's unnatural life was gone. His once animated body became stilled in death. Fistilion gathered his spent arrows and placed the magic talisman in his quiver pouch for safekeeping. With the shaman's head in hand, he returned to the miner's lodge and his men. The battle was over, and the victorious warriors cheered with prideful elation. Many of them shouted to the earth and sky as they thanked their many gods. Ulrich danced about, waving his bloody sword as he held a severed Beothuk head that was heavy with its coup feathers. When he saw Fistilion approaching with the head of Antler Man, he tossed his head high into the air. "For mighty Odin," was his celebratory shout. "Do you see us celebrating, you one-eyed devil? We destroyed our enemies. Today we are men that even gods envy." As Fistilion stepped through knee-deep corpses, no god came to his mind. He had no gratitude to any deity for what had happened. They had put hundreds of men to their deaths. The Wendigo and his shamans had brought the Beothuk to a bitter end. They were the ministers of evil and his real enemy. Though Alvido was a Christian priest and a man of peace, it had been his teachings on the history of war that had truly facilitated the victory. The miners emerged from their tunnels to join in the rejoicing. The sight of so many slaughtered Beothuk threw them into fits of celebration. They had escaped certain death thanks to Fistilian and his myrmidons. One of the miners saw a glint of steel among the dead. He rolled the bodies aside to retrieve Fistilian's spear. The Wootz-bladed weapon was a masterpiece of artistry and unmistakable for any other spear. The miner solemnly carried the weapon to Fistilian as though playing the part of a respectful squire. Orlo intercepted the miner before he reached Fistilian. The Norseman snatched his spear away from the miner's unworthy hands and scowled at him until he backed away. Men who had hid in the mines while the battle raged were less in his eyes than even the Beathuk. The Redskins may have been enemies, but they were men and they had died as warriors. Valhalla was a hall for the dead. Death in battle was as glorious as a victory. All who had fought had won. The miners had been cowards in the eyes of Orlo. He handed the spear to Fistilian with a friendly smile. Fistilian took the spear, then impaled the shaman's head upon its point. He shouted, "Behold the head of a Wendigo shaman." The warriors thrust their weapons into the air, then shouted in unison, "Fistilian!" They called out his name over and over. Fistilian planted the spear in the ground, then answered them, "I did not win this day. It was all of you who had the courage to follow me. All our nations will rejoice in this victory against our common enemy and sing your praise." The warriors cheered with gladness that only men who had won a desperate battle could know. Chapter 11. The Old Ways. A cold rain pelted the settlement of Brattahlid in Greenland. Eric the Red had colonized the community 2 generations earlier. At that time, the Norsemen on the island numbered only in the hundreds. Since then, the population had bloomed into more than 5,000. Brattahlid had begun as a lonely farmstead, but over time it had grown up into a bustling community. Dozens of clans had their family farms in the region. They raised sheep and cattle on the abundant grasses that grew south of the island's vast stretches of tundra. As the center of Greenland's population, Brattahlid had a Christian church complete with a low wall that kept wandering animals at bay. When the wind blew open the window shutters of the church, the resident priest rushed to close them. He held the shutters open in his hands for a moment as he let the rain wet his face while he stared out to sea. A boat's lantern twinkled out there in the distant darkness. The priest knew that it was dangerous for a boat to come ashore in such foul weather. Brattahlid stood at the headlands of a fjord. Even so, strong winds and massive waves could shatter a boat against the rocky land like an eggshell in a clenched fist. A wise captain would lay offshore until the weather had calmed. The priest waited to see what the sailors would attempt. The longboat came in, and she was not alone. 2 other vessels cruised beside her. The priest closed and latched the shutters, knowing that he had company coming. The ships would crash, or the sailors would arrive safely. Either way, they would need a place to hold up until morning. According to local custom, no one else in Brattahlid would take in strangers after sunset. Time passed as the priest made his preparations. He put mutton and barley in the cooking cauldron over the fire. He dressed in his oilskins, then fueled a boat's lantern with whale oil. The first longboat was safely ashore by the time the priest walked down to the ocean to greet them. The sailors used ropes and rollers to haul their massive vessel up beyond the reach of the waves. "Welcome to Brattahlid," the priest shouted to the visitors over the howling wind. By the appearance of them, he could tell they were fighting men and not merchants. None of them were familiar to him. Their longboats were huge. The warriors dressed in burnies and carried tested swords with worn hilts. The priest's only certainty was that they were brave and skilled sailors to make land during such a storm. They were also wealthy since they owned so much. The visitors festooned themselves in ornaments of gold and jewels. Rolf stepped up to the priest and greeted him with a cordial smile. "We've been at sea for days. My men are cold and hungry. Where can they find a bed and board?" "No one here welcomes strangers after dark," the priest explained. "That is, no one but Jesus. When your ships are safe, your men can spend the night in our church. You have many men, but I'll provide for them as best I may." Rolf recognized the priest's profession by the rosary beads he prominently displayed. Most of the beads were of white walrus ivory. About a fourth of them were the precious black beads, which could only come from the rare fossilized ivory. "I'm a wealthy man," Rolf boasted. "You'll be rewarded for your hospitality." "Serving God is its own reward," the priest replied. "Yes," Rolf agreed, "and the gods can be very demanding." The priest had no reckoning of Rolf's covenant with Odin. If he had, he would have understood that Rolf's meaning was that the one-eyed devil would join the priest at supper. The sailors secured their ships, then followed the priest to his church. The hall was large by local standards. It had a set stone foundation, sod walls, and a turf roof. The priest made his pilgrims comfortable with blankets, wine, and hot food. Once everyone was comfortable, the priest went to sit next to Rolf for some friendly conversation. "What news do you have of the East?" the priest asked Rolf. "Did you come from Iceland? You surely must have passed that way." "Iceland?" Rolf drank stew from a copper bowl. "Yes, we sailed out of Skalholt. The place was in something of a commotion the morning we left. The priest became excited since he loved a good news story. Tell me more. What was the matter? They found the bishop dead. Rolf spoke of his own deeds. So were the Pope's special envoy and their combined soldiery. You can imagine how that would have gotten anyone upset. They were dead to the man. The priest blanched. Dead? How can that be? What ailment could have slain so many men over a night? Tell me what devilish plot laid so many men low. I saw it firsthand, Rolf said as he leaned in for a close conspiratorial conversation. It was something like this. Rolf thrust his knife into the priest's heart. There was a moment of shock in the man's face, and then he was dead. Rolf let the body slump over, then he removed the rosary beads. He wiped his knife off on the priest's tunic and then went back to his supper as though nothing was amiss. Several of the sailors picked up the body to carry it out. Throw him over the altar, Rolf ordered. If it doesn't stop raining before we leave, I won't be able to burn this place down. Let them at least find him there. I want them to remember that the old ways are not dead yet. The men acted as Rolf advised, then the Vikings spent a comfortable night in the church. Brattaheath had a large population, so the community could summon sufficient forces to kill Rolf and his men if they knew he was in their midst. Rolf would have preferred to stay in the village for a few days to rest himself and his men. The necessity of murdering the priest to appease Rolf's oath to Odin made staying there an unworkable opportunity. As soon as the people of Brattaheath learned Rolf had murdered the man, they would surely be up in arms and have his head. The Vikings were up from their beds before the dawn. They looted the church of everything valuable down to the stores of food. Rolf sent his men ahead to the longboat so they could make ready to sail while he stayed behind to put a torch to the church. It was his fullest intention to burn the building to the ground. The fire and smoke acted as a warning signal to the people of the village. They turned out in great numbers to either fight the fire or search for the men who had set it. They arrived to find that Rolf and his men had already gone. They had taken to their longboats and set sail for Vinland. Chapter 12. Path of Burnt Feet. With the Battle of the Iron Mine concluded, Fistillion's first order of business was seeing to it that his wounded men received medical attention. Orlo was their man of skill when it came to mending cuts. He set the bone in a broken arm, then stitched closed various lacerations. Orlo had a delicate needle of tempered steel that he used along with golden hairs that came from the long braids of a Nordic girl to serve as his thread. The mountain of Beathuk dead was Fistillion's next problem, and it was a substantial one. He had to quickly dispose of the corpses before they began to rot, spread disease, and attract vermin. Fistilion had enough respect for his enemies that he felt no need to begrudge them a decent burial if that option was available. The Redskins had fought bravely and then died for the cause of their people. There were no traitors among sworn enemies. By Norse tradition, there was no cause to shame those who died a warrior's death. It was a noble quality in any man. The great victory against the Beathuk had convinced everyone that Fistilion deserved his command. Fistilion instructed the miners to excavate a huge square pit a safe distance away from the mine. He wanted it large enough that about half the corpses would fill the cavity. They would then stack the rest of the bodies on top to form a sort of pyramid. Finally, the miners would cover the dead with layers of soil, then a casing of stones. The work would require days for them to complete if Fistilion made the miners work alone as they cleaned up the dead. It was their penitence for being safe in the mine's tunnels while the other men did the actual fighting. Black Eagle and his band of manhunters returned to the mine by mid-afternoon, and they had 4 Beathuk prisoners in tow. Watch's Sky led the captives by a leash that connected their necks. The men also had cords that bound their wrists behind their backs. All 4 men were experienced fighters. They had some scratches and bruises, but otherwise were healthy. These are the ones that survived. Watch's Sky told Fistilion to mean that all the rest they had accounted for as dead. Fistilion had his helmet off while he wore his blood-stained armor again. He examined the 4 Beathuk to measure their coup, then spoke to them in their language that he had learned from Silvertree, using special inflections to denote that he respectfully addressed men more mature and experienced than himself. You were once my enemies, but now you are my prisoners. He gave the 4 men a long moment to soak in the message. You came in arrogance with the hopes of destroying my people. For that alone you deserve death. With torture, I could learn how many more Beathuk warbands there are, with what numbers, and their destinations. You have seen me and my Myrmidon spear an entire army like it was a salmon run. You've seen our fire weapons and our strategies. I can never allow you to tell anyone of these things. The eldest prisoner spoke. You have no other choice than to kill us. I knew we were dead men when they captured us, so do your worst. You will see how bravely Beathuk die, and then dream you may one day become such men as are we. The youngest prisoner spat on Fistilion's chest. Torture me, you son of a dog. While you do, I'll just sing the campfire songs of my childhood to entertain those women you call warriors. My torture will be your shame. You'll learn you have no men among you. Fistilian wiped the spit away with his hand, and it made a clean spot in the bloodstains. He had waded through gore of the very worst sort to attain his victory. Spittle was as nothing, so he felt no insult worthy of reprisal. For now you have a choice, Fistilian told them. You can wait in bindings until I decide what to do with you, or you can help bury your own people. Either way, I want you to witness the honorable burial of your men. You will see for certain I shall afford each of you that same respect. Unlike you, I understand that we have the same enemy. The same foe plagues us. The same evil brought this misfortune to both our people. You know the name of our enemy, but I'll wager that only I would dare speak it. The Wendigo, the eldest prisoner said in a hateful snarl. The demon brought my people to this. Only the gods abandoning us could explain this defeat we suffered here today. Remove their bonds, Fistilian ordered. Put them to work cleaning up the dead. Kill them if they try anything. The leniency displeased Black Eagle. They killed my brother. Let's torture them, learn what they know, and then move on to kill more. The Wendigo shamans killed your brother, Fistilian answered. Killing every Beathuk in Markland won't change that. I haven't forgotten our pledge to destroy them. Have we not done enough for one day? We have, Black Eagle agreed, for one day. Fistilian went to find a rain barrel to wash himself in his gear. He had lye soap from Lacebewter, which was worth its weight in gold. When Fistilian finished with the thick bar, he passed it on to others with leave to use it up as needed. The day grew dark, and the stench of the butchered dead remained overpowering. Fistilian and his men abhorred being in their vicinity. The extensive task of the workers burying the corpses was still days from completion. As he gazed upon the gloomy carnage, Fistilian had doubts about what he should do next. For all he knew, the Beathuk warbands already headed for Lacebewter, his Micmac village, or even against the Mohawk. Through torture, the prisoners might divulge priceless information he could use to prevent such an attack. Dog guessed the nature of Fistilian's deliberation because he was insightful beyond mere wisdom. There is no need to interrogate the Beathuk. You should question the crows that know the future. They can answer the questions you have. That is far more than you'll get out of those men. You're right, Fistilian agreed with the advice. I don't want to kill helpless men no matter how much good comes from it. No one will tell tales of how bravely I slaughtered men unable to fight back. Fistilian redressed in his freshly washed and shining armor, then assembled his men for a powwow. He had them bring the 4 captives. The Beathuk and his men assumed it was time for the prisoners' bloody interrogations. We cannot afford to sit here resting, Fistilian told them. Other Beathuk war parties may even now be in transit to raid one of our villages. I cannot keep my Mohawk brothers here while their home lodge may be in danger. I cannot stay here while my home is at risk, and I also worry about the defense of Vinland, the home of my father. The whole assembly nodded in agreement. They all had families to get back to and no reason to stay at the mine. All shared Fistilian's interest in getting home. The warriors leveled cold stares on the 4 prisoners who they saw as an unwelcome anchor. I don't need what these men know, Fistilian said to the perplexity of his audience. That does not answer the question as to what I am to do with them. If we take them back to any of our home villages, our people will put them to death. If we let them go, they will tell others about us, or worse still, I will just have to fight them all over again. I wish to show mercy to honor my father and his ways, so it is mercy they shall have. Black Eagle vocalized the displeasure of all the warriors. How could you be thinking of setting them free, knowing it could be to our detriment? I'll show you, Fistilian answered as he turned to the 4 prisoners, then spoke to them in Beathuk. Listen closely and answer truthfully, for if you lie, it will mean your deaths. He pointed to the first. If I set you free, would you swear to never raise arms against us again, or to speak of what you've seen here? The man nodded definitively. I swear it. The second man grimly shook his head no. My loyalty is to my own. I'll not be party to their destruction. The third man spoke. I won't make bargains with you. I'll not live in shame. Kill me and be done with it. The last man was the eldest, and he said, I can't make any such promise, and yet I would rather live than die. Fistilian faced Orlo. Heat and iron in the fire. We'll soon have need of it. Orlo departed to fulfill the order, while the rest of the men just waited in silence to see what would happen next. Fistilian extended his right arm like a falconer. He closed his eyes and hung his head in concentration until his 2 crows answered his summons. They glided down from the darkness to perch upon his arm in a display that stupefied everyone. The crow was a powerful religious symbol to all present. To the Norse they were Odin's symbols of memory and wisdom. To the Marklanders the crow was the symbol of a mighty Promethean god who bestowed insight to humanity. Fistilian laid a hard gaze on the first prisoner. Tell me, my crows, will he stay true to his promise to me? The crooked crow squawked out its answer of no. You're a liar. Fistolian shook his head with distaste for what had to come next. I offered you mercy and you repaid me with treachery. He turned to Ulrich. Take him away, find out what he knows, and then kill him. No, the prisoner screamed in terror. I didn't know you had magic. I'll never tell anyone about you. His womanly begging fell on deaf ears. Ulrich chose Black Eagle to help him torture the man for information before they executed him. Black Eagle was eager to join in the endeavor because his hatred for the Beothuk was as hot as Orlo's iron. Fistolian dismissed the matter of the first man, then moved on. The three of you can go free, Fistolian judged. I will use the iron you came to steal to sear the soles of your feet. By the time you manage to get home, what you know won't matter anymore anyway. The three Beothuk had expected worse than branding and then death besides. Fistolian's sentence was his wise precaution and his mercy. However painful those conditions would be, they were still preferable to dying. Take them away, Fistolian ordered. They are not to overhear our war council. Orlo and a group of Mohawks took the three Beothuk away. Fistolian was about to ask his crows a question, but Dog interrupted him. Don't ask anything stupid. Assume we're already in trouble, then ask where you can find it. He had been about to ask if there were other warbands. Dog was right that there had to be, so Fistolian didn't bother. Instead, he asked, Tell me, my crows, if I return home to the Micmac village, will that serve to foil the plans of the Wendigo shamans? The handsome crow squawked a confirmation. Fistolian's satisfied expression told everyone else that the answer to his question was yes. He asked, If I send the Mohawk home, will things go well for me? The crooked crow called out to tell him no, which meant Fistolian would need his army again. In closing, Fistolian asked, Will I come to regret setting the three Beothuk free? The crooked crow sang again as both birds flapped off. The warriors waited in silence for Fistolian to make some command. We rest now, Fistolian told his men. At sunrise we leave for my village. No one questioned his judgment. The stunning victory over the Beothuk combined with the display of the shamanistic crows had everyone convinced that Fistolian was on a divine mission and capable of error. Chapter 13. Starving Soul. The Wendigo demon hunched over his fire where he stared into the dying embers. His demonic eyes peered through shadow and flame to scry upon the distant affairs of men. The demon watched Fistolian and his Myrmidons massacre an entire army of his Beothuk warriors. His lidless eyes witnessed the disgraceful failure of the antlered shaman and the death it earned him. He watched Fistolian swipe off the shaman's head and take the figurine that was a vessel that contained the Wendigo shaman's infernal soul. The demon's clairvoyance faded as he watched Fistolian stride off with his dark apostle's head in hand. The time for watching the battle was over. 3 times the same blade had cut down one of the Wendigo's minions. That string of success came with a price. It was a sort of karmic imbalance that opened the cracks in fate that demons could enter. Fistolian's heroic victories were more than opportunity. They were a blatant invocation for the demon to take action. It was not the way of the world for mortal men to casually undo the works of immortal beings. The decrepit captives in the spirit cave wept and cringed in lightless corners when they saw the Wendigo rise to his gigantic height. The demon stretched and flexed his muscles so that his joints popped like bursting tree trunks in deep winter freeze. A wet gurgle rose from the bottom of his throat. That sound gained in strength until it became a leonine roar. The Wendigo was hunger incarnate. He was power and unconditional survival. His appetite for carnage was insatiable. The demon fell upon his captives, then tore them into pieces. He painted the cave walls in their arterial spray. The Wendigo gorged on their organs, then flung the shredded carcasses like the discarded skins of eaten fruit. When the Wendigo had finished with his victims, he dashed for the exit. The demon's stride was a simian gait that used his long arms as forelegs. He shot up the tunnel, then emerged out into the night. The Beothuk warriors were long gone. Nothing remained of them aside from their shelters and the ecological devastation their prolonged encampment had wrought. The beasts of the forest scattered before the Wendigo. Panthers and bears fled before him as readily as any deer or rabbit. Nothing natural could cross the path of the Wendigo demon and not sense his unfathomable evil. Chapter 14. The Grendel. Fistolian and his men awoke before dawn, and then by sunrise they moved down to the Elysian Fortitude in their canoes. The men dragged along all the captured Beothuk weapons by using sledges they crafted from enemy shields. The 3 Beothuk went free after Ulrich seared the soles of their feet with a hot iron. The cruel burns were a fair capitulation compared to outright execution. The former captives would remain hobbled for at least a fortnight. They would not get home soon or in time for their knowledge of Fistillion's methodology to do any harm. The miners would remain at their lodge where they would complete the burial of all Beothuk bodies. Black Eagle and Ulrich worked near Fistilion while he unfurled his foresail. There are 2 more Beothuk armies out there. Black Eagle commented about the information they had gained from the treacherous redskin that Ulrich and he had tortured before executing him. Those warbands are just as big as the one we took out. Having guessed correctly as to their topic, Ulrich added in Norse, "One of their armies is moving by water. Maybe we will run into their canoes on our way out of here." Fistilion wouldn't mind having such a meeting since his men had enough spears and bows to crush them. Norsemen were experts at maritime melee. Fistilion's yawl had every advantage over animal skin canoes. If the Elysian Fortitude rammed a canoe, it would casually cut the lesser vessel in half. They swiftly loaded their watercraft, then set underway. There was a favorable wind and supportive currents that would hasten their journey. Fistilion set the tow line for pulling the canoes in his yawl's wake. They could travel much faster together than the canoes were able to proceed under their own paddle power alone. Their flotilla soon reached the main course of the river and then raced toward the ocean coast to their east. "We're in danger," Dog told Fistilion. It was mid-morning by then, and they were far from any village or stronghold. "It's not like anything I have ever detected before. Whatever it is, it's very big, and it's hunting for you." Fistilion stood tall at the rudder as he searched the wooded riverbanks with his gaze. When he didn't notice anything, he asked Dog, "Are the Beothuk nearby? Is it an ambush? How many are there, and how close are they?" "Something is out there," Dog confirmed. "But whatever it is, it's not a man." Fistilion suggested, "Is it one of the Wendigo shamans? Is it Buffalo Man?" Dog put his forelegs on the hull so he could see the northern bank. "Everything in the forest scatters in turmoil. We're in great danger." "Get ready for trouble," Fistilion called out to the 6 friends he had with him aboard his yawl. They included the 3 Norsemen, the 2 Micmac, and Black Eagle. Watch as Sky handed Fistilion his bow and quiver, then readied his own archery equipment. The other men took up a bow or another weapon if they weren't archers. None of them wore their metal armor out of fear they might drown if they ended up in the river when some accident knocked them overboard. They had thoroughly tied all the baggage and cargo so that it would not be lost even if the boat capsized. Dog's warning of danger spread to the men in the canoes via defensive postures and hand signals. Everyone watched anxiously for the first hint of an enemy. Deathly silence punctuated their vigilance. They didn't have to wait long. A deep, monstrous bellowing came from the trees on the northern river bank, and it was not the utterance of any natural creature. The only thing close was the enraged bawl of a bull walrus, and even that was less formidable. Their only certainty was that the originator of the roar was a massive and fearsome beast. Ulrich was barely able to contain his excitement as he asked Fistilion, "What the hell was that?" "Trouble," Fistilion answered while he nocked his best steel-tipped hunting arrow. Dog warned, "It's coming." He added barking so everyone else would know that danger was so imminent that quiet served no defense. The loud snapping of unseen branches came from the same area as the roar. One of the larger trees shook so fiercely that leaves fell from its high branches. A second bellowing erupted that was louder and closer than the first. Then a moment later a pallid giant burst forth from the thick ground cover. The Wendigo demon leaped from the riverbank in a high arc that headed toward Fistilion's yawl. Men screamed in alarm and terror as the nightmarish brute came for them. None of them had ever seen anything so horrific or blatantly supernatural. The Wendigo maintained a pouncing posture as he descended in attack. He was all rippling muscle, toothy maw, and curved claws. Watch as Sky's reaction was as quick as a river fly's darting to dodge a frog's tongue. He raised his bow, drew it straight to the tip of his nose, and then sent his arrow into the flying Wendigo's throat. Fistilion was not as quick or accurate as the renowned Micmac bowman, even if he came in a close second. His steel arrowhead hammered into the Wendigo's sternum a moment before the demon splashed into the river, only a spear's length short of the portside bulwark. The huge splash tipped the Elysian Fortitude halfway over, where the weight of the sails would have dragged the boat down if the occupants had not frantically lunged to the port side in order to prevent it. The warriors in the canoes yelled and pointed at the spot where the Wendigo disappeared. The river's water was murky with sediments and deep enough to conceal the gigantic demon. Fistilion straightened the rudder to put his sailboat back on course. He was unsure whether to stop to fight or try and hasten their escape. Fistilion felt it was unlikely that they possessed any weapon capable of injuring such a thing. He had sunk many arrows into Wendigo shamans without slaying them. That experience made it seem entirely doubtful that arrows would slay the gigantic monster he had just seen. If a single Wendigo shaman was nearly more than they could handle, their demonic master of shamans was a whole order more imposing a foe. "Hold on tight," Fistilion shouted. "It's not finished with us yet." The Wendigo exploded up from the water directly astern of the sailboat and already had a hold of the tow line Fistilian used to pull the Mohawk canoes. By jerking the rope, the Wendigo slammed the sailboat to an abrupt halt as though they had run aground upon a sandbar. Only Fistilian avoided spilling to the bottom of the boat because he had the rudder arm in hand while at the pilot's seat furthest abaft. The demon stood fully twice the height of a man, tall enough to be half out of the water, and he had the physical strength of at least 20 strong oarsmen. No cowardly soul could have beheld the Wendigo's monstrousness without going into a mad fit of screaming. While panic unhinged the nerves of every man present, the Wendigo grasped Fistilian's yawl by the stern prow, then shook the boat from side to side. It was all the men could do to avoid tumbling overboard as they slid about. Fistilian kept one hand on the rudder arm to brace himself as he reached for a sword. He had just closed his grip upon the hilt of Bull Tamer when the Wendigo snatched him up by the neck. The gigantic demon's hand had an iron grip that easily lifted him clear of the boat to dangle him in the air. The Wendigo sought out Fistilian specifically, so once he had his quarry in hand, the demon lost interest in shaking the boat. That reprieve gave Valdor the opportunity he needed to get to his feet, broadsword in hand. The Norseman had fine sea legs that let him nimbly step to the rear of the boat and thrust the rusty point of his blade into the demon's armpit. The Wendigo responded by backhanding Valdor a thunderous blow with his free hand. The force of the brutal impact catapulted the Norseman aside to slam into the hull, then flip over the gunwale to plunge headlong into the river. Ulrich bounced with the rocking of the boat, then leaped as it bucked under him in the proper direction. He held his broadsword overhead in a two-handed grip, then gave the Wendigo a savage hacking with forged steel. Ulrich's chop split the Wendigo's lower jaw and then ripped a deep gash down his gullet. It was a heroic, deadly blow even against so gigantic a creature. Suitably grieved by the terrible wound, the Wendigo flung Fistilian into Ulrich so that they both tumbled down into the bottom of the longboat. Orlo had sea legs worthy of Poseidon himself, and he had prepared for just such an emergency. There was a lit lantern that he had hung from the mainmast, and he had a firebomb amphora in hand. Orlo lit the wick from the lantern. Alvido had used an etching tool to crisscross the smooth surface of his amphora with scratches so that the marks made the vessels reliably shatter. Orlo ducked the mainsail, then threw the jar with desperate necessity fueling his arm, and he had a true eye that could strike the mark when life was on the line. The amphora exploded in the Wendigo's face so that the flaming pine tar alcohol soaked into his gaping wound. Archers in the canoe sent a flurry of arrows into the demon's back. The nearest canoe got close enough that they stabbed at the monster with their spears as well. Watch's Sky kneeled in the bottom of the boat where he found the stability he needed to operate his bow, which he held horizontally. He launched 3 arrows in quick succession, and each one had a razor-keen steel point that passed through the mainsail. The arrowheads casually sliced their way through the fabric, then grouped into the demon's chest. The rightmost shaft struck the Wendigo in his black heart. The Wendigo spun about to vent his fury on the nearest canoe with its spearman that pricked at his flesh. He grabbed the closest Mohawk by the head, then snapped the man's neck like a supper's chicken. The demon balled a fist with his other hand, then smashed off the front of the canoe, sending 6 men into the river with the foundering of their watercraft. Sleeping Wolf's seat was at the bowsprit away from the fighting. He leaped over the side to get Valdor out of the water. The Norseman floated face down, either unconscious or dead. Orlo picked up the boat's harpoon, then made his way furthest aft. He hurled the weapon just as soon as he found position. The demon was astern at the perfect whaling distance. Orlo aimed for muscle and not bone. He buried the barbed lance into the Wendigo's side. The demon was ancient, yet still had lessons to learn. Never before had he suffered the devastating wounds caused by steel blades and arrows. Attacking a boat of heavily armed heroes had proved costly in its hubristic boldness. The Wendigo seized 2 screaming men from the demolished canoe, then waited for the sanctuary of the northern shore. Watch's Sky continued to sink his punishing arrows into the Wendigo without pause. The yawl jerked sideways, then spun around as the tether to the harpoon dragged them by the bowsprit. The demon trudged through the river, holding aloft his screaming victims, and in so doing the Wendigo pulled the boat ashore. Fistilian felt desperate for an idea because he remained confident that none of their weapons would ever bring the Wendigo down. Even so, he was not prepared to sever the tether his sailboat had to the harpoon. The line was durable enough to wear down a whale, so it would be strong enough to pull them out of the water and then into the trees. The act of dragging the yawl onto the shore put agonizing tension on the harpoon's barb, so the demon decided he would remove the tether. He dropped the men he carried, then turned back to sever the line. Fistilian and Ulrich leaped ashore then with swords in hand. They were willing to carry on the fight for lack of a better alternative. The Wendigo clawed at the rope until it snapped because his mutilated jaw was unsuitable for biting through it. Ulrich shouted at the demon, "How did my sword taste, troll? You look ready for another helping." The flame from the alcohol bottle withered out by then, and the Wendigo remained spry despite his many wounds. His charred skin had blistered and began to peel. The gaping maw hung shattered and still spewed blood. A bristling of arrows riddled the monster's body. The Wendigo tore out a handful of the feathered missiles, then flung them aside like so many annoying splinters. The harpoon was the only injury that seemed truly of consequence. The demon wouldn't disembowel himself by pulling out the massive barb, and he didn't seem inclined toward forcing the whole lance through the other side of the wound either. Sleeping Wolf dragged Valdar ashore. The man remained motionless as though it was too late for the Micmac to save the Norseman's life. The Wendigo's crushing blow had broken ribs, had punctured internal organs. Ulrich daringly approached the demon to badger him. He taunted with his sword while he tried to get close enough to grab the end of the length of tethered line that still connected to the harpoon. The Wendigo accepted Ulrich's challenge by closing on him with a single long step. The demon slashed at him with a handful of splayed claws. Ulrich dropped flat to his stomach just in time for the hooked paw to pass over him. Fistilian stepped in then to distract the monster and give Ulrich some room to get out of the way. His efforts were successful in that the Wendigo had not forgotten his original purpose of slaying Fistilian. The demon reached out to smash him. A full swing from the gigantic Wendigo would have been enough to flatten a hovel. Ulrich rolled away from the demon, then sprang back to his feet. There was nothing he could do to intervene on Fistilian's behalf. Fistilian tried to shield himself with the edge of his scimitar. He braced the blade with his free hand at the back of the spine where the fort met the foible. As the claws approached, time slowed as with the hummingbird discipline of his mother's people. Fistilian attentively watched his destruction approach while he was powerless to avert it. The scene slowed further until all motion and matter seemed to freeze completely. Fistilian stood paralyzed as time and space petrified him as when wood turned to stone. Time returned abruptly with all its blurring haste of motion, only not for Fistilian. He remained motionless as an iron statue by entering the unshakable discipline of the Mahogany Root Clan from his Sweat Lodge vision quest. The Wendigo swung with full power against Fistilian and his blade. The demon never imagined that a secret power anchored the sword in such a way that no force mortal or demonic could ever turn it aside. The woot's steel edge was so sharp that it would have cut through falling silk. The blade did not waver as it amputated the demon's bludgeoning appendage at mid-forearm. Never before had anyone wounded the demon so severely. It was as though steel was the bane of his existence and Fistilian's sword was the avatar of that tempered metal. With an agonized bellowing, the Wendigo clutched his bleeding stump, then fled into the forest with the harpoon still lodged deep in his torso. His gigantic strides and boundless endurance made him too fast for any pursuit. The accomplishment astounded Ulrich. He had seen Fistilian stand impervious before a mighty demon, sever the beast's arm, and then drive the monster away. Fistilian unfroze to feel no less amazed than Ulrich. The gifts of his mother's people had come to him before. He still had no understanding of how to control them or why they came of their own accord. Fistilian offered a silent thanks to his ancestors and returned to the burdens of leadership. Of the demolished canoe, only the man with the broken neck was dead. The two men that the Wendigo had tried to carry off had claw wounds, but they were still alive and would eventually recover, barring some unknown complications. The unfortunate Valdar was indeed dead. The Wendigo's blow had shattered his bones and thoroughly slain him without the need to drown in the river. Ulrich picked up the severed arm of the demon. He needed both hands to lift it as though he held aloft a great trophy fish. "No one would believe this happened if we didn't have this as proof," he said aloud. "Valdar is dead. I have no doubt the Einherji will welcome him into Valhalla. He died fighting a legendary beast and did so without fear." Fistilian surveyed the situation. "We're taking the dead with us. Let's load up and get the hell out of here." The Mohawk warriors dove into the river to recover the weapons and helmets that sank when their canoe came apart. It was a simple task because the water was not overly deep. Soon they had reloaded into the surviving canoes and were underway down the river once more. As Ulrich took his usual seat near Fistilian at the rudder, he said, "If the shamans can get new bodies for their evil spirits and they regenerate their wounds, I guess that means that the Skraeling troll will do the same." Fistilian nodded in displeased agreement because he had assumed the same conclusions. "I recognized your troll from the cave paintings I saw at Table Rock Shrine. That is the Wendigo that the shamans serve. He will be back before long, and we can be sure that he will have a whole new arm. There are more shamans out there too, more than just Buffalo Man. If he can make two, we can be certain he has made others." The Beathuk I questioned spoke of a third shaman, Ulrich revealed. "This time it's a woman. Maybe that demon will make a whole army of those bastards." Fistilian didn't think so. "I'm no expert on magic. From what I've seen, it takes special people for his evil power to take hold. It's a power that comes first from within as well as without. The thing would have changed every Beothuk in his army if he had been able. Ulrich sat back against the hull, then shot wine into his mouth from a boda. Let's hope that the Micmac village is still there when we show up. Maybe one of the Beothuk armies will get there ahead of us. I'd know it if they did, Fistilion replied. His thoughts were on Raining Sunshine and Silvertree. He could sense that they were still alive and well. What concerns me is the Wendigo. He had no trouble finding us on the river, and I got the impression it was me that he came here for. I may be leading that thing right back home. Orlo had taken over Valdar's seat. He said, "Whatever is happening here, it is bigger than any one of us. The gods already wrote the life of every man before his birth. All we can do is play out our parts." "No one has proved himself better than you, Orlo," Fistilion said in praise. "If I ever see that Wendigo again, I hope you're with me." Orlo felt moved by the admiration even while he concealed it as a Norseman should. "I'll follow you into hell riding in a swill bucket if it comes to that. The way to Valhalla is always forward." Chapter 15. Lords of the Forest. The matrons of the Micmac village visited Raining Sunshine just after dark. They had purposefully leaked a rumor that morning among the village's women so that it would be common knowledge to their gender that they planned a special ceremony for that night. Raining Sunshine expected their arrival and exited her house carrying Fistilion's new bow she had crafted. She wore a new arrow quiver that held 9 of the 10 medicine arrows her father had manufactured per the matron's prior request. Raining Sunshine had concealed the 10th arrow under her bed where it would remain secret until the time came when it would play its part in her plan. The 12 eldest matrons led a procession of young women out into the forest. Because Raining Sunshine lived on the outskirts of the village, she was the last of the 9 participants they had selected to join them. Their path led to the waterfall where Raining Sunshine had taken Fistilion for her ceremony of white feather garland and jade skirt. A bonfire burned in a circle of stones that had held ceremonial fires of matrons for 1,000 years. All the other women of the village were already present to greet the solemn procession. The vigil was ominously silent, with only the sound of the sacred waterfall to purify the air with its rhythmless music. Women offered a folded blanket to each of the young women as they entered the shrine. They were sacred blankets that their crafters had inscribed with mystical colored patterns and sacred symbols of potent magic within the weave. The young women laid out their blankets alongside the stream, then bathed in the waterfall's sanctified pool to purify their bodies and minds. Women attended the supplicants as they emerged to anoint them with scented oils, then adorn them in the most magnificent ceremonial raiment. The attending women used beeswax to affix decorative feathers when some of the young women received wings and coup bonnets. Others dressed in luxurious coats of fox and mink. They dressed Raining Sunshine in the golden pelt of a timber panther so that the great cat's yawning mouth accommodated her face. She did not welcome their choice in that her brother Iron Rabbit had died by the claws and fangs of such a beast. The 9 young women returned to their blankets in full ceremonial dress. They reclined in kneeling postures as they waited in silent meditation. Their postures were uncomfortable, yet they endured it because the strength to withstand hardship was the root of inner power. The eldest matron carried the arrow quiver as she bestowed 1 arrow to each of the young women. Raining Sunshine placed her arrow on the blanket beside Fistilion's bow. As the night deepened, the matrons escorted each of the young women away from her blanket. They left one at a time, and none of them ever returned before it was Raining Sunshine's turn to go. A pair of matrons led her off into the forest where the dense canopy made the night totally black. The only illumination came from a small torch that one of the women held. They sat Raining Sunshine down in a clearing, then walked away to leave her sightless and alone. Raining Sunshine listened to the blackness with all its sounds of the forest. Even though her costume began to itch, she didn't scratch and just endured it. That itching became a slight tingling and then a burning, which she endured as well. Just when she thought she had no choice but to remove her uncomfortable costume, a golden light fell upon her. It was bright as midday sunshine, and unlike anything she had seen before. The illumination had a beautiful quality of yellow and green. A verdant jungle replaced the temperate forest that should have been around her. When Raining Sunshine saw herself in the light, she no longer wore any costume because the panther skin had become a part of her. She was both a person and also a timber cat. Raining Sunshine had become one of the lycanthropes from Toltec tales she had heard concerning faraway places to the distant south. A gurgling male panther of deepest black approached her from out of the unfamiliar jungle. He was as large as the animal whose skin she had been wearing. The leopard stopped before her, then settled to the ground where he licked a paw to groom his whiskered brows. "Your people are in danger," the cat said in an aloof yet intimidating male voice. "If other powers have their way, your tribe may even end up totally destroyed. Your village teeters at the edge of a precipice." The King of Wolves dispenses his favors upon your enemies, as do other spirit powers that have no love for you, Micmac. I have not forsaken you yet, but even if I choose to aid you, it does not look good for your people at all." He gazed contemptuously at the arrow and bow she had laid before her. "Do you think that one arrow will win a war?" "It depends on the heart of the one who casts it," she replied. "Great things can come from those who make the proper sacrifices to make them happen." The Cat Lord inquired curiously, "How much are you willing to sacrifice? Would you give up the life of your husband? That 10th arrow you have kept carefully hidden does not make it seem so. Even now you scheme in sly ways worthy of my servants. I have always had a soft place in my heart for those with a taste for cunning deceptions." "I risk my husband already," she said in her defense. "I will not throw him away without a fight. Our enemies curse us as domesticated farmers. We have not forgotten the way of the arrow, the spear, and the tomahawk. The Micmac will earn their place in the world. I ask for no charity." He tested her. "What about your life, then? Will you give that to ensure that your people endure? Would you die so that your husband need not be the sacrifice in your place? He is an outsider. The matrons plot against him for their own good. You know this. As with the heavens, the great powers are ever in balance. To take you must give. What rises in one place must fall in another. I would help you, but not for free." "If it comes to that," she answered sincerely, "I'm ready to die in defense of my people." "Is that so?" The Cat Lord sounded doubtful. "Prove it to me now. Show me how sincere you are. I shall bestow my benevolence upon your people accordingly. Demonstrate the depth of your resolve." Raining Sunshine took up the arrow, then held it in her fist like a dagger as though to stab herself in the chest. Instead of striking into her own breast, she sprang upon her would-be benefactor, then stabbed for his heart. Her new form made her incredibly fast, far stronger and more ferocious. The arrow struck into the wily cat's shoulder to make a wound that would not be fatal. Raining Sunshine had claws on her free hand that she sank into the panther's flesh. As they tumbled together, she ended up underneath him where her canine sank into his neck. She bit into his windpipe, then collapsed it with bone-crushing power. The panther fought back with raking claws, but his resistance was brief and futile. As Raining Sunshine shoved aside the body, she spat the blood from her mouth. "That was for my brother. The Lord of Cats is no friend of my family." The voice of the fallen beast remained present, only disembodied. "Remove the hide, then wrap your weapons within it. All that the sacred pelt embraces will receive my blessing." A flint knife had appeared near the slain panther, so Raining Sunshine used it to remove the cat's pelt. Once she had it off, she wrapped the bow and arrow inside the bloody skin. Raining Sunshine felt exhausted when she had finally completed the chore. She lifted the bundle into her arms and walked away until the jungle scene vanished and the forest of her homeland replaced it. Her eyes had adjusted to the blackness by then, and she saw well enough to make her way along a path. Raining Sunshine eventually returned to the ceremony beside the waterfall stream. All the other women had already made it back by then, so that everyone waited on Raining Sunshine. She was still in her panther costume, and it had seemingly saved her life. In numerous places, the keen claws of a real forest panther had shredded it. The bloody pelt in her arms was proof that she had killed the animal that attacked her in the forest. The many scratches that marred her costume were proof of their scuffle. The matrons gasped at the sight of the awesome portents. During times of deepest ceremony, they saw everything as the tracks of omens. The faithless believed that an animal had attacked Raining Sunshine and she had miraculously killed it in self-defense. The wise women knew better. She had wrestled with the god of the forest. None of them in all their aged lives had ever seen a symbolism so strong. It could only mean that their ceremony had been a resounding success. Chapter 16. The Bow of Heracles. When Raining Sunshine finally returned home, she slept only feverishly because the scratches she received from the panther troubled her. Even in such a state, she remained mindful of the animal skin that enshrined her husband's new bow and all 9 of the ceremony's arrows. Raining Sunshine asked about the pelt repeatedly while Silvertree tended to her mistress. The Beothuk slave girl had promised Vestalion she would keep Raining Sunshine safe and healthy until his return. Though it was not her fault, Silvertree was failing in that charge. That same night as the women's secret ceremony, the men assembled at their council fire to debate village affairs. They could not help but know that their women had gone out into the forest. The men were more than a little curious as to what the women would be doing out in the wilds at so late an hour. It was easy enough for them to guess it was some kind of ceremony that involved the magical arts of the matrons. None of them even dared the suggestion that a man should sneak out there to spy upon them. No man would dare intrude. By the next morning, when the women's ceremony had concluded, some of the men devised an alternative plot for satisfying their curiosity. They had in their village a young medicine man that possessed a special gift for reading omens. He could divine the intentions of the great spirits and give men special advice on how best to prosper in their affairs. The seer had been born among the Huron tribes of the Great Lakes. His own people had ostracized him because of his mysterious visions, so as a young boy he had deserted to the Micmac. The matrons had recognized the value of his rare gift and encouraged the Micmac men to adopt him into the tribe. The Micmac had never found cause to regret that decision. A party of warriors walked to the home of Windchalk the Seer, who lived in a prestigious central location in the village. The group's leader was 8 Axes because he was a man that the village considered their strongest warrior from the prime generation, who were neither old enough to be veterans like Twisted Feathers, 10 Badgers, and Spotted Crow, nor young enough to be novices like Fistilian, Sleeping Wolf, and Watch's Sky. 8 Axes also had an ambition to elevate himself further. That he wanted to tamper with things most considered taboo made it readily apparent that he had too much ambition for the good of the village or for himself. The conspirators found Windchalk seated outside his roundhouse, where he used a mortar and pestle to pulverize herbs and minerals. None of the men knew enough about such things to distinguish the mystic's purpose. 8 Axes promptly demanded, "Tell us what business the women had in the forest last night." He was not the sort of man to take no for an answer, since it would be an intolerable display of weakness for one of his coup-acquiring ambitions. Windchalk didn't look up from his work as he suggested, "If you are so curious, why don't you ask your wife?" The mystic had 3 wives, and each was beautiful and talented. For all of his bravado, 8 Axes still had no wife at all. He thought that only the finest women were worthy of him, while none of those women ever agreed. Windchalk certainly knew that 8 Axes was a bachelor, which made the retort a clear demonstration that the mystic did not feel intimidated. "These are strange and dangerous times," 8 Axes offered as the explanation for his unorthodox request. "You are supposed to be wise. Surely you must know as much as a woman." The mystic replied, "Sometimes knowing more than a woman is having the wisdom not to meddle in their affairs. The business of the matrons is not the business of men. The gods set these barriers between the sexes for their own good reasons. For me to trespass on their ceremonies is to tempt ill fortune and the matron's wrath." "War is upon us already," 8 Axes responded. "Matters could be no worse. Tell us what the women are plotting." "Matters can always get worse," Windchalk cautioned. "The wisest of the elders are at work. You should trust that they tell you what they need you to know. When you get what you want, it may prove to be the cause of your ruin." Windchalk's words of warning did nothing to dissuade the other men. It left them feeling anxious, but not in a way that urged them to leave the young shaman unrewarded. Their uncomfortably silent perseverance dared 8 Axes to try harder to get them some answers. 8 Axes told Windchalk, "I've always thought that some part of you was woman, the part of you that grants you your powers. You have taken sides against us in favor of them. If you secretly reported to the matrons the goings-on at our ceremonial fires, it would not surprise me. I think we will have to be more cautious around you in the future until we can be more certain just where your loyalties lie." The seer seemingly yielded to their obstinate pressure and agreed to their demand. "Very well. If it is a demonstration of my loyalty, you shall have it. The request is entirely yours, so let the price of your curiosity be your burden too." Windchalk removed the medicine pouch from around his neck. He unbound its throat, then poured the contents onto the ground before him. It was a jumble of small bones and pretty stones. It formed a collage that was insensible to all but him. The seer studied the pattern for a long time before his secret sight revealed something he could relate to the men. "An ancient evil will come home to us," he prophesied in a humming voice. "Even now one of its demon servants stalks the forest, where he devours any man that he stumbles upon. There is still hope, for the evil can be defeated." 8 Axes gasped in disbelief. "A demon? You say we can destroy it?" To slay a demon would be a coup worthy of his avarice. The warrior could not understand that, even as he spoke the words, the Wendigo had already turned his mind from the righteous cause of his village to the villainous aspirations of vanity and gluttony. Furthermore, 8 Axes had heard the prophecy, but he had not listened. The seer had told him that the demon was merely the servant of the ancient evil, and that dark power was coming home to them. "No," Windchalk advised him. "It is not within the power of men to destroy such a demon. It draws the water of its life from the rapacity that dwells in the hearts of all men. While men exist in the world, so shall their demons to follow them as surely as their own shadows. But that ancient evil is coming here to eat us." 8 Axes refreshed the revelation as he had heard it told. His inaccuracy demonstrated that he had failed to listen and understand the seer's warning. "We sent out no evil to have it return thus, unless you mean that pale-skinned upstart Fistilian is behind our misfortunes." When Chuck ignored the amateur analysis of matters beyond the wits of the vain warrior, the matrons went into the forest to call upon the great spirits who have long guarded the Micmac against all manners of evil. One of the great spirits answered their call. The Lord of Panthers imbued his blessing into a mighty longbow and a quiver of sacred arrows. Our greatest warrior will wield those weapons, and with them shall secure the path to our salvation. That prophecy pleased Eight Axes tremendously. Since I am the strongest warrior of the village, clearly the Cat Lord meant that bow and quiver for me. Where are they now, that I may take possession of what is mine by right? The seer's vision was over, so he gathered his ornaments back into their pouch. I did not see where it is now, nor did I see that it was meant for you, Eight Axes. It would be wise to let others declare your greatness rather than shouting it yourself. Those who proclaim their own status leave no more of a mark than chalk I sprinkle into the wind. I know where it is, said one of the younger warriors of little importance. Twisted Feather's daughter has been making a bow. My little brother saw her leaving with the matrons last night. She was carrying something that might have been that new bow. Eight Axes smiled broadly because it made sense. Her father was the master archer in Fletcher. He reasoned, if she doesn't have my new bow now, she surely knows where I can find it. Let's go ask her. The party of men marched off straight away toward Raining Sunshine's doorstep. Silvertree heard the men as they gathered outside the roundhouse. Twisted Feathers was away, as was his usual during the day. If he was not hunting game, which required a considerable amount of walking away then back again, he was busy with other personal business. Raining Sunshine was still in her bed, drenched with sweat and her skin hot with fever. She continuously stirred uncomfortably as her body fought to heal itself of her ailments. "Send out your mistress, you Beathuk cur," Eight Axes shouted. "She has something of mine, and I have come to claim it." The edict from the village elders still forbade Silvertree from going outside without a blindfold. She answered the men from the inside of the door curtain. "There is nothing of yours in here. My lady is ill. She cannot be bothered with the likes of you. Be gone, or I will see to it that Twisted Feathers hears of your effrontery." "I will not be turned away," Eight Axes persisted. "The matrons enchanted a bow that is meant for my hands. Bring it out to me, and then I shall go." "There is nothing for you here," she reiterated. "Begone, or her husband shall hear of your rudeness." "Her husband," Eight Axes laughed. "Festilian is most likely already dead. She may be calling me husband soon enough. Raining Sunshine is worthy of me." Silvertree left the door to arm herself with a spear. Any man who forced his way inside was going to die for his trespass. "Bring out the bow," Eight Axes demanded, "or tell me who holds it for me. I will have it." "I have it right here," she told him in a taunting tone. "You'll never lay your hands on it, you spineless coward. The moment I see your face, I'll put this spearhead through it." Eight Axes guffawed. "You call me a coward? Not a man in this village is as fierce as I am. With that bow I will lead the village to victory. I will defeat the ancient evil. I might even make myself warlord of the Algonquin nations." "Yes, you're a coward," Silvertree retorted venomously. "If you were a man, you would have gone with Festilian. He called up every unproven man who would show themselves with more than a flapping mouth. You did not answer his summons. Eight Axes stayed home with the women where he belongs. For a man who lives with women, it is no surprise you don't have one of your own. You are Festilian's dog. That is why you sniff around his door begging for his scraps." "He never asked me to go with him," Eight Axes said to his own defense. "No one asked Festilian either," she retorted. "He decided to go of his own volition. You wait here with the women because you are afraid to leave this village. You are afraid of the Beathuk. You are afraid of your own shadow. Cowards die in battle. Soon you will be dead. The war seeks out every man. You will taste death, but never any glory." Fear of Twisted Feathers prevented Eight Axes from daring to do more. "When the time comes," he said in parting, "the people will decide that I am the only one here worthy of that bow." Chapter 17. Service to the Master. The woman Lily Breath, the third of the Wendigo's savage cannibal shamans, was insatiable in her lust. Her carnal performance had laid 4 strong warriors out on the grass. Their valiant efforts had exhausted them, and she still craved for more. Lily Breath lazily walked among them while she used her fingers to comb stray grass out of her long hair. One of the young warriors, luxuriating in contentment, asked Lily Breath, "What did I do to deserve such a blessing, my lady?" She sighed somewhere between remorse and tedium. "I was only a step on your journey to becoming one with our master. I think you will find that his appetites exceed even my own." The young man didn't understand her meaning. That was when the Wendigo rushed out at them from behind a thicket. The men screamed in horror as the demon fell upon them. The monstrous giant used his one remaining arm to claw ghastly wounds into the unarmed warriors. Once the men were unable to fight or flee, the demon began to devour them. The Wendigo's severed arm had not regenerated during the journey back from the battle at the river. The stump remained a fresh, oozing wound. While the demon feasted, Lilybreath removed the harpoon from the Wendigo's side. The flesh of the robust men she sacrificed to him would soon restore the Wendigo's body and vigor. Buffalo Man approached them from the forest. How much longer can he take to get here? Our brother must have destroyed their hard silver mine by now. The white shaman's son killed him, she said in explanation to Antler Man's tardiness. He decapitated our brother, destroyed his army, and even survived a battle with our mighty master. Buffalo Man did a double take. So, the little woman continues to plague us with his victories. If only I had killed him in our first encounter, so much would be different. Powerful blessings of old power shield him from us. Not even the master managed to put an end to him. At least you now understand that this is no fault of mine. Yes, he has protection, she mused as she caressed the demon's thigh. Every hero seems invincible in his prime. They all have to fall eventually. Sooner or later, they betray their own strength and make themselves vulnerable. Those that live in the light are always in a hurry because they know it will set upon them. We who live in the darkness can afford to be patient. In time, all things come to us. Buffalo Man was not afraid of Fistilian. I will go again and kill him myself. I want to see his bones snapping as I crush him. I want to roast his feet and devour his brains. Lilybreath didn't mind if Buffalo Man got himself killed, so she encouraged him to try. I've made some things that may help you. She retrieved a bearskin bundle from behind a tree. I gathered all the fallen teeth from the cave. Lilybreath laid out the skin, then unrolled it. Inside her bundle was an arrow and a wooden battle club. Long rows of the serrated demon's teeth formed the edges down the sides of the club to form a weapon that was akin to a stone-aged broadsword. The arrow tip was a particularly long and narrow demon's tooth. Buffalo Man chose the club because he had no desire for an arrow. She asked, "Why do you prefer that weapon?" "With an arrow I can only kill one enemy," he reasoned. "With this I can kill many." "The Vinlanders like that one arrow," she lectured him. "He can only be in one place at one time. If we attack two places at once, one army is sure to succeed." The growling of fierce wolves interrupted them. A new Wendigo shaman approached from the trees. He was from the wild tribes of the northern tundra. They were a squat, muscular people with round faces and ruddy complexions. Their shamans dressed in wolf pelts. A pack of 6 wolves followed him like loyal hounds. Many more wolves shared the encampment with his warriors. Lilybreath presented the arrow to the wolf shaman, which seemed fitting since the man carried a hunting bow. He added the arrow to his quiver, then said, "I have many mouths to feed. When can I promise them they'll be eating the children of the Micmac?" "Soon, Winterwolf," she pledged to him. "The Wendigo will lead his champions against the Micmac. The rest of his warriors will attack Vinland." Winterwolf made a point of noticing that the demon only had one arm. "I see good reason for taking caution. I am in no hurry to join the Antlered Man." "I thought you were a hunter, Winterwolf," she said coldly. "Don't tell me you're afraid." "Wolves are fierce, not foolish," he countered. "We have a saying, talk about pride after supper. We want success, and I wonder if what you're suggesting is more like heroic suicide. I'm certain that my arm will come off much easier than his did." "Yours will also grow back far more easily," Buffalo Man criticized. "Just hang in the rear if you are not up to this. I will kill the White Father's son myself. For me, this has become personal." Chapter 18. Triumph. Fistilian returned to his Micmac village in his sailboat along with the remaining Mohawk canoes. Watchful Micmac guardians observed their progress upon the river and messaged ahead so that the village knew to expect their imminent arrival. If not for Fistilian's sailboat, the Elysian Fortitude, the Micmac guards might have considered the Mohawk canoes to be a hostile war party and even ambushed them for their untimely and uninvited trespass during a time of war. When Fistilian's flotilla reached the village beach, both the matrons and the elders had already turned out to see them ashore. It was an eminent greeting of either an auspicious or menacious nature depending on their dispositions. The disproportionate lack of armed warriors escorting the village leaders assured Fistilian that the gathering intended to congratulate them on their presumed success against the Beathuk at the iron mine. Fistilian went ashore with the Wendigo demon's arm in a blood-stained sack. The chief elder, Autumn Raven, met him at the river's edge. "There are some who doubted you would ever return. Others believed you would return having accomplished nothing." He made a glance toward the sack as though he already knew what was inside of it. "I was among those who knew better. This is the spirit of that shaman we call Antler Man. Fistilian handed over the medicine talisman. I have not seen Buffalo Man yet. From the Beathuk captives we took at the battle, I have learned that there is a third Wendigo shaman now as well, a woman. Autumn Raven nodded gravely. Being a woman makes her even more dangerous than the others, certainly no less so. He put his hand on Fistilian's tall shoulder in a demonstration of praise. You've done well for yourself, for our tribe, and for Vinland as well. The Wendigo has many shamans in lands near and far. All are gluttons for his gory feast and the power he can give. Should the demon call, they would answer. Let us hope we only face 2 now. Do not be surprised if you discover there are more. There are more Beathuk than the ones we killed, Fistilian divulged. My small band of men slew 300 of them in a glorious battle at the mine. We used a shield wall in the way of the Vinlanders only with spears, as had ancient warriors from lands where the sun rises. We did not destroy the bulk of their army. My guess is that there are 600 more in other warbands. It might be the largest army this land has ever seen. This land has seen more than you know, Autumn Raven assured Fistilian. Men have built mountains from baskets of soil and waged war with 1,000 nations. What matters is that we go on and the Beathuk fade with the blowing leaves of history. The elder had other matters of immediate interest that he revealed with his eyes that sought out Fistilian's sack. I would see what you have there. My eyesight is not what it used to be, but I can see that you consider that a greater trophy than your 300 Beathuk or the shaman's talisman. I lost 2 brave men getting this, Fistilian explained as he opened the sack so that Autumn Raven could see inside. The rest of this creature is still out there, and it will be coming after me. Coming here, I suspect. The demon's hideous arm impressed the old man. He didn't find it unbelievable since he recognized it for what it was. The Wendigo does not forget or forgive. His hunger is relentless as starvation itself. I fear you are right that the demon will seek you out again. You are one of us now, so we will stand with you whatever comes. What do you need to be ready? Fistilian gestured back toward his army of Mohawk hoplites. All these men fought bravely to win a great victory against the Beathuk. They need food, and some have wounds that require treatment by the matrons. These Mohawk are to be our honored guests, Autumn Raven declared for everyone present. We shall show them our gratitude for their heroism. I have earned a hot meal, Dog said as he walked up to Fistilian in stride with Ulrich. Only Fistilian could hear him since it was the silent voice of the Moshe mind. Fistilian thrust the sack with the demon's arm into Ulrich's hands. Take this and see to the boat. There is something I have to do that cannot wait. Ulrich took the bag. I understand. I've seen Raining Sunshine. I'd be hurrying home too if I had left such a pretty wife alone. Fistilian delayed a few seconds longer. Make the boat ready to sail again at a moment's notice. We may need to get out of here in a hurry. The next fight could be in Leysputer or at the Mohawk Lodge. The Norseman thumped his chest in the soldier's salute that meant he understood. Orlo helped Ulrich furl the sails and secure the sailboat. Since Watch's Sky and Sleeping Wolf were in their home village, they returned to their family roundhouses. Fistilian had Black Eagle follow him as they ran north through the village. On the way, they saw that the village was ready for war. There were numerous wandering patrols of armed men. Village dogs shared the same pervading air of readiness. Extra water containers stood ready to fight a fire on any of the roundhouses or wigwams. Dog happily wagged his tail as he walked beside Fistilian. He was glad to be at his new home where there were many leisurely comforts. He had one luxury foremost on his mind. So what's for dinner? I'm starving for some proper cooking. Smoked venison would be nice if I have to eat cold cuts. This is a real village. A hot meal would not be less than I deserve for all I've done to assist you. You'll get what I get, Fistilian replied unsympathetically, and that means waiting until the feast tonight. The village will want to hear about the battle, so they will make a dinner out of the occasion. Dog complained. No doubt you will omit my contributions while they regale you with all manners of deliciousness. I did my part keeping you aware of Beathuk movements. I was the one who showed the archers where to ambush them to bait the bear for your trap. I also warned you about the approach of that demon. I'm well aware of your ample contributions, Fistilian confessed to his dog. You have my blessing to brag to the village about your valiant exploits. Since I am the only one that can hear you, it might be best for you to content yourself with the food while I tell my tales in the ways they will understand. As they reached Twisted Feather's roundhouse, Dog capered with some enthusiasm because he scented the delicious cooking inside. I can tell that your females already have something tasty for me. They will know how to appreciate my invaluable talents even if you don't. Raining Sunshine opened the door curtain before Fistilian could do it himself. She appeared weary from having beaten her fever. The safe return of her husband was the last of her burdens that needed lifting, so her mood was a pleasant one. Silvertree had roasted a trio of stuffed porcupines for that evening's feast. The matrons had predicted that Fistilian and his war band would return victorious. Silvertree put her work aside when Fistilian entered. She took him a bota of Vinland wine as a welcome home gesture. Fistilion gratefully accepted the wine, then took a long drink before he told Silvertree, "Would you get Dog something to eat? He was a gift to me from the first matron of the Mohawk. Dog says that I don't appreciate him, but you will readily recognize his invaluable talents." Silvertree thought Fistilion was being facetious about Dog's feelings. Even so, she did appreciate the value of having an intelligent and loyal dog around the home, especially while she was under house arrest. The companionship would be an added benefit. "Come along then," Silvertree told Dog. "I have some trimmings for you and some stew bones that you will like." She paused momentarily as Black Eagle came inside the flap. The glance she gave him was not all vengeful over the hostility that had been their first meeting. Silvertree had come to appreciate his masculine qualities and even harbor a passionate ambition to sample them one day. Her lack of disapproval was obvious to Fistilion when he glanced over. He saw that Black Eagle didn't fail to recognize her qualities either. "Black Eagle is our guest," he told Silvertree. "See to his needs and make him comfortable." His eyes shifted to Raining Sunshine. "I am taking my wife to the river. We have much to talk about, and I think she could use some fresh air." "Take your weapons, then," Black Eagle advised. "There could be Beathuk scouts around here. If I was them, I would have many braves out searching for my enemies." "I need something before we go." Raining Sunshine got the panther skin that enshrined the new bow and arrows. "We must take this." Her animal skin didn't impress Black Eagle. He advised Fistilion, "You have an army of men at your command. How would it be for them if you died alone down at the river?" "Better for them than for me, I would presume," Fistilion replied. "If there is some danger at the river, I need only ask that unappreciated glutton. What say you, Dog? Will we be safe at the river?" "You are safer now," Dog answered while he scratched himself. "The Beathuk are some distance off, and I get the feeling they're not all going in the same directions." "We'll be fine," Fistilion said for everyone else who could not hear Dog. He took his wife with their panther skin bundle, and they left for a walk down to the river. As Raining Sunshine waded out into the water to wash, Fistilion opened the bundle she had carried. Inside the panther pelt he found the bow he had envisioned when he first tried to craft one. The wooden-tipped arrows with it were obviously ceremonial. "Each of those arrows has a blessing from a forest spirit," she explained. "Use them all in your war save the last one that I marked with a green thread. If you use the last arrow, it will serve you well, but some terrible fate will befall you. If you complete a white magic, a black must answer for it. While the circle remains broken, there need not be any harm." He was as doubtful about her claims of magic as he was about the wooden arrowheads. "These will work against the Wendigo and his shamans?" Fistilion trusted in his normal weapons for dealing with the Beathuk. "Even if I did use all 9 arrows, how could that be any worse than having our enemies destroy the village if I don't?" Raining Sunshine had expected his doubts, so she said nothing on the matter. She had the real 9th arrow safely hidden away and replaced with the fake one. Fistilion put aside the arrow so he could string the longbow, and it took all of his effort to do so. Without any arrow, he tested the pull, which proved to be perfect for his strength. He couldn't contain his elation. "With this, you really did work magic. This bow is everything I could have hoped for when I failed to craft my own." When Raining Sunshine turned in the water, she let Fistilion see that she bore scratches from her ceremony in the forest. As she continued to wash, she informed him, "The forest spirit that came to me at the ceremony had a price." The panther pelt was fresh and not tanned, allowing Fistilion to guess its connection to her story. "The skin is from the panther that clawed you up." He recognized that it was from a large male, one as big as the apex predator that had killed her brother Iron Rabbit. It was well beyond no small feat that she had slain the dangerous animal. That she had done so and suffered as little harm as she had was highly improbable in the extreme. "I thought you looked a little under the weather when I returned home. You seem well enough now. From the size of this pelt and those scratches, it's a wonder that you're still alive." Raining Sunshine reached out a hand and invited him to join her in the water. "I dreamt of you during my fever. In my visions I saw that you were in danger. I sent you my strength to help keep you safe. I was willing to die for you if that was the price of your protection." "Perhaps it was you that helped me cut off that thing's arm," Fistilion said as he entered the water. "The Wendigo wanted to kill me. It tracked me down while we were on the river. It should have won, and would have. Only the gifts of my mother's people came to me in my moment of need. Maybe it was you that gave me the strength." She settled into his arms to remove his doubts and refresh their marital affections before they would return to the roundhouse to prepare for the village feast. Fistilion returned home to find Silvertree washing herself from a water basin in full view of Black Eagle. She and the Mohawk came from people accustomed to living in communal longhouses. It was an innocently unabashed opportunity for them to explore one another's potential interest. Fistilion already thought their glances were obvious enough, even though he knew little of longhouse solicitation rituals. Raining Sunshine and Fistilion dressed in their clean ceremonial finery. He wore his Woot's scimitars and carried the new bow. She added the 9 ceremonial arrows to his quiver. Silvertree understood that she would have to wear her blindfold if she wanted to attend the feast. She had crafted a fashionable new eye cover from delicate leather. Black Eagle volunteered his arm that she happily accepted. When Fistilian noticed, Black Eagle commented, "Blindfolds and iron tethers are the hospitality of the Micmac." "Hamstrung and clipped thumbs are the hospitality of the Micmac," Fistilian corrected his friend. "Shackles and shade is their mercy. In time they will learn to accept her. For now, I think she will find her way with the arm of a legendary Mohawk runner." "I'm not going to lead the blind at a run," Black Eagle pointed out. "And I don't know my way around your village any better than she does. She may end up leading me." "Just follow Dog then," Fistilian advised. "He always knows the surest path to dinner." The village held their feast at the great common fire circle where the elders held their councils. The family from each roundhouse brought some dish that was frequently their culinary specialty. People mingled freely and socialized while they ate. The Micmac treated the Mohawk warriors as honored guests while nearly 1,000 people shared the revelry. 8 Axes became irate as soon as Fistilian appeared with his exquisite wife and carrying the new longbow. He considered confronting Fistilian to lay claim to the matron's enchanted weapon, but the mood of the crowd dissuaded him. Word had spread that Fistilian's war band slew 300 Beothuk and brought back the soul talisman of a Wendigo shaman. Even more impressive than all that, Fistilian had chopped the arm off the giant demon and brought it back for all to see. The Vinlander had overwhelming support as the people's champion. 8 Axes would appear a complete fool if he tried to attest anything contrary. Fistilian didn't even notice 8 Axes and his friends, much less their jealous glances. His thoughts were on his wife and enjoying a good supper. With so many people congratulating him on his accomplishments, Fistilian would never have cause to notice 8 Axes' bitterness. After much feasting and good cheer, once the moon was high, the women and children went home to leave the elders and all the men to hold a special session of their council fire. As special recognition of his coup accomplishments, the elders granted Fistilian a seat at the inner circle. Twisted Feathers sat beside his son-in-law. He concealed all emotion as he said, "I believed in you long before the elders recognized your worth. However our lives work out, this is the path we have chosen." The elders took the innermost seats on their log stump stools. Autumn Raven carried in a coup bonnet that he presented to Fistilian. This once belonged to a great warrior, Dancing Crow. He died fighting Beothuk in that war long ago. This bonnet is now yours as his successor. Wear it in honor to you both. Keep it alive and learn his tale so that people might speak of his greatness alongside your own impressive feats. This bonnet has 30 bald eagle feathers for the 300 men your warriors defeated with you as their war captain. It has 2 golden eagle feathers. One is for the Wendigo shaman you slew and whose medicine talisman you recovered. The other is for maiming their demon. Fistilian accepted the war bonnet and, having earned it, placed it upon his head without reservation. "I went to the Iron Mine to fight for the good of our tribe," he declared. "My victory brought respect for us all. I could not have succeeded without the help of the chieftains of the Iroquois' Great Council, their valiant fighters, or my father's village of Leifsputer. I have a great tale to tell, one with many heroes, some now departed." Once all the elders took their places of distinction, they asked Fistilian to stand, then tell everyone what he had seen and done. Fistilian told everything with honesty and in detail. Many could not believe his description of the Wendigo. They expunged all their doubts when Ulrich showed them the monstrous arm. "My plan is to rest here with my men," Fistilian said in conclusion. "I must determine the next place the Beothuk will attack. When I know where I can find them, I'll seek them out and destroy them too." "All that you have received from us, you have earned through manly endeavor," said Autumn Raven. "Is there anything you wish to ask of us that we might give to show our appreciation?" Fistilian stood again to speak. "I ask that you grant my wife's handmaiden the trust due to any common slave. Will you allow me to remove her iron shackles and blindfold? If not both, then one of either would suffice." "Your request is reasonable," Autumn Raven agreed. "You have proven yourself a trustworthy judge of character, as your Mohawk allies attest. Because of you, the younger generation of our 2 peoples can have trade and trust befitting us all. If Silvertree has won your approval, then she will have ours as well. Set her free to move about the village with the understanding that she remains your property. What she knows must stay secret from our enemies." With that, the evening was late and the council over. Just as soon as Fistilian got home, he got his hammer and chisel to remove Silvertree's shackles. "You never need wear your blindfold again," he told her. "You are free to walk about the village from now on." She was so overjoyed that she could barely hold still for him to work. Raining Sunshine felt happy for her friend. She told Silvertree, "You need to make Black Eagle a place to sleep for the night. I leave his comfort in your capable hands." Another blow of the hammer had Silvertree free. He tossed the shackles aside, then examined the marks they had left on her ankles. "Nothing serious," he said of her abrasions. "The rabbit fur spared you anything that would scar." With implied meaning, Silvertree asked, "Do you want Black Eagle to be comfortable?" "I know him as a good man and a brave warrior," Fistilion assured her. "My bed will always have room for you. If the Mohawk interests you, I expect you to earn a gift by morning. Even if he is a brother by blood, he is still only a guest in this roundhouse." She had already made up her mind. "I'll see you in the morning then. Thank you for spending your reward on my shackles. I won't run away." "I've noticed how Black Eagle looks at you," Fistilion commented before going to bed. "He is fast. If you ran, I'm sure he would catch you." Raining Sunshine took her husband's hand and led him to their refuge in the seclusion of their canopied bed. She would keep him up late with amorous attention. Fistilion was up before dawn to hold a meeting with all his men. Their first business was the Mohawks staging a funeral for their warrior who died when the demon broke his neck. They placed the body upon a massive funeral pyre down by the river. They lit the stack of wood with the first rays of dawn. Such was the fierceness of the blaze that it would entirely reduce the man to ashes. When the fire fell to its long steady burn, the men moved to a morning meal near Fistilion's home. The same question plagued all the men. They wanted to know if they needed to go home to defend their own people against the next Beathuk attack. Fistilion listened to them voice that concern while he finished his meal, and then he went off to be alone. His need for their counsel caused his crows to flutter down from the forest boughs. He asked the birds for prophecy. Should the Mohawk meet their needs at their home fires? The handsome crow squawked yes. The Mohawks should return to their longhouses. He next asked, "Is Vinland also about to be attacked by the Beathuk?" The same crow answered with another yes. The Redskins would take their war to the Norsemen. Fistilion had hoped to face the war on a single front, and it had already divided. He guessed that his luck could get worse yet. "Is this village in danger too?" The same crow answered yes a third time. Since the birds did not readily depart as they did when he had exhausted their patience, Fistilion took the opportunity to ask a final question. "Is the Wendigo coming for me wherever I go?" The handsome crow signaled his fourth and final yes, then both birds flew away. Fistilion returned to his men with answers for them. He warned. The Beathuk divided into war parties to raid all across the Markland. Fistilion gestured to indicate everyone. "My advice for you all is to get home as fast as you can. They will be at the doors of your father soon enough. That is where your destiny awaits you." Black Eagle still wanted revenge on Buffalo Man, so his fight was personal. He asked Fistilion, "And you? Are you staying here to fight for the Micmac? Where are the shamans going to be? Where will the demon and his servants strike?" "I won't wait for the Wendigo to come for me and mine," Fistilion replied. "I will seek the demon out first. For wherever I stand, that is where I shall meet him. That makes the choice of battlefields mine, not his. I choose to meet the evil far from those I want to protect. I will take the battle to him and his." Ulrich faced a tough choice because he wanted to defend Leifsbuter. As a Norseman, to hunt the demon giant Wendigo was a higher cause. Ulrich first had to be a man, so he pledged, "I'll go with you on the great hunt if you ask it of me." "I'm not asking," Fistilion told Ulrich. "If you really wanted to get yourself killed, I would not need to ask. Your sword will always lead you in the right direction. Ask your blade where it would travel, do not ask me." Ulrich stood to declare himself. "I have oaths to my clan and village that I must keep. Were it not for the danger to Leifsbuter, I would join in the greatest hunt that Markland will ever see." He drew his sword. "I named this blade Toothbreaker, for the wound it did the demon's maw. Toothbreaker says that my way is homeward to fight for my father. To defeat the demon, but lose my home is to lose the war." As an afterthought, he added, "I'll take Valdor's body home for a proper funeral." The Mohawk warriors were also heading home. Because Leifsbuter was on their way, they would take Ulrich, Orlo, and Valdor's body there. "Everyone is free to take any equipment I provided," Fistilion said in parting. "You may take what you wish from the captured Beathuk armaments as well." By midday, the Mohawk canoes had all gone. Fistilion sat in front of the roundhouse with Twisted Feathers, Raining Sunshine, and Dog. Black Eagle joined the discussion when Silvertree went inside to cook. Twisted Feathers asked, "What do you believe can defeat the Wendigo?" Fistilion wasn't sure. "My sword could cut him. I think that if I cut his throat, he wouldn't be feeling too good. The spirit arrows might kill him. I'll have to test them to find out what they can do, and I won't waste them experimenting. I know that the demon is looking for me. It's better for everyone if our meeting takes place outside this village. If the Wendigo came in the night and killed Raining Sunshine, I would not be able to live with that." His father-in-law disagreed. "You shouldn't even think about going after the Wendigo alone." Twisted Feathers advised, "I could take 3 of the arrows and so could watch his sky. 3 bowmen have an advantage over just 1. "I'll be there with a long spear," Black Eagle pledged. "I'm sure Sleeping Wolf will want to be with us as well." Then let's go to the shrine where we first defeated the buffalo shaman, Fistilian suggested. There we will set our trap to destroy the demon. In a tone that didn't like the idea, Reigning Sunshine asked, Table Rock Shrine? Won't such a place make the demon that much more powerful? I don't think so, Fistilian explained his thinking. I've been there and seen that cave, those rock formations. The place is far older than the union of the Wendigo and the Beathuk. The way I figure it, it's him that should be afraid to meet me there. The old gods are his enemy. The Wendigo is not born of old stone, ancient forest, or the shifting river. That evil comes from men who worship themselves. Twisted Feathers accepted the plan. How soon must we leave? The sooner the better, Dog advised. They're already moving in many directions. Fistilian replayed Dog's advice. We need to go as soon as I can get the boat loaded up. I want to be well on our way by the evening tide. Reigning Sunshine called for Silvertree. When the girl appeared, Reigning Sunshine ordered, Make preparations for a hunting trip. They will need all the food you can send with them. Reigning Sunshine offered her hand to her husband. She wanted time alone with Fistilian before he would be away again, perhaps to not return. As Fistilian was about to get up and leave, 8 Axes marched up, then stood before the group. If you're forming a war band to undertake some mission against a Beathuk, I want to go with you. You have a bonnet now and the respect of the elders. It shames me to stay behind with the women while men go off to make war. Fistilian wasn't eager to invite the man along because he knew that 8 Axes was not an admirer. You've done nothing but send me poison glare since I came home. Now you ask me to entrust my life to you. I think I'll live longer with friendlier company. The words offended 8 Axes. Must I be servile to you to be worthy of your company? That new bonnet must sit heavier on your head than it looks. Come along then, Fistilian submitted. This is your village too, and your life is yours to peril. I go to hunt a thing that is far deadlier than any mortal man or beast. You have seen the arm. I expect it to have grown another by the time we meet again. I'll be ready to do my part, 8 Axes promised. My accomplishments will be fitting for one of my considerable reputation. Chapter 19. Fafnir's Bane. Fistilian's band of adventurers set sail in his lateen-rigged yawl to follow the river out to the ocean where the afternoon tide sped them toward Table Rock Shrine. As both captain and pilot, Fistilian didn't spare a yard of the triangular sails as he increased the Elysian Fortitude speed so that she nearly lifted above the water. Once the sun had set, Fistilian sailed on by the light of the moon and stars that were enough for him to navigate based on memory. Fistilian still recalled his sense of dread when he discovered that Buffalo Man had found his sailboat on the beach when they had last journeyed to the Beathuk Shrine. With that in mind, he took special care to hide the Elysian Fortitude in a different inlet along the coast. Once their boat was safely out of the way, they began their march inland. As they walked into the dark forest at night, Fistilian had to wonder if he would return to find his boat as nothing more than a burned-out keel. If Beathuk raiders came across it, they were unlikely to show the sailboat any tender mercy. Their war band reached the Table Rock Shrine by the first rays of dawn. The site remained deserted and seemed as though it had lingered unused for some months. A hierarchy of animals had cleaned away the dead bodies from the previous battle. The Table Rock formation was clean from the washing of many rains. The monumental altar was still imposing with its immovable weight and prophetic shape like a giant's butcher block. The cave was, as Fistilian remembered it, clean and empty. They spent the morning searching throughout the vicinity, which included the surrounding woods and nearby river. Twisted Feathers sought signs that the Beathuk had been to the shrine recently. Fistilian helped, but his mind lingered on forming a plan he could use for luring the Wendigo into a trap. His main problem was that the only bait that he had was his own self. Merely drawing the demon into a battle at the shrine was no assurance that they would win such a contest against an ancient supernatural being of gigantic proportions. When Fistilian got around to searching the cave by the light of a birch bark torch, he discovered something useful. A sliver of light shined down through a crevice in the ceiling. The fissure made a kind of chimney that was just wide enough for Fistilian to climb. He went up as far as the light to find that the gap was within an arm's reach of the exterior surface. With mental calculations, Fistilian figured out where he would find the other end of that crevice. He exited the cave, circled the hill, and then climbed the escarpment at the ravine. About 2/3 the way up was a large tooth of granite. Alongside its edge was the opening that let the sliver of light down into the cave below. Fistilian had brought some iron tools from his boat. He got his shovel and large hammer, then used the tools with the help of Sleeping Wolf. They worked from the outside to dislodge the granite boulder so they could enlarge the opening at the top of the cave's chimney. Fistilian wasn't satisfied until they had the opening large enough for him to crawl through. They carried 3 large stones from their excavation to the top of the hill where they would prove useful as weapons of defense. The new chimney passage was perfect for Fistilian's budding plan. It was about noon when he gathered the others at the Table Rock altar to explain everything he had in mind.
Everyone will be waiting up there. Fistilian pointed to the natural fortress of earth that perched over the cave mouth. It has only one approach. You would have every advantage against anyone who tried climbing up. 8-Axes asked the obvious question, where will you be? Fistilian climbed up onto the altar, then held aloft his new bow. I'll be waiting right here. The demon will have no choice but to come out into the open to get me. You shoot him down with those blessed arrows, and then we all go home as heroes. 8-Axes was a capable archer, though not so legendary in his skill as he fancied himself. His arrogance served him well enough as confidence, so the man believed he could kill the Wendigo just as Fistilian's plan described. As added incentive, the trap seemed more dangerous to Fistilian than to 8-Axes. If Fistilian died while 8-Axes slew the Wendigo, it'd be so much the better for him. Fistilian's demise would also free up Raining Sunshine, widow as she would be in need of a new husband. 8-Axes agreed without reservation. It's a risky plan, but there is no slaying a demon without danger. The beast would be in a perfect position for our bows. I can't find any fault with your reasoning. The Wendigo is coming this way, Dog told Fistilian. Even now he dashes through the woods and glades intent on your destruction. I expect him to arrive sometime tonight. We have until sunset to make ready, Fistilian told his companions as though the prophecy was his own. The demon will come with the dark. He took up his quiver, then started to hand out the medicine arrows. Twisted Feathers, Watch's Sky, and 8-Axes got 2 apiece, while Fistilian kept 3 for himself. The faux 9th arrow with the green thread that Raining Sunshine had warned Fistilian never to use, save at the cost of his life, ended up in the hands of Twisted Feathers. Fistilian had not even spared a moment to give his wife's warning any consideration. To kill the Wendigo, no risk or resource would stay in reserve. While the men prepared their places atop the escarpment, Fistilian gathered firewood and laid out his armor. Since they had sailed all through the night, those who could sleep rested away the last of the afternoon. Fistilian had no difficulty getting some sleep until Dog awoke him with an urgent warning. The Wendigo is close now. He will be here soon. The Wendigo approaches, Fistilian called out to alert his companions. Ready yourselves to make him feel welcome. He jumped down from the stone table. I am going to start the fires. We will need plenty of light if you're going to hit him with those arrows. Fistilian had piled his firewood at the inside footings of the monolith stones. He quickly went about soaking the kindling with pine tar alcohol from an amphora. More firewood prepared 2 larger fires on either side of the table stone. Once he had the fires ready to light, Fistilian dressed in his Wootz steel armor. He wore his 2 swords while he carried his shield and spear. His bow and quiver waited for him on the table stone. The wait had a timeless quality as during his smokehouse ceremony, Fistilian stood motionless and silent as he listened for the demon to come so that they could have their final battle. The long emptiness ended when Dog approached to warn him. The Wendigo comes. He is near. Fistilian lit all the fires with a torch, then climbed back onto the table stone. Its height would put him on a more even vantage against the towering demon. As Dog took shelter beneath the altar, he said, "He is close enough to smell us now. Your enemy has not come alone. He has black magic shamans with him and armed men. They're coming toward the shrine from different directions and have us surrounded. The demon knows you are here." Fistilian stood at the center of the table where his steel Achilles armor shined in the dancing firelight. The Wootz spearhead of his lance gleamed along its edges that were a graceful blade the shape of summer grass. The red crest of feathers on his helmet made the crowning flame of the Table Rock Shrine. It was an ancient and hallowed place where battle would decide whose gods reigned supreme and granted the favor of victory. 4 ferocious wolves advanced out of the trees to inspect the fires. They would be able to kill Dog if they managed to surround him. As mere animals, they were no threat to Fistilian, armed with his spear and dressed in steel armor. Fistilian stamped the butt of his spear on the table stone and shouted at the wolves, "Over here! Come closer to taste my steel!" A flint-tipped arrow flew in from the outer darkness of the forest to hit Fistilian in the chest directly over his heart. The Achilles armor shattered the arrowhead like fragile glass and prevented any injury. Fistilian repositioned his shield to a more advantageous angle that would protect his face and stood his ground unimpressed. Using their language, he shouted to the Beothuk hiding among the trees, "What are you waiting for? You must be praying to your cannibal god for courage. The Micmac will hear that the Beothuk are women too afraid to face me alone." Buffalo Man was not afraid to fight Fistilian. The shaman sprinted toward the table stone from where he had concealed himself behind one of the megaliths. Buffalo Man had learned enough from their previous battle to know that Fistilian would have archers concealed atop the escarpment. The shaman gambled that he could be fast enough to get close to Fistilian where the archers would not risk hitting him by mistake. He was quick, but underestimated the skill of his adversaries. Watch's Sky sank a steel-tipped shaft through the evil shaman's neck. Twisted Feathers took a bit longer to put a similar arrow deep into the shaman's chest. 8-Axes was not archer enough to hit Buffalo Man as he made his way to the stone table. 2 arrows already in him were deadly wounds that didn't even slow the huge man down. The Bison Shaman sprang up onto the table to battle Fistilion. He held the demon-toothed sword with one hand, believing its magic would prove effective even against Fistilion's steel armor that turned aside flint arrowheads like feeble raindrops. Twisted Feathers and Watch the Sky swiftly readied new arrows. Those two wiser men withheld their shots out of concern that they might strike Fistilion when he moved unexpectedly. Eight Axes decided it was better to act decisively than hesitate out of proper caution, so he loosed his normal hunting arrow down at the tabletop stone. Fistilion thrust his spear to intercept Buffalo Man mid-leap, only to have the shaman grab the spearhead and hold it tight even as the edges cut deep into his hand. Wendigo magic gave the hulking warrior strength enough in one arm to defy the might in Fistilion's whole body. Buffalo Man reached the tabletop behind the first swing of his toothed sword that went cunningly low to take off Fistilion's leg. Fistilion just barely hopped over the attack by using a rain dancer's raised knee twist. Another flint arrow flew in from the woods to shatter harmlessly against Fistilion's armored back. At that same moment, Eight Axe's arrow came down to glance off Fistilion's shoulder pauldron that deflected it into the shaman's thigh. As Fistilion tried to back away and jerk his spear free from Buffalo Man's grasp, the shaman laughed at him. "You're still weak, little woman." The shaman jerked the spear aside as he stepped in to swing his toothed sword in an overhead blow that would break Fistilion's neck even if it couldn't penetrate his steel helmet. The flat side of the wooden weapon clashed with Fistilion's raised shield that came up just in time to intercept the attack. Fistilion abandoned his spear to draw his scimitar instead. The shaman swung again, only to have Fistilion intercept the attack in a clash of their weapons. When the demon's teeth collided with the Woot Steel sword, they shattered off their club. Twisted Feathers smoothly knocked a ceremonial matron arrow to his bowstring, then loosed it on the shaman. He would have preferred to save the enchanted missiles for use against the Wendigo demon, but he could not afford to wait for the opportunity at the cost of Fistilion's life. The arrow Twisted Feathers had chosen happened to be the fake that his daughter had planted among the others. When the arrowhead struck Buffalo Man at the joint between neck and shoulder, the fragile wooden tip split away so that the shaft drove into flesh as no more than a crude splinter. The result was such an anticlimactic disappointment that Twisted Feathers exclaimed in shock, "They do nothing." Watch the Sky also selected one of the medicine arrows and knocked it. As he effortlessly drew back his arrow, then released it, he said, "They can't be powerless." The fletching feathers on Twisted Feathers' failed arrow were his target. Watch the Sky's arrow splintered the target's shaft as it buried into the shaman. In that moment they wondered if all the matron arrows were useless ornaments. Then came a loud crack like the sound of fired stone splitting under a splash of cold water. The noise came from Buffalo Man when the enchanted arrow inside him exploded. Internal pressure caused the shaman's head and right arm to tear mostly away from the rest of his body. Then the whole mess slumped inert to the tabletop. His deluge of blood channeled along the lined surface of the stone to form rivulets that ran down the sides to paint the ground. Fistilion wasted no time gawking over his unexpected good fortune. He poked his scimitar into the bloody mess that had been the invincible shaman. His blade found Buffalo Man's medicine talisman, then cut its sinew cord free. With the soul figurine in hand, Fistilion kicked the corpse off the stone to land in the ruddy dirt below. Another arrow whistled in from the woods to ricochet off Fistilion's helm. Fistilion laughed because his armor seemed impregnable as its namesake, and thus so was he. "You and Bison Head agree on one thing," he shouted to the hidden archer. "It's much safer hiding out there than standing up here with me. Your bow is useless against me at that range. If you want to hurt me, you're going to have to come up here and do something more personal." The archer sent another arrow that struck harmlessly into the wood of Fistilion's shield. Fistilion mocked the man to shame him and hopefully taunt him in close. "This is my temple now. You're in my house," he shouted brazenly. "Is there nothing you can do but hide from me?" Winter Wolf, the Wendigo shaman from the north, was the hidden archer. With a whistled command, he sent his 4 wolves leaping after Fistilion's throat while he used their distraction to cover him. He dashed from the trees and reached a closer position behind one of the megaliths. Watch the Sky masterfully struck down the first wolf by putting an arrow just behind the beast's foreleg that pierced both heart and lung. Twisted Feathers killed a second wolf in just the same way. Eight Axes killed a third wolf by putting his arrow through the canine's head. The 4th wolf closed on Fistilion at a leap that easily reached the top of the tablestone. It was a big animal with a ferocious inclination that favored killing humans and dining on their flesh with the same relish as his master. Fistilion saw the wolf coming for him, so he braced his footing to deflect the animal's impact with his shield. Winter Wolf watched Fistilion's companion slaughter 3 of his beloved wolves and had no stomach for losing his 4th. The shaman was closer than before, which let his arrow strike with more power from that shorter range. Buffalo Man's explosively grandiose failure and Fistillion's verbose mocking only intensified Winterwolf's desire to kill. The shaman loosed another arrow on the run just before he took cover behind a standing stone. In the moment the Fistillion shifted his shield to keep the shaman's arrow out of his face, the wolf clamped his jaws under the wrist of Fistillion's sword arm. The steel gauntlet that protected his hand easily resisted the bone-crushing force of the wolf's unrelenting bite that threatened to drag him off his feet, if not off the table entirely. Dog lunged out from beneath the tabletop to lock his own jaws into the wolf's soft underbelly, then savagely rend his foe with a determined threshing. Black Eagle was not archer enough to join the others at the cliff to shoot down into the shrine, neither did he waste his efforts as a spectator seeking to satisfy his mere curiosity. The Mohawk wisely minded the steep ravine that enemies would have to climb to reach their high outpost. While Buffalo Man and Winter Wolf had exercised their miserable incompetence in attacking Fistillion, the shamaness Lily Breath had been moving quietly through the forest to take up a flanking position. She had 20 strong Beothuk warriors as her escort. Their intention was to climb the steep access and kill the archers who had positioned themselves up there to protect Fistillion. Black Eagle heard the men shifting the gravel as they climbed up to get him. He had been ready for such a move by the Redskins because it was the only way up, and he had been watching for it. The Mohawk had ready preparations for defending his hillock. Black Eagle used a shielded candle to ignite the wet wicks on a pair of pine tar and alcohol amphora. He noiselessly stepped up to the edge of the crevice and hurled the bombs down onto the Beothuk as they climbed. The vases smashed against the stones above the Beothuk so that sticky liquid flame rained down upon them all. The crack filled with the bright illumination of fire. The men nearest the top, who caught most of the flame, frantically continued forward as their only possible option. The rest of the Redskins below them were not as completely aflame. Those men retreated, knowing that they soon might become torches themselves if they didn't get away quickly. Dog's blindsided attack forced the wolf to loosen his bite on Fistillion's sword arm. Once freed, the scimitar had natural grace for close quarters flourishing, such that instinct alone allowed Fistillion to reactively swish the curved blade through the flesh of the wolf from shoulder to ear, opening a nasty wound along the animal's neck that spurted arterial blood. The wolf shaman stepped out from cover to send another arrow at Fistillion, but then abandoned the effort and retreated rather than die from steel-tipped arrows launched by Watch's Sky and Twisted Feathers, who had been waiting for him to expose himself. The wounded wolf tumbled off the table to land in one of Fistillion's bonfires, which sent up a shower of embers as it set the animal to yelping in agony. There was only enough blood left in the wolf for it to jump clear of the fire. After that, it stumbled for only a few paces and collapsed dead. Winter Wolf circled around his standing stone so that he could strike a Fistillion from the other side that would cover him against the archers high up on the cliff overhead. As the shaman stepped out with his bow at the ready, he discovered that Fistillion had already leaped from the table stone to close the distance on him. There was just time enough for Winter Wolf to lower his bow, then duck his head so that he nearly avoided having Fistillion smash in his face. The woot's steel rim that bound Fistillion's shield made sparks as it scraped along the monolith instead of the shaman's skull. Winter Wolf went for his knife while he sacrificed his bow to Fistillion's scimitar hack at him. The shaman twisted aside as he let the sword destroy his missile weapon completely. The wolf shaman made a defense behind his knife, expecting a fierce fight. Fistillion just retreated back into the circle of his firelight and then his perch atop the table rock. Winter Wolf no longer had a bow to strike with from range or any pets to do his bidding. If he wanted to get Fistillion, he would have to expose himself to the deadly aim of the cliff-top archers. The flaming liquid that Black Eagle had used burned up its fuel quickly. The thick, earthy red paint that the Beothuk covered their bodies with did serve as an effective insulation against flame, enough that the men were still alive and climbing. When Black Eagle cautiously leaned forward to peer down the crevice and check their progress, a whole host of Beothuk archers on the ground below loosed a volley at him. Black Eagle had no choice but to make a hasty retreat. From what little he did see down into the dark woods, the Mohawk estimated that even more Beothuk had arrived to aid in the assault of the escarpment. A sizable force with archer cover would soon join them at the summit. Sleeping Wolf had silently observed the battle unfold and decided it was time for him to contribute. The muscular Micmac lifted the largest of the granite stones that Fistillion had taken up when he cleared the chimney down into the cave. Sleeping Wolf never had to expose himself to the Beothuk archers. He stayed a few steps back from the crevice as he thrust the heavy stone up from his chest in a short arc that sent it plunging down the crack that was so crowded with Beothuk climbers. The screams of Redskins attested to the effectiveness of the small boulder. Some of the men cried out as they fell with broken bones, while others howled in terror, fearing they might be next in joining them. Ultimately, the stone only slowed their inevitable advance. Black Eagle warned the others. They are coming up and they have archers to cover them. Twisted Feathers, Watches Sky, and 8 Axes diverted their attentions away from protecting Fistilian so that they could help in repelling the Beothuk assault on their own position. As soon as the archer cover had gone and Fistilian was alone, Dog called out a warning. "Here he comes!" Winter Wolf rushed out from cover because the archers could not protect Fistilian while they had their own problems. The shaman leaped right over one of the fires as he nimbly sprang onto the table rock. He still had his knife in one hand and had added a crude stone-headed mace to his other. Fistilian caught the mace on his shield, then hacked at the shaman with his scimitar. Winter Wolf leaned way back to avoid the scimitar, then cleverly kicked Fistilian in his chest with the same agile maneuver. The impact rocked Fistilian back 2 steps and nearly made him slip in Buffalo Man's slick blood that wetted the stone. In the end, Fistilian kept his footing and remained undaunted. The shaman was quick to capitalize on his advantage by throwing his mace and then bending down to take up the Woot steel spear that Fistilian had left on the table stone. Fistilian's rigid shield batted the mace away far easier than Winterwolf expected he would be able. As the shaman tried to raise the spear, Fistilian stepped on it to pin the weapon down. Before Winterwolf could counter, the scimitar slashed the shaman across his shoulder. Wounded and at a great disadvantage, Winterwolf sought to abandon the fight and escape from the table stone. Before he could leap clear, the swiftly recovering scimitar flashed again to rip the wolf shaman down the length of his side to open his belly. Winterwolf had heard warnings of how deadly the hard silver weapons could be, but he had never believed in them. When the truth revealed itself, it was at the cost of his life. Because the shaman was already severely wounded and unable to escape, Fistilian punished Winterwolf with blow after blow from his sword. He chopped off the shaman's arms as they fruitlessly tried to defend his body. A blow to one of his legs dropped Winterwolf down onto the table, and once there, Fistilian rained ruin upon his enemy. Even after he should have been dead many times over, the body of Winterwolf continued to quiver with unnatural life. Fistilian had to remove the shaman's medicine pouch to make the body truly die. After he removed the magical totem of the Wendigo, Fistilian kicked the corpse off the table to join the heap that was Buffalo Man. Thus victorious, Fistilian added the wolf shaman talisman to the pouch pocket on his arrow quiver. Fistilian stood proud after having twice defended the ancient altar. He shouted to anyone who might still be hiding in the nearby woods, "Behold my sword! I name this blade Wolf's Bane. Who will be next to feed it?" Up on the cliff, Sleeping Wolf hurled another of the boulders down the ravine. It broke one Beothuk climber's ankle, and then the falling man and stone knocked several more men loose to tumble back down to the forest floor. For Fistilian, the lull in combat brought on a silence where the only sound other than the crackling of his fires were the screams of the Beothuk warriors behind the hill as they assaulted the escarpment where his companions had treed themselves. He put his shield down on the table stone, then took up his longbow. Dog poked his head out from under the table rock to give a dire warning. "The Wendigo is coming now." "You have helped all you can," Fistilian told Dog. "Escape into the forest. If we don't win, make your way home to Raining Sunshine. She will understand why we are not with you." "Dogs do not run when their puppy is in danger," Dog said, offended by the suggestion. "We're in this together to the very end." The towering demon stepped out from the forest shadows to stand at the edge of the shrine's firelight. The Wendigo's shattered jaw had welded itself back together, complete with new rows of freshly white serrated teeth. His missing arm had regrown to be as it was before, save that the skin was bloodlessly pale and unblemished. It even glistened in the light as though it had recently emerged from a gelatinous encasement. Fistilian knocked a matron's arrow, then raised his bow in preparation of drop-drawing it to launch the enchanted shaft at the monster. The moment stretched out as Fistilian hesitated over flashes of vivid imagery that overwhelmed his mind. He saw himself as being larger than Buffalo Man, an even more powerful war shaman, an invincible warlord that ruled over all of Markland. Instead of just Beothuk warriors, Fistilian would lead armies of many nations with dozens of Wendigo shamans who would serve as his elite cadre of personal guards. Fistilian could be forever young, with immortality and able to heal any wound no matter how lethal, even replacing his entire body by soul jumping if necessary. All of that and more could be his if he just willingly sold his soul to the Wendigo horror. The success of shaking off the visions came from Fistilian's dedicated refusal to ever sell his soul to the demonic powers offered by the Wendigo. He returned to his senses to see the demon close on him with long-legged strides. The Wendigo intended to snatch Fistilian up and devour him alive. One way or another, Fistilian would serve the demon in the flesh as either minion or meal. Dog barked defiantly, which did nothing to dissuade the Wendigo, but it did inspire Fistilian to take action to their defense. He shot his arrow on course to strike the Wendigo in his gaping mouth, only to have the demon grab the missile out of the air with his newly regenerated hand. When the demon contemptuously snapped the arrow apart in his clawed fingers, the arrow sounded off with a thunderous crack as it exploded in a luminous flash that removed the demon's hand midway to the elbow. The brazenly determined Beothuk formed a siege wall of overhead shields to protect them as they forced their way up the escarpment to battle the archers atop the cliff. Redskin archers at forest level continued to launch arrows toward the top to keep the defenders back from the edge. It was the Wendigo that had driven the Beothuk warriors away in the company of the shamaness Lilybreath. The demon instilled the men with both terror and loathing, such that none of them dared stay behind with the monster in order to help attack Fistilion inside the shrine. The entire Redskin force ended up trying to assault the cliff. Between the boulders, the firepot burns, and the falls, 30 of the Beothuk were already too crippled to fight or already dead. 20 fresh reinforcements near the top behind their shield wall, while 10 skilled archers covered them from below. Watch's Sky, Twisted Feathers, and 8 Axes daringly exposed themselves to Beothuk arrows so that they could retaliate with arrows of their own. The arrow of Watch's Sky struck an enemy archer right in the eye. His success came at a heavy price because a red-painted Beothuk arrowhead slashed his upper arm, a long bloody wound. Both Twisted Feathers and 8 Axes struck down an enemy archer. A swarm of arrows nearly missed the men, save for one that scratched Twisted Feathers along his brow. It was a shallow wound, but it bled profusely nevertheless. The bravery of the 3 archers brought an opportunity for Sleeping Wolf to carry the last of their boulders to the edge, then hurl it down into the roof of shields that protected the massive climbing Beothuk warriors. His stone crushed through their flimsy shields and sent 20 men tumbling down the crack of the hill. As men screamed and chaos of calamity overtook their siege efforts, Black Eagle took Sleeping Wolf's place to throw down the last pair of flaming alcohol amphora. With a terrifying roar to express his displeasure, the Wendigo rushed at Fistilion to kill him. Having lost the same hand for a second time didn't make the demon afraid to fight with the human that had maimed him on both occasions. As the gigantic monster advanced upon him, Fistilion didn't share the same enthusiasm for close combat. He instinctively backed away, only he didn't get far before he came into contact with the table rock. Moving fast despite the burden of his heavy armor, he vaulted up onto the bloody altar, then rolled off the other side a slim moment before the demonic claws in the Wendigo's good hand ripped lines of scratches across the stone surface. Dog boldly rushed out from beneath the table rock, then barked as he ran between the demon's legs to get behind the Wendigo. However courageous, the display was not that intimidating, and the demon was wholly unimpressed by the threat. Seemingly as an afterthought, the Wendigo spun about to grab Dog as though the demon realized it would be the leverage he needed to bring Fistilion to him. When the Wendigo turned to reach for Dog, Fistilion came up from behind the table to launch a matron's arrow into the demon's lower back at the area of a kidney. The mass of muscular flesh muffled the arrow's explosion so that it sounded more like the sickening pop of a limb socket disjointing. Wounds front and back sent out jets of blood that were chunky with shredded organs and tissue. Apart from blasting a hole clean through the torso that a man could reach his arm through, the Wendigo's life didn't appear threatened by it. "Run for the cave," Dog advised as he ran for the safety of the trees. "He could never follow you up that narrow chimney." Having the undivided attention of the Wendigo turned against him, Fistilion wouldn't get a second chance to try. He followed Dog's advice and ran for the entrance into the cave. The Wendigo was already on his heels by the time that he reached the entrance, and if the demon hadn't needed to duck his head to fit inside, the Wendigo would have grabbed him then. The demon must have thought that he had Fistilion trapped because he crawled in to make pursuit. A flaw in Fistilion's initial planning hadn't taken into account his need to see inside the cave once the battle had begun after sundown. He didn't have a ready torch or lantern waiting, so it wasn't long before Fistilion pressed ahead into the dark by following blind memory of the layout. The furious sounds of the Wendigo, who was still in pursuit, urged Fistilion onward. Some falling gravel trickled down the chimney from the cliff battle overhead, and it let Fistilion know when he was close to the opening. Once he saw some starlight high above, Fistilion started to climb up. His bow and arrow quiver were too much of a burden to him in those tight confines, so he had no other option but to leave them behind. It was obvious when the pursuing Wendigo had climbed as high as his giant body would fit up the narrow chimney, because the demon roared in frustration, sounding intent on killing something to medicate all his ineffectual aggravation. As Fistilion climbed higher, the sound of the battle with the Beothuk became louder. When he neared the top, he could no longer tell where the Wendigo was, but he was certain that a large force of redskins was just above him, which meant that they were making a dedicated assault against the cliff-top retreat of his companions. When the shield wall of Beothuk climbers neared the top of the escarpment, their archer support could no longer launch arrows around them to be of any meaningful assistance. Lilybreath sent those ineffectual warriors on up to support the others. She had every confidence that the Wendigo would defeat Fistilion even if the two other shamans failed to kill him first. The confident shouts of the Beothuk fighters informed Fistilion that the Redskins had taken the upper hand in the siege. Once the Beothuk had enough shields at the top of the ridge, they would overwhelm the defenders with their superior numbers. Fistilion realized that the small exit at the top of the chimney was barely large enough for him to squeeze out through it. He would emerge too slowly and disadvantaged for him to fight the Beothuk up there and survive his attempt. The Redskin warriors on the hill would casually slaughter him as he tried to climb out of the chimney far enough to fight back. With a vengeful demon below him and his friends about to die above him, Fistilion felt the pressure to find some expedient resolution before they all ended up dead. When Fistilion had dug the stones out from the top of the chimney the first time, he had pulled the smaller boulders out from around a much larger granite one. The cavern fissure that he climbed up emerged behind the uphill side of that massive glacier stone. Fistilion wedged himself into that tight space at the summit, then with his hands and knees against the wall, he pressed his back into the boulder, then pushed with all his might. Perhaps it was desperation that gave Fistilion access to his inner fortitude, because it was not a conscious choice that called up the Mountain Heart clan discipline of strength that he had inherited from his mother's people and his father's bath in their enchanted pool. Dirt sifted down the cave chimney, followed by a rain of gravel, and then the giant boulder broke free from its ancient bed to go tumbling down the escarpment. The narrow track ensured that the rolling stone would never deviate from its course as it crushed every Beothuk warrior unfortunate enough to find himself in its downhill path. Without the boulder at his back to support him, Fistilion had to hurriedly shift his hands out to the sides of the chimney to arrest his downward slide that would have continued all the way to the bottom and perhaps into the waiting claws of the Wendigo demon. Sleeping Wolf speared the champion of the Beothuk shield wall as the warrior reached the summit. Eight Axes sprang into that gap, then slashed at the Redskins with his knife and tomahawk. Arrows from Twisted Feathers and Watch's Sky dropped two more of the Beothuk as they turned their shields against Eight Axes. Black Eagle drop-kicked the last of the standing men to send him tumbling down the hill to the forest floor far below. The victorious allies gazed down the slope to appreciate their success over superior numbers. Fistilion's enormous boulder had wiped the approach clean of Beothuk, who had found no chance to escape it. The straight, confined crevice trapped them where the rolling stone had invariably crushed them all to death. Lily Breath stood at the bottom of the hill, staring back up at them. The men sent her their vindictive grins, which were short-lived as they realized she returned her own derisive smile right back at them. Her reason to gloat became clear when the Wendigo charged out of the forest and dashed right past Lily Breath to start up the escarpment. The crevice in the hill amplified the already mighty roar of the Wendigo as he ascended with only one usable hand in a space that was narrow even for normal men. The demon's progress was surprisingly swift, and once he reached the top, there would be no route of escape for anyone. Twisted Feathers, Eight Axes, and Watch's Sky prepared to shoot the last of their matron ceremony medicine arrows into the demon. If their missiles failed to kill the demon, the Wendigo would surely slaughter them all atop that hillock. The other weapons they possessed offered no hope of killing the demon regardless of how many trivial injuries they inflicted upon the supernatural creature. Watch's Sky advised, "Wait for him to get close. We'll only get one chance at this." As certain death approached, darker thoughts assaulted Eight Axe's mind. He felt that if he betrayed his companions, then sold his soul to the Wendigo's evil, all his selfish dreams of hedonistic power, domination, and gluttony would be his reward. To drive the temptation away and reaffirm his resolve, Eight Axes divulged the truth of his heart. "Back at the village, I conspired to steal the matron's magic for myself because I was jealous." Eight Axes didn't know that his confession was culturally inspired white magic that genuinely shielded him from the demon's powerful spell of temptation, but it saved him nonetheless. Lily Breath shouted up at the men, "The Master will suck the marrow from your bones. Your souls will wander in torment for all time, never to reach the happy hunting grounds of your ancestors." Even as she gloated in what she thought was power and victory, a wild hawk stooped down from the night sky to crash right into Lily Breath's upturned face, where its talons grappled at her eyes amid high-pitched shrieks and a wild flapping of its wings. It didn't last long before the shamaness caught a hold of the bird, then broke its neck in her hands. The attack lasted long enough to bloody her face and let her know that more spirit powers were in play than just those of the Wendigo. Their war for power over Markland and its peoples crossed between the worlds of both spirits and men. The Wendigo demon had initially gone around the hill to catch Fistilion at the top of the chimney, and for the moment that mission hadn't changed. Dirt and gravel flew as the demon scrambled up the steep track on his three-clawed limbs. When the Wendigo reached the chimney opening, the demon thrust his arm down inside the hole shoulder deep in an effort to grab Fistilion. Those hooked claws would have seized the demon's preferred prey if not for Twisted Feathers. The Micmac veteran stepped to the forefront, bow in hand, with the second medicine arrow of the matrons knocked. Twisted Feathers' aim remained deadly accurate even when lesser men would tremble from the pressures of imminent death and dire necessity. He bent his bow, then released the arrow to sink into the side of the demon's face. As the missile exploded with its telltale magical crack, the blast tore a huge patch of flesh from the Wendigo's head to expose the bone of his skull underneath. Far from being dead, the Wendigo bellowed a deafening howl of rage. The demon abandoned his groping into the hole to go after Twisted Feathers instead. The wound he had taken was too much to be ignored or risk receiving another. Fistilion heard the crack of a matron's arrow, so he understood what had happened. It didn't surprise him to see the demon withdraw its arm to deal with that deadly threat up above. They were at the shrine to slay the Wendigo, so a reprieve from the battle was not what Fistilion wanted. The demon started to climb higher up the escarpment. The change in position placed the Wendigo's gaping belly wound from Fistilion's arrow over the mouth of the chimney. Some convenient footholds allowed Fistilion to climb swiftly, then spring upward from the highest step to plunge his fist into the demon's wound where he seized a fistful of entrails. At first, the demon's guts proved to be sturdy enough to support Fistilion's weight. The Wendigo even lifted him partway out of the chimney, then kept him there for long enough that Fistilion used his free hand to draw his scimitar Wolfsbane, which he plunged into the demon's chest. Just when Fistilion thought he had the Wendigo at his mercy, the perfect edge of his Woot's scimitar slides its way back out, while at the same time his hanging weight eviscerated the demon. Fistilion abruptly fell back down the chimney with a shower of blood and intestines spilling down over his head to fall with him. Watch's Sky's sharp eyes saw what was happening even in the darkness. He called to 8 Axes. Now, while he is vulnerable. The two archers launched their arrows together at such close range that while Fistilion kept the demon immobilized, they could hardly miss. Both missiles struck the Wendigo in the head, where the explosions blasted the cranium apart into an indistinguishable mess of ragged flesh. The demon collapsed as though truly slain. Sleeping Wolf was first to start down the ravine, with Black Eagle following right behind him. The tomahawk of Sleeping Wolf dispatched a critically wounded Beathuk as they passed him in the crevice. Both men were intent on destroying the Wendigo before the monster could somehow regenerate and rise again to continue the battle. Fistilion didn't stop falling down the chimney until the demonic viscera had stretched to their limit to leave him hanging all filthy, covered in bloody demonic ichor. He was in total darkness because the Wendigo's body had collapsed over the hole at the top of the chimney, blocking the comparatively bright illumination of the starry sky. Admiring his handiwork nearly in disbelief, 8 Axes cheered, "We've done it! We have slain the Wendigo!" He didn't boast that it was his final medicine arrow that had toppled the monster, even though he believed it to be true. His brush with the black magics of the demonic powers had taught him that humble heroism was his proper path for achieving his rightful ambitions. Twisted Feathers reminded them, "I saw Fistilion beneath the creature. Move the body aside. He is still down inside the cave." "I am going after the woman," Black Eagle pledged, meeting Lily Breath. He hurried down the hill to pursue her into the forest. When the Wendigo fell, the shamaness had fled. Fistilion used his father's knife to cut himself free from the entangling guts, then carefully climbed downward, being cautious not to fall because the whole chimney was slippery with the Wendigo's raining blood. Lily Breath could hear the spirits of the other shamans calling to her. Their souls remained enshrined within their medicine pouches that Fistilion had secured in his arrow quiver that even then was unguarded inside the cave. She effortlessly sprinted through the forest as she made her way around back to the shrine, then dashed into the cave to get the pouches before anyone could block her escape. The shamaness sensed the medicine talismans as though they spoke aloud to her. Within moments she found Fistilion's arrow quiver deep in the cave, then retrieved the soul containers of both Buffalo Man and the Wolf Shaman. When he ran out of footholds at the bottom of the chimney, Fistilion lost his grip on the stones because of the slippery blood, then fell the final distance to land on Lily Breath, who was pilfering his arrow quiver. The woman was phenomenally strong and flung him off quite easily. It was too dark for Fistilion to see anything, and then after a blink, his senses pierced the blackness with Blood Panther Clan eyes. In an image of both sound and body heat, he saw the shamaness nearby staring at him. The talismans dangled from her hand like victorious trophies. She asked in Algonquin, "Can't you see that this will never end? The flesh of the body is only an illusion of this fragile world. On the other side, the spirit endures. The master will return, as will these two. Relish your small victories, but in the end we will feast on the flesh of you all." Fistilian surprised her as he unerringly grabbed up his bow and arrow quiver. She had assumed he was too blind to take action, only he proved otherwise. "You have to escape this shrine to reincarnate the other shamans," he disagreed with her as he nocked a medicine arrow. "Our elders will bury your soul talisman along with those others, far beyond the reach of men for all time." Lily Breath wisely ran rather than fight. Her goal was to escape into the forest and carry on the war another day. She was outside the cave before Fistilian found an opportunity to shoot her down with his enchanted arrow. Much to her dismay, Lily Breath found that Black Eagle was out in the shrine already, searching for her. When Black Eagle had run off down the trail that led back to the shrine, 8 Axes and Watch's Sky had gone after him. Both of those men arrived in time to block Lily Breath's escape on the path in that direction. When he caught up with Lily Breath, Fistilian shouted, "Stop!" He hesitated to put an arrow into a woman's back, even if she was a servant of evil. She challenged him. "Or what? Do you think one arrow has any chance of stopping me?" "This one does," he assured her, ready to kill with his last medicine arrow if she left him no alternative. In the back of his mind, he wondered if the village elders or matrons could undo the cursed magic that infused her. Lily Breath ran toward the trees to make her escape, only Fistilian's arrow hit her in the left scapula just as she took her third step. The medicine magic detonated and blew open her whole torso. The shamaness fell amid a shower of her own blood. Her inert body collapsed to the shrine stone floor. Black Eagle reached her first, where he removed the 3 medicine talismans from her body. He kept them at arm's length until Fistilian arrived to take them into his own safe possession. As he put the talismans into his quiver pouch, Fistilian declared, "It is finished." Black Eagle slapped Fistilian on his shoulder. "We have avenged my brother. The Horned Shaman is dead. Make certain your elders keep him that way this time. I do not want to have to go through all of this again." Twisted Feathers and Sleeping Wolf arrived to find Lily Breath dead. "Let's make a sled," Twisted Feathers suggested. "We can drag what is left of the demon's head back to the boat. We burn the rest and then go home." Everyone agreed his plan was good, so they set about carrying it out. They swiftly gathered all their things, built a sled for first moving firewood, and then the head down to the boat. When they had a great fire blazing under the Wendigo's body and everything else loaded, Fistilian set sail for home. By noon the following day, the Elysian Fortitude arrived back at the Micmac village. The people there cheered for their arrival and did leaping dances of celebration because they could see that everyone was still alive. The Wendigo was dead, along with all of his shamans. It took 3 men to lift the remains of the demon's head from the boat, then take it ashore. Raining Sunshine and Silvertree came down to the river to welcome them home. All the matrons and elders gathered to be witness to the death of the terrible Wendigo. Fistilian gave the elders the shaman's medicine talismans. One of the village dogs sniffed at the demon's head. When his wet nose came in contact with the green venom and then he licked his nose, the dog began to yelp as he leaped away. The animal used his paws to desperately scrape at his nose. His movement slowed, there was an intense seizure, and then the animal died. The elders ordered everyone to keep back from the poisonous head. Still, the people assembled at a greater distance to stare upon it in amazement. Fistilian had showered in the demon's blood, and realizing it to be poisonous, he had to marvel that he was still alive. The filth of the Wendigo battle still caked all his armor and weaponry. He promptly waded out into the river to wash away as much of the grime as he could manage. Silvertree welcomed Black Eagle with an affectionate embrace. The brief time that they had spent together had made an impression upon her. That the Mohawk had returned as a great hero had done nothing to diminish her esteem for the man. Raining Sunshine had to wait to greet her husband. It was enough for her to just admire him from the safety of the river banks, and she would have good time once their lives were back in order. There would be another night of feasting and storytelling. When the villagers finished celebrating the success of their hero, she would have him all to herself. As she happened to glance over Fistilian's archery equipment, Raining Sunshine noticed that none of the medicine arrows remained in his quiver. Fistilian had used them all, even though she had warned him not to do so. In that, Raining Sunshine wore a secret smile. She had safely hidden away the real 9th arrow to make certain that it never found its way to his bowstring. The Micmac villagers made preparations to celebrate Fistilian as a hero. The horrific demon's head was incontestable proof of his great achievement. Unlike the Mohawk, who all lived under a single roof, the Micmac were a more independent people. The warriors prided themselves on having their own roundhouses, and many were so covetous of their privacy that they surrounded their homes with large farms and virgin forest. Those villagers came in from the many distant farmsteads to join in the celebrating. Everyone wanted to see the head of the Wendigo. When Fistilian returned home, Silvertree offered to thoroughly clean his armor and equipment. Fistilian grabbed her wrist when she reached for his uniquely segmented breastplate. "Don't touch any of it," he warned. "The blood of the demon is a deadly poison. One scratch and you may die. I will clean them myself. I seem to have some resistance to it." Raining Sunshine took a bar of soap, then escorted Fistilian outside to the rain barrel. First she washed him, and then he scrubbed his weapons and armor clean. Fistilian cleaned Bull Tamer first, and then he carefully drew Wolfsbane from its scabbard. The demon's poisonous blood had dried thickly along both sides of the blade, and the scabbard also had a heavy contamination from the deadly toxin. Knowing it would be impossible to purify the scabbard, he just cleaned up the hilt and the exterior. By the time he was done, he had come upon an idea. Raining Sunshine directed him back toward their roundhouse. "You have to get dressed for the banquet tonight. I want you looking your best." Fistilian compromised by calling over Black Eagle. "Go to the demon's head and carefully fill a jar with his blood for me." Black Eagle asked, "Why would you want such a thing? It is poisonous." "If need be, I will use it on my arrows," Fistilian explained. "It is also poisonous to enemies. Just be careful." Raining Sunshine gave Fistilian a new doeskin pullover and trousers that she had crafted. She next provided him with new moccasins too. He would leave his armor at home and his swords as well. Fistilian strapped on a belt to carry his tomahawk and his knife. Her spectacular finale was his new cape for him to wear. She had crafted it from the tanned jaguar pelt that had once enshrouded the matron's medicine arrows and his magnificent new bow. "All that is embraced by this sacred pelt will receive the jaguar spirit's blessing," she told him as she hung it over his shoulders. Raining Sunshine clasped it with a silver brooch that his stepfather had given him. When she added his coup bonnet, though he was young, Fistilian had the dress and bearing of a mighty chieftain. She felt very proud of her husband's accomplishments. For her, they were gilding on an already splendid lily. "All you need now is the facial tattoos," she mused aloud. Fistilian would need decades to acquire the experience necessary to qualify as a village elder. When that time came, he would have to wear the tattoos of that lofty station. Fistilian wrapped his arms around his wife, then pulled her close. Black Eagle entered the roundhouse with the jar of demon's blood shrouded in a scrap of deerskin. "It's full, just as you asked," he informed Fistilian. The demon's poisonous blood worried the Mohawk, prompting him to gladly put the ceramic vessel down on the hearthstones to be away from it. Fistilian put the container in a wall niche high up among the rafters. "Everyone must be waiting for us to tell how we slew the demon and took his head. It's time we should be going." Black Eagle picked up Fistilian's plumed helmet. "I'll carry this for you," he offered. The helm's red crest was coincidentally identical to the warrior symbol of the Mohawk people. Fistilian had needed Mohawk help to save their iron mine. Black Eagle wanted the helmet to remind the Micmac of that fact. "Bring it," Fistilian agreed. "I have not forgotten that the Mohawk have contributed much to the safety of the Micmac. The elders should not forget either." After Silvertree and Raining Sunshine spent a little more time primping, the four of them went out to join the revelry. The Micmac people danced and feasted to celebrate Fistilian's successes. He was the protector of the flow of iron from the mine. He had annihilated an entire Beothuk army. Fistilian had slaughtered the Wendigo's vile shamans. He had even defeated the Wendigo itself, then returned home with its severed head. Those were the accomplishments of a great warrior who was extraordinarily brave. Fistilian had become the people's hero. Everyone shared in the joy of his successes. Even 8 Axes celebrated Fistilian as though the adventure had seemingly cured him of his envious nature. The elders invited Fistilian to stand and tell the tale of the battle. They wanted to hear how the shamans died and how his band had managed to slay the Wendigo demon. Fistilian told the tale, and when it was over, Autumn Raven bestowed upon him 6 wing feathers from a great eagle. The men who had accompanied Fistilian received similar, though lesser, recognition to add to their war bonnets. Chapter 20. Mother of the Abyss. The natural corridors within the cave of the spirit ancestors delve far deeper than the terrible lair of the Wendigo demon. Its meandering passages went to untrodden depths where not even bats would dwell. In the deepest of undiscovered recesses at the very roots of those lightless caverns was a most special grotto. That secret cave was uniquely splendid because of the vast cache of treasure that lay strewn about its spacious floor. It was a hoard of many generations, and therein was included thousands of masterful carvings in both ivory and the teeth of whales. There was also thousands of pieces of jewelry in every precious material in myriad descriptions. There were beautiful necklaces in the form of finely wrought chains, strung beads, and pearl strands. Among them were fobs, amulets, and bracelets galore. About the place were finely crafted vases, lamps, and drinking bowls. The cave also contained magnificent coup bonnets, masterfully crafted weapons, and intricately sculpted peace pipes. As a lump sum, the mighty treasure was worthy of a line of foreign kings, but it was not the accumulated wealth of some industrious empire. All that treasure was plunder won by treachery and murder, earned through meticulous malice, every last piece of it. A sinkhole dominated the center of the chamber, where the floor sank into a gaping maw that disappeared into oblivion. A sultry voice spoke from down in the pit. "What is this place?" It was a beautiful female voice that was both ancient and wicked. My spirit has been at flight for many centuries. I wonder if this is a dream. The creature sniffed with senses that made all of creation transparent. Her eyes could see the arterial corridors of magic that permeated the 9 worlds. She perceived the echoes of the matron's medicine arrows as great musical notes of channeled power. That magic had slain many of her servants. She saw where the lines of her followers snuffed out one by one. My servants have fallen. She chuckled evilly, knowing she could easily replace them. It was something else that actually offended her. Some band of pathetic spellcrafters wants to pit their paltry powers against mine. Do they fear a mere demon, but not the one who summons it as a pet? Water splashed in the sinkhole as the creature moved in a pool somewhere deep down in that abyss. Iron-hard fingernails scratched the stone as she climbed. No darkness was darker than the interior of her lair. Her eyes saw everything in both worlds as she emerged from the sinkhole. The woman of the cave was a skin shifter who could assume many forms, both human and animal. She climbed out of the hole as a naked beauty that dripped wet from a bath. Black ink tattoos adorned her from face to ankles. They were symbols of power and prestige in the old style of the Micmac. No Micmac matron had worn a bodysuit of mystic sigils in many centuries. Her muscle tone, like her age and everything else about her, was like a caption of that perfect moment between adolescence and adulthood. She was a sensual beauty like a Helen of Markland. They have harmed that which is mine, she said to herself. So now I will visit harm back unto them. Amateurs should not dabble in magic. Once a door has been opened, it is never truly closed. What you send out invites which comes back to you. Her spirit vision gazed across the land to see a magic that had yet to blossom as the death of one of her minions. To her knowing perceptions, it was clear that the medicine was a bad seed that would blossom into a torrent of ill fortune. She focused her perception until she could see the nature of her opportunity. It was the 9th arrow, and it literally pointed out those responsible for the slaying of her servants. Chapter 21. The Highest Tower. Odin's mighty fortress of Valaskalf hung off a craggy ledge at the peak of Asgard's highest mountain. Valaskalf was a dreary citadel of granite blocks and iron chains. The castle's highest tower rose up as a lofty cylinder. Bolts of lightning had blasted the roof off the tower and blackened its stones. The uppermost floor was open to the weather. A fierce and icy wind blew through the shattered walls. In the center of the room was Hlidskjalf, Odin's throne of heavy oak. The extensive carvings portrayed the Norse tree of life and all the characters that interacted upon it. The Allfather sat in his grim dark throne and gazed across Midgard, the world of men. From his high seat he saw and heard anything in the world as clearly as being there. Odin spent days sitting like a mordant statue. He was always on the hunt for fallen men worthy of joining the ranks of his Einherjar army. He dispatched his Valkyries to retrieve the most ferocious warriors that fell on the world's battlefields. Odin sheltered them in the afterlife. His chosen warriors fought by day and feasted each night in the hall of Valhalla. There they waited for the end of the age when they would battle in the war to end all wars. The sun began to rise. From the high seat of Hlidskjalf it was an awe-inspiring spectacle. Sunbeams formed a bridge from the sun to the feet of the Allfather. Immaculate flying snake strode down the sun bridge. His gold gleamed like liquid sun. His feathers blazed with brilliant colors like flames. Odin stared out from his high seat until his vision found Rolf and his Vikings. They were at full sail heading for Vinland. Only now do you see my true intentions entering fruition, Odin told the Markland god. Our prize is like steel hot from the forge. Our hammers are about to fall. Together we will forge a blade that cuts 10,000 throats. You must wait and see which way the blade will fold. Not even I claim to know the full intentions of Odin the schemer, Immaculate Flying Snake replied. You bear the curse of knowing the end and the beginning. It would be better for us both if he came to me and my cause. As Odin, I am fated to play Odin's part, the Allfather replied. My toils are a sacrifice to myself from myself. We both need an agent to work our wiles. The will of Odin is to topple kings and burn churches. Heroes of the sword and axe will rise from the fog of war to take their places in Valhalla. You should kill Rolf before he ever reaches shore, Immaculate Flying Snake advised. He acts in your name, and so the vengeance for his deeds shall also be on you.
Small sacrifices must often be made to win a war, Odin said with a grin. A home and a family is an intolerable weakness for a warrior, and so is faith. When warriors pray to me for courage, I give them hatred instead. That is what makes them strong. When a warrior kills because of his hatred for me, it is all the sweeter. To hate Odin is more than to love him, it is to understand him. A speckled hawk flew in through the shattered walls of the lofty chamber. Just as both gods were colossal in power and stature, so too was the hawk gigantic and splendid in terms only poetry could ascribe. The hawk landed upon the floor, then transformed into a lovely goddess. Freyja of the Vanir was an elfin beauty like a Nordic Aphrodite. She was the daughter of a mighty sea god and a princess of Alfheim, the godly land of the light elves. Magical arts spun her tunic thread so that her garments were finer than silk. A fabulous golden necklace adorned her throat. It was such a priceless treasure that even gods felt envy when they gazed upon it. A cape of falcon's feathers hung from her shoulders. It was the very magical artifact that allowed her to transform into a bird and fly across the face of creation. The goddess faced Odin on his throne. I choose to stand against you in the matter of this mortal. I believe that in time he will be of great benefit to my followers. I will do all that is within my power to make sure that he gets that opportunity. Odin scowled at her. You have as many Einherjar as I do, you ungrateful wench. Let's dispense with any notion that you are a peacemaker. It was true that Freyja housed a vast army of afterlife warriors. She favored the spirits of rustic people like ranger, woodsmen, and Celtic folk. Odin was not the only war god with grand ambitions. Half of all Einherjar warriors are mine to command, she needlessly reminded him. That was our pact. In return I tutor you in all the magical arts of elves that I know. Odin stared at her with his single living eye and his phantom eye that saw only death. I can see that the only reason you are interfering is because Immaculate Flying Snake has promised to pay you something. His gift must be a grand prize for you to choose his favors over mine. Can he teach you some new rune that I cannot? Freyja winced at his loaded question. Odin was the greatest of all sorcerers. At one time she had been his mentor in the magical arts, but that time was long past. Odin had devoured every kernel of her knowledge and then moved on to fully surpass her abilities. He knew many secrets of the arcane from both the living world and that of the dead. Some of his runes were powerful enough that they tempted her to trade her fabulous necklace of brisings for them. He promised me a child from a barren woman, she admitted honestly. The woman is one of my most favored servants. Her child will become a legendary healer and prophet. My hawk will be the emblem on her banner. My followers stand to profit most handsomely. Odin nodded with understanding. We all sponsor favored heroes. Stand against me in this if you like, it matters not. Odin always gets his due. So too will I keep my eye out for this new pet of yours. I have not seen a hero yet that didn't develop a thirst for the blade. Immaculate Flying Snake spoke. In the end, Odin, the rogue warrior you seek to create will come to remember the family and friends he has lost. I promise you he will not forsake his people. Odin was finished with them both. He stared far off to watch a brave man die while fighting against unbeatable opposition. Freyja wrapped herself in her falcon cape, transformed into a hawk, and then flew away. Immaculate Flying Snake lifted onto a breeze and drifted out of the tower to have a zephyr blow him home. Chapter 22 Omen of Vengeance. When the Wendigo demon had gone south with his shamans and their force of soldiers, they had left behind an army of more than 700 Beothuk warriors. Assorted vagabonds, mercenaries, and the wolf shaman's tribal nomads accounted for another 300 men. That cumbersome army had divided with other missions. The lesser force of 400 men traveled in canoes to attack Vinland. The larger band marched overland to attack the Micmac at their capital village. The waterborne Beothuk traveled swiftly to reach Vinland without any hazard or detection. They hid their canoes in the forest and then trekked a league overland to take up positions surrounding Leifsbudir. The Beothuk prepared to attack the Norse community at the first light of dawn, when they would storm the defenses from all sides, overwhelm the defenders, and then plunder the village. Only one thing could forestall their siege. That was the appearance of some undeniable omen that indicated that the gods were intervening with nature to warn them away. The Beothuk war captains received what they believed was just such an ill omen when 3 huge Viking ships appeared on the horizon. So much polished steel was in the ships that they glittered like jewels beneath the huge canopies of blue and white sail. The longships would put in at Leifsbudir. As majestic symbols of enemy power flying in from across the sea, the ships were a very unfavorable portent for the timing of the Beothuk attack.
The Beothuk commanders agreed unanimously to postpone their invasion. While the main army withdrew into the cover of the forest, the Beothuk left spies behind to closely watch the village. The 3 boat captains ran their vessels ashore at the Dross beach. Their hasty landing was as Viking raiders, not as traders or colonists. Rolf disembarked with 90 skilled Vikings dressed in hauberks and helms. They held axes, swords, and round shields as they charged up the hill toward the palisade. None of the Vikings yelled out. They kept as silent as they could to maintain their advantage. The less time the defenders had to prepare themselves to fight, the easier they would die. 2 Valborgson men guarded the southern gate of the village, and they heard a commotion down at the river. They falsely assumed it was Fistilion arriving in his boat. Most of the sounds were metallic and thus not indicative of a Beothuk warband. As the Vikings climbed the approach to the palisade, the 2 guards peeked out through cracks in the timbers to see who approached. Rolf sent 4 of his best men, armed with Danish axes, up to the front to chop through the palisade's gate. They would not ask to be admitted or expect help from any secret allies in the village. Rolf had returned home as a vengeful conqueror. Any man that stood against him would die accordingly. It was the tremendous blows from the great axes that told the 2 guards just how serious their situation was about to become. The 2 men did nothing to slow Rolf's siege when they ran off screaming out in alarm. The men of Leysbuter had prepared for a battle against the Beothuk, so the cries of alarm summoned them from their halls. As they rushed forth in arms, they saw it was Vikings that stormed in through the broken gate. Rolf's men had needed only moments to remove the undefended barrier against their invasion. In a fight against Redskins, the village stood united. In a battle against Rolf and his mercenaries, the allegiances were anything but certain. Hans Olafsson had swiftly mustered his entire clan to arms. It was already clear to everyone that there were no Redskins to fight. He directed his men to stand together to defend their clan's property, but nothing more. The men from less powerful families saw that Olafsson held his own ground. They followed his example by staying near their homes. Rolf waved his broadsword overhead and then pointed the way toward his chosen prey. "Only the Valborgsons," he shouted. "My fight is with them by right of vengeance." Rolf directed his eager men toward the hall of the Valborgsons. It was the same hall that Oric Valborgsson had stolen from Rolf nearly 2 decades before. The older villagers remembered the legend of Rolf and how the Valborgsons had viciously wronged him. Norse tradition considered a man's right to take revenge to be sacred. The men of the village clans were more than willing to stay out of the fighting. When Hans Olafsson refused to commit his family to defending the clan Valborgsson, the rest of the village sided along with him. As the Valborgsson stood alone against Rolf and his army, Oric had never seemed an older man. Time and misfortune had extinguished all the fire of his courageous youth. The return of Rolf broke the back of his will to survive. He had many good men standing by him, but he lacked the manliness to lead them into battle or to enter Valhalla as a warrior with steel in his hand. Oric's son Ulrich stepped up to lead the defense of his family. Ulrich cried to the men of his clan, "Stand with me, we'll hold them at the Narrow." The yard before the hall had 2 lesser halls. One was a summer kitchen and the other was a wintering barn for the clan's many sheep. The way between the 2 buildings was narrow and Rolf's men came up that way. Orlo was by Ulrich's side along with another 30 reliable men. It was a paltry force compared to the army of professional killers that Rolf arrayed against them. Ulrich drove his men forward into the Narrow, then formed them into a line that was 6 men abreast and 5 men deep. Ulrich drew upon his experience fighting beside Fistilion to put his spearmen up front where they could do the most good. Oric stood trembling at the door of his hall where fear of Rolf's revenge crippled his mind like old age had gnarled his body. The Valborgsson men braced themselves into a dike to stop Rolf's flood of Vikings. Ulric's warriors had every reason to stand their ground and die fighting savagely. Their terrified women and children were in the hall behind them. The fates of the whole clan lay twisted into a single skein that Rolf had come to shear. Rolf followed up behind his mob to urge them on. "Get in there, you lazy women! Is there not a man among you? Kill the Valborgsons!" Ulrich cried, "Hammers!" His men freed their good hands to draw forth hammers and throwing axes. Ulrich had a throwing axe while his shield hand held his broadsword by its blade. "Now!" he ordered while he threw his weapon. 30 iron missiles flew into Rolf's charging Vikings. The Vikings had their round shields upon their arms, and each man was a master in its use. From boyhood they had practiced deflecting blows and knocking flying stones from the air. The Vikings used their skill to absorb the Valborgsson missile barrage. Ulrich's steel axe passed between 2 shields to strike a man in the face. Several hammers and a couple of axes found their marks too. The narrow path that the Vikings ran and bustled into prevented most of them from hurling any weapons back. A few of the most skilled could retaliate, and they did so to effect. One of Ulrich's men died from a hammer to his skull. Another man fell crippled when a throwing axe struck him in the shin. Rolf's Vikings crashed into the Valborgsons, then a great melee ensued. The narrowness of the battle line kept the Vikings' greater numbers from being an overwhelming advantage. Most of Rolf's men remained in the rear, where their pushing forward only hampered the effectiveness of their own men. Ulrich stood front and center, where his steel broadsword cut both armor and flesh. Orlo fought from behind Ulrich using a long-pointed spear. Any Viking that stood just before Ulrich found Orlo's spear jabbing into his least armored vitals. The fighting was furious and without quarter. Blood and screams erupted from the melee like a sea spray. Bodies gathered in a line that grew as a wall between the two groups of adversaries. Ulrich's valor was one of true Norse bloodlust. He knew no fear and cared nothing for any pain. No exhaustion ever touched his limbs. While he stood, his men fought with savagery that shamed the Vikings. It was the superior numbers of Rolf's Vikings that assured them eventual victory. Ulrich and Orlo worked together to slay 11 men. The Valborgson fighters endured wounds and weariness to valiant ends. For each one to perish, they took at least one Viking down with them. It took the swords of Viking captains to wound Ulrich, and they struck him devastating blows. Not until the third time did he fall to one knee, and then they decapitated him. Orlo was among the last of his clan to remain standing. All of Ulrich's direct kin were already dead by then. The 5 men still alive with him were only indentured servants. Rolf called off his men when they had the last survivors surrounded. "Pledge your loyalty to me," he offered them, "and you may serve me as you once served Ulrich." Orlo answered, "I'd rather go to hell." He followed it up by throwing his spear at Rolf, against which Rolf stepped aside to let the spear strike another Viking in the shoulder instead. The spear pierced the man's armor to deal him a grievous wound. Rolf unleashed his Vikings with a howl, then the horde fell upon the defenders from all sides to hack them into pieces. The Vikings did not pause until all of the men of Clan Valborgson lay dead. Of them all, only Ulrich failed to die in valor, as was worthy of Valhalla's Einherjar. The victorious Vikings stripped all the dead in their search for loot. The heaps of bodies and barrels of spilt blood made it a filthy endeavor of greed. Rolf headed for the hall to find Ulrich. The women and children screamed when he barged boldly inside. Rolf only passed them by to find Ulrich groveling shamefully behind his wooden chieftain's seat. It was the same throne that Rolf had sat in many years before. Rolf kicked Ulrich and kept kicking him until he crawled out from behind the wooden throne. Rolf shouted, and his voice was ripe with the pleasure of the long-awaited moment. "I told you I would be back one day." Ulrich couldn't believe what was happening. "How can you still be alive?" The return of Rolf and the destruction of his entire family were Ulrich's worst dreams that came true. "Oh yes, it's me," Rolf said as he grabbed Ulrich by his beard and lifted him to his feet. "I'm not going to make your mistake. No one of your clan is going to live to take any revenge against me." Ulrich wailed in undisguised grief, and womanly tears ran down his face while he comprehended total downfall. His expression was one of ultimate defeat and suffering. It was exactly the expression Rolf wanted to see on him. "You're going to die very slowly," Rolf pledged to his old enemy. "So very slowly." He backhanded Ulrich in the mouth, and it knocked him to the floor. Rolf took a seat on the throne to savor his victory. Ulrich crawled on the ground before him like a mangy old dog. The rest of the Vikings came into the hall then, all wild and rejoicing like brutal children on festival day. While Rolf sat back in his throne and watched, the men began to rape the women and the screaming young girls too. Some of the brutal men throttled brawling children just to silence their horrified howling. The men were pitiless savages. They guzzled wine from tankards, devoured everything edible, and committed all sorts of cruel atrocities. Chapter 23. The Fall. A field of naked corpses littered the grounds of Laesputer while carrion birds circled overhead, admiring the potential feast. Father Alvido bravely walked openly about the village as he summoned all the heads of clan to a powwow at his church. The senior men were eager to assemble, so they joined him immediately. Such was their fear of Rolf's cutthroats that each chieftain brought a sizable squad of bodyguards to accompany him, while more anxious warriors guarded their home halls. "I'm leaving for good," Hans Olafsson told the room. They understood that he meant that he was pulling up stakes and permanently moving to Greenland with his whole clan. "Before I go, I'm willing to help you force Rolf to agree to live peacefully." The screams of the Valborgson women were still fully discernible throughout the whole village. Hearing the sounds was like standing as a spectator to the obscenities that went on within the hall. "Rolf can be bargained with," Alvido assured them. "So long as you stand united against him, he does not have enough men left to defy you all." Vili Stigson spoke next. "If Hans is leaving, that means we should all be thinking about doing the same. Rolf is not the only sour thing around here. The Redskins are running amok too. I don't want some son of a bitch eating one of my youngsters. I'll stay just long enough to help against Rolf, but after that I'm setting sail with Hans. You won't be seeing me or mine again in Vinland." The other chieftains deeply considered whether they should also abandon the village. One of the men asked, "Why face Rolf at all then?" A woman's scream drifted over from Rolf's new hall. Father Oviedo headed for the door. "I'll go to Rolf alone if I must." Hans followed the priest. "I won't leave without setting things to right. The last mentions of my name will be as a shameful curse." All the men fell in line. The chieftains went to their clans where they gathered all their armed men and then joined in a mighty army before Rolf's hall. Alvida went forward to bang the iron knocker on the hall's door. Rolf opened the portal straight away. He and his men were aware that armed men had rallied against them. They were already fully prepared to defend themselves. Alvido had to back away as Rolf came out with his men. Rolf stared down on Alvido, such was the older man's height. His voice was emotionless and steady as granite. "What brings you to my door, neighbor?" "Free the women and children of Clan Valborgson," Alvido demanded. "This is an honest village of working clans. We have no stomach for your raping and rabble-rousing. If you want to live here in peace, then prove it now by letting them go." Rolf's senior captain guffawed at their request. "We will never give up the women. They're ours now." "Shut up there," Rolf harshly rebuked the man. "Get back in line before I fill your guts with my steel." He turned back to Alvido. "I won't give them away, but I'm willing to sell them. Bring me 3 gold rings for each woman and 1 for each child. For that you can have them all." Alvido nodded solemnly. "The church will pay the ransom, if it comes with your vow to live here in peace." Rolf sounded surprised. The church? He hadn't realized that Alvido was the Christian priest because he did not display any crucifix or vestments. Rolf recalled that Lacebuter did have a new church round about the time the Valborgsons had run him out. Rolf asked to be certain. "You speak for a Christian church?" "I do," Alvido assured him. "It is through the Lord's abundance that I have the money to pay their ransoms." Rolf groaned because he had an outstanding oath to Odin to sacrifice all the priests he encountered, and Rolf already had his haul. If it were his choice, he would put an end to the fighting and live in peace, but he had commitments he could not abandon. "Go and get my gold," Rolf told him. "You must bring it to me personally." Hans stepped forward to stand beside Alvido. "We'll wait here to make sure the exchange goes smoothly." Alvido clasped his friend at the shoulder to show his gratitude. "I won't be long." The priest went to his home to gather the ransom. Alvido was an extremely wealthy man. He took a long chain of heavy gold links from a chest in his sleeping chamber. Alvido paused to write a brief letter to Fastilian, then left a message on the mantel under a sharpening stone. Rolf waited at his front door until Alvido returned. "Send them out," Alvido ordered. "I have your gold." Rolf's brigands grudgingly freed the Valborgson women. They had raped and beaten the ladies of Clan Valborgson without mercy. The women were strong enough to walk out when good fortune gave them an opportunity. The young children were in little better condition. They fled from the hall clutching at their sisters and mothers. When the last person was out, Rolf invited Alvido to see for himself. "Come inside so you can be certain there are none left behind." Alvido took a pair of iron pliers from his pocket and then used them to open one of the links in his golden chain. He gave the appropriate link he had removed to Rolf as his ransom. "You have agreed to live here in peace as an honorable man," he said. "I trust you that you have released everyone." "You must come and see for yourself," Rolf insisted. The depth of his voice did not disguise his grim intentions. It was as though he dared Alvido to test his faith against the iron will of Odin. "If I must," Alvido accepted. When the priest stepped into the hall, Rolf followed up behind him. Once Rolf was inside, he turned back to close the door. Rolf's fighting men packed the hall. A dozen of them wore bloody bandages. A few had wounds serious enough that they would most likely die of their battle trophies. The healthy men made low snickers when they saw Alvido, and they bore smiles born of their sinister natures. Smoke clouded the heavy air, and there was a stench of sweat, vomit, and dogs. Rolf led Alvido to the central hall, where an octagonal opening in the roof let out the smoke from the great fire pit. The Vikings had slaughtered many Valborgson lambs for roasting upon the iron grill. Ulrich was still alive even after Rolf had blinded him, cut off his thumbs, and then cut his hamstrings. The wretched old fool crawled about on the floor in gibbering madness. "If you knew me," Rolf told Alvido, "and the God whom I serve, you would never have come inside this hall with me." "If you knew me and the God I serve," the priest answered, "you would never have invited me across your doorstep. It's not too late for you to just let me go. This village is at the edge of the world. You and your men can make new lives here. You can live in peace here as honest men. You can even repent of your evil God and embrace the salvation that comes with accepting Jesus Christ." There is one last thing left undone, Rolf said gravely. I made an oath. You have to answer for your oaths. After I've killed you, that will be the end of it. Rolf caught the eye of one of his captains. Take him and hang him from the rafters. Alvido shot Rolf a deadly glance. Don't make me kill you. Rolf laughed. Kill me? His men paused as they sensed the hidden danger. Rolf asked, How can you hope to kill anyone? You came in here alone and unarmed. The Lord will provide, Alvido preached as his eyes made an inventory of the hall's main chamber. All around them was loosely piled armor and assorted weaponry for more than 100 men. Dozens of swords, axes, and hammers leaned against the walls. Knives and daggers waited on every basket, bench, and table. The chamber was an armory of Norse fighting equipment. Rolf read the thoughts behind the priest's eyes. Like two devils meeting while in disguise, one seasoned murderer knew another when he saw one. Rolf asked as though Alvido was entirely to blame. Why did you come in here? A burly Viking stepped up to grab Alvido because he thought the time for joviality had passed. He reached across to put a hand on the priest's shoulder. To everything there is a season, Alvido sighed. Rolf asked, What season is this? The time to die? No, Alvido answered. The time to kill. He turned his head and bit down into two of the fingers on the Viking's hand. The man screamed in pain as the teeth sank to the bone. Alvido grasped the man's dagger at his belt, drew it just far enough to turn the point, and then thrust it up into the man's belly. With a quick jerk, the priest spilled the man's entrails to the floor. Rolf's men gasped in disbelief at how casually the priest had gutted their man. There is all of you against only me, Alvido said. Are you going to hang back like women and throw hammers at me? Rolf shouted, No throwing anything. He is our sacrifice to Odin. A coward can't take him down, disarm and bind him. Alvido stood waiting with his bloody dagger in hand. Enough of this game, a captain said as he stepped forward. The man still wore his chain byrnie and thought it would protect him against a mere dagger. He held a broadsword with a wickedly ragged edge. It was the same blade that he had used to decapitate Ulrich Valborgsson. The captain marched up to Alvido, then made a thrust with his sword. Alvido lunged forward in one long step to meet the attack with one of his own. His sudden advance was to an amazing range for his short blade. Alvido sidestepped the sword, then stabbed his dagger into the captain's sword arm. The man lost the grip on his sword, and Alvido caught the falling hilt and swiped the sword upward in a vertical stroke. The point of the blade cut the captain's throat and split his jaw at the chin. It was a worthy toothbreaker blow to take down the man who had slain the fair Ulrich. Rolf couldn't believe Alvido's mastery with his armaments. Out of respect, he had to ask, Where did you learn to fight? I became a priest to repent for my misguided youth, Alvido replied. I was once a marine in the Norman Navy. Love of money lured me to smuggling. My avarice grew until I became the prince of every pirate, cutthroat, and smuggler between London and Paris. He shook his head with contempt. Rolf, despite your many years and all your pride, I have stolen more gold, raped more virgins, and killed more honest men than you could ever dream of. To me, you are a bumbling amateur. A Viking dashed at Alvido to disable him with a swipe from his battle axe. Alvido threw his dagger, and the blade knocked out teeth on its way down the man's throat. The warrior's axe skidded across the floor to land at the priest's feet. Alvido stuck the toe of his boot under the axe handle, then flipped it up to his waiting hand. A short, stocky Viking grabbed a shield to go along with his hammer. Then he rushed toward Alvido. You're singing your last sermon, preacher. Another Viking charged from the opposite side of the room, hoping to get at Alvido's back while the first man kept him distracted. Alvido took a step toward the short man, then used his sword to block the Viking's battle hammer. The second man rushed up from behind with a thrust of his sword. Only Alvido used his axe to turn the blade. With perfect timing, Alvido moved aside so that the backstabber's sword struck into his companion's chest by mistake. Then the priest hacked the backstabber's neck with his sword. He then used the axe to lay a finishing blow to the hammer Viking's head. Another Viking dashed in to attack Alvido, and then another. The priest masterfully whirled his weapons to cut each man down in his turn. It was as though no one could touch him. Rolf bellowed, Surround him! Attack him all at once, not one at a time. The Vikings cautiously encircled Alvido. When they thought they were ready, they charged with a shout. Alvido hurled his axe into the men coming at his left, and the heavy iron head broke a man's arm. Alvido threw his sword into the men to his right, where the blade speared a man through the chest. Just as the men were upon him, Alvido crouched to grasp two long knives from the many bodies at his feet. The Vikings tried to get firm holds on Alvido, then pin him down. Alvido was incredibly strong from his daily hard labor in the iron foundry. He shook off their hands and slashed open their faces with his knives. Such was the blade fury of the priest that the Vikings fell back from him in fear and failure. Alvido threw his knives to stick them into the backs of retreating men. Then he rearmed himself from the arsenal of dropped weapons that lay among the dead at his feet. The Vikings howled with rage, then charged again. Alvido spun in a circle as he hacked and slashed. He killed 5 more men before one of them jumped onto his back to begin choking him. The Vikings were so furious that they could barely restrain their urges to kill the priest, as Rolf ordered. "Hang him alive. He is our sacrifice to Odin for the victory he gave us." They disarmed Alvido, then dragged him to the center of the chamber. Other men strung a rope from the rafter at the edge of the grand octagonal smoke hole. After they bound Alvido's wrist behind his back, they put his head in the noose. Rolf stood within a hand's reach of Alvido. "Any last words, priest?" "I have a son," the priest said, "an adopted son. When he learns about what you have done, he is going to come here and kill you. There is nothing that can stop him, especially not you." Rolf believed him. He found it easy to believe the last words of a man who had such deep convictions and also the lethal artistry of a great warrior. That aside, Rolf inquired, "Why me especially?" "Because he is your grandson," Alvido said. "He is the son of Bjorn and a golden queen of Skraeling people far to the south. He is all that is left of you and your line that is good in this world." "No," Alvido said with absolute certainty. "You won't harm a hair on his head. He is all that you have left." Rolf signaled for his men to drop Alvido to the length of his noose. "I forgive you," Alvido said a moment before he fell. The noose had no pity, and the priest slowly strangled under his own weight. His death was not quick. It lingered and was painful. Rolf got a spear, then thrust it into Alvido's liver. He shouted, "Thank you, Odin. My hall and my pride are mine again. What's more, I have a grandson who is both fierce and noble. Odin, your blessings fall upon me like the golden drops from your great ring Draupnir." Alvido lingered a short time longer, then died. Just as soon as he was dead, Rolf rallied the remainder of his men. The priest was a wealthy man. He enticed his greedy horde. "We will go to his halls and take all that was his before someone beats us to it." The rest of the village still waited outside the hall to see what would befall Father Alvido. Rolf came out first and told them, "Begone, you wretches. I'll have no beggars at my door." Hans Olafsson shouted back, "Where is Alvido? When he comes back out, then we will disperse." "I have killed him," Rolf stated flatly. "We have nothing further to argue about. That is, unless your clan has some outstanding grudge against mine, we can settle that right here." Hans had a sacred duty to those who followed him. They depended on him to make decisions that didn't result in their deaths in a mass sacrifice. Alvido was a friend, but he was dead, which meant nothing Hans did would bring him back to life again. "Let's go home," Hans told his people. "We're leaving this place and never coming back again." Rolf sent his men off to loot Alvido's home and foundry. All the villagers went back to their home halls and began packing for leaving Leifsbuter. At the very least, they would move to Stromsfjord or further still on to Greenland. Like maggots that devoured an animal carcass, the Vikings methodically cleansed Alvido's property of its wealth. They stole enough ivory to burden 20 good pack mules. There were enough fine pelts to weigh down 30 more. They took everything edible, drinkable, or portable. They carried off everything they thought they could sell or trade. As Rolf's men divided their booty in the main hall, they drank Alvido's wine in their celebration. Chapter 24. Madness. The ancient shamaness, the abyssal woman of the Beotha caverns, was in the form of a crow. She had the power to take the form of any animal or shift into the skin of any person. As a bird, she flew southeast in search of the enemies who had destroyed so many of her servants. The magical emanations of Raining Sunshine's 9th arrow acted as a beacon that showed her the way. The shamaness easily located Fistillion's Micmac village. It was a densely populated region compared to the rest of Markland. From afar, she located the roundhouse that contained the enchanted arrow that Raining Sunshine had hidden away. The tattooed shamaness did not enter the community because powerful shamanistic spells shielded the village from evil. For generations, the Micmac elders and matrons had used their assorted charms and totems to keep foul spirits away from their community. She landed just outside the village and then returned to her lovely human form. The shamaness knelt in the nearby forest where she began to sing. Though she sang softly, the sound carried over a great distance because her song was a magical chant. It was a special curse that would be powerless under normal conditions because it required a special seed that she could germinate. Bitterness and jealousy were tangible things to shamans. Dark emotions radiated outward from their sources. Evil things could infect emotional wounds. The splinter of black avarice in the heart of 8 Axes pulsed like an inflamed wound to the knowing eye. Her opening for mischief came in the form of 8 Axes' resentment for Fistillion's success. 8 Axes thought he had purged all his envy for Fistillion's growing fame. When the village made no special recognition of 8 Axes at the ceremony, he did feel a momentary twinge of jealousy. Without him being aware, 8-Axis heard the song of the shamaness, and it wormed its way inside of him. The evil magic inflamed 8-Axis envy so that as the rest of the village celebrated, the warrior sat alone and brooded. He began to search himself for some plan that would elevate him to the social stature he had spent his whole life dreaming of attaining. The witch's song made him crave love and admiration from his people. He wanted fear and respect from other warriors. A desire for glory grew in him until he wanted the whole of Markland to speak his name and tell stories of his greatness. No matter where he might go, they would know the tales of 8-Axis and welcome him accordingly. 8-Axis wanted what Fistilion enjoyed at that very moment. Fistilion and Dog were at the village feast, which had begun after the council fires had burned low. Dog heard the magical song with his inhumanly acute hearing, so he warned Fistilion. "A fell voice is on the wind. I can hear a woman singing a song of evil." Fistilion strained his ears to hear the same music. "I don't hear it." Raining Sunshine asked about what she overheard from her husband. "Hear what?" Fistilion explained it to her as best he understood it himself. "Dog says he can hear a woman singing an evil song." Raining Sunshine furrowed her brow. A song of evil? She searched her thoughts for what that could mean. It could be that some shaman is crafting a curse against us. We need to protect ourselves. She picked up a smooth stone, then rubbed it in her fingers as she said, "This is all that is against me, and I cast it away." After her prayer, she flung the stone toward the river. It only went half that far before it dropped into some tall grass. Raining Sunshine picked up another stone and handed it to Fistilion. "This is all that is against you." She put the stone in his dubious hands as she assured him, "You must only trust in me. This will protect you." Fistilion rubbed the stone. "This is all that is against me." He repeated her words, then threw the stone away. The pebble landed in a sheep pen by the bank of the river where it knocked one of the rams on his horn. He put no faith in curses or their abjuration. His wife was confident enough that she forgot the matter. Dog continued to hear the mysterious voice for some time, then it eventually ceased and did not return. 8-Axis left the feast early to return to his home because his head ached. His newfound resentment for Fistilion's successes simmered unnaturally in his brain. The shamaness's spell had taken root in 8-Axis' heart and mind, where it urged him into a growing rage of bitterest resentment. It was late in the night when the spell finally took control of 8-Axis and plunged the warrior into homicidal madness. Fistilion was at home in bed when 8-Axis finally succumbed to his curse. 8-Axis took up his knife and his tomahawk and stalked off toward Fistilion's roundhouse. He planned to murder Fistilion in his bed, along with Twisted Feathers and any other man who might come to their aid. Through his fevered madness, he believed that the village would then recognize him as the greatest of all warriors. On his way to the murder, 8-Axis became disoriented. He couldn't remember the way to Fistilion's home and spun about drunkenly until his eyes settled upon the sheep pen by the river where Fistilion's stone had landed. In his madness, 8-Axis saw that large ram to be Fistilion in his home, and the other ram seemed to him to be Twisted Feathers. All the sheep were the other paltry warriors of the village who failed to recognize 8-Axis as the greatest man the world had ever known. When he arrived, 8-Axis leaped over the fence into the sheep pen, then used his tomahawk and knife to begin slaughtering the animals without mercy. In his madness, 8-Axis believed he cut down valiant warriors one after another. When only the two rams remained, 8-Axis cast aside his weapons and wrestled the two rams to the ground, where he bound their legs to make them helpless. By the time 8-Axis had bound the rams and lifted them in victory under his mighty arms, a crowd of villagers had gathered to take witness to his insanity. 8-Axis carried the bound rams back to his roundhouse, where he hurled them to the floor and paced around them, relishing what he perceived as a great victory. He gloated, "Who is the people's hero now, Fistilion? Everyone can see that you are nothing but a weakling whose luck has come to an end at my hands." Village men gathered outside 8-Axis' roundhouse, fearing his violence might spread further than the livestock. None of them were in any hurry to enter the roundhouse and provoke a fight with so dangerous a man. 8-Axis was a deadly combatant with or without any madness. As dawn broke over the village, so did the strange spell that afflicted him. When the insanity fled from 8-Axis, he was free to witness and remember the devastation he had wrought during the night. The whole village had heard his ranting, with his intentions to slay both Fistilion and Twisted Feathers. Partly because his jealousy came from truth, 8-Axis sank beneath the weight of his shame. Not only did he lack the will to resist the men who had surrounded his home, 8-Axis no longer had the will to go on living at all. He saw no hope in future glory after what he had done that night. The men wanted to wait for a judgment by the elders as to what should be done to 8-Axis' punishment, but the henpecking of their women forced them to go inside and restrain him. They found 8-Axis lying on the floor in a pool of his blood. He had slain himself by thrusting his knife into his heart. The commotion lured Fistilian to the house where he saw the fallen 8-Axes. Many lingered about near to Fistilian, wanting to learn how he felt about the man, since 8-Axes had vocally plotted his murder. "I gathered more coup than 8-Axes," Fistilian said publicly. "My successes poisoned him with envy, but death pays all debts. I will remember 8-Axes as a great warrior and a noble hero. He was my friend and ally against the Wendigo. His arrow struck the demon down as second to no other. This village will be fortunate to ever see a fighter the likes of him again. Now that all our enemies are rising against us and we need all our warriors, I know we will miss him." The Micmac had no funeral for 8-Axes. In their culture, funerals were for the dying, and 8-Axes was already beyond dead because his spirit had moved on. There was still proper ritual for dealing with his body. Warriors lifted it upon a stretcher, then carried it to the burial grounds. It was a grove of forest that they used for no other purpose. Traditionally, they said heartfelt words with the soon-to-be departed. They would take the dying person to the burial grounds to lie in an elevated bed where the spirit would leave the body to rise up to the heavenly grounds of the gods. The villagers would then return after a few days to bury the body so that it would be intact and undisturbed throughout the ages. 8-Axes was already dead, so a group of warriors excavated a grave for him. They buried him with his tomahawk and knife. After a layer of fresh earth, they piled a shield of stones over the grave so that no animal would be able to disturb the body. Fistilian acted as a pallbearer for 8-Axes, then helped cover the body with stones. No one offered ceremonial words over the grave. To the Micmac, the body was an empty husk. The spirit of 8-Axes had already gone into the next world. Chapter 25. Enemy at the Gates. A murder of crows gathered over Leifsbuter, where the butchered bodies of men drew them in along with swarms of flies. A Beothuk army remained hidden in the forest around the village while their scouts watched to learn what they could. One of the spies crept close enough to peer in through a crack in the palisade poles and discover that no one even guarded the village gates. Rolf's men had destroyed the Riverside Gate during their attack, and that portal remained on the ground in pieces. The Beothuk saw that Leifsbuter was ripe for conquering. As soon as they had discreetly passed the word that it was time, they would begin their assault. It just so happened that while a boy from the Olafsson clan played with his dog down at the beach by the Viking ships, his dog spotted a Beothuk spy as he lurked behind the boat sheds. The dog promptly began to bark out a warning. A moment later, the redskin and the boy saw one another, and both felt surprised and confused about what they should do about their meeting. The redskin warrior decided that killing the boy was the only way to keep their Beothuk army a secret. The boy's response was to take off at a run as though a devil chased after him. The Beothuk spy had no bow, so he pulled his only weapon, which was his flint knife, and then chased after the boy. The boy's loyal dog was not afraid. When the redskin gave chase, the dog turned back and savagely leaped for the trespasser's throat. Even as the redskin stabbed and slashed in his defense, the dog continued to maul him. The boy scrambled to get up the hill to the Riverside Gate in the palisade. As he ran, he screamed, "The redskins are here!" The men of Leifsbuter were already in a state of nervous agitation because of Rolf, so they kept their armor and weapons close at hand. The panicked boy's cries of alarm did not go unheeded. The men poured out from their halls with swords in hand. There was such a commotion of armed men rushing about that Rolf's mercenaries came out to see what was happening. They knew nothing about the looming threat of the Beothuk, but they were experts in the sounds of encroaching conflict. The boy rushed in through the gateway and then spun about trying to think of some way to close the broken door. The huge portal was flat on the ground and heavily damaged. The boy tried to lift it anyway, such was his desperation to seal out the redskin that had chased after him. Armed men rushed up to the boy, then demanded to know where he saw the Beothuk. When they stared out the gateway, there was no man to see. The Beothuk had driven off the dog, then wisely fled the scene. A piercing Beothuk war cry sounded from down by the river, then dozens more answered it from every direction. Hans Olafsson stood before his hall and beat an iron triangle with a hammer as he cried, "To arms! To arms! The Beothuk are here! Every man to arms!" The Beothuk army advanced on the village to attack it from all sides. Their premature discovery had forced them into immediate action. They didn't have any master plan to coordinate their strategy. The Redskin army resorted to its basic tactic of mass assault. The Redskin war cry solidified the Norsemen into a cohesive force. Everyone but Rolf's men trusted in Hans Olafsson to lead them. Hans commanded, "Get tools and timbers to bar up that gate. We must stand together as men of Leifsbuter or we die." Rolf and his men knew nothing about the return of the Beothuk. They believed them to be an extinct adversary from the village's distant past. The audible howls of Redskin warriors were proof enough for every man that the past had returned with a vengeance. 20 men rushed to the Riverside Gateway, where they picked up the gate and then slammed it up into place. With beams and iron spikes, they hurriedly shored up the portal.
Their actions were just in time to deny entry to the Beothuk vanguard. Dozens of elite Beothuk warriors rushed up the hill from the river, but that steep climb put them at some disadvantage. That exertion combined with the excitement of battle served to exhaust them before they could administer the first blows of war, while the Norsemen remained fresh and ready to defend their homes. Beothuk warbands assaulted every palisade gate. They reached them to find Norsemen there ready to repel them. The Redskin warriors brought sturdy wooden poles for prying open the village gates. The wooden poles made poor substitutes for iron pry bars. Hans Olafsson led his 4 grown sons and 30 good men to Alvido's foundry. The priest had confided in his friend Hans about the store of steel weapons he had been manufacturing. Hans opened the concealed doors down into the foundry's root cellars. "The new weapons are here," he told his men. "Arm yourselves and let any man unwilling to fight be damned to hell." There were more than just steel weapons hidden in the cellars. Hans also knew that Alvido had been distilling alcohol from maize mash. Hans seized a barrel under each arm, then told his sons to do the same. "This maize juice burns better than the finest lamp oil." He instructed his sons, "Douse some redskins with this and then give them a light." Hans took his youngest son with him, and together they went to defend the riverside gate. The 3 brothers split to defend the seaward gate, the sheepherder's gate, and the woodcutter's gate to the north. The Beothuk diligently pried at the palisade gates with their hardwood poles. The defenders shoved a pair of carts against the riverside gate so that their barricade was high enough for men to stand on, and they could hurl stones and spears down onto the sappers. Hans Olafsson climbed onto the barricade, then used his battle hammer to smash in the top end of one barrel, from which he doused the redskins on the other side of the fence. The Beothuk had zero understanding of flammable liquids. Even though they were drenched in it, they thought it was harmless, so made no effort to run away. Hans and his son dumped more alcohol onto the Beothuk mob than he called torch. One of his men handed him a blazing brand. Hans dropped the flame over the palisade, then jumped off the makeshift battlement to escape the explosion of flame he would ignite. The torch struck the ground, then set off a great conflagration. Redskin men dashed about in flaming panic while screaming about their agony. Each of Hans's sons was a reliable man in his own right. Just like their father, they wielded the flaming alcohol to devastating effect. In that opening engagement, the Beothuk had a quarter of their army badly burned, while another quarter of the army received minor burns that would be painful for days. Consequently, Beothuk morale plummeted. They lacked the leadership, the courage, or the advantage of surprise to inspire them. Hans seized the prime opportunity to exploit their moment of weakness. "Open the gates, throw them wide, and let's lay these mongrels low." The alcohol had burned fiercely, but only briefly. Then the Beothuk gathered enough momentum to make another charge against the village gates. They arrived with the intention to pry the gates open, only to have the defenders hurl them wide, then rush forth with steel in hand to give them direct battle. Steel swords had no pity for men without armor. Enraged Norsemen hewed down naked Beothuk, while their own heavy burnies easily stopped the penetration of napstone blades. Rolf's men were professional soldiers as well as sailors. They rushed to where the action was thickest and displayed great prowess as they hacked down every Beothuk willing to stand against them. The fighting was fierce, and Norsemen suffered injuries, only nothing like the gory death they handed out in return. When the Beothuk morale finally fully collapsed, Hans led men down the river path so they could protect the longboats from any vandalism. Beothuk valor had managed to slay some men, but not nearly enough to lead them to victory. When Norse resistance had slain half the redskins, the remainder of the Beothuk army ran for their canoes just to escape. Most of the survivors were those with burns, since they had held back due to their prior injuries. At least for that day, the men of Leysbuter had successfully defended their homes. Rolf and Hans were in agreement when they ordered their men not to pursue the Beothuk into the forest. The Beothuk were exemplary woodsmen, but they had neither supplies nor shelter to sustain them. It was enough that they had defeated the Beothuk with only minimal casualties. If the Beothuk came back again, it would surely be to their detriment. Hans posted a body of men to guard the longboats, then directed the rest to use the carts to begin removing all the dead bodies. Chapter 26. Home Fires Burning. Fistilian returned home mid-morning after the burial of 8 axes. He had no idea that Rolf had slain his stepfather or that the Beothuk had attacked Leifsbuter. Silvertree greeted her master at the entry to their roundhouse. In her hand was a bota of his favorite wine, which she offered to him, and Fistilian gratefully accepted, then drank from deeply. It was partly his toast to 8 axes, but it was also a cleansing of that whole matter from his mind. Life was for the living, and 8 axes had left their world for another. Raining Sunshine was preoccupied with a wind mobile that she had crafted from feathers, bone, beads, and sinew. She held it out so that she could watch the gradual orientation of its swaying rotation. Fistilian had to ask, "What is that?" "I made this," she answered proudly.
This can help us track down the source of that spell someone tried to cast upon you." She watched her contraption with some consternation. "I think it is telling me that something is still going on nearby." Raining Sunshine read her divination and then pointed due north. "It says that it is coming from that way." Fistilian wasn't sure whether he was more skeptical or impressed. "How much faith do you have in that thing?" He did want to take revenge for what happened to 8 Axes. If the perpetrator was nearby, he didn't want to pass up the opportunity to discover them before they did even more harm to himself or his community. "It's infallible," Raining Sunshine assured him. "It works every time." He was familiar with the Norse sun compass and thus the principle of instrument navigation. Fistilian was willing to give her Dreamcatcher device a try. "Let me get my swords." He put on his panther pelt cloak, then buckled on his weapon belt. Silvertree pouted in that they planned to leave her behind. "You can come along," Fistilian told her, since he didn't expect any serious trouble. Even if there was danger ahead of him, he felt certain the dog would warn him well in advance so he would have time to get the women to safety. Raining Sunshine used her spirit compass to lead their party north out of the village. Firewood gatherers kept the nearby woodlands picked clean of fallen branches. Their axes felled the sick or damaged trees so that they eventually dried to become community firewood as well. Their village had cultivated mixed groves of fruit trees for generations. Overall, a stroll in the local forest was a pleasant experience. In time, Raining Sunshine's compass led their group to a campsite along one of the area's many freshwater creeks. They found the beautiful tattooed shamaness still there hunched before her small fire. Fistilian hadn't really expected to find anything, so the woman came as a genuine surprise. His first thought was to see if the woman wore a Wendigo shaman's talisman or medicine pouch, and she had 3 such pouches around her neck that all appeared the same. Fistilian discerned little else about her aside from the fact that all her tattoos were distinctly Micmac in origin, though to his understanding they belonged on the body of a male elder. The strange woman did not appear to be Beathuk at all. Fistilian drew his scimitar bull tamer just to be safe before he said in Micmac, "Who are you and what are you doing here? You must be the one who has been spinning evil spells over our village. Explain why I should not kill you right now for what you've done. A good man died today because of you." She ignored him as though unaware of their presence because of a meditational trance. He repeated himself in Beathuk and took a step closer to make it easier to slice off her head if she moved suddenly. The shamaness had crawled from the abyssal depths of the Beathuk sacred cavern. She was centuries old, sly and powerful. When she raised her head, both her eyes were a pure liquid black before becoming normal after a simple blink. The 2 women squealed in open terror. There was power and knowledge in the woman's eyes far beyond anything that Raining Sunshine or Silvertree had ever seen before. They knew they were in great danger. Fistilian clenched his fist around his sword hilt. "You slew my son, pale warrior," the woman intoned with her youthful voice. "For that you deserve the harshest punishment." "I've never killed anyone that didn't have it coming," Fistilian replied. "If one of them was your son, then he tried to kill me first." "You fool!" she snapped at him in contempt for his ignorance. "The Wendigo was my son. I summoned him into this world. You thought he was powerful, but the demon was only a servant to me." "He was powerful," Fistilian agreed, "and I did take him out of this world. I sent him back to whatever vile place spawned such things." Fistilian brazenly defied her. "You're next as far as I'm concerned." "You think you know so much," she lectured. "But in truth you know nothing, only the half-truths your feeble elders have lied to you. I would have slain you in your sleep last night, only a counterspell prevented me from finding you. Perhaps it was your cape, that gift from the Cat Lord that shielded you from me. Now that I see you, I can tell that you are impressive. Great powers watch over you and feud for your destiny. It is unfortunate that you will never get a chance to be one of my shamans. I could have tutored you in the darkest rituals and made you a king of many nations." Fistilian made up his mind that it was time for the witch to die. Just letting her speak was inviting her to weave some sort of spell over him. Dog suddenly leaped into the air like a wasp had stung his rump. "She hid them from me. Enemies are all around us. We must run away." The witch laughed deeply and genuinely meant it. "Young fool, did you think that only your protector has the power to hide things meant to move unseen?" Fistilian instantly understood her meaning. She just heard what Dog said and found it amusing. Like the fool she accused him of being, he had let himself get surrounded by his enemies, and while he had 2 vulnerable women in tow, he shot Raining Sunshine the most serious of glances as he commanded, "Run back to the village, do it now." Raining Sunshine didn't obey or understand. "What? The Beathuk are already here," Fistilian growled. "Run now and warn the village. The war has come home." Raining Sunshine understood that. She grabbed Silvertree by the wrist and they ran for all they were worth. Beathuk warriors sprang out from behind trees and bushes. Hundreds of them had crept to within attacking distance of the village. If Raining Sunshine failed to warn her people, it would surely be a massacre as the Beathuk took everyone completely by surprise. Fistilian stepped up, then swung his sword to lop off the witch's head. The beautiful shamaness easily tumbled her agile young body out of the way, then called to her men, "Kill them! Kill them all!" A dozen Beathuk warriors sprang at Fistilian with their clubs and spears. 100 more ran past on their way to the Micmac village. 3 Beathuk archers loosed arrows at Fistilian from close range. Fistilian ducked under the first arrow as the second missed him by half a hand's breadth. The third arrow struck him in the hip where his second scimitar took the impact from within its leather sheath. More Beathuk warriors dashed forward to surround Fistilian. Their excited battle cries were like the howls of savage dogs. The Redskins thought of themselves as dangerous men, but they were nothing compared to Fistilian while he defended the lives of his wife and her people. Fistilian's only emotion was anger as he challenged them fiercely in their own language. "Come on then, I have blade enough to answer you all." A burly Beathuk tried to plunge his spear into Fistilian's chest. Fistilian caught the spear shaft in his free hand and yanked the man forward off balance. He pulled the Redskin close enough to stab Bolt Tamer into his heart. The other Beathuk acted in that opportune moment where his weapon was occupied killing their friend. They leaped at Fistilian to bear him to the ground. Once the first of them had a hold of him, they quickly buried him under a mound of their red-painted bodies. Fistilian appeared helpless under the weight of 10 men. He had to dig deep into himself to find the strength to survive. Down at his core, like a distant memory that only surfaced in dreams, Fistilian found that he had the strength of the Mountain Heart clan in his body. It was not his fate to die easily. The son of Bjorn and Kitsan inherited powers beyond those of common men. Fistilian roared, "No!" He spoke to death rather than to his enemies as he resisted with the strength of 20 men. Fistilian rose up and flung the Beathuk off his back like the Redskin warriors were just harmless children having wrestling games. He drew Wolfsbane so that he had a sword in each hand, then spun about in a flurry of slashes. When Wolfsbane nicked a Beathuk warrior on his upper arm, the Wendigo's venomous poison that saturated the scimitar got into the man. The poisoned Redskin clutched at his throat as foam spewed from his mouth, and then he toppled over dead. The Beathuk fell back from Fistilian in fear of his strength, his rage, and his steel blades. Fistilian took that opportunity to run. He was not seeking escape or giving in to fear. He had to get back to the Micmac village to defend his wife and his adopted people. Shouting and screams of battle already came from the village. Fistilian had arrived to witness dozens of ongoing skirmishes. Small bands of Micmac men fended off the invading army of Beathuk warriors. Their village was in chaos. Women and children fled south toward the river bank where they collected in canoes, which then escaped across the river to the village on the southern bank. Fistilian's instinct was to head for his home. He jumped through the doorway prepared to kill any Beathuk he might encounter inside. Raining Sunshine and Silvertree were in the roundhouse. Silvertree carried Fistilian's shield and spear. She slung his bow and arrow quiver across her back. Raining Sunshine was cramming Fistilian's magnificent armor into a huge leather sack. The bag was so heavy that she had to drag it across the floor. Fistilian scolded them. "What are you doing? You have to get to safety across the river." "These weapons can't fall into Beathuk hands," his wife told him as she dragged the sack to his feet. A double whooping yelp came from just outside the doorway, then 2 Redskin warriors jumped down the short stairwell and plunged in through the door drape. Fistilian caught the first man by the head, then crushed his skull by slamming it against the stone door frame. As that man collapsed to the floor, Fistilian stabbed the second man right through the drape. The falling corpse ripped the whole drapery down. The shadows of more warriors gathered outside the doorway. "It's me," Twisted Feathers shouted before he came inside. He deftly assimilated what was going on, then grabbed the sack with the armor. He one-handed it off to one of the dozen Micmac warriors who followed his battle command. "There are hundreds of them," Fistilian told his father-in-law. "I know," Twisted Feathers briskly answered. "We are evacuating the northern village." Fistilian escorted the women outside as he told them, "Get to my boat as fast as you can. We will cover you." They abandoned the roundhouse without delay. Once they were outside, they saw that the fighting was everywhere. Twisted Feathers had his bow in hand. He sank an arrow into one Beathuk warrior's eye. He killed another through the throat, and then another took an arrow into his mouth even as he made a battle shout. Twisted Feathers cut down every Beathuk with the misfortune of getting in front of his infallible arrow sight. The Micmac warriors who followed Twisted Feathers' lead used their bows and spears to keep the invaders at a distance. Fistilian sheathed his scimitars, then took his bow and quiver from Silvertree. He led the way down to the river in his sailboat. His aim with a bow was just as deadly as Twisted Feathers' legendary skill. Fistilian drained his quiver as he loosed 1 yard of death after another. The Micmac gathered in strong numbers at the riverbank. The Redskins needed to regroup in force to confront them. The Beothuk settled for volleys of their red ochre arrows. Terrified cries came from a little Micmac girl who was sitting in the dust. The lifeless body of the child's mother was beside her. A Beothuk arrow protruded from the woman's back. Raining Sunshine left the safety of the group to snatch up the child and bring her along. 2 Beothuk warriors ran out from behind a roundhouse. One of them had a bow which he aimed at Fistilian's wife. Twisted Feathers stuck an arrow into that archer's groin. Fistilian's arrow spiked the head of the spearman who stood beside him. They reached the river together. The women and children scrambled aboard every vessel that could carry them safely across the water. Those who were strong swimmers just leaped into the waters and swam for their lives. Raining Sunshine put the crying child into Fistilian's yawl. Then she readied her bow to aid in the defense. Many of the Beothuk were busy looting roundhouses. Those men who pursued the Micmac found the defensive archers plenty capable of keeping them at bay. Twisted Feathers and Fistilian put an arrow in any redskin who was foolish enough to give them the opportunity. Watch's Sky was there, and he proved no less accurate. When he drew down his bow, a man always died. There were many other Micmac archers, too. The Micmac warriors with clubs and spears put their armaments aside to push the heavily loaded canoes out into the current. "Hurry now," Twisted Feathers commanded. "We have no time to spare." Fistilian grabbed Raining Sunshine at the waist and lifted her into the Elysian Fortitude. She hopped to stand high at the bowsprit from where she could wield her bow most effectively. Her long hair blew in the breeze as she sent her arrows out with the speed and accuracy worthy of her father who had taught her the skill. A redskin arrow struck Fistilian in the shoulder. The leather strap of his quiver took most of the impact so that the stone point did not penetrate deeply. Silvertree pulled the arrow out, then cast it away. She refused to get aboard the boat while her master might still have need of her. Soon only Fistilian's yawl remained. A host of Micmac pushed the heavy vessel out into the river. The men tossed their weapons aboard so they could swim unencumbered. Fistilian and Twisted Feathers were the last to leave the north bank. Fistilian waded out to his boat, grabbed the hull, and then swung himself over. He reached down to pull Twisted Feathers up behind him. The Beothuk charged the shoreline once there was no one left to defend it. They sent hasty arrows chasing after the fleeing Micmac. The deadliest expertise answered the Beothuk's ill-placed archery. Twisted Feathers, Fistilian, and Raining Sunshine punished the Beothuk with unflinching accuracy. The 3 of them killed 11 men before the boat carried them out of range. Fistilian expertly hoisted the sail, then raced for the southern shore. The Micmac controlled every watercraft on the river. The Beothuk had no way across the water besides swimming. Once Twisted Feathers was ashore, he began organizing the fighting men of the village. Young and old, each was able to do their part. Black Eagle found Fistilian after he had swum across the river, as had so many others. The Iroquois pushed through the throng of men, then asked anxiously, "How soon are we going back over there? I only managed to kill 4 of them before 20 of them chased me into the river." Fistilian clasped his friend's shoulder, very pleased to see him alive and well. "We'll head back just as soon as the elders select a war chief to lead the assault." Fistilian pulled his friend to follow along behind him as he made his way through the crowd. The elders gathered around a campfire to discuss what was to be done. Most of them had been in the southern village at the time of the attack. 3 elders had died already in the fighting up north. It took the senior men only moments to confirm that Twisted Feathers should lead the retaking of the north bank. When Fistilian saw that they were about to disband, he spoke up. There was a beautiful young woman in the forest. Her face had the tattoos of an elder, and her eyes held ancient shaman power. She said she was the mother of the Wendigo, and she had come to punish us for his destruction. The last part stunned the council into silence. "Her name to us is Cave Mother," Autumn Raven explained. "Once, many generations ago, she was this village's most gifted matron. She broke tribal law, so the elders of that age banished her along with all those who followed her teachings." The old man sighed. "She divided the village, and those people became the Beothuk. Ever since, we have been enemies with ourselves." Twisted Feathers had command of all Micmac forces. He summoned them with a rousing shout. "All men to the canoes. Let's retake our homes and avenge the slain." The Micmac men loaded into every canoe as Fistilian loaded his boat to capacity. Twisted Feathers used the Elysian Fortitude as his flagship. With that force, he would lead the landing. The Beothuk had been busy looting the roundhouses on the north bank. When the Micmac armada started across the river, the Beothuk gathered at the riverbank to receive them. Fistilian directed his boat upstream at speed. The canoes took a slower but more direct route across the water. The Beothuk had to divide their numbers as some of them headed west to meet the Elysian Fortitude's upriver landing. The longboat had a full load of skilled archers. Despite the deception that he portrayed, Fistilian didn't put to shore. He just furled the sails and let the current carry them back down along the riverbank while his Micmac archers unleashed their fury as they drifted toward where the canoes would put ashore. The Redskins loosed their arrows in return. Fistilian stood tall at the prow in his full armor, openly daring them to try killing him. Their stone arrows shattered and ricocheted harmlessly off his tempered wootz steel. The men in his boat had partial cover behind the hull. The men of the Elysian Fortitude attacked with such fanfare that it distracted most of the Beothuk from the approaching canoes. Fistilian signaled to Sleeping Wolf, who sat astern with his hand on the rudder. The Micmac pushed hard over so that the longboat turned until the prow keel ran aground. "Take back your homes," Twisted Feathers shouted as he leaped over the hull into the shallow river water. Micmac warriors disembarked from their watercraft. They were already fierce men, but defending their homes made them all the more contemptuous of death. Brutal hand-to-hand combat swept along the shoreline. Beothuk and Micmac alike perished from mortal wounds. Fistilian leaped ashore into the midst of vicious resistance. His armor set him apart as a distinguished hero of the Micmac people. Every redskin champion wanted to kill Fistilian and claim his fabulous armaments as their trophy. Fistilian knocked the enemy back with his shield as he slew men with his scimitar. The curved blade was perfect for close-quarter combat with poorly armored adversaries. The Micmac also suffered heavy losses. They defended their home with a river at their back, so there was no option of retreat. Beothuk dead mounted ever faster, and redskin morale was first to break. First their wounded fled, and then their least experienced braves. The trickle of retreat quickly grew into a flood. Even the bravest Beothuk turned and fled when they saw that the fight was lost. Twisted Feathers led the pursuit. Even in defeat, the Redskins felt safer in numbers. They fled together, and the Micmac skirmishers made chase. Sleeping Wolf caught up with Fistilian. The warriors' blades dripped with Beothuk blood. Sleeping Wolf had a bleeding right ear where a redskin brave had bitten half of it off. "I have your back," he told Fistilian. "Let's hunt them down." Black Eagle and Watch's Sky joined with their friends. Fistilian cast off his helmet and shield to facilitate swifter running. They dashed off together in pursuit of the fleeing Beothuk. The broken Beothuk army was in total desperation because they fled through unfamiliar forests, uncertain of their course or their destination. Micmac braves overtook the wounded first. Those Beothuk were unable to maintain the brutal pace of full retreat. The Micmac offered them neither pity nor quarter. They slew any redskin to fall under their knives. The retreating men came upon a turbulent and rocky creek where there was no easy place to cross. The men hurried upstream in search of a ford or some natural bridge, but the terrain there only grew rougher, the creek deeper, faster, and rockier. Only a few of the Beothuk paid attention to their course. The majority just blindly followed those men who ran before them. The Micmac knew the terrain and all its trails from walking the land on countless hunting trips. Twisted Feathers dispatched a third of his force to swing around the eastern flank where they could head off their adversaries. It was a ploy that worked perfectly. The Beothuk felt exhausted from all their fighting and running. Before they realized their mistake, they found themselves in a trap. At their backs was a deep ravine where the creek fell in a waterfall to form a tranquil pool. Twisted Feathers and his warriors closed in on them from the south. The flanking Micmac crept in on them from the north and the east. Such was the desperation of the Beothuk that they began to jump from the cliff down into the water. Some of them tried to climb down, only to end up falling anyway. The Micmac had their enemies surrounded, so there would be no further escape regardless of the Beothuk antics. The Micmac marched forward in their shrinking encirclement. They didn't run or howl any battle cries. In their minds were visions of slain Micmac women, children, and men who had been fathers, brothers, and friends. There had to be a reckoning that was devoid of sportsmanship, of war and coup. More than 100 redskins waded out into the water. The western edge was a steep cliff that no one could climb. The Beothuk waited in silence as though those they had wronged might just pass them by. The Micmac took positions on all the high ground above the basin from where they stared down in icy silence. It was a deathly repose as the doomed basked beneath the gazes of their executioners. When all the Micmac were in position to rain destruction upon the Beothuk, Twisted Feathers raised his bow overhead and let out a piercing battle whoop. The Micmac warriors took up his cry. Their combined voices was a terrible chorus bent on revenge. The Beothuk stood with upturned faces to witness the onslaught of arrows that would take their lives. The Micmac unleashed their anger in a storm of missiles. They cast arrows, hurled spears, and dropped great stones. They continued to howl and attack until they had transformed the pool below into a bloody stew of slaughtered men. When it was all over, the Micmac scrambled down into the ravine to gather their weapons and collect the bodies. They would not leave so many corpses to pollute their local fresh water supply. The Micmac labored in silence. They had massacred terrified men who only wanted to escape and live another day. Their merciless act lacked the honor of open battle. Many felt a measure of shame that they had turned loose their darker natures, that thing upon which the Wendigo had fed and nurtured to pervert the souls of men. In the hearts of the Micmac, their dead deserved the vengeance they had taken against ruthless invaders. That revenge had come with a price that all the men would carry until the end of their days. If asked, they would pay it again.
Chapter 27. Black Ferret in Winter.
The victorious Micmac returned home in the afternoon. The fighting and looting had ravaged the northern village. Men and women picked through the wreckage. Many good people had died and they needed prompt burials. Life would go on for the living after they had given the dead and the dying their proper due. Fistilian returned home to find that his roundhouse was in shambles. Raining Sunshine and Silvertree were away busily tending to the many wounded. Scores of men were in need of their curative measures. Broken bones needed setting and lacerations required sutures. He sought out his wife where she labored, and as he approached, Raining Sunshine left Silvertree to wrap a man's freshly set broken leg. She threw her arms around her husband. "Thank the gods that you are all right." As she hugged him tight, he groaned in pain from the arrow wound in his shoulder. Raining Sunshine noticed his discomfort, then realized its source right away. "Let me take a look at that." She fumbled with the straps to his armor. Fistilian took his seat and let her tend to him. "We finished them all," he told her. "We trapped them at Oak Falls, then wiped them out to the last man." She could tell by his tone that it had been an emotionally trying venture. "We do what we have to do," she counseled him. "They should never have come here." While she applied a dressing to his wound, he asked her, "What do you know about Cave Mother? What do the matrons know about her?" Raining Sunshine was hesitant to speak of things that concerned the matrons. The matrons forbid women from divulging their many secrets to the men. Silvertree was not under any such stipulation. "Long ago there was a most terrible winter," Silvertree began. "A deep snow covered the land. The hunters could not find sufficient game to feed the people. The tribe faced total starvation. We were one people back then, the Micmac and the Beothuk. We were one people with a single destiny." Raining Sunshine felt uncomfortable hearing the tale told, but she did nothing to stop it. Silvertree continued. "Conditions became so desperate that it seemed as though the whole tribe would starve to death. One group of hunters, who were all young men, came upon a black-pelted ferret. A black ferret in winter was a sign that the abundance of spring was close at hand. Even though the sighting was a blessing, one of the hunger-crazed hunters struck the ferret and killed it. In outrage over the act, one of the other hunters slew the young man to punish him for his sin. There is a spirit lord for every creature of the forest. Killing the black ferret would have brought a curse from the Ferret King." Fistilian listened intently, but he was anxious for more. "So how does Cave Mother enter into your tale?" "She went by another name then," Silvertree informed him. "It is a secret name now, or forgotten. I cannot say. Cave Mother had believed that the Ferret King could be appeased and the curse avoided. She had said the blessing of nourishment was to be found in the body of the slain hunter. The people were mad with starvation, and many followed her teachings without question. They butchered the young man, then roasted his flesh over their fires. Many others disagreed with her desperate solution. Those in opposition were willing to die of hunger before indulging in human flesh." Fistilian asked, "So the tribe split over that argument?" Raining Sunshine finally spoke up. "The body of one young hunter could not feed a whole village. The meat didn't last even a meal for all. Cave Mother decreed that the village should sacrifice the hunter who had killed his friend so they could eat him too. She would have killed him and kept on killing if the matrons and elders had not intervened. Life is precious, but not as precious as our customs. I would rather see my people die out than sacrifice the traditions that make us who we are." Silvertree fell silent and hung her head, reluctant to say anything that might offend her mistress. "Speak your mind," Fistilian told her. "I need to know all that you can tell me if we are going to defend ourselves against her magic." She took a deep breath that composed her. "The Beothuk left because they refused to eat the flesh of man," she said sheepishly. "It was the Micmac who indulged in that forbidden feast. They drove Cave Mother away to hide their shame and place it on the shoulders of the Beothuk. It was the Micmac who betrayed the Beothuk, not the other way around. The Micmac sold themselves to the Wendigo, and now it is their dark secret they keep hidden even from themselves." Raining Sunshine passionately disagreed. "It was the Beothuk who turned on the nation and went their own way." Fistilian put a hand on each of their shoulders. "It is just myth and legend," he told them soothingly. "Would you make the same mistake now and turn on one another? It is the bane of all loyal men that they can be led astray." He saw that he had stressed them enough with his inquiries. "There are more wounded in need of your healing arts. I will not distract you any longer." Raining Sunshine put her finishing touch on Fistilian's bandage, then went off to tend to others. Silvertree gave her master a subtle smile to show that she was not distracted from her loyalties or her duties. Fistilian went back to inspect the damage to the roundhouse. He began by dragging out the two Beothuk corpses. Their blood had made a congealed pool just within the doorway. Other Beothuk had taken the time to vandalize the interior. He could repair or replace anything their mischief had done. When he went outside for some fresh air, Twisted Feathers approached with a band of warriors. They had captured a Beothuk survivor.
Bindings fixed the man's hands behind his back. Twisted Feather stepped away from his men to speak with Festilian. I have grim news. This man has told me of another army. Festilian could guess, but he dared not say his fear aloud. Another army? Will there be another attack here? How soon can we expect them? They are on the warpath, Twisted Feathers confirmed, but not here. He knew the only alternative, but still asked. Then where are they headed? They are on their way to Vinland. Twisted Feathers confirmed his dread. They may already be there. Festilian's thoughts went to his stepfather and the people of Leysbuter. I can't stay here, he said bluntly. My father may be in danger. They're still my people. I must go and help them fight. I know, Twisted Feathers put a hand on Festilian's shoulder. I'm going with you. We will take your longboat. I want to go as soon as we can manage, Festilian told him. Let's hurry. Chapter 28. The Demon's Hunger. Cave Mother did not care that the Beothuk lost their battle at Leysbuter. She cared even less that they failed to defeat the Micmac at the North Village. Because she was ageless, Cave Mother could build new armies to replace the ones she had lost, and then not care when she lost them too. The deaths of so many red-skinned braves had not been a wanton waste, even if they went unmourned. As they had valiantly given their lives in the fierce fighting, Cave Mother had been busily ransacking Twisted Feather's roundhouse. Her search had been fruitful. She had found the 9th arrow that Raining Sunshine had hidden away so carefully. It was easy enough for her to locate the missile. It stank of potent magic that she sniffed out like a hunting dog on a trail. Once she had the arrow, Cave Mother slunk off into the forest to pursue her other diabolical plans. She changed skins to take the form of a massive crow. On black wings, she flew away to the east over land and sea to the Isle of Vinland. After their defeat at Leysbuter, the Beothuk fled into the forest. They were pitiful men with untreated burns and sword wounds. Many sickened further as infection crawled into their bodies to poison their blood and hasten the onset of death. The ragged army camped at their canoes because they lacked the strength to endure a sea voyage. They rapidly devoured their meager supplies of food and medicinal aids. Cave Mother alighted in the forest and then shifted her skin back to her comely human form. She stepped out of the forest and approached the men as they huddled around their secretive fires. She asked them, "Where is your pride? Are you not proud Beothuk warriors any longer?" Their senior man left his fire to speak with their dark queen. They threw liquid fire upon us from behind their stout walls. Our shields were no match for their hard silver blades. Where were you when your help would have mattered most? She greatly disliked his insubordinate tone. I am here now. Cave Mother sweetly disguised her fiery temper until it was time for her to lash out. My magic can heal your wounds and give your limbs the strength of life. My magic can overcome their trickery. All that you must do in return is not to forsake your belief in me. The veteran soldier had no genuine faith in her promises. He had already lost too much to think her promises mattered anymore. We have homes and wives that wait neglected. We have children of our own to feed. Is it not enough that you have ruined us? Your demon is dead and your army's defeated. You already failed us. What good is your talk now that the war is already over? She extended her hand with her fingers clenched into a claw. As she reached out to snatch at the empty air between them, Cave Mother snarled, "Enough!" The flesh on the man's chest ripped open of its own accord, and his heart burst out from the wound to fly into her hand. The man's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. A great gasp erupted among the men as they saw her display her inhuman power. She asked them all, "Who will be the first to receive my blessing, or to reject it next? Which of you has the courage to step beyond the mortal realm and taste what it means to be a god?" A terribly burned warrior weakly got to his feet. Just moving caused him agony because his skin had blistered and was weeping. "I will be first," he said. Cave Mother walked over to him. She held out the heart over his head, then squeezed it. "Drink of the blood, and you shall be born anew." The man lifted his head as he opened his mouth so that the blood drained into his throat, then he gulped it down. After swallowing, convulsions racked his body. He collapsed to the ground, then curled into a trembling fetal position. His groans changed to growls as he got to his hands and knees. The man's burned skin healed until it was fresh and new. His muscles bulged and rippled as his physique took on heroic proportions. He let out a savage howl like he was being born. The pain then subsided and he stood up tall and vigorous. Cave Woman had transformed him into a magnificent specimen the likes of the Wendigo shamans. "Your battle with the Paleskins was only a test," she declared. "You men have proven yourselves to be survivors worthy of my blessing. Don't be afraid to embrace your birthright. You are hunters of men. They exist to nourish your lives and fuel your power." The healed warrior took out his knife, then sliced open the belly of the heartless body. He removed the liver so he could begin feasting upon it. Burns and the depression of defeat crippled the other Beothuk warriors. One by one they came forward to receive the Cave Woman's blessing. They consumed human flesh, and by accepting the unholy sacrament of the Wendigo, they gained supernatural vitality and an incessant hunger for living blood. Cavewoman addressed her revitalized warriors once her rituals were complete. I have given you new lives and the opportunity to vindicate your past failures. Now go to the second village on this island, destroy these invaders, and liberate the ancient tribal lands of your people. The warriors were exuberant with their newfound health and energy. They manned their canoes and set underway for another battle. Chapter 29. The Witch Compass. Raining Sunshine finished her medicinal duties and returned home with Silvertree. They labored diligently to clean up the willful destruction of the roundhouse by the Beathuk. While Silvertree scrubbed away the spilled blood, Raining Sunshine fixed the bedding. After she had rearranged all the blankets and furs, she came to a terrible realization. The arrow, she cried out in distress. It's gone. It was right here under the bed and now it's missing. Silvertree asked confusedly, The arrow? A moment later she grasped her mistress's meaning. The 9th arrow has been taken? Raining Sunshine shook her head in dismay. The Beathuk have the arrow now. If anyone uses it, the consequences of the matron's magic will come full circle. By the gods, what should we do? Silvertree wondered aloud. Is there any way for us to get it back? Maybe the man who took it died at the falls. Perhaps one of the men found it afterward, and it is in one of their quivers. Raining Sunshine considered that, and it was quite likely that the man who stole the arrow had later died, and then the Micmac had recovered the arrow among their captured armaments. She picked up the wind mobile she had used as a compass to find Cave Mother. I can use this to find the arrow, she said confidently. She sat on the rim of the fire pit, then concentrated on her device. It slowly oriented itself until it pointed to the east. Come on, Raining Sunshine told Silvertree. Let's go for a walk and see who has the arrow. They left the roundhouse as they followed the mobile's directions. They walked all the way to the eastern edge of the village, but the compass still indicated that the arrow was a long way off in that direction. Silvertree asked, What do we do now? Are we going to go search the forest? No, Raining Sunshine answered. I'm detecting the arrow, but it's far away. It's not in the village or near the village. She concentrated again on her windmobile, and it didn't change its orientation in the least. Silvertree inquired anxiously, Well, what have you found? I know where it is, Raining Sunshine said as she put the mobile down. It's Cave Mother. She and the arrow are in the same place. That can only mean that she has it now. If we don't get it back somehow, I'm sure she will use it to do something terrible, maybe to kill Fistilian. Then we will just have to go and get it back from her, Silvertree stated confidently. Raining Sunshine considered the idea, then nodded in agreement. My father and Fistilian are taking a voyage to Vinland. They can take us as far to the east as the arrow can be. Silvertree saw a problem with the plan. How are you going to convince them to take us? If they are going on the warpath, they won't want to take any women with them. She took Silvertree's hand. Come on, I'll make sure they take us with them. They returned to the roundhouse where Raining Sunshine got her bow and arrow quiver, then they headed down to the river. Fistilian was at the riverbank preparing his boat for a voyage to Vinland. He packed extra food and weapons along with his equipment. Sleeping Wolf, Watch's Sky, and Black Eagle were there with him. They agreed to join Fistilian and Twisted Feathers in seeking out the remaining Beathuk army, then helping the Norsemen destroy it. Raining Sunshine wordlessly put her bow in the boat. Fistilian asked her, Where do you think you're going? This is no pleasure trip. We're going into battle. I know where you're going, she replied, and you're going to need my help. You're skilled at tending to the wounded, Fistilian admitted, but I can't take you with me. Women belong at home while the men do the fighting. She put her hands on her husband's cheeks to hold his gaze. Look into my eyes and believe me when I tell you, without me, your mission will end in disaster. Cave Mother knows you are coming and she wants you to come. If you face her without my help, I fear that you will surely die. There is matron's magic at work here, and only another matron can help you against it. Fistilian wanted to tell her no, but he also believed that she told him the truth. All right, he conceded, but you're the one who is going to have to explain this to your father. She held up her wind mobile. I can tell you where Cave Mother is. You need me, and so does he. Chapter 30. Blood Brothers. The rejuvenated, cannibalistic Beathuk army paddled their canoes tirelessly because their limbs were no longer capable of feeling exhaustion. A burning hunger filled the minds of the redskin warriors. They sensed that their strength came from consuming the flesh of other men. They knew that they would need to feed again, then keep on devouring their victims to maintain their supernatural prowess. They paddled on until night fell, then they pressed forward, unperturbed, with demon-blessed vision that pierced the darkness as clearly as the eyes of wild beasts. It was a simple matter for the Beathuk to follow the coastline around the northern end of the island until they arrived at Stromford before midnight. Stromfjord had a palisade with stout gates, but they posted no guards, for they had yet to hear any news about the Beathuk attack on Leifsbuter. The Beathuk crept up from the waterfront where they had parked their canoes. Many of the redskin warriors gathered at the gates, but not all. Some merely began climbing over the palisade. With their incredible new strength and agility, they could ascend the wall's poles as easily would have so many squirrels. Village dogs began to bark about the intruders. The Beothuk who climbed over the palisade swiftly killed those animals with their arrows. Warrior braves at the gates needed only moments to tear the portals aside. There were scores of men that Cave Mother had endowed with demonic strength. As the army poured in from many different directions, the Redskins began their terrifying battle howls. Their screams pierced the night to wake everyone from their beds. Norsemen grabbed their weapons and ran out into the night. Unlike the Redskins, with their animalistic night vision, the Norsemen needed lanterns in order to see. The men carrying lights attracted arrows with their illumination. Beothuk archers cut them down so that their enemies had to defend themselves in darkness. The village was in utter terror. Some of the clans refused to even leave their halls because they hoped to defend their homes from within. Other Norsemen rushed out to assemble in the village center so that they could form a capable defensive force. The Magnusson clan was among those who came out to make a united stand. They were a clan of metal workers with excellent armor and weapons to show for it. Their chieftain was Magnus Magnusson. He carried a huge broadsword and wore the finest byrnie in the village. "Follow me," Magnusson commanded. "They have breached the east gate and are coming through in numbers." A massive force of Redskins poured in through the eastern gate. The Beothuk braves were wildly drunk on their new powers. They had deranged smiles and their war cries were equally maniacal. Magnus organized his warriors into a firm line and then led them forward into battle. As he reckoned the insurmountable numbers coming in against them, he realized the bitter truth. "We're crow's meat, boys," Magnus shouted. "Let's make them earn it. Odin is watching. Tonight we feast in Valhalla." Magnus's youngest son was a titan among Norsemen. He could barely reach both burly arms forward to hold his massive battle hammer. "Fight me!" he screamed with spittle foaming from his berserking lips. Let them drink from a Magnusson's fist. Even compared to the true Norsemen they faced then, the Beothuk were fearless beyond mortal measure. Mere physical injury was no threat to them. They poured into the village from every corner so that they already had the defenders surrounded. Chieftain Magnus bravely charged into the wall of Redskin fighters. He swept his great sword with grace. A lifetime of swinging hammers lent him a heroic prowess. For a brief moment the Norsemen held the advantage as their weapons shattered Beothuk bodies. The Redskins answered with their raw numbers. They leaped into the air like bucks to land in the delivery of crushing blows from their stone maces and axes. They closed their encirclement with the points of their spears. The red tide of warriors overran the valiant Norse defenders. They smashed in skulls and punctured organs until each man lay slain. A fathomless horror swept through those Norsemen who were still alive and hiding in their clan longhouses. They knew it was only a matter of time before the Redskins rooted out each band, if only by fire. The Beothuk went into a frenzy of killing. They stormed each house to slay all that resisted them. They dragged out the screaming women and children for an orgy of rape and torture. The dark magic of Cave Mother twisted the men's minds. They gorged on human flesh with pitiless violence. By the time they were done, the village of Stromsford was no more than a dark memory. Chapter 31. At Dream's End. The Beothuk attack against Leifsbuter had unsettled Rolf's mercenaries. Rolf had promised them a peaceful hideaway where they could avoid punishment for their many crimes in more civilized lands. Alvido's great treasure proved to be further fuel for unrest. The mercenaries had tremendous wealth, but nowhere to spend it. What began as a whisper quickly spread into insurrection. A majority of the men wanted to load their treasure into a boat and sail back to the east where they would take their chances as they came. They would rather risk the weather at sea and criminal executions than be killed by Redskins in a cultural backwater. Rolf was powerless to dissuade his deserters. He couldn't offer them any additional wealth nor safety. 40 of his mercenaries loaded their shares of Alvido's wealth into the largest boat. They stocked food and water for a trip back east to Greenland and beyond. The mercenaries were not alone in planning their exodus from Vinland. Hans Olafsson also prepared to move his clan to Greenland. The other clan leaders were wisely following his example. Only Rolf intended to stay, along with his handful of loyal followers. The whole village was busy with the packing and loading of vessels. The men of the village gave the mercenaries a wide berth. They were dangerous and desperate men, especially while trying to preserve their own lives. Fistilion and his companions sailed into Leifsbuter by mid-morning. They arrived to find the riverfront busy with all the activity. Right away they noticed Rolf's mercenaries as dangerous strangers who gave Fistilion's yawl grim glares. Fistilion furled the sails, then beached his boat. Watch as Sky asked, "What's going on? Where's everyone going?" "They're abandoning the village," Twisted Feathers said, thinking it both wise and obvious. "The Beothuk must have already been here." Fistilion headed up toward the village. "I need to see my father." "We'll watch the boat," Black Eagle offered. Sleeping Wolf and Watch as Sky would stay behind with him as would Dog.
I'm coming with you, Twisted Feathers told Fistilion. You're not leaving Silvertree and me down here, Raining Sunshine complained. The four of them headed up to the palisade together to find where the alcohol had scorched the ground and a pile of redskin dead stank in a heap outside the gate. We're too late, Twisted Feathers correctly deduced. The Beathuk have already been here and the village beat them back. Such a battle would not have been without its casualties, Fistilion replied. I need to see that my father is not one of them. As they entered the gateway, Hans Olafsson hurried from his hall to intercept them. I must speak with you, the chieftain told Fistilion. I must speak to you alone and right away. Fistilion asked his father's old friend, Where is my father? Is he alive and well? Tell me truthfully. Come to my hall and I shall tell you all, Hans promised. You need to trust me. The four of them followed Hans to his hall where his people packed everything for the voyage to Greenland. Once they were inside, Hans put his hand on Fistilion's shoulder. Your father is dead. Fistilion felt stunned by the revelation. Dead? Was he leading the defense when the Beathuk took him? It wasn't the Beathuk who slew Alvido, Hans divulged. It was a man named Rolf. He lived here once, long ago, to only return recently. He and his men killed your father. I'm sure you have seen his warriors down at the river. Rolf, Fistilion repeated the name. I know of whom you speak. He is my grandfather. Hans echoed the revelation in surprise. Your grandfather? He thought about the disclosure and came to an understanding. You're the son of Bjorn. It was a secret until today, Fistilion admitted. I am the son of Bjorn and the grandson of Rolf. Hans led Fistilion to the table, sat him down, and then poured him a cup of wine. Sit for a moment and listen. I'll tell you everything that has happened. Hans sat across the table with his own cup, then began his tale in the past where the Valborgsen clan defeated Rolf's clan, then drove them from Vinland. Hans then told Fistilion about how Rolf returned with his men and destroyed the Valborgsen clan. He finished with an account of Alvido trading his life for Bjorn's hostages. Fistilion heard Hans out as anger and grief clouded his thoughts. He finally said, They will not go unpunished for their crimes. Rolf still has an army at his disposal, Twisted Feathers commented. Do not rush in for vengeance or you may only get yourself killed, as have so many others these recent days. Fistilion considered the wisdom and found it full of truth. I don't have enough men with me to defeat them all in battle. Where is my father's body? I can do no less than see that he gets properly buried. Hans hung his head with clear remorse. I believe his body is still in Rolf's hall. I dare not guess what they are doing with it. My duty is to my kin. I could not sacrifice them, even for so good a friend as your father was to me. Tell me more about the Beathuk, Fistilion requested. Did you and yours destroy them? Hans shook his head no. Your father's flaming liquid gave us an advantage. We slew many, but at least half of them fled into the forest. He paused to reflect on his thoughts. My clan would have fought for your father if he had only asked. He walked into Rolf's hall with such courage. I have known your father for many years. He was both brave and wise. Never again will I meet the likes of him. Fistilion got to his feet. I went to see my father's home. They plundered it, Hans told him. It may not be wise for them to see you going there. Knowing the mercenaries had looted his father's home enraged Fistilion all the more. Another reason for them to die, Fistilion pledged. I won't just let this pass by like water under a bridge. He headed for the door. Let them do their worst. They'll find me ready to answer in kind. Twisted Feathers followed Fistilion out. They left Raining Sunshine and Silvertree in Hans's safekeeping while they walked to Alvido's hall, foundry, and church. The mercenaries had left the door standing wide. They had stolen everything of value from ivory to steel. Not a single tool or animal pelt remained behind. Fistilion stepped through the clutter on the floor as he entered the hall. The vandalism only hardened his heart even more. He felt determined to make them pay for their murder and thievery. The mercenaries had left all of Alvido's books and papers. It was an unwitting blessing for Fistilion, who valued them more than any golden treasures. He gathered the books and papers to take them with him. They included all of Alvido's journals and books of foreign lore. One of the papers was Alvido's final note to his son, written in Greek. Fistilion sat at the table, then read the note carefully. My son, the letter began. If you are reading this, then I am already dead. I dedicated the later years of my life to living in accordance with the Word of God. Know that I went to my demise with unfettered faith. It is with regret that I kept one secret from you. Like your secret past, I kept my past hidden too, even from you. I came to Vinland not as a settler, but as a fugitive. In my reckless youth, I was a pirate and a murderer. I lived a dark life of sin and cruelty. You, my son, are my redemption. I raised you to be a man of courage, honor, and principle. Do not rush into death to avenge me. I have kept my final legacy to you well hidden. My last wish is that you use it for charity and generosity. My son, don't make my mistake by letting wealth poison your mind.
Look to my journals for the story of my life. I recorded it all for you. The remainder of the parchment had two simple maps. One of them showed a location just outside. The other was a location in the Micmac village. The notations were in Greek. Only an educated man had any chance of following the directions. Twisted Feathers waited for Fistilion to finish reading, then asked, "What does it say?" "It's from Alvido." Fistilion folded the paper and tucked it into his sword belt. He knew he was going to die. "There are two maps as well. One location is right outside. The other is close to your roundhouse." Twisted Feathers nodded with understanding. "I was there when he buried the treasure your mother brought when she gave you to Alvido. That is the location back home." Fistilion considered that. A treasure? Then this first map must be a treasure too. Rolf's men will kill us if they find out. "I think they're going to try and kill us anyway," Twisted Feathers stated bluntly. "We must be very careful." Fistilion asked his friend and mentor, "What is your advice? My thoughts are in turmoil. I want to kill Rolf and his men." Twisted Feathers advised, "There are too many men for us to fight, and the Beathuk are still on the island. They will attack again. Let us first deal with the Beathuk and then think of personal vendettas of honor." "I will not leave without burying my father," Fistilion stated emphatically. "I need some time alone to think things through." "Maybe we need to get out of here, then come back with more men," Twisted Feathers suggested. "You and I are war captains with reputations for success. Men will follow us if we call for them." Fistilion shook his head no. "I can't leave my father's remains unattended to. You of all people can understand that." He nodded in agreement. In Micmac culture, the afterlife required that the living properly inter their lost loved ones. "Whatever you decide, I will support you." "Just wait here," Fistilion said. "I'll be right back." Fistilion went outside to begin following his stepfather's map. It led him to one of the root cellars beneath the foundry. Fistilion lifted up the wooden flooring, then dug into the loose soil underneath with his hands to uncover a trap door. Under that hatch, he discovered 3 wooden chests. There were no locks that he had to contend with, only simple, strong latches. Fistilion opened the center chest to find that it contained the most splendid of treasures. Jewelry of pearls, precious metals, and gemstones filled the chest to the brim. The furs and ivory the mercenaries had stolen from the house were worthless by comparison. Fistilion confirmed that the other 2 chests were as priceless as the first. He scooped up a handful of masterfully cut diamonds and rubies and poured them back into the chest. That treasure proved that his stepfather had been much more than some simple brigand. He had been a king among pirates. Fistilion covered the chests back up to keep them safely hidden. He would come back for them when the time was right. After he had carefully concealed them again, Fistilion left the cellar, then walked to the alley between the church and his stepfather's hall. "Come to me, my crows," Fistilion called out. "I need your counsel." The magical crows promptly answered Fistilion's summons. They alighted upon the edge of the church roof to hear his questions. Fistilion asked, "If I confront Rolf, will it cost me my life?" The crudely fashioned crow squawked to tell him the answer was no. He asked, "Are the Beathuk coming back here?" The handsome crow made his call to confirm the answer was yes. Fistilion assumed the worst. "Are they already on their way here?" The handsome crow called his affirmation again because the Beathuk were already on their way to finish destroying the village. Fistilion sighed before he asked, "Will the Beathuk win their battle and put an end to this place?" A third answer from the handsome crow told Fistilion all he needed to know. The birds sensed that he had no further need of them, so they took to their wings and flew away. Fistilion went back to his hall. "I must go and confront Rolf," he told Twisted Feathers. "The Beathuk are already on their way back. If I am going to do anything, it has to be now. With or without the Beathuk, this village is already over. The days of Norsemen and Markland have come to an end." Twisted Feathers embraced his son-in-law. "Promise me you'll be careful." "You have my word that no harm will come to me," he answered. "Don't worry." Twisted Feathers delayed Fistilion from leaving. "How will you enter the hall? If there is a fight, you can't face them all alone." "I can't explain how I know," Fistilion answered. "Trust in the fact that no harm will come to me." "At least wear your armor," he suggested. "It may save you when all else fails you." Fistilion agreed. "There is no reason for you to wait here. You'll be safer down with Hans Olafsson." The two of them walked out of the hall, then Fistilion returned to the Elysian Fortitude. Those mercenaries who were intent on leaving Vinland camped down at their boat where they waited for the evening tide to take them away to the east. Fistilion boarded his boat and retrieved a leather sea chest that contained his fabulous armor. Black Eagle asked him, "What's happening?" Fistilion told his 3 friends everything that had happened thus far. Once they understood, Fistilion advised them, "Just stay in the boat and keep your heads down. The Beathuk are on their way here, so we'll be leaving in a hurry." He took the chest and headed back to Alvido's hall where he would dress in his armor for the confrontation with Rolf.
Chapter 32 Exodus. Rolf sat in his chieftain's throne with barely 20 men remaining under his command, and most of them were wounded. Rolf had finally achieved his dream of retaking his hall. With that accomplished, he had no further motivations to sustain him. Chains held Alvido's charred and blackened body to the post where they had burned him in sacrificial tribute to Odin. The hall's air was rank with the smoke and the stale bandages on the wounded men. Only one of Rolf's original captains remained loyal to him. That man had lost 3 fingers in the recent fighting with the Beathuk. "I have news," the captain told Rolf. "The son of the priest has come. He visited his hall and the foundry." Rolf asked, "Is he alone?" "No, he brought 6 Skraelings with him. 2 of them are young women, good-looking ones." "He is not to be touched," Rolf commanded. "Make sure everyone knows my wishes. The priest was his stepfather. He is my grandson by blood and the heir to all that I possess." "I'll tell them," the captain answered. "Be sure to tell our deserters," Rolf added. "I don't want them getting drunk and killing him." The captain confirmed his orders with a nod. Fistilion lurked outside Rolf's hall, where he watched the captain come out, then head toward the river to give Rolf's new orders to the rebellious mercenaries. Fistilion was in a quandary over what he should do next. His crows had promised him that he should survive an encounter with Rolf. He considered disguising himself as one of the mercenaries and then sneaking in. Alvido had walked in with his head high as a real man contemptuous of danger. Fistilion decided he could not do less. He would walk in like a man or not at all. After stealing his will, Fistilion walked to the hall's door. The heavy oak door had no lock or bar. Fistilion pulled it open, then marched boldly inside. The interior smell nearly made him retch, but he stifled it. The hall's dogs came up, then sniffed him. They recognized Fistilion as a man of the village, so they promptly ignored him. Fistilion made his way into the hall's main chamber. He had to step around grievously wounded men who were too weak to get out of their beds. Rolf sat in his high throne at the far end of the room. He appeared old and worn out as his haggard gaze fell on Fistilion. The man's old eyes couldn't distinguish a face from any distance. One of Rolf's men saw Fistilion, then shouted in surprise, "Who the hell are you?" Fistilion's incredible armor was like nothing he had ever seen before. The 7 other healthy Vikings in the room got to their feet as they reached for their weapons. "Hold your swords," Rolf commanded to his men. "Find out who that is." Fistilion took off his helmet and held it under his arm. "I am Fistilion Lamond. I am the son of the priest Alvido." He approached the throne until he was close enough for Rolf to see clearly. "You murdered my father," he told Rolf. "I have come to kill you for it, as is my right and what you deserve." "So," Rolf said calmly as he leaned forward to see Fistilion clearly. "The priest spoke the truth when he said that Bjorn had sired a white Skraeling son. I can see features of my own father in your face." Fistilion took the time to study his grandfather. Rolf had been the greatest of warriors in his youth. Even in his most ancient years, he was still a striking specimen of a man. The heart of a Norseman was like that of a caribou bull. Only the strongest of all lived to be both old and valiant in a world of the harshest extremes. Rolf had more than proven himself a legendary survivor. Were he to sire another son that day, his quality of lineage could not have been more proven. Fistilion jerked Bull Tamer from its scabbard. Along with the blade, he released a savage war howl that caused the mercenaries to advance on Fistilion in preparation of killing him. Rolf leaned back in his throne with its expertly carved hunting scenes. He was unconcerned about Fistilion or his blade as he took up his heavy gold cup from the armrest of his chair, then drank from it deeply. "What are you going to do, lad? Are you going to kill your own grandfather and end his final days of long-lost glory?" Fistilion hesitated long enough to behold the burned body of Alvido. The sight of it made rage fill his blood to boiling. When the pressure grew too great for him to restrain, Fistilion sprang with a scream to hack his grandfather to death. Rolf used his golden cup as a bludgeon to intercept Fistilion's scimitar on edge. The blade bit deep into the gold and thus served to make the parry all the more secure. "Yes!" Rolf howled with approval as he used his other hand to shove Fistilion 2 paces back. "You're my grandson, all right. The fire of Odin burns strong in you." An even stronger bolt of rage struck Fistilion. "Odin," he snarled, "speak not the name of that evildoer to me. You killed my father for that bastard. Now I'm going to send you to your Valhalla." Rolf threw down his cup to stand up from his throne. He brought out his broadsword from where it rested against the arm of the massive chair. "I didn't want to kill your Alvido," he explained with grim honesty. "I gave my oath to Odin that I would send him the next priest I found. I also swore that no man would ever take my hall from me again, not while I lived. So, what I've done, I've done. I can't take it back even if I wanted to. Take some comfort in this. Your stepfather killed a dozen of my men." Rolf pointed with his broadsword to the wounded lying on the floor. "And he wounded those others before we finally managed to chain him down. He died with great courage even for a Norseman." Fistilion was about to try hacking him again, but he paused when 5 of Rolf's dissident mercenaries charged into the hall. The rest of their band had gathered outside. "The Beathuk are back," a renegade captain cried to Rolf in desperation. "Their war canoes are filling the river. Their warriors are coming ashore at this moment." Fistilian stepped back from his grandfather. Death is coming for you, Rolf. It's already too late for you to escape. All you have to decide is how you want to die, on my sword or in a redskin cooking pot. Rolf locked gazes with Fistilian. I'll never give up this hall so long as I live and breathe. So let the Beathuk come and try to take it. The old man threw his broadsword onto a table so that it slid near to Fistilian. It's all that I have to give you, boy. It was my grandfather's blade. It's my sole heir. It's now yours. He returned to his chair, then sat down heavily. Before Fistilian could argue, Rolf shouted to his mercenaries, "Get the hell out there and fight, you frigging bastards. The Beathuk are coming to skin you to your bones." All of Rolf's warriors who could fight filed out the door. Fistilian took his great-great-grandfather's sword, then headed for the exit too. Rolf called after his grandson for a final time. "Listen to me, lad. Men serve the gods, and the gods serve themselves. You keep your head about yourself and your kin. You hear me, lad? You leave gods to the muck-loving priests." All the mercenaries who could fight gathered in the center of the village. The fighting men of the village clans joined them for a mutual defense. Once they had formed into a cohesive force, they headed toward the river gate where the Beathuk would enter the palisade. It was Dog that first came in the gate. Black Eagle, Sleeping Wolf, and Watch's Sky followed him. None of them were in any distress, as would be expected if they were fleeing from a Beathuk war party. Fistilian moved out front of the warriors and waved for them to stand down. "These are not Beathuk, they are friends." The Norsemen paused because they understood that Marklanders came from many distinct nations. They could see for themselves that the three Marklanders had no red body paint. "It's a trick," one of the mercenary captains disagreed. "I saw the war canoes. They must be in with the Beathuk." Fistilian moved between the Norseman and his friend so he could ask, "What is going on at the river? Are there any Beathuk?" Black Eagle had a huge smile on his face. "Far from it," he answered before he turned back, then shouted out the gateway in his people's native Iroquoian tongue. Everyone watched the gateway with great anticipation. In came Fistilian's Mohawk hoplites in perfect regimental order. The spearmen marched in triple file, dressed in their heavy armor. "They are Iroquois," Fistilian told the Norsemen, "from the Mohawk Bear clan. They are allies against the Beathuk." Hans Olafsson and the men of the other clans moved away from the mercenaries. They were not friends with Rolf's Viking warriors. The hoplites formed a square with the Mohawk archers safely behind them. Fistilian stepped up to talk to them. The hoplites saluted Fistilian with their spears and then spoke together. "Hail Matzalan," they shouted. "Hail Fistilian. Hail Call's Crows." The hoplites' new leader was a warrior named Windsinger. He had distinguished himself at the Iron Mine battle by being fearless and highly skilled. "Our venerable matron sent us to aid you against the Beathuk," Windsinger told Fistilian. "She saw in a vision that you and the White Father were in need of our assistance." She was right. Fistilian clasped the man's shoulder. "Your arrival comes as a blessing, my friends. It's with the greatest sorrow that I tell you that my father is dead." An angry growl came from the Mohawk army. "That is ill news to my ears," Windsinger answered. "Tell me what happened. Who is responsible for his demise? Was it the Beathuk? I see that you battled them recently." "I will tell you what happened, but not now," Fistilian answered cautiously. "The Beathuk are still on this isle. They may be here soon. Know that the White Father willingly gave his life for the principles he taught us. It is time for his funeral. Will you join me in sending his remains to the afterlife?" Tears flowed from Windsinger's eyes. The other Mohawk trembled with sorrow and rage. Alvido had been a prophet to their people who brought them great change, and that was all for the better. "These men," Fistilian gestured to Rolf's renegades, "have prepared a funeral boat for his journey. They loaded it with treasures worthy of his passing." Fistilian turned to face the mercenaries, then told them in Norse, "I am in charge now. I'm taking your longboat and all the treasures you stole from my father's house. If you question me, I will tell my army to slay you all here and now." They loved the priest. "If they learn about what you have done, I don't think I will be able to stop them from exacting revenge. Keep silent, and I will let you live long enough to die at the hands of the Beathuk like you deserve." The captain of the renegades kept his mouth shut. He saw that his men were not strong enough to win a battle against the polished Mohawk hoplites. Many of the mercenaries grumbled, but they did nothing, since it would only get them killed. Fistilian picked a dozen Mohawk to follow him, then he led them into Rolf's hall, where his grandfather still sat in his throne with a battle axe across his knees. "The Beathuk are not here," Fistilian told him, "but my Mohawk army now is. I've come for Alvido's body. We are taking back all that you have stolen from him. Try and stop me and I'll kill you myself." Rolf relaxed in his throne. "Take him and his things. He deserves to be buried with the highest honors. He raised you with courage and loyalty. I'm proud to call you my grandson." With the help of the Mohawk, Fistilian took down Alvido's body, then wrapped it in blankets. Then they went through the hall to take everything that was once Alvido's. Rolf's loyal mercenaries watched the work in silence. They preferred to relinquish their treasures rather than have the Mohawk kill them. Fistilian paused as he and his warriors headed out. He had parting words for his grandfather. "You have restored the honor of the family," he said truly. "It's too bad that the family must die here in Leysbuter with you. My name is Fistilian Le Monde, the son of Alvido Le Monde, and I am forevermore the sworn enemy of Odin." Fistilian turned his back and walked out to never return. He carried Alvido's body down to the great longboat of Rolf's mercenaries. Mohawk warriors carried the treasure they retrieved from the hall. They loaded everything into the vessel the renegades had planned on sailing to Greenland. The good clansmen walked down to the river to witness the funeral. Hans escorted Twisted Feather's daughter and Silvertree. Black Eagle carried the torch for setting the boat aflame. "My stepfather is dead," Fistilian said as he stood before the prow of the funeral boat. "His teachings will live on." There was a great body of mourners for the occasion. For the Mohawk, Alvido was a revered elder. His death wounded them as deeply as family. Fistilian dug his feet into the sand, then pushed against the longboat. He worked alone, so the heavy longboat did not budge in the least. Men came forward to help, but then they paused when the longboat moved from Fistilian alone. He called upon his grief, and it empowered his limbs. With Mountain Heart clan strength, Fistilian forced the boat out into the river. His strength was like magic that amazed everyone with the impressive feat. "Torch!" Fistilian called, and Black Eagle handed it to him. Fistilian tossed the flame onto the furled sail, and it promptly began to burn. The water's current carried the boat out to sea as the flames quickly spread. Fire engulfed the longboat until it consumed the vessel above the waterline. Everyone watched the inferno drift away into the western waters. To pass on the dead through fire was the way of the Mohawk. For it to also happen upon water with so much funerary treasure made it all the more wonderful in their eyes. "I have never seen so splendid a funeral," Black Eagle told Fistilian. "Look at how many mourn his passing. The White Father will live on in our stories for many generations." Fistilian kept watching the fire as it drifted into the distance. Black Eagle asked bluntly, "How did your father die?" Fistilian confessed, "My grandfather by blood killed him. He is to blame, as are all the warriors who followed him." "You should kill them then," Black Eagle offered with certainty. Fistilian declined. "I won't spend Mohawk lives to get my revenge. Your people are here to fight Beathuk. The Redskins have to know that the Mohawk are too strong to be intimidated." "My people loved the White Father," the Mohawk pledged. "They would gladly bear arms against the men who slew him." "Nothing is going to bring Alvido back," Fistilian replied. He could barely hold back his tears. "Now is the time for me to honor my stepfather's teachings." Dog barked at Fistilian. "The Beathuk are coming, and I feel something strange. I advise that we get out of here immediately." Fistilian headed back up to the village. "We can't leave until the clans have evacuated. We help Hans and the other clans leave, then we go." Windsinger escorted Fistilian with another 40 men. They followed him to Alvido's foundry. They collected the 3 treasure chests and loaded them onto the Elysian Fortitude. With that chore complete, Fistilian directed all the Mohawk to help in loading the ships for the emigration. Chapter 33. Vengeance of the Damned. The Beathuk gathered all the metal weapons and armor in Stromford for their own use after they had gorged themselves on the flesh of the villagers. With the dawn, they put every structure to the torch and then gathered in their war canoes. As they put to sea, they left nothing behind them but ashes and butchered bones. They paddled their canoes around the northern end of Vinland as they headed back to Leysbuter to finish the extermination of the Norse colonies in the west. By midday, they were putting ashore north of Leysbuter. They hid their canoes under brush and then assembled for a march against the village. Cave Mother awaited her army after having flown ahead of them as a crow. She addressed her assembled warriors. "You don't know fear," she told them. "You don't feel pain. Your enemies are livestock for you to butcher then roast over your cooking fires." She paced among her soldiers as she inspected them. A warrior who was especially tall and muscular made her pause to stroke his hard pectoral muscles with admiration. "There is only one man who can stand against you," she said as though she spoke exclusively to the handsome fighter. "You will know him by his shining armor, which is like a skin of hard silver. The crest of the Mohawk adorns his head." She held out the enchanted 9th arrow for the man to take. "With this," she promised, "you can slay him. It cannot fail you." The warrior took the arrow, then added it to his already full quiver. His stout short bow hung slung over his back. "I will destroy this enemy for you," the man pledged to his evil queen. "Go now," she commanded at a yell. "Tear down their walls, slaughter their warriors, and then feast on their mangled bodies." The army gave a roar of a shout, then began their march at a run. They plunged into the thick forest and raced overland. Leysbuter was less than a league away. The army could run that distance and not even feel winded thanks to the sorcery of Cave Mother. The clans of Leysbuter had finished loading their ships. They had nothing else to wait for but a favorable tide. The mercenaries loyal to Rolf broke their alliance with him. They were not going to stay behind as the only inhabitants of a dead village surrounded by hostile Skraelings. Rolf's 2 remaining ships were large enough to accommodate the surviving mercenaries as they joined in the retreat to Greenland. When the Beothuk got inside of the village palisade, they slowed to a crawl, then stalked forward like prowling hunters in order to get as many men close to the village before the Norsemen raised an alarm. Their approach would deliver them to the north gate opposite the riverside portal. The villagers of Leysputer were unaware that the Redskins were so close. They occupied themselves with cooking a final banquet before the long journey began. It was their opportunity to roast all the perishable meat and bake bread for their voyage. Fistilion had Dog with him while he made a final search of his stepfather's hall. He loaded all the books and scrolls into a leather satchel for safekeeping. Dog just laid on the floor as he solemnly kept watch. As the Beothuk began creeping toward the North Forest gate, Dog sat up to listen carefully. "Not this time," Dog yelped as he bounced to his feet. As he shouldered the satchel to leave, Fistilion asked, "What?" "Cave Mother is trying to hide her warriors from me again," Dog explained. "They are close now, just outside the village wall. We have to get to the ships and leave immediately." Dog went outside to search around for more details. Fistilion used a flint and tinder to start a small fire. Then he took down a torch and set it ablaze. With that torch in hand, Fistilion walked about setting the whole hall afire. Once he was sure the fire would eventually consume the hall, he headed for the exit. His four-legged friend ran back in the entry. "A Beothuk is chasing me," Dog cried. "You have to do something." Fistilion had his grandfather's broadsword close by, lying across the kitchen chopping block, which was much akin to a small table. He swiftly grabbed the sword, then moved to the side of the doorway. Dog dashed past with a red-painted warrior chasing after him. The man had his stone-tipped spear set low for stabbing Dog. He hadn't expected to find Fistilion waiting for him behind the door. As the Beothuk passed him by, Fistilion smashed the man in his face with the blazing torch. The Redskin warrior wailed in agony as the fire destroyed his eyes and scorched his face. Even while so crippled, the man was a savage warrior. He slashed back and forth blindly with his spear. Fistilion discarded the torch and took the broadsword in a solid two-handed grip. He removed the Beothuk's head with a single slash from the heavy blade. "There are other Beothuk scouts slinking around inside the village," Dog said to warn Fistilion. "We have to get to the ships and flee. There is nothing left here worth fighting for." The fire grew so fast that they had no choice but to leave the hall. Fistilion headed out with Dog running beside him. They went straight to where the villagers and mercenaries feasted. "I just killed a Redskin at my father's hall," Fistilion yelled to them. "They're already here. Everyone grab only what you can carry, then get to your longboats immediately. This village is at an end. It is time to leave." Windsinger approached Fistilion to ask, "What are your orders?" "Have your men protect the women and children," Fistilion told him. "There is nothing here worth dying for. I don't want to fight them any more than we have to for the time we need to leave." Windsinger swiftly passed the order. The Mohawk hoplites brusquely corralled their charges and then ushered them toward the ships. Hans Olafsson was the most prepared. He got his people aboard his 2 ships, and then they set off down the river. The other clans had wisely followed Hans's example. They too were prepared for a hasty escape. The Mohawk hoplites easily loaded into their canoes and paddled to safety. The mercenaries squabbled over their best boat. Such was their fear and desperation that weapons were drawn and fighting erupted among them. Fistilion found Twisted Feathers, his wife, and Silvertree. Black Eagle, Sleeping Wolf, and Watch's Sky joined them as well. They headed for the Elysian Fortitude without delay. As the beach came into sight, so did a war party of Beothuk as well. A group of the sprinting Redskin fighters came down the river trail heading toward the last longboats. The men had torches in their hands and were obviously intent on setting fire to the vessels. The fiercest mercenaries took the larger of Rolf's 2 remaining ships. Too many of them climbed aboard with the intent of securing themselves a seat. Not enough of them remained ashore to move the boat into the water. Those few men worked frantically with levers to get the vessel underway. The wounded brigands that loaded into the second longboat had similar problems. The 7 torch-wielding Beothuk warriors swiftly closed in. It was obvious that the 3 remaining ships would never launch in time to escape. The mercenaries were totally unwilling to run out to meet the incoming threat. They left it to Fistilion's group to take up arms, then meet the torch runners. Their only hope was to kill the Redskin enemy before they could make their strike. The distant howls of many more Beothuk came down from the village. Mixed in were the defiant battle cries of Rolf as he defended his hall one last time. Only one man could defend the hall's single entry. Rolf would kill many of his enemies before they could manage to kill him in return. That would be Rolf's final joke upon the world. He would die in glorious battle while defending his property. That was the last and sweetest of Rolf's worldly ambitions. He would earn a seat at the tables in Valhalla. There he would feast and battle as the man he was in his prime until the day of Ragnarok. Fistilion tossed his satchel with the books and Rolf's sword into his boat. Once he had put Dog in as well, he leaped aboard, then grabbed his bow. Twisted Feathers, Watch's Sky, and Raining Sunshine were already aboard with their bows ready. Sleeping Wolf and Black Eagle stayed ashore where they used poles to lever the Elysian Fortitude out into the water. The archers took aim, then released their arrows so that the shafts flew with the deadliest accuracy. Even though the missiles struck men in the chests and bellies, they did nothing to slow their advance because the Wendigo magic was upon them. "They are in league with the Cave Mother," Fistilian shouted. "Our arrows are having no effect." He dropped his bow, then hastily dug into a sea chest to pull out his jar of Wendigo venom. "Dip your arrows into this," he told them as he removed the lid. Twisted Feathers anointed his steel broadhead with the poison and then loosed the arrow. Raining Sunshine and Watch the Sky followed his example. Fistilian left the jar in the boat as he leaped ashore to help get the boat off the beach. 3 of the torchbearers fell dead from envenomed arrows while the other 4 kept coming at full speed. The Elysian Fortitude let go of the land and slid into the welcoming river. Twisted Feathers and Raining Sunshine killed 2 more men with the deadly poison arrows. The 2 remaining redskins got close enough to hurl their flaming torches. Watch the Sky elevated his bow, then shot a flying torch right out of the air. The second torch landed in the boat, but fortunately it didn't come into contact with the highly flammable sails. As Fistilian's yawl moved offshore and then downstream, the 5 fallen redskins recovered from their poisoned wounds and got back up to their feet. They plucked the arrows from their bodies, recovered their torches, and then came on again unperturbed. Black Eagle retrieved the torch already in the boat and tossed it over the side into the water. Fistilian began unfurling the sails to make their escape. "I warned you," Dog barked at Fistilian. "You kept us here too long, puppy boy. If we die, it will be entirely your fault." The mercenaries' longboats were still on the beach. Their selfishness and squabbling proved to be their undoing. They let out terrible screams as Beothuk warriors began pouring out of the riverside gate. Many of the redskins had bows, and they rained flaming arrows down into the 2 massive ships. Some of the incendiary missiles struck into the half-furled sails and set them alight. The men in the Elysian Fortitude pulled at the oars as Fistilian readied the sails. The swift vessel slipped away to safety. The torchbearers chased Fistilian's yawl, but they were too late. They lobbed their torches into the mercenary longboats instead. The war cries of bloodthirsty Beothuk filled the air. The mercenary longboats burst into flames. Their sails collapsed into the hulls to burn the vessels into the beach. The Vikings who were aboard the boats had no other choice but to leap into the water to avoid the flames. Many of them abandoned their shields and weapons so they could swim. Their cries were pitiful as some of them begged Fistilian to come back and rescue them. Fistilian was all too happy to leave them to their cruel fates. They had murdered his father and deserved to taste that same fate. The helpless mercenaries had to swim back to the shore or drown. The Beothuk horde continued to storm out of the village, then rushed down to the Dross beach. They made a sport out of dragging the maroon mercenaries from the water. They took as many of them alive as they could. Some of the redskins began to torture their victims immediately. Several warriors held down one of the Vikings while other redskins chewed on his fingers and nipped off bits of flesh with their sharpened teeth. Another Beothuk had an antlered dagger that he thrust invasively into the bowels of his victim. He wrenched and twisted the antler to inflict the most agonizing injuries. The Beothuk hero chosen by Cave Mother to carry the 9th arrow reached the beach. He had his bow in hand with the enchanted arrow knocked to the string. Without delay he drew back and aimed at Fistilian, who stood tall at the stern of his boat. Fistilian held his shield with one hand and the rudder with the other. He felt secure in his impenetrable armor. Raining Sunshine held her wind compass and followed its directions to see the Beothuk wielding his bow. When she saw the distinctive fletching of the lost arrow, she cried out to her husband, "Get down!" The archer loosed the fateful matron's arrow in a high arc that flew on a perfect course that would strike Fistilian dead. Raining Sunshine lunged at Fistilian to shove him out of the way. She hit him hard, but Fistilian's sea legs and sure grip on the rudder kept him standing in place. Raining Sunshine stood pressed against Fistilian's chest as the enchanted arrow struck into his shield. The missile casually punched through the steel-bound oak to sink into Raining Sunshine's back. Twisted Feathers caught his daughter as she slumped. He used his tomahawk to cut off the arrow at the shield, then he gently laid her down on the deck. She was in great pain from the injury. It was obvious that she would die if her profuse bleeding continued. The enchanted arrow that afflicted her defied all attempts at using pressure to preserve her blood. The longboats reached the end of the river, then pushed out to sea. The Beothuk had successfully destroyed Leysbuter and cleansed Vinland of Norse inhabitation. Apart from Rolf, his mercenaries, and Raining Sunshine, the escape from Leysbuter was a complete victory. The departing vessels formed a flotilla at sea so they could discuss their destination. Sleeping Wolf took over the Elysian Fortitude's rudder so Fistilian could help tend to his injured wife. He knelt by her side and held her hand. Twisted Feathers gave Fistilian an agonized glance. "I made this arrow. How can it be that it has come back to strike my own daughter? The gods are cruel beyond measure." Fistilian asked out of total desperation, "What can we do? Tell me the remedy, I'll do anything." "Perhaps the matrons or the elders might be able to help her," her father answered, "but we are far from home. The arrow must come out now or she will surely die before we get there." If we have no other option, Fistilian answered him, remove the arrow. Hans Olafsson brought his longboat alongside. Hoy there, Hans shouted. Is everything all right? Fistilian stood up. Raining Sunshine has been struck by an arrow. We must get her home right away if she is to survive. Follow us to the Micmac village. I will send my second boat with you, Hans called back. I will take my fighting men with me. We sail on to Stromsfjord. They must be warned that the Beathuk are rampaging across Vinland. Fistilian agreed with his thinking. Be careful, he offered. They may already be dead. I'll soon find out. Hans motioned for his second longboat to pull alongside so he could change who occupied which vessel. When my mission is done, we will join you at your village. Windsinger pulled alongside the Elysian Fortitude in his war canoe. We will come to your village if we are welcome. Beathuk blood is yet to stain our tomahawks red. We will not go home until their menace is no more. As a form of salute, Fistilian asked him, where would I be without the friendship of the valorous Mohawk people? You won't be able to keep up with me, but you will be made welcome. Follow as swiftly as you may. Hans Olafsson loaded his first longboat with his best men. He loaded his non-combatants into the second longboat that would follow Fistilian. The Mohawks began paddling their war canoes to reach the Micmac village. Fistilian raised his sails and raced at full speed for home. Saving the life of his beloved wife was what mattered to him most. Twisted Feathers had no other option than to perform an impromptu surgery on his daughter. He used his razor-keen steel knife to make delicate cuts around the arrow wound to clear the barbs before yanking the shaft free. He flung the bloody arrow to the deck in disgust for its pernicious evil. While the Elysian Fortitude raced home, Twisted Feathers expertly bandaged his daughter's injury. He brought the bleeding under control, and though she was weak, it seemed promising that Raining Sunshine would make the journey home. Raining Sunshine was delirious with pain until her father had finally removed the arrow. Afterward, her pain became exhaustion. Loss of blood carried her toward an uneasy sleep. Chapter 34. For the People. Fistilian sailed his boat faster than he ever had before. He raced home knowing that his wife's life hung in the balance. After they reached landfall, they moved Raining Sunshine to her home. Silvertree sobbed unceasingly over the tragedy. Twisted Feathers was just as distraught, though he hid it well. He had already lost a son, and now he was about to lose his only daughter. The matrons answered Fistilian's summons. Their best healers went inside the roundhouse to tend to her injuries. They forced Fistilian and all the other men to remain outside. Hans's second longboat reached the village with the vessels of their other clans filing in behind them. The Mohawk and their war canoes followed them, and a while later, the Micmac villagers made them all welcome. They supplied everyone with food and places to bed down. Fistilian waited outside his home for some word from the matrons. His friends did what they could to comfort him, but Fistilian was inconsolable. At sunset, the matron healers came out of the roundhouse. The senior matron remained behind to speak to Fistilian and Twisted Feathers while the rest went on their way. I'm sorry, she began with two devastating words. Her spirit has crossed over. She put her hand on Twisted Feathers' shoulder to try and comfort him. Her body now lingers in a purgatory of suffering. There is nothing more that can be done besides giving her a proper funeral. The Micmac's language and culture had degrees of death. Fistilian understood her meaning. Raining Sunshine was still alive, but not for much longer. According to Micmac custom, they were going to deny her any sort of care that might prolong her inevitable death. Fistilian got to his feet. She's not dead. I must go in and see her. As he stepped toward the entrance, the matron blocked his way. Don't do anything to keep her life trapped in this world, she told him with cold authority. Don't let your love and commitment to her prolong her suffering. You're wrong, Fistilian told her. The gods promised me that she and I would have a child. She is going to live. If you won't help care for her, I will do it on my own. You will only prolong her suffering, the matron told him obstinately. When you agreed to become a member of our village, you agreed to honor our traditions. She moved aside. Raining Sunshine will tell you the same thing. Go and speak with her. That is what a funeral is for. Tell her how much you loved her in life and how much you will miss her now that she is gone. Fistilian went inside to find Raining Sunshine lying in her bed. Her tone was ashen, but she was awake. Fistilian, she whispered. Her expression was a weak smile. He knelt beside her bed and took her hand. Why did you put yourself in front of that arrow? My armor would have deflected it. She softly shook her head no. It pierced your shield. It would have pierced your armor and your heart. I couldn't let you die. I won't let you die either, he responded. You're going to live. We will start our family. Everything will be all right. Oh, my beloved, she sighed. I am already dead. The gods have been good enough to give us the chance to say goodbye. He shook his head no. I'm not letting you go. She put her hand over his. My love, the matrons knew their magic would cost a steep price. The arrows destroyed the shamans and they banished the Wendigo. Someone had to repay the gods for that blessing. Enchantments are never free. The matrons wanted to sacrifice you for the good of the village. I couldn't let that happen. A proper sacrifice should always be willing. He struggled to understand. What? They knew that using the arrows was supposed to cost me my life? She nodded, just as I knew that hiding the real ninth arrow from you could stop that from happening. Tears fell from Fistillion's eyes. I can't let you go. I won't let you go. As much as I love you, she said, I love my people more. It's time for me to leave. We don't think of ourselves first. We think about the good of the whole village. It is better that I go willingly than allow the matrons to trap you with trickery. Cold darkness crept into Fistillion's heart. He hated the matrons for their treacherous scheming. He hated the gods for promising him a child that he would never have. He hated the Beathuk for taking Raining Sunshine's life. He hated the Norsemen and their vile god Odin for taking Alvido. Fistilion wanted to punish them all. He was going to punish them all. There would be such mourning like the world had never known before. Raining Sunshine pulled Fistillion's head to her breast, and she held him with purest love. She drew out his pain. He cried for his loss and the pain he had to endure. Fistilion had lost everything he valued. All that remained was sorrow and a rage that would shake the mountains when he unbound it. She let Fistilion go when he had found a measure of peace. Let me speak to my father, my love. He stood up, then stumbled to the door. I'll get him for you, he answered. He's waiting to see you. Fistilion went outside. With only a glance, he let Twisted Feathers know it was time for him to go inside. Silvertree walked up to Fistilion and fell into his arms. She cried bitter tears and needed him to comfort her. Everyone in the village who knew Raining Sunshine and loved her came to pay their respects. One by one, they went into the roundhouse to say goodbye. Fistilion waited as night fell and the procession went on. While he waited, he contemplated exacting his revenge on all those who took part in creating his ultimate sorrow. It took all night for the village to complete the visitations. Raining Sunshine grew progressively weaker as her wounds sapped away her life. Raining Sunshine's funeral took a new turn with the coming of dawn. Twisted Feathers prepared a wooden litter for her. He dressed it with a bearskin and a pillow of rabbit pelts. With the help of Fistilion, they moved Raining Sunshine onto the litter. Hundreds of villagers turned out to witness her transport to the Micmac burial grounds. Fistilion and Twisted Feathers carried the litter. The burial ground was a full league away upon a bald hill that overlooked the river. Dozens of her close friends and extended family followed in a funeral procession. Raining Sunshine rested peacefully during the journey. They had kept her up all night. She wasn't afraid. Like Alvido, she was willing to sacrifice her own life for the betterment of her people. The journey into the afterlife beyond would be her last and greatest adventure. When the funeral party reached the burial grounds, they placed her litter upon an elevated platform. It would keep her safe from the scavenging of forest beasts. After she perished, they would return to bury her under earth and stones. The audience departed as soon as Raining Sunshine was in place. They slipped away until only Fistilion and Twisted Feathers remained, along with the matrons and the elders. Fistilion stood by his wife and childhood best friend, just holding her hand that he could not let go. It's time for you to go, Raining Sunshine told him. Where I am going, I must travel alone. Fistilion just stood by her, unmoving. The head matron put her hand on Fistilion's shoulder. Come, we must go. That is how we can serve her best. Fistilion shook his head no. While she lives, I shall remain by her side. That is not the Micmac way, the woman insisted. She is already dead. You only speak to her ghost that you keep trapped in this world with your pain. Set her free. The Micmac way can be damned, he responded. I'm not leaving her here to die alone. Not alone. Not like this. You joined our village, the head matron told him. You must respect our ways. We must leave her. Where she is going, she must go alone. Your time will come as all do. You will see her again in the next world. She is my wife, Fistilion stated superfluously. I'm not leaving her. No man or god will move me from her side. The matron stepped away, feeling powerless to dissuade Fistilion. Autumn Raven took her place in reasoning with him. This is our way, he explained compassionately. It has been our way for generations beyond count. All you can do is help her linger. All that you can do is worsen her pain. Your way is not my way, Fistilion stated flatly. I will be her shield so long as she lives and breathes. The elder reasoned. When you agreed to become a member of our tribe, our ways became your ways. Fistilion shook his head no. Without her, I have no more need of you or your tribe. Without her, I have nothing. I am nothing. Now take your politics away from this holy place. Only the dead belong here. With that, he turned away from them and would speak no more. They could see that their words were powerless to dissuade him. Very well, Autumn Raven told him. We will deal with your blasphemy when your madness is past. The matrons and elders turned and walked off. Besides Fistilion, only Twisted Feathers remained. As he kissed his daughter's forehead, his tears dripped onto her cheek. I'm proud of you, my daughter. We will meet again at the council fires of the next world. He would have traded places with her without hesitation. All he could do to honor her sacrifice was to carry on. The health of the tribe was the lifeblood of them all, from the most distant ancestors to the children yet unborn. In a demonstration of the strength and will of his nation, Twisted Feathers turned his back on his daughter. She was no longer alive. He would not do anything that might impede her passing. Twisted Feathers hugged Fastilion. "You are my son now, and I am your father. Now all we have is each other. Come home when you are ready." He let Fastilion go, turned his back, and then walked away. Fastilion stood by his wife to comfort her. Dog lay at his master's feet as a humble honor guard. Raining Sunshine rested peacefully on her elevated platform until midday, when her wound took her away. He was there as her breathing stopped and her spark extinguished. With tears in his eyes, he took her panther-clawed necklace and hung it around his own neck. Fastilion dug her grave with his own hands, moved her into it, and covered her with heavy stones. No animal of the forest would ever disturb her remains. When it was over, Fastilion threw back his head and screamed his rage toward the sky. There was nothing left for him to do but take his revenge in a world he hated in every direction. For all his life he had been a boy. Only after he had lost everything did he finally understand the terrible price of being a man. Chapter 35. The Eighth Spell. Mighty Odin leaned forward in his throne with rare, undivided interest as he watched Fastilion cry to heaven for his revenge. It was a moment that Odin had been carefully crafting since the day of Fastilion's birth. Across Odin's knees was a sapling root he had engraved with runes. "I am the All-Father," he told the universe. "I know every spell of mortal means. I know 18 spells known to the gods alone. All the sorrows of their world are mine to give or take away." He stood, then waved the sapling wand to weave his magic. "Become my wrath," he chanted. "Hate can heal the shattered spirit. Hate can power the limbs and quicken the heart. Hate brings fear to a man's enemies. Become hate, Fastilion," Odin sang. "Become death, and I shall lay the world at your feet." Odin snapped his wand, and his godly magic shot from his tower like a thunderbolt to strike into Fastilion's willing heart. Thunder rolled across the heavens as though a great storm of destruction was about to ravage the whole world. Odin just laughed and laughed because a god of death and blood always won. Whichever side took the most, he always won. Chapter 36. The Widower's Web. As Fastilion walked slowly back to his village, he took the time to stroll along the river bank where he and Raining Sunshine had swam since they were children. Hans Olafsson had arrived from his excursion to Stromsford and was busy making small repairs to his longboats and stocking his supplies. When Hans saw Fastilion coming, he put aside his chores to speak with him. "I have heard of your loss, lad," he said, genuinely saddened. "You lost your father and your wife on the same day. I'm terribly sorry." Fastilion asked distantly, "What did you discover in Stromsford?" He felt exhausted from lack of sleep and his turbulent plots of revenge. Hans hung his head with regret. "Their village is gone. We found nothing but ashes and bones. There were no survivors." "All the more reason for me to kill them all," Fastilion commented coldly. Hans put a friendly hand on Fastilion's shoulder. "Put this behind you, lad. Death is the way of the world. It teaches you how precious life can be. Come with me to Greenland. You can stay on with me as one of my thanes. You are as good as a son to my eyes. I'll never do you wrong." "Only their blood can put this behind me," Fastilion replied. "The Beathuk have taken everything from me. Now I am going to take everything from them. Not one of them will live to remember their victories." "Then I wish you success in that," Hans said. "May the gods grant your revenge so that you might go on living." "The gods be damned," Fastilion cursed. "I have no use for gods. All that I need I shall find in my own hands and the swords they shall carry." "My offer will stand open," Hans promised. "If you make your way to Greenland, you're sure to have a place to stay. You're a fine sailor. If anyone could get there from here alone, it would be you in that boat. She is proving to be one of the best I ever crafted." Fastilion shook the man's hand. "You were a good friend to my father and to me. I won't forget you, Hans." Hans went back to his labors while Fastilion headed for Twisted Feathers' roundhouse. The Trying Times had gathered a group at the home. Twisted Feathers was there, as was Watch's Sky, Wind Singer, and Sleeping Wolf. Black Eagle was there with Silvertree sitting dutifully beside him. As Fastilion approached, Silvertree fetched him a bota of his wine. "I buried her," Fastilion told them passionlessly. "It is over." Silvertree handed him the wineskin and then embraced him. Fastilion was cold, and it was like hugging a tree. His imperviousness frightened her, so she let him go. Fastilion took a very long drink from the bota, then wiped his mouth. "I am setting you free of all obligations to me," Fastilion told her. "I am no longer in need of your service. I've seen the looks you share with Black Eagle. If he wants you as I think he does, feel free to go with him." Black Eagle came forward and took her hand. "I promise to be a good man to you." He asked her,
How would you like to become a Mohawk of the Bear Clan? Silvertree was a demure female at heart. She was shy about admitting her genuine attraction to the handsome Iroquois brave. It's settled then, Fistilion told them as he moved past to go inside. Windsinger approached him. Tell us what you're going to do. He spoke for the whole Myrmidon army. Fistilion gave him a serious stare. The Beothuk must die, all of them. If your people still want blood for their tomahawks, I'm ready to see that they get it. The words gave the Mohawk a hard smile. We're ready to follow you all the way to their home villages if necessary. Fistilion clasped his shoulder. I will gather my gear. Prepare your men. We will leave soon. As Fistilion went inside to ready himself for war, Twisted Feathers followed him. I'm coming with you, Twisted Feathers told him. They killed my daughter with my own arrow. They have to pay for that. I know you understand me. We have lost too much to have anything to lose. I do understand, Fistilion answered simply. We'll make them pay. My father's book called for an eye for an eye. I want both their eyes and their heads too. Twisted Feathers saw the change in Fistilion, and it was not one for the better. He dismissed it because of the tragedies Fistilion endured. Fistilion laid his weapons out on his marital bed. The symbolism was no accident. He decided against Rolf's massive broadsword, then buckled on his scimitars. After slinging his arrow quiver over his back, he picked up his bow. I think we should return to Lacebuter, he advised the Twisted Feathers. If they are not still there, we will be able to pick up their trail. It's hard to track men over water, Twisted Feathers pointed out. Fistilion paused as an uncanny sensation came over him. His lust for revenge seemed tangible. He could reach into it and therein find the strength and the vision to bring that revenge to fruition. It doesn't matter what they do or where they go, he said with certainty. I'll find them. Twisted Feathers took up his weapons, then they walked out together. The hoplites and Mohawk archers had already assembled for departure. We're ready, Windsinger told Fistilion. We are prepared to follow your orders to the death. Sleeping Wolf and Watch's Sky were ready too. Listen closely, Fistilion told his troops. I want that bitch of a cave mother. I want her head on my spear. The Beothuk will follow her, so they die too. They're not going to die easily like before. Her magic protects them, so we need magic too. He held up the jar of demon blood poison. With this I will anoint your spears and arrows. This elixir will make them weak. When they fall, we take their heads. If they want to be immortal, they can do it as screaming heads. The hoplites cheered. Matzalan! Fistilion took a water bucket from beside the door, then poured wine into it, followed by the jar of thick blood venom to make a deadly mixture. Dip your weapons into this, he instructed them. Be warned, so much as scratch yourselves and you will be dead before you know you made a serious mistake. He walked among them carrying the bucket, letting the warriors take a turn dipping their spear points and arrows into the toxic broth. When the process was complete, Fistilion poured the bucket into the remains of the exterior fire pit where no one might accidentally kill themselves through contact with it. To the war canoes, Fistilion commanded. We make for Lacebuter to pick up their trail. The hoplites formed into precise ranks and marched down to the river where they loaded into their canoes. Fistilion boarded the Elysian Fortitude along with his captains and dog. A party of matrons and elders came down to the river. They approached Fistilion to speak with him. You did not consult with us, Autumn Raven told him. This is not the way our village enters into conflicts. Fistilion's attitude rudely dismissed them. My wife is dead. I have renounced my place in the tribe. I have no tribe and I have no people, so leave me be. I am death to Beothuk now, nothing more. You don't know what you're saying, Autumn Raven said patiently. What is a man without a people? You have suffered a great loss, but life goes on as before. Come and speak before the council. Let us hear of your plans. Go into the warpath with our proper blessing. I don't need your blessing, Fistilion declined. You have no say over my actions or over my Mohawk soldiers. We're going after Cave Mother and the Beothuk whether you like it or not. We can't allow you to do this, a matron said. Yes, you can, Fistilion answered without hesitation. Do you want to impose yourselves between me and my enemies? That would be the worst mistake you have made since you tried to murder me with your precious arrows. The matrons took on unnerved expressions. They hadn't expected Fistilion to become aware that they had played an integral part in what amounted to the death of his wife. Stay out of my way, Fistilion warned them. Sit here and do nothing. By our efforts, your homes and families will be kept safe. The turn of events saddened Autumn Raven. If this must be your way, then you are not welcome here anymore. He told Fistilion, you are no longer a member of the Micmac Nation. Now you have your freedom to construct your own policies. Windsinger laughed in their faces. Good, he told them. The Mohawk Bear Clan will make him a chieftain in our nation. You are fools to give away the best man you have among you. Fistilion honestly didn't care what anyone had to say. All he could think of was his beloved wife lying in a grave he had made for her. His hatred burned in him like a furnace. He needed to reach his enemy so he could vent that volcano upon them. "Let's go," he commanded his men. The Elysian Fortitude led the flotilla on their way to taking vengeance. Waves and rain lashed Fistillion's armada as they crossed the Vinland Sea. The conditions were dangerous for war canoes, but Fistilion cared nothing for the risks. He commanded them to press on even after darkness fell. They arrived at Lacebuter well after sunset. Fistilion stood at the prow as he led the way up the river to the Dross beach. Even as clouds obscured the moon and stars, Fistilion could see perfectly. The fire in his soul fueled his senses. Though he didn't realize it yet, his perceptions were those of the Blood Panther clan. From his mother Kitson's blood and his resurrected father Bjorn, he had the powers of their 12 clans. From Odin's spell of wrath, he gained unfettered access to them when they served the ends of the Allfather. "The beach is clear," Fistilion confirmed. "Put in here. We will stay until dawn." The men beached their vessels, then went ashore. Fistilion didn't bother posting guards. He could smell that the Beothuk were long gone. After dispatching orders for the men to rest, he and Dog headed up toward the village to search around. The Beothuk had burned everything. Every wooden structure was a smoldering ruin of rain-soaked ash. Other fire pits contained human bones where the Beothuk army had roasted the slaughtered mercenaries and devoured their flesh. Fistilion discovered tracks where the Beothuk army left the village and headed overland to their war canoes. He returned to the beach to inform his men. After leaving Twisted Feathers in charge during his absence, Fistilion left again, taking Dog with him to reconnoiter the trail he had discovered. They hiked through the forest until they found the landing where the Beothuk had placed their war canoes. The site had many tracks and signs that the Beothuk had been there. "Look around," Fistilion told Dog. "Let's see if we can find anything they left behind." A thorough search uncovered a simple necklace. It was a leather thong holding bone beads and some small feathers. Dog found it down by the water where the canoes had put to sea. As he dropped the necklace at Fistilion's feet, Dog asked, "Is this any help?" Fistilion picked up the necklace, but he didn't study it with his eyes. Instead, he just rubbed it between his thumb and fingers as he searched within himself for inspiration. Like a member of the Forgotten Dreamer clan, Fistilion received a psychic impression vision about its past owner, the Beothuk warrior who had last worn the necklace. Fistilion saw in his mind that the necklace had come untied and fell from the man's neck as he helped carry his canoe out from the trees. "I know where they're going," Fistilion told Dog. "Cave Mother is leading them back to their cave of the spirit ancestors. They need to regroup after destroying Vinland. They have suffered enormous casualties. It will take time for them to be strong enough to strike again against the Micmac. Let's get back to the others." Fistilion and Dog returned to the army to find that the men had built cooking fires and some simple shelters to keep off the drizzling rain. He assembled his captains to brief them. Once they were together, Fistilion explained, "We must travel to their cave of the spirit ancestors. We will find the Cave Mother there. She is rebuilding her army to renew her attacks against the Micmac. After they fall, she will turn her spears against the Mohawk. Her war will be without end until Beothuk reigns supreme over all our lands." Windsinger nodded in agreement that the Redskin army needed to be destroyed before it had time to reorganize. There was more to it that he did not understand. Their cave of the spirit ancestors is little more than a legend to us. It is a secret place. Even those who have been there traveled by night or blindfolded. How do we find the cave? With this, Fistilion held out Raining Sunshine's spirit compass. "This knows the way to the Cave Mother, and I know that she is there. When we find her, we find the cave. With her destruction, we will kill the Beothuk menace at the source. Her army will scatter leaderless and deprived of her demonic sorcery." It was late by then, and Fistilion felt exhausted. He retired to his yawl to get some sleep. Fistilion had complete confidence that Dog would give them ample warning if any enemies approached. The army bedded down as well, and then the night passed without incident. The dawn came with better weather to grace a new day. The men efficiently readied themselves, and then the flotilla set off once again. Fistilion led them back across the Vinland Sea to a river on Markland that would take them toward the Beothuk's cave of the spirit ancestors. It took the whole of the day for them to reach landfall. Fistilion traveled by water for as far as it was advantageous, then put to shore when their path led overland to the northwest. Even though he had never been to the cave, Fistilion knew in his heart that the spirit of Raining Sunshine was still with him. Through her spirit compass, he would take the proper course. Such was Fistilion's sense of trust in Raining Sunshine's compass that he never bothered to consult his crows, whose powers of divination seemed inferior on that occasion. The Mohawk hoplites secured and concealed Fistilion's yawl and their canoes in the forest above the river. They moved on when Fistilion felt that their vessels would remain safely hidden until their return. He wanted to press on through the night, only to decide against it. It was too dangerous for his men to travel in the dark while they carried poisoned weapons. The army camped again alongside the river so they would begin their march again at first light. That next morning, Twisted Feathers, Fistilian, and Dog took the point of the overland march. They scouted the easiest path through the trackless forest. Twisted Feathers remained concerned about potential ambush, but Fistilian kept them moving at a quick pace. With Dog to guide them, Fistilian knew nothing could take them by surprise. His friend had broken through Cave Mother's concealment spell before, so Fistilian felt confident that Dog would be able to do so again. As the sun rose to midday, Fistilian called for a halt. Dog had alerted him that he could sense that they were getting near to their quarry. While the warriors relaxed and took in some food, Fistilian assembled his captains for a powwow. Now is the time for caution, Fistilian told his men. Their cave is not far off. All the Beathuk left to fight us have camped there, and their cave mother is with them. We must strike from surprise and carry on until they are exterminated. If we let them scatter too soon, it may take us months to hunt down all their priests and war captains. Twisted Feathers spoke next. I think we should scout them out. I would like to see what it is we are dealing with. Fistilian agreed. I will go on ahead alone. Cave Mother may be able to sense our final approach, but she won't be able to notice me if I go alone. Fistilian tugged at the panther pelt he wore over his armor like a cape. She told me that the magic of the Cat Lord shields me from her divinations. Black Eagle asked as though joking, "You're not going ahead alone just so you can kill them all yourself, are you?" Fistilian had little amusement left in his heart. If I tried that, many of them would escape. We are going to do this together so that we get them all. I'll keep the men here until you come back, Twisted Feathers pledged. I won't be long, Fistilian said as he stalked off in his armor with his bow in hand.
Chapter 37, Smoke and Blood. Fistilian crept through the forest with Dog by his side. He covered a league by foot before he found his objective. From a distance they saw the Beathuk encampment. It was a crude village with 3 hastily constructed longhouses that stood before the cave mouth. Fistilian watched patiently to learn what he could. He saw that they had a few guard dogs. There were no women or children who would have been going about their simple chores if it was an active community. The men also remained conspicuously absent. It was the Beathuk warriors that Fistilian wanted. He especially wanted the fighters who had destroyed Leifsbuter. Among them was where he would find the warrior who had killed his wife. That fateful archer was the man Fistilian wanted to kill most of all. I can hear singing, Dog told Fistilian. It's coming from within that cave. Fistilian listened until he could hear the voices with Blood Panther clarity. He heard the chanting of many male voices. The strange music came from deep within the earth. It was much too faint for mere human ears to hear from so far away as they were. They are calling to someone, Fistilian commented as he concentrated on the sound. He listened until he heard many men say a name in one voice. They were trying to summon the Wendigo demon back from whatever nether realm Fistilian had banished it to. We can't let them summon that demon, Dog said with certainty. Let's go back and get the others. Fistilian picked up a stick, then used his knife to shave a flat side onto it. He then etched Micmac hieroglyphs onto the surface. It was a message to Twisted Feathers to bring up the men. Take this runestick to Twisted Feathers, Fistilian ordered Dog. Have him bring up the men. I'll stay here and keep watch until you return with them. Dog took the message stick into his mouth and ran off in haste to carry out his mission. Fistilian remained behind, but he had no intention of staying quiet. As soon as Dog was well on his way, Fistilian readied his bow. With merciless precision, Fistilian began to slay the Beathuk dogs that guarded their encampment. He was a remarkable archer with accuracy that ranked among the best in Markland. There was also a special force within Fistilian that improved upon his natural skill with the bow. Fistilian's hatred for all things Beathuk manifested as a deadly, intangible asset. When he focused his aim, he fueled his missiles with wrath that was more than emotion. The power of the Bird Dance clan gave form to his malice. With sheer desire to take his vengeance, Fistilian subconsciously directed his arrows in mid-flight. He steered them with minute correction so that the arrows struck the dogs directly in their hearts. Fistilian continued shooting until all their dogs lay dead. Once he had put their guard animals to death, Fistilian moved down into the village. He swiftly dragged the animal carcasses into the trees where he recovered the spent arrows and hid the evidence of his handiwork. With cautious inspection, Fistilian determined that the longhouses were empty. They did contain various possessions and armaments that belonged to at least 100 men. Among their many weapons was the iron and steel equipment they had stolen from the slaughtered mercenaries as well as the wealthy village of Stromford. Fistilian couldn't believe his good fortune. Perhaps it was for ceremonial reasons, but the Beathuk warriors had gone down into their cave unarmed, without any shields or armor. Fistilian concealed himself beside the cave mouth while he waited for Twisted Feathers and his Mohawk soldiers. He listened to the chanting that continued to filter up from the bowels of the earth. Their rhythm was not constant. The tempo increased as the chanting of the name Wendigo became more frequent and fervent. Dog eventually reached Twisted Feathers, then dropped the stick at his feet. Twisted Feathers quickly determined Fistillion's intent and ordered the hoplites to their feet so they could move out. Fistilion had marked his trail with secret Micmac signs so that Twisted Feathers easily followed it. The army swiftly advanced to join their leader at the cave without incident. Dog reached Fistilion first to alert him of their approach in time for him to join them at a safe distance among the trees. The Beothuk are down in the cave, Fistilion told his captains. They left their weapons and armor in the longhouses. We have caught them totally unprepared. Twisted Feathers asked, "What do you think they're doing down there?" Fistilion listened and could still hear their singing. He said, "I think they're trying to call the Wendigo back from hell. They're still chanting, which must mean they have not succeeded yet." "We need to get down there then," Windsinger advised. "Better now than when they have finished." "I agree," Fistilion told him. "Let's form up and move out." Fistilion assembled the hoplites before the cave. "Remember your training, my faithful myrmidons," he reassured them. "Keep your formation tight. They fight as individuals, but you stand as one." Watch as Sky asked, "What about us?" He referred to his battery of archers which he captained. "You need to stay on the surface," Fistilion told him. "Take positions to cover the cave. If we have to retreat, we will be counting on you to protect us." Everyone knew their part and was ready to attack. Fistilion took position in the first rank. He had neither spear nor shield. His scimitars would be ready in his hands. He led a slow advance into the cave mouth. The passage was just wide enough for 5 hoplites to stand abreast. Sputtering torches on the walls provided dim illumination. They moved slowly and quietly as they descended down into the earth. The chanting became audible to all as they proceeded. The voices of 100 men created an ominous dirge. Fistilion led his army down to the closed gateway that sealed off the Wendigo's spacious cavern. He peered through the cracks in the barrier to see inside. In the center of the cavern was a large fire. Standing near those flames was the imposing champion who had slain Raining Sunshine. He was unclothed and his muscles shined with oil in the firelight. Dancing around the fire and the warrior was the beautiful naked form of Cave Mother. The scores of Beothuk warriors kneeled all around them in a carpet of chanting redskin warriors. The doorway was too narrow to allow the hoplites to transition from the corridor to the chamber. At best they could get 2 men inside at a time. The Beothuk were unarmed, but they held the chamber and could resist such a numerically limited assault. Fistilion tried to remain calm and think of a clever plan. Seeing the warrior who killed Raining Sunshine made that unworkable. He sheathed his swords to free his hands, stretched his arms wide, and then laid hold of the wooden barricade. Fistilion exerted his strength to pull it down, only the barricade didn't budge. "Oh, great ancestors," Fistilion groaned, "give me the strength to avenge my wife." That barricade prevented him from getting his revenge. It stopped him from killing his hated enemies. The rage boiled up from the emotional wounds deep inside him. The barricade creaked and then shattered like kindling under his mountain heart might. Fistilion ripped down both wall and door, then flung the wreckage into the room. With the hint of a smile, he roared, "Slaughter them all!" The Beothuk warriors stopped their chanting as Fistilion's arrival took them completely by surprise. The new opening he had made was as wide as the full corridor. It afforded sufficient space for the hoplites to march in formation to the chamber beyond. Fistilion left them behind as he ran forward to capture space in the room where they could fan out and be even more effective. The Beothuk were not afraid. Even without weapons, they were still eager to fight tooth and nail. They had the immortality magic of the Wendigo protecting their bodies. They had the strength of the beast in their limbs. The damned men didn't think they were mortal any longer. The Beothuk warriors believed they had become gods. As the Beothuk surged forward to kill, the hoplites rallied to catch them on a triple line of poisoned lances. The fence of spears inflicted wicked wounds which the redskins shrugged off as minor. It was the demon poison that took quick effect on them. Once poisoned, the Beothuk warriors collapsed to the floor where they twitched and convulsed. The hoplites speared as many different men as they could until they had a squirming carpet of bodies before them. As more spearmen surged in from the rear, their formation steadily expanded until they marched over fallen redskins that the rear rank speared through their heads. Fistilion continued pushing off alone, cutting his way forward toward Cave Mother and her prince of warriors. For Fistilion, the battle was a beautiful paradise where he could finally vent the pain he had inside. He didn't care if it cost him his life because he had nothing left to live for anyway. The gifts of his mother's people pulsed in his blood. The scimitars in his hands flashed with hummingbird speed and mountain heart power. His flesh was as impervious as the bloodless one's. With his Woot's blades, he slashed away arms and heads. Such was his power that he split men in two. Fistalion dismembered a dozen men in a path of carnage toward the fire. Cave Mother stayed at her fire, as did the champion warrior. "Come to me now," she cried out. "Come to me, my son. The flesh of men awaits you. Come forth, mighty Wendigo." Viscous black smoke belched from the fire, then formed serpentine tendrils that attacked the champion warrior. The man screamed in agony as the noxious fumes snaked down his throat and up his nostrils. He collapsed in pain to writhe on the floor. Sleeping Wolf dropped his spear in favor of his steel shortsword that had been a gift from Alvido. He decapitated poisoned men as fast as he could seize them by their hair, then stretch out their necks. Fistalion continued hacking his way into the mob. They were all around him, but powerless to bring him down. None could withstand his vicious temper. A tremendous roar echoed through the chamber as the possessed Redskin champion got back to his feet. His body contorted and his muscles bulged as he transformed into the hideous form of the gigantic Wendigo demon. The otherwise fearless Beothuk scattered away from the ravening monster. They feared him like nothing else. Fistalion was not so intimidated. He had faced the Wendigo before and been victorious. The man that slew Raining Sunshine was still within the monster in some form or other. Fistalion would kill the man and the demon or die trying. The Redskins who fell because of the poison in their wounds didn't stay down for long. They already began to revive. The poison only worked temporarily before their magically enhanced vigor resisted it. Twisted Feathers saw the imminent collapse of the hoplites. They had enemies rising up among them and enemies rallying before them. He knew it was time for him to call a fighting retreat. The hoplites needed to withdraw to get the Redskins out from within their own lines. The only thing preventing him from giving the order was that Fistalion was off alone in the center of the room. If they retreated, it would leave him isolated against a demon and a Redskin army. Twisted Feathers shouted to the men, "Pull back!" He was willing to leave Fistalion to his fate rather than jeopardize men who counted on his prudent leadership. The hoplites were loyal to Fistalion, but they followed Twisted Feathers' orders without hesitation because they believed in working as a unit and suppressing their individual motivations. The best way they could serve Fistalion was by obeying the order of the officer he had appointed over them. The demon rose to his full height and flexed his awesome musculature. The body of the Redskin warrior had malformed into the hideous demonic beast. With the Beothuk making way, Fistalion was free to confront the Wendigo. As he lunged forward to use his blades, he howled, "Face me, demon, I am ready for you." The Wendigo took a step forward, then smashed Fistalion with a swipe of his clawed hand. Fistalion flew across the room to crash into a wall of Redskin warriors. The blow knocked the wind out of him, but because of his armor, Fistalion remained unharmed. The defense of the Bloodless One's clan was still with him as well. When Fistalion stumbled and went prone, the Redskins piled upon him. They used their amplified physical might to grasp onto him, then hold him down. Fistalion called upon his mountain heart strength to shake himself free. He found the potency, yet no success came from it. With so many men piling upon him, he could not escape by physical strength alone. It was Fistalion's determination to have revenge that secured his freedom. The power of the Spirit Mist clan flooded through his body to make his flesh and armor translucent and incorporeal by their mystical discipline. He passed through their clawing fingers and gnashing teeth as with the shadow of a ghost. Once he was free, he became solid once more. The Redskins surged against him only to find Fistalion's wicked swords pruning their hedge of bodies. His blades cut off hands and ripped open bellies. He knew neither mercy nor patience in the matters of war. The Mohawk hoplites maintained their regimented order as they fell back to drive the Beothuk out from within their midst. The Redskins pursued the hoplites ferociously and even flung their bodies under the spears to bring them down. They leaped and climbed to get at the hoplites no matter the cost. All the while, the Wendigo went after Fistalion. "You're not ready," Cave Mother called to her creation. "Your union with the Wendigo is not complete until you have feasted upon the flesh of men."
"I will feast on him,"
the demon growled in response. His massive claws reached out to seize Fistalion and then lift him up to his gaping maw. More fearless than any enchanted Beothuk, Fistalion didn't retreat from danger. "I'm the shaman of your death," he cried as he charged into his enemy. The claws reached for him, but Fistalion slashed them back with his blades. One of his scimitars fully removed two of the demon's fingers. The Wendigo continued to scramble to get his claws into Fistalion. When he made contact, he failed to penetrate the steel armor or the Bloodless One defense. When he missed, Fistalion slashed into the Wendigo's flesh with those amazing Woot's blades. "No," Cave Mother wailed at her disobedient servant. "You must feed to have the strength to survive." The Wendigo began listening to her warnings because Fistalion was inexorably chopping him down like a grandfather tree of the forest. The demon broke away from the battle, then headed for the nearest fallen Beothuk to seize the decapitated corpse and devour it. Fistilian relentlessly pursued the demon, cleaving deep wounds into the creature's back and legs as he chased after him. As the Wendigo lifted the body to his mouth, his lower jaw unhinged like a snake so he could gulp down the corpse whole. Fistilian perceived the danger of allowing the demon to feed, as Cave Mother had insisted. He dropped his swords and jumped up to grab the corpse by one leg. With Mountain Heart strength, he yanked the body away from the demon's maimed hands and flung it across the room. The Wendigo roared in frustration. With Fistilian so close, he grabbed him up to crush him in a bear hug. The Bloodless One's power protected Fistilian from wounds, but it didn't help him to breathe. The gigantic demon's strength squeezed him like a constricting serpent. The Wendigo would slowly crush the life right out of him. Fistilian called upon the art of the Spirit Mist clan once again so that he could drop free from the monster's grip. Then he became solid as he rolled across the floor. The demon tried to stomp on him, but Fistilian rolled again to elude the squashing. Both of his scimitars slid across the floor to Fistilian's hands when he used the bird dance power to summon them from afar. He then vaulted back to his feet with his blades at the ready. The demon ignored Fistilian as he went after another corpse to feed upon it. "I'm here for you!" Fistilian screamed as he closed on the brute. "Fight me!" The Wendigo snatched up the other body. Fistilian jumped onto the Wendigo's back. With Mountain Heart strength, he plunged his blades into the monster's kidneys. The scimitars sank into the demon to their crossguards. The Wendigo howled in pain. The blades inflicted too much agony for the demon to just ignore. The Wendigo tried to shake Fistilian free, only it was to no avail. Fistilian held on as he twisted the blades to get traction in the wounds. When he felt himself slipping loose, Fistilian called upon the Mahogany Root clan's power so that he froze himself in place. The blades were in at too steep of an angle to pull out straight. The Wendigo continued to struggle, and the more he resisted, the greater his suffering became. The demon went mad with desperation. "You fool!" Cave Mother screamed. "He is killing you!" The demon reached back with his long arms and grabbed onto Fistilian's immobile form. With his awesome strength, the monster ripped Fistilian free. Even though Fistilian had immobilized himself in time and space, that did not prevent the Wendigo from forcing himself away to put distance between them. The scimitars tore out through his flesh to spill blood and bowels across the floor. So massive were the injuries that the demon fell down to all fours. Fistilian discontinued the Mahogany Root clan discipline, then used Bull Tamer to hack into the demon's neck with all his might. The blade went deep, but not deep enough. Fistilian hammered the scimitar deeper using the back of Wolfsbane's blade. With hummingbird speed and Mountain Heart strength, he bashed away until Bull Tamer severed the Wendigo's head completely. "No!" Cave Mother screamed in dismay. Her mighty Wendigo lay quivering on the floor with his blood gushing from the stump of his neck. Fistilian stood tall, then leveled a deadly gaze on Cave Mother. "You're the cause of all this," he snarled. "Look closely at your pet." He stepped toward her. "You're next." The hoplites had retreated back into the corridor until they had purged themselves of the redskins that were within their formation. With that complete, they advanced once more. Under Twisted Feather's leadership, only the forward ranks wielded their spears. The rest of the men used their knives and tomahawks to remove the heads from the fallen redskins. They turned the tide of the Beothuk onslaught. With limitless valor, they drove the redskins back down to the far end of the Wendigo's feeding chamber. "You have lost," Fistilian said as he advanced on Cave Mother. "Your demon is dead, and so is your Beothuk army. You have nothing left." She sneered with derision. "I have lived for centuries, and I shall live for centuries more. I can get a new army and summon the Wendigo any time I have need." "Not without your head," Fistilian replied as he dashed in and slashed her with his blades. Cave Mother hurled some spell to the floor that burst into a cloud of obscuring smoke. Fistilian fanned away the fumes with his flurry of slashes, only to discover she had already gone. He had no time to search for her while his men fought a desperate struggle against the Beothuk. Fistilian hacked into the redskins from their rear. Compared to his might, their flesh and bone proved to be trivial substances. Fistilian hewed them down like a bloody crop. The hoplites rallied their assault at the sight of their leader single-handedly battling the rear flank of the redskin multitude. As the Beothuk dead mounted, the redskins began to know fear. They had no direction of retreat and no means to secure a victory. The hoplites crushed their resistance like a hammer against Fistilian's anvil. The carnage continued until not a single Beothuk remained alive or with his attached head. Once it was over, Fistilian took a tally of the bloodbath. More than 100 Beothuk lay dead. Their bodies choked the corridor such that no one could pass without walking upon the heaps of their corpses. Their blood soaked the floor and ran as a rivulet to form a pool in the Wendigo's chamber. Many of the hoplites had minor wounds from redskin scratches and biting. None of the Beothuk was better armed than the few small knives they had brought into the cave with them. The hoplites had secured their victory without a single death from among their number. "Get back to the surface and secure the area," Fistilian ordered his Myrmidons. "I'm going deeper after Cave Mother. I know she is still down here somewhere." The hoplites were happy to return to the surface for some fresh air. The atmosphere in the cavern was smoky and rank with the spilled organs of 100 redskins. Chapter 38. The Ancient Adversary. Even after destroying the Wendigo and the last remnants of the Redskin army, Fistilian still thirsted for revenge. His successes had done nothing to ease his sense of loss. His sorrow over losing his wife burned just as brightly even though her killer was no more. What could he ever go home to? There was no Alvido anymore with his splendid hall. There was no reigning sunshine with her smile and loving arms. Fistilian had nothing left but his hatred. With his Blood Panther senses to guide him, Fistilian searched deeper into the cave complex. He passed through the gateway opposite the entrance he had torn down. Narrow corridors twisted this way and that. Fistilian just followed his nose. Even in the blackest of darkness, his Blood Panther eyes and ears defined the passages around him. His nose detected a faint perfume. It was the scent of hardwoods, ivory, and flowers. It was an old scent that lingered through the ages in the stale darkness of the deep underground. Fistilian could not measure the passage of time without the sun. He wandered the dark underground for a long while as he ventured down deep where nothing could dwell. Without the scent he followed, he might never have located the cave woman's lair. Her abode was at the very heart of the caverns. Fistilian knew he had found it by all of her treasures that she had strewn about the place. Fistilian stepped cautiously among the riches. They were the source of the faint perfume that he had followed. To his Blood Panther nostrils, the ivory and feathers had an unmistakable aroma. In the center of the vault was the gaping sinkhole in which Cave Mother dwelled. Fistilian unbuckled his armor, then set it aside. He removed his swords, then readied his wrought iron knife that had once belonged to his father by blood. "You can't hide from me," he called down into the sinkhole. "I'm coming for you, bitch, even if I have to crawl my way down to the deepest pit of hell." No voice or sound came up from the darkness to answer him. Fistilian was not even sure she was down in the well. The choice between going down after her and giving up was no choice at all. He was going to pursue his quest until one or both of them were dead. As he searched himself for some inner guidance, Fistilian felt the Watchful One's blood from his mother within him. It was an oracle that confirmed his course of action. If he went down below, he would find his ancient adversary. With nothing but his knife, Fistilian sat at the edge of the pit, then dropped in. It was a long fall before he plunged into icy water. Fistilian held his knife in his teeth as he swam down into darkness. His Blood Panther senses offered him no direction. Fistilian navigated by Watchful One's precognition alone. He felt when he had oriented in the proper direction. Below the water line, he found a side passage. Fistilian followed it until it curved upwards and delivered him back into an airspace. He climbed out of the water into her secret cavern. "You shouldn't have come here," Cave Mother said from somewhere nearby. "You slew the Wendigo, but you won't survive me." Fistilian searched the chamber with Blood Panther eyes that saw body heat. He perceived her luminous outline at the far end of the underground cavern. "I did slay the Wendigo, old witch, and now I'm here to slay you. You have nowhere left to run to and no place left to hide." She laughed, then boasted, "I am the earth. My strength is the earth. I live in the earth. While I am within her dark embrace, I am immortal." "I am vengeance," Fistilian retorted. "I have no home. I find my foes anywhere and lay them low." "Then come and embrace your death," she said, with her voice already transforming into something bestial. She changed her skins to take the form of a bear. Her next utterance was an animal's growl. Fistilian readied his knife, then slowly advanced. He had just battled a giant demon and killed it. Compared to that, a bear seemed a small threat. Cave Mother rose up on her hind legs and roared. As a massive she-bear, she lumbered forward to attack. When Fistilian stabbed at the bear, she slapped the blade from his hand with a swipe from her paw. Before he could recover, she knocked him to the ground, then moved in to crush his skull with the bite of her massive jaws. Fistilian seized the bear's mouth, upper and lower, then forced the jaws apart with all his mountain heart might. He pressed until her jaws snapped wide with shattered bones. Cave Mother flung Fistilian away from her, then shifted skins again. Her jaw restored itself as she returned to human form. "You see," she bragged, "you can do me no permanent harm. I am immortal." "I do see," Fistilian answered. A watchful one's secret sight told him he could defeat her if he kept trying. You must have a weakness, cave whore. When I find it, I'll destroy you. She transformed into a she-wolf, then leaped for his throat with her slavering fangs. Fistilion tried to fend off the wolf. The beast bit onto his forearm, then shook him violently. Fistilion answered by hammering his fist into her head. When that failed to shake her loose, he crammed his thumb into her eye. He twisted the orb hard and deep until she had no choice but to let him go. Just as soon as her paws were upon the ground, the eye healed back to new. Fistilion belly laughed when he saw through her trickery, and it was because of the education Alvido had given him. Alvido had educated Fistilion in both lore and folklore from many cultures. It was one such lesson that inspired him into a new form of attack. Cave Mother returned to her beautiful human form. Why do you laugh when you know you are going to die? The hero Hercules slew the giant called Antaeus, Fistilion explained, even while knowing she could never understand. Like you, Antaeus took his strength from the earth. It was true that Cave Mother was not the innovator of the spell that granted her the boon of immortality. Surely there had been and were others who knew it as well. Fistilion displayed such confidence in his words that she worried that he actually did know of some legend that revealed to him a means to circumvent her advantage. Motivated by her necessity to win and do so quickly, Cave Mother hissed as she took on the form of a gigantic water moccasin. In the guise of a venomous serpent, she slithered toward Fistilion. He just waited for her patiently. Come to me, Fistilion beckoned. Your long years are about to come to a painful end. She struck at him with lightning speed and surprising reach of range. Cave Mother bit him in the thigh and then on the shoulder. Her delicate fangs were unable to penetrate the bloodless one defense that graced him. Fistilion gathered the snake up into his arms so that no part of it touched the floor. Once he had her completely suspended in the air, he fixed his hands around the head and then squeezed until he could hear the skull begin to crack. Cave Mother tried to uncoil from around him, then touch the floor so that she could rejuvenate her strength, but Fistilion would not allow it. This is for my wife, he snarled as he snapped the serpent's spine. And this is for my father, he said as he broke her again. And this is for me, he raged as he crushed her head like a nutshell. Cave Woman reverted to her human form in Fistilion's arms. Blood ran from her nostrils and ears. Her spine remained twisted and broken. He made sure to keep her from touching the earth. And so you die, he told her as he fit his hand around her throat. Fistilion throttled her until her final death rattle. When he was certain that she was truly dead, Fistilion retrieved his knife and cut off her head. He took that trophy with him as he swam back to the well and then climbed up to her treasure cave. The hoplites waited patiently until Fistilion returned to them at the surface. It is done, he told them. Cave Woman is dead. He tossed her head at their feet. The men cheered for him and for themselves because it meant they were going home. They had cleaned out the longhouses and recovered all the valuable weaponry the Beathuk had taken from Vinland. There is more booty for you down in the caves, Fistilion told them. I will lead some of you down to collect it, and then we can be on our way. Twisted Feathers asked, Where are you going? You should come with me back to my village. When the elders see that you have been victorious and defeated Cave Mother, I'm sure they will invite you to return. Come with us, Windsinger said. Come to the village of the Mohawk Bear Clan. We are your loyal men. You will be a great war captain among us and one day a great chieftain. I must take my Micmac friends home, Fistilion answered. I will not decide anything more until I must. For now, follow me down into the caves, and I shall show you Cave Mother's treasure hoard that is your reward. A group of men followed Fistilion down to Cave Mother's vault, where they collected her treasures, then carried them back to the surface. With that final chore completed, they returned to the canoes in Fistilion's yawl. Return to your home, Fistilion told his faithful Mohawk soldiers. I will meet you there when my business with the Micmac is complete. I'm going with you to the Micmac village, Black Eagle said. Silver Tree awaits me there. I won't return home without her by my side. So be it, Fistilion agreed. Let us be on our way. Chapter 39. The Last Vinlander. Fistilion sailed the Elysian Fortitude back to the Micmac village. Twisted Feathers was with him, as was Sleeping Wolf, Watch's Sky, and Black Eagle. Many Micmac villagers came down to the river upon their return. They had heard about the voyage and the dangerous mission the men had been upon. They cheered to see those men return home victorious and in good health. The head of Cave Mother was in a sack as Fistilion went ashore. He planted a tall stake along the river bank, then set her head upon it. The witch's tattooed face was unmistakable to all who beheld it. Fistilion had vanquished the Beathuk, their demon, and their demented queen. He was a hero even though he was no longer a member of the Micmac nation. The villagers did not care about politics. They welcomed him home as one of their own with cheers and salutations. Hans Olafsson and the other Norsemen of Vinland were gone. They had set sail for Greenland and were well on their way. With Vinland destroyed and the survivors on their way to the east, Fistilion was the last Vinlander in the west. Fistilion and his companions walked to Twisted Feather's house, where they found Silvertree minding the homestead. She brought Fistilion his bota of wine, as was her custom. She saved her warm embrace for Black Eagle. Silvertree prepared them all a hot meal, which was something they had been lacking. The warriors sat together and relaxed. That was how they savored their hard-won victory. The elders came to Twisted Feather's home. It was a rare thing that they assembled and then walked to take counsel with a mere warrior. Autumn Raven confronted Fistilion. "So, you have returned to us," he said. "Do you wish to apologize and reconsider your place in our nation?" Fistilion shook his head no. "I first came here to be with my wife. Now that she is dead, I have no need of a home. I am a wanderer now." Autumn Raven asked, "To where shall you wander then?" "There are more Beathuk out there in the forest," Fistilion explained. "I will seek out their lairs and put them to the sword. I am a curse upon all those who paint themselves in the red ochre. My name will be that of a monster that strikes fear into the hearts of their children. I will never utter the word of peace. I hate the word as I hate all redskins and any who dare to interfere with my cause." "Then you must take your things and go," Autumn Raven told him. "None are welcome here if they do not submit to the leadership of the village." "I will do as you ask," Fistilion answered honestly. "After I have gathered my things, I will depart your lands." Autumn Raven was sad that they had made such an agreement. "So be it," he said, wishing it were otherwise. "You have until sunset to be gone." It was midday, so Fistilion still had plenty of time to conclude his business. He went down to his yawl, where he got an iron-bladed shovel. With Alvido's map in hand, Fistilion located where the priest had buried the treasure Kitsan had brought with him as a babe. Fistilion uncovered the box and lifted it from its hole. Under the lid he discovered splendid artifacts of gold, silver, and precious jewels. The artwork was magnificent. The treasures were worthy of a prince of a great people. Fistilion spent a long while pondering the treasure. He thought of his mother he could only remember in the form of dreams. He thought of her people and of a fate he didn't choose. They were long years and many leagues away. Fistilion closed the box, and with it he sealed off his memories. He had only one inspiration left within him. Fistilion hungered for revenge, and for lack of it he would starve. Twisted Feathers embraced Fistilion as a son when he was ready to leave. "You must come back and visit with me," he told him. "You can visit and we can hunt together as before." "I only hunt men now," Fistilion replied. The Odin rune-encrusted scars on his soul left him shallow and distant. Twisted Feathers grabbed Fistilion's shoulder. "I have seen you change. You walk under a curse that hovers above you as a cloud of darkness. You avenged Raining Sunshine and yourself. Life goes on, even your life. Don't throw it all away in the name of a blind hatred." "I do hate," Fistilion told him, "but my hatred is not blind. I know who it is I wish to punish." Twisted Feathers asked, "You want women and children to bleed on your swords? Perhaps you seek old men who are too feeble to join their armies." "There is nothing for us to debate, my friend," Fistilion told him. "I am a Micmac no longer." Twisted Feathers let him go. "I'll pray to the gods for you. May they cool the fire of your hatred and open your eyes to the many joys of life. Raining Sunshine would not want this. If you will not listen to me, at least think of her." Fistilion said nothing more and just went on his way. Black Eagle and Silvertree joined Fistilion. They boarded his yawl, and together they left the Micmac village behind them. Fistilion was speechless as he sailed to the Mohawk village of the Bear Clan. He no longer felt any joy in living. There was only pain and loss. The suffering only went away when he was thrusting his sword into another man's flesh or drowning it in his wine. Their voyage went swiftly enough so that by nightfall they put ashore. Fistilion single-handedly pulled his yawl onto land. The mountain heart strength came to him without him even trying. The hate conjured by Odin fueled Fistilion's mind and body, and it gave him access to the gifts of his mother's people. The Mohawk village of the Bear Clan welcomed Fistilion as a conquering hero by hosting a great feast. With so many warriors rallying to his banner, Fistilion could have claimed lordship of the clan and its lands if only he wanted it. Shakes Rattle had no fear of Fistilion stealing his crown. He had only to meet him to see that Fistilion was no longer the same man he had known. Fistilion cared nothing for power or position. He didn't even care about living. Without redskins to kill, Fistilion was content to guzzle his wine to try and drown the fire that blazed within him. The Hoplites had much to celebrate. They had gone to war and known only victories. They were a new type of soldier that revolutionized the art of war. Their people loved them, and they were proud to have defended good people against the cannibalistic menace of the Beathuk. Fistilion just sat with dog away from the others and drank his wine. A young girl came to him. "Calls crows," she said. "The Ancient One calls for you. Come speak with her." Fistilion asked in a moment of confusion. "The Ancient One?" The young girl smiled sweetly. Our eldest matron, you remember her. It was she who gave you your dog. Fistilian remembered, so he fought the whine to struggle to his feet. Take me to her then. The girl led Fistilian into the great longhouse to the dwelling of the old woman. She sat beside a small fire with 2 teenage girls who acted as her personal servants. Greetings, old woman, Fistilian said. What can I do for you? She smiled with only a few teeth. Your victories are many, Matsalan. The numbers of warriors you have killed cannot easily be counted. Yet, it is not what you can do for me that brings you here. He didn't understand. Then what is it you need from me? This is about what I can do for you, she answered. You cast a long shadow. An ancient evil has taken root in you. I want to heal you of the curse you bear. Fistilian thought her senile. I have no curse, old woman. I have never been stronger. I crush my enemies wherever I find them. I do not need to be protected from my successes. He tried to get up, but she seized his wrist. The God that infests you guides you into war. While his influence remains, you shall never know peace. Even after accomplishing so much, you still hunger for more vengeance. If I don't break the spell, you shall spread war and bloodshed wherever you go. No one would be safe as your friend or your foe. Nonsense, Fistilian said in denial. You see spooks and spirits where there are none. You let your imagination run away with you. Look at how easily you forget yourself, she challenged him. Have you forgotten your father already? What about his teachings of the one God? He raised you to be a champion for good. Your calling was to spread justice and brotherhood among men. Now you care only to shed ever more blood. Compared to him, you have become a monster. He would weep to see you become thus. Fistilian searched within himself and saw that her words were true. He had put aside the teachings of Alvido to live by the bow and the sword. Even so, he believed it was the death of Raining Sunshine that had changed his perspective. He didn't believe it was any magic or demon that plagued him. Show me your hands, the old woman insisted. Fistilian submitted to her request and offered his hands palms up. She felt the rough skin on his hands and examined the lines on his palms. The old crone finally leaned forward to kiss the palm of his left hand. Fistilian felt a heat from her kiss like she had laid a hot stone from the fire into his palm. As her head came away, she blew out thick smoke like she had inhaled it from a tobacco pipe. She blew the smoke over his hands and then into his face. Let your mind walk with mine, she invited. Free yourself to see beyond the veil into the spirit world. Fistilian relaxed and closed his eyes. He was not experiencing anything but a growing frustration with her games. The old crone gasped. I see him now. Come with me, calls crows. Behold the evil one that has taken root within you. Fistilian had taken enough of her nonsense. He opened his eyes to tell her he was finished, but what he saw struck him into silence. The tendrils of smoke rising up from her small fire took a small physical form. The figure was of a warrior dressed in armor and carrying a heavy spear. Fistilian had seen the warrior before. It was Odin, the Norse god of valor and battle. Odin, Fistilian said aloud in disbelief, the murderer of my father. You know the name of the evil that is within you, the old woman said compassionately. Fistilian was distraught over the notion that Odin worked magic through him. The more he thought about it, the more sense it had made to him. It had been no coincidence that Rolf had returned to Vinland or that Rolf had then killed Alvido. Some conspiracy of gods and their magic had also taken Raining Sunshine from him. The pieces fell together until it made sense to him. Odin wanted a killer. He wanted a warrior to spread anarchy and devastation. Odin wanted Fistilian to rampage. How can I get free? Fistilian asked the old crone. Tell me what I must do. I cannot break a god spell, she said honestly. No mortal can. Your only chance for salvation is to fight it from within. Remember the teachings of your father. You must fight the darkness and struggle to stay in the light. You must learn to forgive and seek peaceful paths to resolve conflicts. You must choose the good over the evil. Fistilian shook his head in disgust. Now you sound like my father. My way is not to walk softly and to forgive my enemies. She asked, is it your way to spend all of your years as a marauding killer? Are you a mad dog that tries to bite anyone who comes too near? Fistilian realized a dark, brooding mood trapped him, and it only passed when he lashed out in his rage. The old woman had opened his eyes to the truth. Odin had made a play toy of him. Fistilian was full of hatred, but he began to realize that his greatest hatred of all was for Odin himself. He had exacted a terrible revenge against the Beathuk. He had avenged his wife 10 times over. To defeat Odin, he had to begin again. The old woman smiled once more. Listen, calls crows. Don't you hear them celebrating out there? They are celebrating you and your victories. That is where you belong. You have much to celebrate. Fistilian got to his feet. You are wise beyond even your years, he said, partially joking. I don't belong to Odin. He won't control me any longer. You are a man of 2 worlds, she said. This world has turned on you. If you stay, the warriors who follow you will die fighting in your never-ending causes. My final advice to you, Call's Crows, is to put this land behind you. Go east to the world the White Father prepared for you. Find your place among the Norsemen. You have given me much to think about, Fistilion told her. In all honesty, he had no desire to become a Mohawk and live among them. He also didn't want to return to the Micmac. The constant reminder of raining sunshine would be unbearable. Living in the same land as Beathuk was not desirable either. If he stayed in Markland, it would be as a homeless warrior without tribe, clan, or family. She fell silent and rested beside her fire. Fistilion went outside to join the celebrating. He was the guest of honor, and everyone welcomed him. The Mohawk feasted and danced with great jubilance. The hoplites had won victory after victory, and Fistilion was to thank for them. He joined in their dancing and imbibed their rich maize beer. Fistilion made a point of enjoying himself just to spite Odin and his unwanted influence. The village had many beautiful young women who were available and interested in him. Fistilion enjoyed their amorous attention without making anything of their modest advances. Silvertree enjoyed herself in the company of Black Eagle. She was excited about making a new home with the Bear Clan. The festivities went on long into the night. The Mohawk were a more festive people than the Micmac. They enjoyed imbibing liquor and having a lot of close company. Fistilion eventually retired to the smaller longhouse to get some sleep. He had the whole building to himself. After a quick bath, Fistilion lit a tobacco pipe and sat back for a relaxing smoke. About midway through, his thoughts turned to his crows. The prophesizing birds flew in through the smoke hole to land on a rafter beam. Fistilion just watched them for a long time while he contemplated what he would ask them. If I stay here in Markland, Fistilion asked, will Odin let me find peace and contentment? The ugly crow answered no with his squawking and wing flapping. Fistilion asked, what if I go to the east? Will I break his control over my life? The handsome crow answered yes with a single subdued call. Fistilion interpreted the unassuming answer to mean that Greenland was just one step on an ongoing quest to win his complete freedom. The time of the Norse in the west is over, Fistilion told his birds conversationally. I am all that remains of an age now over. If I stay, I will never know peace. Though I will survive, the men who follow me will perish one by one. It's time for me to join the exodus of the Norse. My destiny lies in the east. The handsome crow squawked in complete agreement. Chapter 40. Farewell to the West. The next morning, Fistilion sought out Black Eagle and Silvertree. He found them together, still suffering the effects of the lengthy celebration. I'm leaving, Fistilion told his friend Black Eagle. Black Eagle asked, when are you coming back? He did not suspect Fistilion's actual intentions. He's never coming back, Silvertree said sadly. She could tell by just looking at him that he was leaving the West for good. I'm sailing east for Greenland, Fistilion explained. My father educated me in the ways of other lands. I don't belong here anymore. Silvertree embraced him warmly. I'll never forget all the things you have done for me. He hugged her back. I won't forget you either. You are a part of what little family I have left. I'll help you pack for your journey, she offered. It's the least I can do. I know some people who would like to say goodbye, Black Eagle said as he walked off. Fistilion and Silvertree packed his gear and some jerk caribou meat for the voyage. When they came out of the longhouse, they found the whole village had turned out to see Fistilion off. The hoplites stood in double rows to form a ceremonial path between their tilted lances. As Fistilion walked down their aisle, they called out his name and salute. Shake's rattle waited at the end of the human corridor. He said, goodbye and good luck. If you need anything for your journey, don't hesitate to ask. I have the tales of your people's legendary bravery, Fistilion told him honestly. That is all that I need to take with me. I'll never forget you. Shake's rattle laughed. We will surely never forget you. If you come back, you will be welcomed as a war captain without peer. We will tell your tale for generations to come, Masalan. Fistilion walked off with Dog through the forest to his distant yawl. They found it just as they had left it. When Fistilion went to push it back into the river, he discovered that his mountain heart strength was gone. When he turned his back on his hatred and lust for revenge, he also left his special powers behind. The boat was inclined downhill, so he managed to move it down with a tall lever. Once they were on the water, he had an easy enough time sailing away. He was soon riding the river's current and had a fair breeze blowing at his back. They sailed south and then crossed the Vinland Sea. Fistilion returned to the Micmac village for one final time so he could say goodbye to Twisted Feathers and a few other true friends. The journey was quiet and uneventful. It was fitting considering the peace that all their fighting had won. He reached the Micmac village by early afternoon. Everyone recognized his vessel and word spread quickly about Fistilion's return. Autumn Raven came down to the water to meet Fistilion as he disembarked. You have returned, the elders said. Have you finally come to your senses? I have come back to see Twisted Feathers one final time. Fistilion informed the elder about his reason for coming. I am leaving for Greenland as soon as I have stocked provisions. We will give you whatever you need, Autumn Raven promised. You have my gratitude, Fistilion answered. The elder went on his way. Fistilion and Dog walked to Twisted Feathers' roundhouse. Twisted Feathers was there with Sleeping Wolf and Watch's Sky. The three of them had just returned from a morning of bow hunting and were glad to see Fistilian. "Our hero returns," Watch's Sky joked. "I didn't know when I expected to see you again." "I'm leaving for Greenland," Fistilian told them bluntly. "I wanted to say goodbye before leaving." Twisted Feathers asked, "Can you make the voyage alone?" Fistilian nodded. "There is a navigation chart in my father's journals. I will make it." Sleeping Wolf asked, "How soon are you leaving?" "Soon," Fistilian answered. "I have no reason to wait." The four of them sat together and had a meal. They talked of things past, both good and bad. They talked of the war with the Beathok and their hopes for the future. Fistilian thought of raining sunshine and unfulfilled dreams. The memories tempted him back to his warpath of revenge. Knowing that Odin wanted him to keep fighting helped Fistilian let go of that anger. When he held his wife's doeskin bridle belt in his hands, it made him feel closer to her and helped him keep the darkness from his mind. After eating when the comradeship was at its fullest, Fistilian got up to leave. "Goodbye, my friends," he told them. Each of the Micmacs stood in turn and gave Fistilian a parting embrace. "We'll walk you down to your boat," Sleeping Wolf said in one of his rare utterances. Fistilian returned to his yawl to find that Autumn Raven had delivered him a supply of food that would be more than sufficient to sustain him on his voyage. 100 villagers turned out to see him off. They waved as Fistilian boarded his vessel with Dog and he set under way. The Elysian Fortitude cut a clean wake as Fistilian headed out to sea. It would be long and trying days for him to sail all the way to the distant Isle of Greenland. Chapter 41 Games of the Gods. Odin sat on his throne high up in his fortress tower. He watched Fistilian sail out onto the treacherous Atlantic Ocean. Men who faced death on the open sea always garnered his attention, and that was especially true of warring men like Fistilian. The golden light of immaculate Flying Snake's bridge began to illuminate the dismal chamber. The peerless Markland god strode down its radiant path so that he and Odin could confront one another once again. Immaculate Flying Snake was majestic and mighty in his resplendent finery. "Your schemes have failed," Immaculate Flying Snake said to Odin. "Matsalan has put his hatred behind him. Though you have driven him away from his homeland and into the east, he will return one day in a boat with plumed sails. He will return from the east, and with him he shall bring a mighty army of heroes. He will bring salvation to his mother's people at long last." Odin turned his head to stare one-eyed at his uninvited guest. "You think he has put aside his hatred?" Odin chuckled. "His hatred for me burns hot and bright. He sails into the heart of my most faithful followers. Don't for an instant think that you have foiled me. He is the seer's card of death. Where he walks, crowns shall fall, palaces shall crumble, and slaves will revolt. He is my instrument of chaos. He is a sword, and my hand grips him firmly still. Though he has lost all his family, his tribe, and his clan," Immaculate Flying Snake said, "he has not lost his tribal heart. You sought to make him into a wandering murderer like his grandfather. You failed in that. He is now and always will be faithful to his ancestors and their ways." Odin asked, "What would you have him become then? Do you want to see him dress in feathers and flowers while he dances under the moon singing your praises?" "I would see him don the mantle of his ancestors," Immaculate Flying Snake answered. "He will be a jaguar knight who battles the tyranny and injustices of the world." "You have no followers in eastern lands," Odin reminded him. "You cannot protect him from me." "You could not be more wrong," the Markland god proclaimed. "He will have a mighty ally." Odin asked, "Who besides you would dare to try and stand against my designs?" Freyja flew into the chamber as a giant hawk and then transformed into her beautiful elfin form. She asked, "Have you forgotten me so soon? I will be his protector. I am the patron of rangers, and as such I will see that he does not walk the hard path alone." Odin scoffed, "Jaguar knights and rangers. You will be a pirate and a freebooter like his fathers and his grandfather before him. You will see," Odin promised with a grin. "You have my guarantee." Chapter 42 The Voyage to New Lands. The Elysian Fortitude sailed across the great open ocean as precious few ever dared. Vinland disappeared in the distance as Fistilian moved away from his former home. He was alone with his thoughts. Behind him were a murdered wife, a murdered stepfather, and a lost nomadic people in far-off jungles. They were like dreams he could neither live nor forget. Days passed with the yawl riding the breeze. Nights passed under furled sails while he slept with uneasy dreams. Fistilian at least had his wise and faithful friend Dog to keep him company. He followed the chart to Greenland that he found in his father's journals and regularly called upon his crows to confirm his course. Though too many leagues from any land to even consider it possible, his two birds of prophecy came and went from near at hand all the same. Rain or shine, he pressed onwards. There was no turning back or any seeking of shelter. The open ocean could only be challenged but never defeated. During the day, Fistilian read his stepfather's journals while he held the rudder. Alvido frankly described his rebellious youth. After he had graduated from a seminary education, he had gone to sea. He fought as a soldier and then fell into piracy. It was not until many years later that he had his change of heart and returned to the faith he had first been educated for. Fistilian identified with his stepfather's meandering path of integrity. He felt the freedom of detachment. Fistilian had neither king nor country. He was free to choose his own destiny. The hatred of Odin was still in Fistilian's heart. The wounds from his many losses could go dormant, but they would never let him forget. Leaving the West isolated him from those he blamed for his tragic misfortunes. The rocky coast of Greenland proved a welcome sight. Fistilian only had to follow it a ways to the south to discover the fjord with the village of Brattahlid. Hans Olafsson's lands were in that region near the community. Storm clouds gathered as Fistilian made his final course for the harbors of Brattahlid. If the raging weather had caught up with him on the open ocean, it may have been to his destruction. The village's fishing fleet was in harbor. The hardy sailors knew better than to tempt their ocean mistress when she was angry. Fistilian put into their harbor, then tied off at their docks. Men came to see the stranger who sailed in before the storm. A fisherman called to him, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" "I come from the west," Fistilian told him as he jumped ashore. "I am Fistilian Le Monde, the last of the Vinlanders." This concludes Book 3 of the saga of Fistilian Le Monde.